Good morning, Vietnam. No, good morning. Oh, good morning. How's that? Hopefully I have this working. Let's see what happens here. So live streaming's easy if you just go through YouTube. But if you want to add this stuff in, like, you know, having a background and being able to talk to people, it makes it a little more complicated. I will get it down, though, at some point. Mostly, you think it's easier than you would because you have to drag, like, your channel ID and do all this stuff like that. There's settings that you wouldn't, like, it's hard to even understand what the words are. Someone signed on and left. That was nice of you. Who else? It takes a minute to show me. There's Jen. Hey, Jen. Good morning. Is it Jen or is it Jen's? Is that... You're Jennifer, right? Or is it Jennifer's boyfriend? I can't remember. I have a couple accounts like that. The guy's like, Mark, I'm using her account. I'm like, oh, you just got to tell me so I don't call you Jennifer. But I'm pretty sure that's Jennifer. Hey, Roger. How are you? Good morning. I was just cranking some tunes. Can you guys hear me through here is the question. Does it sound like you're hearing me from over there, or is it...
Is it here? I hope it's here.
If not, I give up. It's Jennifer. Okay, good. I knew, but I have a couple Jennifers, and I know one of them. Like, I know your name, of course, from even way back when, because, you know, you have a name of a famous person, sort of. Where's it come? Thanks, you guys. I haven't done anything with... I couldn't even figure out how to get into the members area, so I'm going to work on that. Too, thanks. I just want to let a couple people join. I think we have like 23 members or something like that now. Look, I'll even tell you guys what it is. Like, there's no secrets here. Like, I'll tell you, you know, like, look, I have this many members. This is how much it is a month, you know, like, so you can see it's not, no one's, you know, cashing in at the bank here. I told you were my first member. Number one. Number one. What's up, Tammy? I think me and Tammy are going to have lunch when I get back from Florida. She's going to be house sitting up here. And I'm going to see if I can catch her on her way home. You know, just for like, we'll meet at like a diner or wherever she wants. We'll have lunch. Hey, Wayne. Good morning. So Amy's supposed to get on. I called Amy twice. I'm a little surprised because they know. I don't know what's going on over at Amy's house. Maybe they're having some issues with something, but we'll see if she calls me back. I'd like to get her on here. This video I have playing in the background, so I just made it like because I was here early. Yeah. Isn't that cool, Alex? I was just so cool, like so nice to... I didn't hear any skepticism or any, you know, it was just so nice to be shown in a nice light. So that's this video behind me. So to have someone that has actually he has like 10 million subs. He has different channels. Hey, Chris, good morning. Chris, I know that you made a mistake. Don't worry about it. I knew what you meant. It's fine. Hey, Mel. No. It's not possible. Dan, you sure you're on the right channel? Good morning. It's awesome, Dan. You got to come down there with me. You would love it. Even if you brought the kids down. Like, wait till like a Saturday and you want to bring the wife or something, we'll go on together. Because of the turkeys and the chickens and... I had a great time at Callie's. We had a great time. They're like, you have to come back. So hopefully they meant that and I'll go back. Megan said I should come down there once a month. So we had a good time. It wasn't, I didn't go down there really for videos. So no matter what I do, I'm filming typically out of boredom, like or I'll see something. So that just, you know, so like the barn video, like I was just going to film it and put it like on Facebook. And I was like, you know what? I think people won't mind seeing the goats and stuff. So I made a video out of it. It was the easiest video I've ever done. I love doing like, so these exploring people, man, what an easy job that is. Yeah, whenever, Dan. Like, not now. Like, yeah, let's go down when it's nice. But I mean, so me and you can go down if you can get away by yourself, or bring the kids down. We'll just have a, you know, I love being around the kids. We can have a, you know, a little farm day. We could fly kites. They can pet the animals. Depends who you're bringing down. Your oldest kid's I don't know what those kids must be getting big. The twins must be getting big. I know that you have the older one above them, but I usually reference the twins because they've got to be getting. I know for you, Solo. Okay, yeah. I mean that's the way I want you to come, but I'll take you any way I can get you. You guys, that's Dan. I made up that name. It's funny, Dan, because Dan actually does grow a little weed, but he doesn't really smoke it. It's so funny. He's a master grower. Like, none of them smoke pot at the house, hardly. Ever. Hey, Cindy. Morning. Thanks for joining on the thing, Cindy. I appreciate it. I'm going to do the member thing soon. So I have like 23 members, I think, or something like that. And it's 100. I'm going to tell you guys how much money too, because I don't want people thinking like I'm making car payments with this. I think it's at 100 and something 20 a month right now, or something like that, which is 120 more than it was a couple days ago. So that's awesome. So Dan, yeah, just know that's open. I think that we'll have a great time. Things are chilled out a little bit now. You know what I mean? We Callie's actually getting back into it, so he's going to go full time. So me and him have plans to go. We have a special place. I feel like it's kind of my spot over there, but we argue about it. But it's ours together. But I located a special area there that I've been waiting to go back for years. So the reason I'm picking that first is because I know people are going to be impressed by it. Because let's be honest, it's half of what I do is trying to figure out some of this stuff. But I also want to impress you, like in a sense, like not impress you, but like I don't want to waste your time. So when you're watching the video, especially this, I can't impress you with, but so when I'm actually in the forest and I can't show you them, or they're not making whistles, or I want to at very least be pointing at something that. You're happy. You're like, oh my God, like that's kind of my thing. If I don't do that, then what's the point? In between of us getting to next levels and filming certain things, and that's what we want to do, is at least try to make you guys happy with like just some beautiful artwork or something. Yeah. Oh my God. Yes. Wow. You haven't been there since that camping trip. Oh my God. Me and Callie were talking about that. Because I could tell that story if we're waiting for Amy here, see if Amy comes. I mean, I don't know what's up with Amy. She should have called me by now. I wanted to start Amy's story over. She was really a pleasure to listen to, Amy. What's up, Eric? I saw your post this morning, Eric. Eric, you're right in the algorithms on Facebook. That's a good thing, man. That's why, because like every morning when I'll wake up and I can't even like think. I open I'm just laying there, like probably like half of you guys. You open your cell phone because you can't move yet. And I'm like checking messages and stuff. And the first thing I see if I open Facebook is Eric. Eric's making, without telling his life story, he's doing really well. He's making some good income there on Facebook. But you deal with the other side of that, which is people attacking you. And what do they say? Oh, yeah, now Eric wants to be famous. The guy said, oh, you just want to be famous and you suck or something. It's like, Eric's like, whatever, dude. Yeah, so me and Eric will probably get together. He wants to do some kind of collabs thing, so we will do that. The other thing is I noticed things back in I watch his videos actually, and I can't help to notice in the back. It's not a huge amount of activity, but there's definitely new like things going on. Like that's how I found out. That's how me and Eric met each other, was mutual subs. They're like, Mark, can you look at this one video he has, because I'm seeing them, and I don't expect Eric to jump all over this. He's pretty mainstreamy type of guy, and he's not gonna be like, okay, there's invisible. But then Eric, I saw you post one of those still pictures you had was really good. The crazy thing about this is you think you have to go back in the back where that structure is to see them, but while you're back there, they're probably sitting 100 feet behind your house. They're invisible to us, especially in these situations. I'm working on a new situation on my street that's just insanity. They're just never visible, ever. But every day I see new, like, incredible things. So there's different situations. That's what people have to understand. Nora, thank you so much. That was very sweet of you. I appreciate that. Melanie's got a new boyfriend. Uh-oh, Mel, I'm jealous. I don't know. No, I'm glad you're happy. I just want to see Melanie's my buddy in Australia, and I just want her to be happy. I think you got a new boyfriend. Yeah, in a relationship, it said. I liked all the pictures. And then she sends me a bunch of pictures from their camping trip, and I'm looking across the river, and I'm like, you look down, it's like, it's hard to be 100%, but it really looks like they're down right there, just staring right at her. And they do that a lot when you're near water. They can be right there because they know you're not going to come across, especially in Australia where you get eaten by an alligator or a crocodile. Yeah, so Eric has this yard. It's not a yard, it's like a property, pretty big property. I'm not sure how many acres you have there, Erica. But, there's always something going on back there. And he's kind of like me in a way. I think he just started filming it. I don't think he expected really to get that many people, like be this, a big YouTuber out of it. And, sometimes this happens by accident, and people attack you. Hey, Mark. What's up, Diesel? You know what I mean? So he kind of deals with the same type of stuff I do. I've been lucky lately. It's been pretty good because, and you have the same thing, Eric. You have these for some reason, this amazing group of nice people that will defend you and stuff. And are you guys hearing me here? Or are you hearing me here? I'm really hoping it's going through the headset, or I can take it off because I don't need it on. It's really difficult. There's settings everywhere. Hey, Butch. Hi, Cheryl. I broke my laptop. I can't show it to you because I'm using the cam from it. I couldn't believe it, you guys. It's the first. This laptop is the best, and I got it for a price that I could never get it for again. If you don't ever do this, if you have a cordless mouse, it has a tiny little USB device that goes in the side. It's this big. During that last stream, I was trying to figure out settings. I had to pull it out, and I just set it on my laptop. And it kind of just it's like black and silver, and it blended right in. And when I closed it to go home, I didn't know it till I got home. I closed it right on this little USB, and it just cracked my whole screen. It's completely my fault. There's nothing I can do. I can't blame anyone but myself. So did you guys see this video behind me I'm running? I'm just have this going, not so I look good on a live stream, because I was just, man, it was so nice. Yay, Debbie. Yay. Or Deeb. Debbie, or Deeb? Debbie. I think it's Debbie. Was it Debbie? Thanks. So now we have 24. Yay. I think our little member group is going to be special because I don't think it'll be that big. And it is, it was about getting a little extra income, but it's the extra income is so little. That's not just that. Like, you'll see, we're going to figure out stuff in there that whether there's income or not. I just have this next special little group of people, which will be good, which I already know most of anyway, Morning, Rando. Hey, guys. Kind of waiting for Amy here. If not, we'll just go forward. I was going to get her on here because of last Sunday's mishaps with the internet. We think, can't swear this at all, but we think that someone turned off the stream. Like, our stream was just shut down. I was like, and I kept saying it was the data on my phone, but I realized my data wasn't even close. I had 30 gigs of data, and I was only used 9. So we think, and I got all these other messages. That's what made me think it, is that we got these messages. Like, Mark, it was the weirdest thing. It just left Amy hanging. It was like kind of scary, and it was like, I was like, yeah, I think they just disconnected us or something. They didn't like our conversation. The only thing I can think about is that, basically when you start to convince other people, it's when they step in. You can sit here and talk all you want about anything. And if they're pretty sure you're like finding Bigfoot or something, like no one's walking away with any new information. They don't care. But when someone like Amy is talking, you believe it, like I do anyway. I mean, I can't see how you wouldn't believe her story. It started when she was 2 years old, and she has that little accent, and there's no way this girl is not for real. You know what I mean? Were we there? No, but you gotta have some faith in this. People don't come forward like that unless they got a real story. It's no one being on with me isn't going to help your career. You know what I mean? It's like, or it's not going to get you famous or anything like that, because we're a restricted community where there's Nick. Hey, Nick, I called you guys. I don't know. I can't get you guys to answer the phone. I left a message. I think I called you. So if she wants to try to call me back, I can only hope that it will patch through. That's all I can only hope. Yeah, Diesel's censored like to death. Diesel, we're gonna get you out of that. Plus, but when you come out here, that'll be the. Excuse me, I have an itch. I'm not picking my nose, but I have an itch in my nose. I'm not in it, like on it. Diesel, when you come out here, that'll be the final thing. I think we'll get you to 1,000 on that one. Because really, all we want is just so you can monetize. I mean, look, even if you made $25 a month, it's better than nothing, right? It helps. Little things help. It'll be more than that, but that's all most of us want. No one wants to quit their job or go, you know, or what, you know, maybe it would be nice, but it's not like an expectation. It's just like, man, if I could make $75 for gas just to go film this thing, that's what most of these guys are looking for. Like, it gets really expensive after a while. And it would be nice, like, you know, I've seen some guys break through because they went, you know, to 50,000 different shows and talked or something like that. And sometimes that's what you have to do. If I didn't talk on here, I probably wouldn't have near as many people, because I think me talking, you know, just shows that it's legit. Like, if I was never a person, like you heard me, but I never showed my face, or I hid, or you don't see these guys doing live videos. You only see people doing the truth. Will sit there and be exposed to any questions or anybody or anything. Anyone that's made something up or faked something, they're not sitting here on Sunday morning. Okay? I don't have to do this on Sunday morning. I want to do. I love this, to be with you guys. Because it's not, I don't think I'm doing you a favor. It's mutual. So back to Eric real quick. I don't know if he's still here. He probably, I don't expect him to be here that long. But, yeah, so I might do something with Outdoors with Eric. And I just want to make another thing clear, too. I'm not trying to take over. Oh, you're there? Okay, I'll talk to you about you in a sec. I'm not trying to take over like Carrie from Bigfoot Odyssey. I'm not trying to be an interviewer. I'm not going to do that. Like, occasionally, you know, like I might just have, like Amy, we'll get her on here hopefully today. I think Nick is telling her now, if she feels like it. You know, things like that. So I don't want those guys to think, not that anyone said to me, but I was thinking today, I'm like, hopefully Carrie doesn't think I'm like trying to do what he's doing. And I'm certainly not. What I'm trying to do is just hang out with you guys, but also provide, you know, some fun and some good stories, and just break the monotony of me, you know? So yeah, me and Eric will get together. Eric, I don't think my videos will go on Facebook. I mean, they'll probably just censor me on Facebook. As you know, YouTube kind of is kind of not fun. Hey, Rock, thank you. Yay, Rock. Like Diesel Callie is super censored on YouTube as well. That's why we've been going to this Odyssey thing. It kind of seems dead over there. Like, I'm not thrilled with Odyssey either, but Callie he makes more money getting no views than. Oh, okay. Yeah, you got to help me out with that. You got to show me how to do that. Even if I just made like a video and put it up. I mean, I don't know if it's like if I post a video on Colorado Bigfoot and it goes into that, I don't. It's not monetized or anything like that. And they've never gone out. You can put ads on those videos too, right, Eric? So if you want to push, like if you have a video you really want people to see, you could put, you know, $20 on the video, right? I don't watch him. I know about him though. He's not censored. That's why they let guys like him out, because he's not teaching anyone anything. You know what I mean? Like, so you're not going to walk away from his channel being like, I know this is real, I knew it. You're going to walk away scratching your head. That's why he's kind of like a Finding Bigfoot channel, circling things, doing weird, you know, stuff. I don't want to say bad things about him, but he's homesteading, he's doing nothing like what I do. He knows nothing of this subject. Hey, Judy. What do you mean you don't have a channel? You have a channel. You have to have a channel if you're on here. I just want to go over to Eric's with like a machine gun, just hide in the bushes. That's what I want to do. But who cares about Bigfoot? I'm going to go over there and just like we'll scare some people or something. I'll hide out in the. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, obviously we'd have to wait till it's warmer. Stop by. You're in Maine, right? Where are you, Maine? Something like that. Up there, I got to come up there one day anyway, because there's great places. I have subs there, Gale's there, By the way, guys, Gail is still in the hospital. She's been in the hospital for like 10 days. And they won't let her leave for some reason. Michigan, that's right. Sorry, Michigan. I knew it wasn't Maine. Michigan, yeah. So you know the stories up there. I mean, there's tales. You know, one thing I find, you guys, there's tales of, you know, basically all your myths and legends and all this stuff. Like some of it could be exaggerated, but I think that I'm seeing that there's some truth to most of it. You know, mermaids, all this stuff. Like, is a mermaid a hot chick? No, of course, probably not. It's not even a human being. It's something else. It's part of this unseen world. There's different things that, kidney, or it could be, I'm kind of what she had, then while she was there, she had a mini stroke or something in her eye. So then they did that. She was doing dialysis. She seems okay. She hasn't told me, you know, for as far as being in a hospital that long, like she's like, I got to get out of here. So yeah, there's Odyssey. So Eric, I don't know if you want to connect your stuff to Odyssey just for the hell of it, but they give you like all this Bitcoin. It's like a Bitcoin type of thing. It's not Bitcoin. It's the other coin. My buddy Callie just cashed out quite a bit of money from there, and you don't even have to get views there. They pay you for your subs on YouTube. I don't know. I'm a little bit. There's not a lot going on there. I think my most views I have now is 63 or something like 68, and it's from you guys. And then you can put some of that coin on the video to promote it. So your algorithms, you can promote yourself, and then you can also take that money back. I don't know. We'll see how it goes. Callie swears by it. Yeah, big prayers for Gail. So Diesel, back to you real quick. When you come out here, then we'll get you over the thou, because you deserve it. You really do. I think these guys. I'll be like, listen, can you just go sub to Diesel, because if you never want to watch a video, fine, but just go sub so we can get him to 1,000. I think we can do that. Did you try OnlyFans yet, Colorado? What is that, Eric? I put my join button on finally the other day. I have 23 people. Yay. But Eric, I'm a pretty open guy, so I talk about money. So I tell people, what it is. So it's at like $120 or something like that. I think when people support you, they have a right to know, like what you make, It's like, I mean, within reason. Like, I don't have to tell them every single. But if someone's been on Patreon for 4 years, I'm like, Mark, just simply out of curiosity, I wanted to know what you made on here. I would tell them, because it's another stigma in our society about money. And that's totally cool if you're one of those people that doesn't want to talk about money. But we just were kind of born into that, where it became uncool. And to me, I don't see the problem with it. Like, yeah, I make $116,000 a year. I'm just saying, like, hypothetically, like your job, like, who cares? You know what I mean? People are like, oh, I don't like to discuss that. Why? Because you were born to think that it was not cool. I don't see anything wrong with people discussing their salaries and money. I don't know what the problem is. I've always done it with my friends. I'm just open about it. Who cares? I don't need to impress anybody. Because what I do isn't really about money. Wow, you guys, thank you. Alfred in Indiana, thank you so much. Is that Terry? Indiana, you're Terry. Okay, that's Terry. That's why I miss you on here sometimes. Terry, stop. You just bought what did he buy? A new phone. He got his new phone. And he gave me money on Messenger. So it's Terry, I wish I could send that back to you. Congrats on your new phone, though, because we and him have always had the same phone, Indiana. And he just got his new one. And he's laughing at me. And he's got his new. He's probably loving his Ultra, knowing him. He's probably messing around with it. All right, Eric, cool. Yeah, so Eric, just letting you know, man, you're out there. Like, Facebook is your domain. Like, he's getting hundreds of thousands. Oh, there's Amy. Hold on. Let me see if I can answer this.
Call from
Amy Gerhardt.
To accept, press 1. To send.
Amy, you there?
Hello, how are you? Yes.
I hope these guys can hear you. If they say yes, I'm going to be so happy. Yay.
Can y'all guys hear me?
We'll see what
Good
happens.
Morning.
We'll see what happens. You got 18. Yes, thank you, Diesel. Oh my God, you guys! If you said no, you should have said no just to mess with me, because then I would have died right here. Yay! I'm so happy Amy's here. Nick's a lucky
Yes.
guy. Yeah. I always brag about Amy because I was like, because that's one of the things. Like, did that stream get cut off? Were we cut off? I've never had anything like that happen. It was like someone at YouTube like went behind the desk and unplugged it. You know what I mean? And they're
Yeah,
like,
no kidding.
I got messages where like
Yeah.
Amy was like hung up, like that, like you were. I guess you were like right where you were saying something because you were getting to a good part of your story and it just got stuck. Cool. I'm
Yes.
so excited because now I don't have to speak. Yo, Jesus, what's up, man?
Yes, I
Rick and
have
Bigfoot,
been
Jesus
having
Payon. Go ahead. Sorry.
a lot of. I've been having a lot of activity ever since I told you
Really?
what's happened. Yes, I have. I've been having UFOs on top of the pole in the mornings and just hanging out there with lights in the yard in the back. And I was kind of scared a little bit because I didn't want them taking me, so I kind of like
They won't take
leaned against the wall and stuff like that. So it's
Well,
crazy.
I tell you, you can never get away from that feel. You know.
No, I just
yeah.
know they know.
Oh, of course
Yeah.
they do. Yeah. They're there too. Like I mean, they know. I think it's half of the people that have found me have these situations, and it's almost getting to the point of ridiculousness of how, like when I connect with someone, I'm like, it's so weird how, because they'll tell me their story. Like it's almost like the dudes in the woods wanted you to find me. So not because I could do anything, but maybe just to see a couple videos or just so you could just get that little bit extra, over the top with like structures and, just so wholeheartedly that you're not crazy, basically.
No.
Thanks, PJ.
Yeah. So I mean, it's just been. I was just kind of amazed
Thanks, Michelle.
that I just knew that they knew. So I was just like, oh my gosh, they know.
Thanks, Nora. Thanks, Nora. I'm just gonna talk. Keep talking if I talk over you. I didn't want those guys to know I didn't see the super chats.
Yeah. Yeah. So I just knew about that, but what I wanted to say too is that after my, I mean, did you want me to restart the story of
I
what
think
happened?
so because honestly, I know we have some of those people, but I know the people that were there last Sunday won't mind. I almost can swear for them, and then of course we'll have other people that weren't here for that, just by chance.
Right.
That's just the way it works. Because I would love to hear it again myself because of the stress and of what was going on with the video last week and the connection. I mean, I remember it, but I would love to hear it again. So if you don't mind,
Right.
Yeah, that would be.
No, I don't.
Let me take this video.
No,
there we go.
Yeah, because I remember, because I guess it was a couple months ago, I want to say maybe 8 or 9 months ago, is when I found you, and I was like, who's this guy?
Who's this handsome?
I was like, who's this guy? I can't say that.
I'm kidding. No, I know you.
So,
I was just joking anyway because I don't feel that way. Yeah. Go ahead.
But I mean, it was like, it was just like, I don't know. I mean, because it's always been with me all the time, and my family, they knew about it because they're the ones that told me the story about it. And for me, I just remember I was born in Hamlin, Texas, and my parents, my mom and my dad, they lived in Rotan. And I just remember them arguing, and they used to have this leather orange couch from probably back in the 60s, because I was born in the 70s. And I remember my sister, I only have one real sister, and she was wrapped in a blanket, and she was laying on the couch, and they were arguing.
Hold on.
And I decided
the other sisters are fake? I couldn't help it. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have one. Well, I have one real sister, but I do have
the dumbest jokes.
sisters.
Yeah.
So we're 3 years apart. So I love her to death. She's my baby sister. But I just remember taking that walk, and everything else I don't remember. It's just like, it was just like.
And this is when you're how old again?
It's a blank.
Just for me, how old? Are
I
you?
was 2 years old.
This is the 2. Okay.
Yeah. So I was 2 years old, and then I was missing for 2 days. And then my dad and a couple guys had found me, yes, in a cow pasture in Rotan.
God.
So, And I don't know what happened. You know, they just the cows either took care of me. I don't know how I drank milk or how I survived out there, but I did. And they found me, and then they had got a divorce, and I lived with my grandparents, my dad's parents. And my grandfather, he's Cherokee Indian, and I lived with him, me and my sister. So we were raised with our grandparents, and to me, they're mom and dad, Ama and Apa. My grandmother's name is May. Apa, his name is it means like dad.
Yeah.
So his name is Felix, and he died at the age of 97. And I was raised by him, and I was always with my grandfather. I learned so many things with him. And I was about 9 or 10, and we lived on a farm that my grandfather had built. And I can explain the house. And there's a carport. I don't know how far it is. I'm not very good at.
How far from home? Janelle wanted to know how far away from home you were when this happened. You were just right there.
Not very.
Right?
I was right there. Yeah, I was just right there. I was not that far.
2 days, though.
At all. I was missing for 2 days. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Unbelievable. Go ahead. Sorry, I wanted to ask an else question. Go ahead. Yeah.
Oh, and then, well, where my grandparents lived, they lived in Hamlin, Texas. That's where I lived. We lived close to the Pie Popper Mill. The house is not there anymore, but we lived on this land, and across the Pie Popper Mill, there was a train track, and it looked like a forest and stuff like that. To me, it did. I didn't know what a forest was, but that's what I used to call it. And there was a road. There was a road by the forest, and then you would cross, and then that's where our house was at. We had chickens, we had roosters, we had turkeys, we had wild pigs, we had 800 rabbits. We had ducks, goose, billy goats. We had all these animals. Everything that we grew, we ate. So it wasn't like going to the store back then. So,
right.
And
well, you had a mom. You had a ma and pa. So that's like Little House on the Prairie.
Yeah, it was like that. Yeah, it was like that. So, and then after that, I had walked. It was my turn to go feed the animals, so I had to go get slop. So we always collected slop, like in a big old pickle bucket. And I was about 9 or 10 years old, and I had to carry that out there and feed the pigs, and then kind of tip it over to the fence and stuff like that. But I walked out there, and I put my bucket down, and I look up. And on the side of the fence, where it's all a little bit kind of dark, not really dark, because in the middle of, by the chicken pen, we have a post light. It's not very bright, but it's one of those post old-fashioned lights. And I just remember seeing something gold, brown, very tall, and it just stood there, and it had his hands on the fence. And I got scared. I left I left the slop there, and something inside me just told me to walk backwards slow all the way to the house, and I did. And when I ran inside, when I got close enough to the sidewalk of the house, I passed the garage, and when I got close to the sidewalk, I turned around and I ran inside, and I told them. And my grandfather came out, my uncles, and all that, and there was nothing there. It was gone.
Of course.
I just remember it didn't move. It didn't like turn its head. It didn't nothing. It was just there. And then when I told them, they came out, and it was gone. So,
I mean, believable, but just that's just yeah. And that this happened when you were, so young, which is just amazing. Do you know that there's so many stories, and there's more, I know. There's so many stories that they seem to do this. This is not the first time this is something like this has happened with a child. Now, not always that young either, but, toddlers up to 10. They seem to, they'll come home, like literally say, like, Mom, I saw a Bigfoot. I think it's happened like millions of, like not just a few times, but like countless times where we don't hear about that, of course, because the parents are like, "Oh, honey, you know, you know," because they immediately just will explain to them that they didn't see one.
Yeah, I mean, I explained it to them. I mean, to them, it was just like, okay, she just saw something that she, you know, that it's not even there. She, you know, it's like make believe, yeah, pretend kind of scene.
And that was
so they just kind of put it off.
What state? Just to clarify, Roger wanted to know.
Hamlin, Texas.
It was Texas. Texas. Yep. Well, Texas.
Yep. And
has stories.
If you look up the Pop Upper Mill, I live close to there because I used to always walk down that road, and I used to always go to town if I had permission, just to go to win. It's almost like a dollar store. That's what it was called back then. But I know that the Pop Upper Mill is still there, and I live very close to that. And there's a land in the corner. It's empty. That's my grandfather's property. And then across the street, it used to be full of just mesquite trees, everything just all covered. And there's a train track in the back of that. And because me and my grandfather, we used to be bandits. We used to go out there and get on the train, and we used to like steal some chicken feed, and we would have a wagon and stuff, and the trains would sometimes turn on, and I was thrown off.
And now hold on, how old are you now? Just so we can reference, like, get an idea of how.
I am 51 right now.
Okay, so
I'm in that old age.
No, we're the same. Well, I'm 50. So did you graduate in 87? I mean, no, you graduated 87 or 88?
I never did finish school, Mark.
Okay, but so when would you have graduated high school? 88, 87?
Let's see. I think it was 80.
It was different then, right? I mean, you're in Texas. You guys are living off the land. We barely had anything back then. You were lucky if you had a bicycle. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
There was.
I had a bicycle.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like,
yeah, I had a bicycle. I mean, my things were like work. It was always about work. We clean up the yard. We pick up the mesquite. I always had to take the cows, put a rope around them, and walk across I call it a highway, but it's not a highway. It's a street, and go to that forest and take the cows out there to go eat grass. And I always had to watch out for cars and stuff. And I had names for my animals back then. And we had calves. We had billy goats. Billy goats were a hassle to me because every time we would hang clothes, he always would go and eat my sheep.
Yeah. Isn't it funny how they eat clothes? Like, what in clothes is
I'm like, no. So I'd call them Billy, like, no. But, I mean, I guess I just grew up my grandmother's ways, I guess, just washing clothes and always hanging clothes and always doing chores. I mean, by the time I was 10, I was already cutting grass and learning how to cook and all that kind of stuff with my grandparents. Tortillas, and I learned a lesson not to get close to a rooster, because I did have a blind rooster. And my grandfather says that when you have an animal that's born and you cover up their eyes and you breathe in them, they become connected to you, and they follow you everywhere. Yeah, and one day I came from school, and my grandfather was decided to kill my rooster and chop his head off, and he was walking in the yard with no head. And I was like, how is that possible? How is he walking?
It's not funny, but it's funny. Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
Yeah, and his name was Spirit, and it was sad.
Oh, my God.
But it was something like that we learned. We peeled chickens.
Amy, do you know?
We cooked a rabbit.
I'm going to cut you off just for a sec. Do you know that, like I saw the other day, you reminded me, some of these guys may have seen it too, it was like on Facebook where this cat, one of you guys may have even posted it. This cat was guiding a blind cat. So the blind cat they'll walk next to each other and they touch each other. So the blind one he'll lead him all around the property, no matter what. He'll always. So that's an amazing thing that a cat knows the other cat can't see. I can't.
Right.
My cat is like, doesn't have those kind of brains. But I see amazing miracles in the animal kingdom. Like, and that's why I've changed completely. I've always been an animal lover, like always, even born, like just born that way. But now I have a whole new thing because of them. Like, I'm just extra careful. Like, I don't want to do, even though I had Wendy's last night, I just want to be careful, of, what I do that's right and wrong. Like, I'm just extra special nice to animals and, especially wild animals, like I don't like to mess with their turf, Anyway, sorry.
Yeah, and then, my aunt was telling us stories, when she grew up with my grandparents, because my grandparents had 16 kids.
Wow.
And then they raised us as, I think there was 4 grandchildren that they raised.
I'm looking, keep talking, I'm looking at Hamilton, Texas, just so you know, as you're talking.
Oh, Hamlin.
Hamlin, it's not Hamilton, it's Hamlin?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm glad you told me that. So Ham, Hamlin?
Uh-huh.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Yep.
Got it.
And then let's see. I live close to the Pop-Upper Mill, so it's further up. So it's not right across from the Pop-Upper Mill, but the Pop-Upper Mill is still there.
I see the Piper in the hotel.
No, there's a Pop-Upper Mill where they make dog food, they make chicken feed, It's just this big mill. It's really tall. It stands for that town. So, yeah, you'll see that there. But like my aunt was telling stories about when she was young, she heard a lot of stories about Bigfoot crossing through through Anson. I used to go to Anson with my grandfather, and we used to go fishing a lot. And there used to be like a dam, and then in the bottom of it, there was like a bridge, and it had like a whole bunch of just stuff up grass, or I don't know, like grass.
Yeah, and you're out there too. Like that's out. Like you're not even near. Like that's redneck. Like you're out there.
I
mean that as a compliment.
It's like country.
Yeah. I say
so if you see,
go ahead.
I think across the street it's a road. It goes all the way around my grandfather's land. So there's one behind it, one in front of it, and one on the side of it. That was my grandfather's property. That's where I was raised until I guess I left when I was 16 years old at that time, when I found my real mother, and I lived with my mother. Let's see. But my aunt was telling us stories about, that there was a lot of stories about Bigfoot and stuff like that. And then just recently, after we had our talk, she had told me that my grandfather, when he was little, had a pet raven. And he would feed the raven, and he would make misses, and he would go and with my grandfather Nicholas to the mines, because my grandfather Nicholas was a miner, and he would mine inside the caves and stuff like that. My grandfather would wait for his dad to come out, and just amazing stories that I hear. But my grandfather had told me about the UFO incidents where half of the kids went to school and half of the kids worked in the cotton fields a long time ago. So my grandfather, he was born in 1910, and then they were working the cotton fields, picking up cotton. They had bags, all the kids, and a saucer had came, and he had yelled at the kids to run underneath the truck, and they all ducked down there. And then my aunt says that at night, a lot of times, because these UFOs would come just go there, and they would take metal. My grandfather used to be a lantern collector, and just old stuff, metal. We would find metals and just all sorts of stuff inside the sheds. He had so many sheds with everything in them, and these things would just come at night and shine their lights, and then we go out there and they'd be gone.
Breaking Bigfoot knows about some UFO activity. The guy that's in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
In
no
fact,
doubt.
let me cut. Just don't go anywhere. Step right there. I wanted to say that about. I never really have said. I think I mentioned it to you. So it's Jesus. When I say Jesus on here, I'm not talking to our actual Jesus. I guess I always am, but his name is Jesus. Pay on. So, but Jesus is one of the guys that talked to me when I first saw them. So what was that, Jesus? 5 years ago? 4 years ago? which is Breaking Bigfoot on here. You'll see. And he kind of helped me. I mean, it was, I was losing my mind. Because now it's different. I mean, I'm expecting it almost, or I want it, but I didn't think it was possible. Like, I knew it was probably possible. I just didn't think it was possible for me. Like, things don't happen for me. Like, I'm not going to be able to, I don't know what the drive that I had was. Like, I'm not driven, on things too much. I'm like, but we're bad. I'll do it later type of guy. And with this, I don't know what it was. Like, I can't explain the ambition I had to keep looking at these. I started finding some, amazing spots. And then when I saw them, so anyway, just to avoid babbling too much. So Jesus was one of the guys that we were in a group together, and he's like, hey, let me help you. But he's actually been, I don't want to tell his stories, but I'm going to get to him after, if he's still around. He wanted to talk about something. He's doing a video on something. But Jesus was also, if you guys don't know, some of you guys know, he had a little part in Breaking Bad. That's why he's breaking Bigfoot. He was one of the henchmen. It was kind of cool. I'm texting him, because you're watching TV, and he's on, he's one of the bad guys' henchmen. He died eventually. Poor Jesus, man. It must have been an awkward scene where he was under a car or something. But so that was kind of cool that he kind of helped me, and I do that for other people now, where there's no help really. It's just that you just talk to someone, if you can just speak, hey, and just have someone believing you is half of the battle, because you don't want to feel alone. Look, I know this happened. No one's going to believe me. Even my mother will probably just not, because we're so conditioned not to believe this stuff. And once it happened to me, so anyway, that's who he is, and and I do that for other people now, and it's the same idea of kind of even though it's a lot later in life now, I'm sure for you it feels good to be able just to tell the story, and especially in front of a select group of amazing people.
When I first said it to you, when I told you, oh my gosh, I just felt like this brick has been lifted off of me, because I've been holding on to this.
And we all believe you. I mean, I speak for everyone. I think everyone does. Yeah.
So, I mean, since I've seen this through my life, growing up, when I seen Bigfoot, then that's when I realized the UFO activity started happening. And I just kind of put it off, and then other things started happening, because my grandparents, they were Catholics. I went to church every Wednesdays. We made cakes. We sold cakes. I was always in church, and I was an altar girl also in church. And I've learned, my grandfather, he would pray. He would do Indian singings. I can't do them, but he would do them to connect to the spiritual animals, is what he would always tell me, because I would always tell him, why do you sing like that? What does that mean? And he would always tell me that he's connecting to his wolf spirit. And my grandfather would always do that after he would read the Bible, and then he would do bicycle exercises. I'd watch him do exercises. And then we'd get up in the morning, we'd do our chores and everything like that. We would go to church. And then things started happening to me in church. I started seeing Jesus' face, on the chairs. And then when I grew up a little bit older, when I was maybe 15, I guess, I went to Lubbock to a convention, and for my first time, and I had an apparition. I seen Jesus, and he was standing by the Father, and then I passed out. And I remember waking up. They were like, Amy, there was stuff in my face, giving me water to wake up, because I had just seen him, but I couldn't hear him. And I started getting apparitions. I feel nervous talking about this.
That's okay.
But so, and then I started later on. I grew up 17 years old.
People don't make up these stories. These are people have to understand that sometimes it is hard, especially when we get to the Jesus thing, because everyone wants to see that, and so what the problem is. We're in a day and age where people have to see it to believe it. But I think people have to open their minds more, because no one's going to tell the story. You're not going to tell this unless, obviously there's something going on in your life. You're connected to this energy, and what you're talking about, the UFOs and all that. It's always going on. That's the thing. It's whether any of us are brought, are made aware of it. It's always above us. Like, I think half the time we just can't see. It's rare where we get to see them. And sometimes they're just hovering above a city. So it's like, you would think they're like out here, they're trying to hide from me, but then I'll go home and watch on YouTube some mothership above a city that some lady filmed for an hour and a half, sending balls of light out and stuff, and it just gets ignored. It's people can't believe what they're seeing. Like, this is real videos, or the UFO footage is amazing, and they don't even get me started on the crop circles. Like that is the most amazing thing Have you guys look, if you haven't Googled like 2020 or 2021 crop circles? Like, when you see these things, I mean, they're trying to talk to us. I don't know what this division of humans was. Like, when they started humans again, it was like, okay, don't tell them anything. Like, for some reason, we've been pulled out of that mix. I don't know why. I think that's why I tell people, it could be for the greater good. So why go through all these lengths to make us think we're by ourselves? It's one of the biggest things. It's not the only reason, but it's one of those on the top 10 list of why I do this, is because just out of curiosity, I want to know, why are we divided? Like, why have we been shunned in a sense? Like, in other words, we could have been put on a high horse, and it feels like we're being lied and all that stuff. But I'm starting to believe that it's all. There's huge reasons behind this that we don't have a clue about yet. I don't know what I just said. Forgive me.
Well, and then I told the priest of the because I was an altar girl, so it was Father Nealon, bless his heart. He's passed already, but I told him about the chair and everything like that. And then Wednesday, when we went back to church, they had took the whole front of the seat because Jesus's face had appeared on the chair, because there used to be a group of girls, and we used to go to the front. We used to always sing. And then later on in Lubbock, when I seen Jesus, his apparition, and that happened to me, I told the story again, to my family, and they didn't believe me. They just thought maybe I had some kind of hot flash, and I just fainted out of nowhere.
Must be some logical explanation.
Yeah, and then when I was like 16, I lived with my mother in Brownwood, Texas for a year, and then I went back to Abilene, and I was 17, and I was living with my aunt, and I was just like going out, and I was trying not to focus too much on Jesus, because I didn't know what he wanted me to do, because I used to have friends that were nuns, and I was like, oh gosh, if Jesus is appearing to me, he wants me to become a nun. I don't want to be a nun, so that kind of scared me, and I kind of put it off for a little bit. And then I lived with my friend, and we went to a friend's house, and her grandmother used to do put spells on people, and I had just met her for the first time. And outside their yard, they have like a junkyard,
like witchy or like voodoo, or okay,
like using chicken blood, people's pictures, people's hairs, and put spells on people.
Yeah, I think maybe
she would do that.
Maybe. Wow. Do you know that I think that works? Do you know that some people? I think someone did that to me. My ex-girlfriend did that to me. I think someone told me, and I think it gives you bad luck.
So I felt like you're not in the right place. You just get that feeling like, I want to get out of here. It's getting dark. So me and my friend, we decided we were going to leave. And I was like, okay. I said, let's go walk back to the house, to your house. So I don't want to be here. It just feels wrong. So we start walking out, and there's like all these washers, old cars, and everything like that outside. And we're walking, and it's pitch dark out there, and all you can see is a street light. So we're in a yard. And when we're walking by, these things out of the ground, I call them trolls, they come out of the ground, and they start pulling our legs. And they start pulling us, and we're like both screaming. And somehow we like kick them. We get up, we run to the street. They don't come to the light, and I call them trolls. So we start running to her house. There's this little puppy following us, and we're running as fast as we can. We see this puppy, and then we turn around, and that puppy is a little bit bigger. And we're like hauling butt all the way to her house, and we turn around again. The dog has even got bigger. It looked like a big Rottweiler. And we just couldn't explain what we seen. It was very scary. And that incident, see, what was weird too is that
It was probably
when
gnomes.
the Trows,
It was probably gnomes.
I don't know what they were. I just know that they were they're weird looking creatures, and
whatever,
they grabbed us by our legs.
Whatever it is, Amy, they put all to me anyway. These names that we have are all psychology based. So I've said this a million times. I'll say it again: gnomes, trolls, Bigfoot, mermaid, alien, UFO. If they're all trigger words to me. So if you're to incorporate any one of those words into any sentence, it'll immediately turn off another human being. He will not believe you. I'm talking about just like regular, like mainstream person say that never even looked into this. These guys would believe you. But you know what I'm saying? Like I feel like our whole society is psychology based. We have these key words, and then all we have to do is hear it, and then you're out there policing ourselves. Oh, that's ridiculous. There is no such thing. Blah blah. Like these people wholeheartedly will dictate that that's not true. They know nothing about the story. They weren't there, but they know everything about how it's not true. It's an amazing, our brain, I don't even like the word brainwashing. I think it's like we've just been slowly influenced over time conditioned is a good word, to be a certain way and just to reject. So all of a sudden, if I had all of the names, the real name for what lives under the ocean, the real name of these guys, there's probably 1 million of them out in the forest, the real names of what a gnome is, because I've filmed the gnome, they look like little troll, they're like little guys. And what Julie Turtle tells me is that they come into her house. I mean, literally, like she can speak to them through her mind. And she's
wow.
she said they're just like the stories, that they don't hurt or do anything bad. They're just mischievous. They love to get in trouble. Like, you know, they said they'll even like tie a rope, you know, like they want to trip you, you know, like do little things like, and like laugh and then run away. Like they're just just like our myths and legends. I think most of this stuff has some truth to it. It's where we got it to begin with. No one just sat there and made up all these stories. It all comes from some truth. And why are we so attracted to this? Even people that don't believe are attracted to these movies, to these things, because there's real truth to it. We subliminally are watch these movies because it's actually real. I'm not saying Iron Man's real. I'm saying, you know what I mean? But like, maybe he is in some roundabout way, or, you know, or everything but I think it's anything new, maybe not, but all of these legends, these myths, these people casting spells, this, you know, and anything from that you've heard that they were talking about 500 years ago, I've noticed there's truth to it. And I think these guys know what I mean. Sorry.
Well, I know that when those trolls had grabbed us and I looked up, I seen the Mother of God's face, like this round,
like Mary.
I don't know. Yes,
Mother Mary.
I seen her.
Sorry.
Yes, right there and then, and right there and then we got away, and then that's when that puppy we were running, and we got scared, so we took off to her house.
And how old are you now? How old are you now?
I'm 51.
No. I meant like in the story.
I was probably about 17 years old when this happened.
Yeah, just so we.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is 15 years after, and then, you know, now meanwhile, see, to me, you know, during that other 15 years in between, you know, you're out in the back, you're in the same spots. You know, there is other things like they're watching you, that they're involved with you more than you could ever imagine. It's a miracle when we even get a chance to detect that we were involved with them. That's why so many people have stories that they don't even know they have, because the memory was taken from them, or they just didn't know. Like, I know this for a fact because of repetition in video, where I get home and I'm like, I did not do this clip. It's never happened. I never said this, and I was not. I know I could see the forest, you know, and then like most of the time when I see it, it comes right back to me. But now there's been 2 times that are, thank God, people were with me, and they have the same thing. Dan, for one. We never remembered, like, one incident in the beginning when people were like, "Oh, they were hoaxing," and it's like, hoaxing. We don't even remember what happened, you know. And then the video was proven real, like by like 10 different breakdown guys. They were saying Dan threw a rock. I don't know if you guys ever saw that. I haven't seen it since, but that we're right there.
Yeah.
We think we were with them, like we got to see them, and then someone just wiped us out. We don't remember anything. If I see that clip now, or if he sees it, we still don't remember it. So very few times they can just erase. They erase, but if you have any kind of a piece of that day, or especially the video to see it, it can bring your memory right back. But sometimes it doesn't. I think it depends on who does it, so they can. So this is something that people, if you think seeing Jesus is hard to believe, well, how about being somewhere, interacting with other beings, and then they just wipe your memory away? Not anything else. Sometimes you feel like a little dumb, like you're like, I don't know what's going on. Like, I'm just going to go home and watch TV. Zapped. Yeah. So. Yeah.
So at that time, I was living in Abilene, and then when I was 17, I was turning 18. My dad lived in Thai. He lived in Thai, close to the Air Force Base over there in Abilene, Texas. And my dad was having a party for me. I was turning 18, so my dad wanted to have a keg party for me. And all my friends were over there, and I was late. And I'd asked my cousin if I could use her Camaro to go to my dad's, and I was picking up a friend, my friend Lisa, and we were going to go. And I started driving to Thai, and I hit a corner, and it's right on the side of base, and there was this fence, there was these poles and everything like that. I lose control of the car, and the car, I drove off the road straight into that fence, and some blue being, to me, I call it an angel, but it was a blue being, like a human shape.
It's them.
And it stopped the car. It
like,
literally
was it
stopped
aqua blue?
the car.
Like a blue? Yeah,
it was aqua,
we get them all the time.
like really aqua blue. And this person just, well, I can't say a person. I don't know if it's a person, but it stopped the car, and me and my friend saw it. And my friend was having these incidents with me. My friend Lisa, she had the dog incident with me and the trolls, and then it was with this blue being. And
I can't believe they were
don't tell my dad.
Touching you. They were like tugging at you, like just saying, "Hey, we're here." Right? They didn't hurt you. You're still here.
No, they didn't hurt me, but they stopped me from hitting that fence, because I should be dead right now. But they stopped it. But
Denise,
that wasn't the only time
Denise,
I stopped.
I'm using it as an example. She's just talked. Like, she gets timestamps. She's probably seen the aqua, the blue. Alex has probably seen it. I know Diesel has seen it, where you'll see all of them there, and then it's always just one of them. There's never two blue ones. There's always, that I see anyway out of the videos, it's always one. And sometimes they're aqua. I have some that are so crystal clear. And there he is, nose, eyes, mouth, teeth even, but he's blue, at least on the camera,
Mm-hmm.
I have never seen that with my eyes, only in the timestamps. But just to back you up,
right.
That's all, yeah.
Yeah. So, and then I had that incident, and then when I turned, when I was 18, in between, I had met a nice person, and we were engaged. He was in the Air Force and stuff like that.
Obviously not as cool as Nick is, but yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, and then everybody was having like a party, a keg party at the lake at Fort Phantom. I still lived in Abilene. And my friend wanted to come. He had a little car, like a two-seater, and had a big speaker in the back. He had a little Chevy car. And I decided to ride with his friend Tom, and we went to Ossup's. Well, first we went to the place first. What was weird is that we went there to check it out, and back then it was like a big thing for Spanish people, because I'm Hispanic, for Spanish people to be with a white man. And I wanted to show up all my friends because I didn't care. So we were holding hands, we were walking through the crowds, and people just talk back then. And but before we got there, before he had parked that car and we got there, the side of I saw this fire being in the middle of the field and set the whole thing on fire, and the fire started going to his car in the back of the left side of the tire, and his tire started getting on fire. And I said, Matt, you need to move your car. And I didn't know what this meant. So it was hot, so we wanted to go back to my aunt's house. He was going to go to base because he was an airman. and he was going to go change his clothes, and we got dropped off at my aunt's to change into some shorts, and then he would pick us up. He brought his friend over, so I rode with his friend, Tom, and Lisa wanted to ride with Matt because he had the Jeep box in the back, the boom box. And we decided to go to Osso's, buy some drinks and stuff like that. And while we were following them, I just kept staring at this tire, and nothing but this tire. Just like I was just like focusing.
What do you mean
focusing
tire?
On,
like, what do you mean?
He was driving in front of us. We were going back to Fort Phantom.
You're looking at a tire that's driving in front of you.
It was Matt's tire.
Okay.
The one that got burned, because I was trying to figure out why did it get burned. And I'm focusing on this over and over and over. And he sees all these people coming back. They're leaving that place, the party thing at Fort Phantom. So he decides to make a U-turn. When he makes that U-turn, he gets hit by a car and he rolls like 10 times. And Tom parks on the side of the car. I'm crying. I'm panicking. He goes and sees he's locked up with a seatbelt. The car had flipped so many times. He came and called 911. A lot of people were stopping on the side of the road. He got hit by a drunk driver, is what happened. He was trying to make a U-turn on the road. He got hit. So I remember this lady out of nowhere to my side, and she says, "Why don't you? Is he not your boyfriend?" She just said this. She said, "Is he not your boyfriend? Why don't you go check up on him?" And I didn't say anything. And when I turned back around, she was gone. And I didn't. I got out finally, and I went to go check. And the memory and everything like that. He was stuck with the seatbelt. His body was kind of turned over and stuff like that, and he was barely alive. And then we followed the ambulance on the way he had died.
Unbelievable.
And yes, and
you think it was you think it was his time? Like someone came and got him from the other side? Like it was his time to go? Like that's the weirdest way to kill somebody, but there's forces. The one thing I believe is we don't know anything, and there's these forces all around us. Like even, you know they say like only the good die young. It's almost like, I'm not saying in this because it doesn't sound like God was involved like with starting fires, but like I almost feel like in some cases, this is off the subject in a sense, like we're like God decides like I need you, and like he just pulls you out of your body and you're done. And it happens to like these amazing people that never smoked, drink, did anything wrong, have beautiful children. And, to us, we think, oh, God would never do that. But he doesn't, we don't understand the full picture. Like, you don't know what's really important. And, cause of love. And I know you have a bunch of kids, right? Don't you have like 5 kids? Yeah.
No, I have 8.
Oh, you have 8. 8 is enough.
I have 4 sons and 4 daughters.
8 is enough. That's so funny. You have your own TV show. Oh my God bless you. 88 kids, and you're still like have some sanity. It's like,
yeah, I do.
I mean, all get along together. Like they're all buddies, or is there anyone that doesn't like another one?
There's some that like each other, some of them that don't.
Yeah. Like, Mom,
but I always make them, if they're fighting, I'm like, hug each other, give each other a kiss, and they're like, so, give each other a hug,
let me ask you, let me be an interviewer for a second, even though I'm not. So just out of curiosity, basically, did you, and I want to get to Jesus here too, did you, have you been back to that? I mean, like just as a 50-year-old gone back to that. I don't know if you have access, but like to where you believe that when you were 2 that happened. Because remember, 48 years in our life is an eternity. In reality, like the real reality, I don't believe it's a lot of time. Like I think time and age is different for some of them. I don't know that factually, but I believe it. I believe that. I just
Right.
believe that it could be. That's all. Let's put it that way. I believe that.
I just wish I could remember, because I've thought about it, like,
It
what
becomes
happened?
a blur.
What happened to me?
All those memories become like you only remember certain things from it. Believe me, I have so many of them now. From I have stories like, I mean, I could tell you guys a story. Ooh, maybe I should tell you guys that story one day. Of something a little off topic where my only what could have possibly been like negative energy, and I saw him, and it happened, and oh my God, I'm getting goosebumps. Look, I literally have them. Look at my hairs. Just talking about it, like it's real. That happened when I was 16. I could tell you a story about that. And we've been detached, and I think the reason that a lot of us are here is just simple, basic human curiosity. So we're not trying to change the world. We're not trying to get rich. Oh my God, if I figure this out, I'll be famous. And like, I'm not going to be famous. No one's going to even know who I am. And people still don't know who I am. It's like, so you guys know, and that's all I want to know. So it's never been about like being known. This all happened for me by, like, I was defending Eric. He might've left by now, but, Outdoors with Eric, who gets attacked. like you suck. You're just trying to be famous. You're trying to do this. It's like Eric just filming his backyard, and then people started watching. Like none of us really thought we would have people that would care, so a lot of this happens by accident. It has nothing to do with wanting to be known or or being, maybe some people have that. I can't even fathom that, because it's just, I'm been involved with this amazing situation. I was talking to, and back to your blue guy. I mean, Jason Smith will tell you right there. He's right there in chat. Him and I he just sent me a picture. Was it yesterday, Jason, or the day before, of one of the blue guys? I was like, oh my God, I see them all the time. Like, we were just talking about the blue ones. Well, I've been talking about it for 4 years behind the scenes, but because with the timestamp guys, there's and sometimes they're like aqua blue. Like they're so blue. It's crazy. Like, I don't know why.
They're shaped like a person.
They're
shaped.
It's like a being. It's a being. Yeah.
And they're tall. I mean, I'm only 5'1". I'm short, but I mean, they're tall. Like, I don't know, 5'7", maybe like Nick, 6'1". They're tall, and I seen it, and it was like blue, like this blue light, like all over its body.
Yeah, you have some kind of like detachment, like you're for some reason they don't mind, like if they're around you. It's like, to me, it's almost, I make this up completely, but it's almost like there's notes on you, like, no, she's okay, don't worry, you can tug at her leg and she won't call the police, like things like that. Like some of us, they just seem to know, even though you could have just sat there. See, that's where I'm good. So next time something's tugging at my leg in the dark, I'm going to be like, hey, buddy, thanks for doing, what I mean? Instead of going, oh my God. Now I'll feel that inside of me. Oh my God. Like, I'm going to want to jump up, because I'm the kind of guy, even at 50 years old, not anymore really, but if I thought about it a lot, like where you might want to just jump up in the bed really quick, just in case something, how you're a kid, like you're like, oh my God. Like you take that last leap up onto your bed. I've said this before, and you're like, you pull the covers over you, like you have that scared. I think some of that stuff is not us just being. I think it's because you're sensing, it's nighttime, and they're out there. They're probably watching us through the window, especially the kids. They seem to play a huge role. I don't know if you were sad when you were 2, like if you had moments where you were sad, but it could have been like, I don't know if you were out there, like maybe your parents were fighting, maybe they got divorced, maybe, because I see pain, and no matter what the age. Even at my age now.
It's like, I forgot that, like, I knew that I saw 2 people arguing, and those 2 people were my parents. But I grew up with, like I said, it was like until I was 16 when I found out that I really had a mother. I had my mother.
Right, that's a difficult.
So like my
thing.
Dad was like my brother. It was like that. We were raised as brothers and sisters, and my dad was my real dad was like a brother to me, like a brother. Right. But I didn't know then until I was 16 when I found out I had my mother. And then my mother contacted, the city that she wanted to see us and this and that. And then I ended up living with her for a year in Brownwood, Texas. and it didn't really work out so well. I didn't have her, I guess, her ways. I had my grandmother's ways, and I came back. I went back to Abilene. Half of my family lives in Abilene, and then there's Hamlin, where we all grew up, and that's where it all started. But I could go on with my life where I started, because everything just started picking up. Like, the more I grew up, the more it kept picking up. And
what are we smoking?
I've been married.
He wants to know what we're smoking. She wants to know, Sharon. I sent Amy some really good weed before we started. I was like, let's smoke this together on the phone. And so her and Nick, so we're all baked out of our minds. This is how we come up with the stories. Just so you know, go ahead. Yeah.
So
it's all real, Sharon. I promise you.
And then after this, that happened with me, with Matt and everything like that, then I just started trying to go back and more going back to God again. So I started reading more, trying to be more good. And my aunt kept saying, if you know more about God, you're going to go crazy.
Crazy experiences like that, even though ungodly, or even doesn't mean it's good or bad, just will drive you to. It's done it to me to rethink things like that. What maybe someone is watching. You know what I mean? After all, like, even when you're not, you think no one's looking. It's very possible that we are judged at the end of our lives. No matter who's right or wrong in religion, no matter whether it was aliens that created us or Jesus himself, or God, someone may actually be watching, or you may be creating a log. It's kind of like when you die, like all of a sudden there's a big screen TV and it's just Jesus and a lazy boy. Like, I don't know, man. What about in 1982? You were kind of weird that night. So things, it could be, this is hypothetical, but there could be, we don't feel that way. So over time, we slowly start to do bad things where, like people that kill people, like that guy doesn't think he's going to hell. He doesn't believe, he's convinced that there's no God and he's not going to be judged. And, because you don't kill someone if you believe in God, because unless it's self-defense, because we know that's bad. I think we all know this, right? Like, you don't have to be religious to know that you can't kill someone else, like, just because you feel like it. There's something to all of this, and I just think that the further our human lives go on, the more detached we get from reality, which is not ours. Reality and logic, common sense and logic, are what keep us from the truth and reality. People like, I'm not saying Sharon, I don't know if she's kidding or not, but there's a lot of people that will reject everything immediately because they're just idiots. There's nothing else you can say. Now, when I call that person an idiot, I'm not saying that she isn't this great person, or she might be the best mom and grandma and the most outstanding citizen in her community, but she might be 10 times as cool as me, but she's still an idiot, or he, because she refuses to think out of her simple knowledge she learned in nursery school and on Netflix, because that's the only knowledge that she retains. So when you sit there as one of these humans and go, oh, that's not true, I don't believe that, these people are crazy, what are they smoking? They must be smoking crack. No, it's you that needs the drugs, because you're so blocked from the actual reality. You believe what your parents taught you. You believe what society dictated to you. It's when people say, "Oh, you're all brainwashed." People are like, "I'm not brainwashed." Yes, it's exactly what it is. It's not done. It's not you in particular. It's been done into our society now for hundreds of years, and it's just an automatic thing. It's like genius to me. I think about it 24 hours a day. Like how and why is this all been done to us? Like, is there some humans that are in touch with, the real truth, and they're the ones that dictate this? If so, is that bad? Like, because the Bible says, God says basically, I'll never tell you anything. So if you're getting any information, it's not from me. And I don't mean like this, like us going into the woods. I'm talking about like if the Illuminati, the New World Order, things like that, they know things that we don't. I believe that they don't know it through good. That's my opinion. Mm-hmm. It's just, that's all it is, because, and even for me, it's an opinion because I don't know. It just, you can only go by, repetition. And, I get, you'd be surprised what I get out of the woods. You can ask any of these, like even William here, he'll tell you, like William's all over the subject, like crazily all over it. And I mean that in a good way. You just start to know. I can't explain it to people. No one taught me anything. You just go, I mean, all the stories, all of that, it plays a big role, of course, because you add it in. But just standing there. That's all I do. I go out there. I don't just stand there. I mean, I'll do these giant expeditions, and they'll sometimes. I had one day where they just were with me the whole time. Like I knew, they told me, like, we will keep doing it, but just don't turn around, basically. And I would sometimes, because I couldn't help it. Like I had to go, like, just like for a second. They have this rule about you seeing them. I've told amazing stories about fairies. I told you about Hair by Landis, this guy that does hair in Hollywood. He had an amazing story where a fairy appeared right next to him with a Bigfoot right behind her. It's not a Bigfoot. That's where we lose people. We have to say Bigfoot just so people understand. This is not their name. That's not my name. Isn't that a song? That's not my name. I like that song. That's not my name. I heard that the other day. So sorry. So yeah, I mean, that's an amazing story. No, so answer my question. Have you been back and just stood into the closest of your memory in where you think you were lost when you were 2? Is that still family property, or is that someone else's now?
Oh no, that's still family property.
So could you just like when it's convenient, I mean, whenever, like if you just happen, you should just go out there and pretend like, like now, not even pretend, but like, really say like, you guys, now I get it, thank you, like, for helping me, just in case that really happened. Like where they did keep you, like, who knows what happened during those 2 days. It's not easy for a 2-year-old. I mean, I can't even imagine. Did you realize that would be like, that's footage someone would pay for, like if we had it's hypothetical, of course it couldn't really happen, but could you imagine having video of a 2-year-old lost in a field for 2 days? Like that would be one of the most amazing videos ever taken. Now would it have happened if there's a camera there? No, that's the trick, is that if there's a camera there, then you're safe.
Yeah, they said that there was a lot of cows, and I was sitting on top of a stump, and they said I looked like a doll.
Well, you should have told me that. The funny thing is that you were sitting on top of a stump, because that's an
I was
amazing
sitting on top of a stump.
Yeah, because that's an amazing thing. They love that. There's a stump in every single one of their Bigfoot worlds.
Because my aunt, she's like, you just look like a Mona, that means a doll. You look like a doll. And I was like, oh, okay.
Were you upset? Did they say you were upset?
I don't know. Oh. I don't know. They said I wasn't crying or anything like that. That I was just fine.
Let me explain this to people and you. So, one thing I've realized now, people like William and Denise and Ryan, which is our Uncloaking World, and just go up the list. I'd have to ask them, personally, but I've noticed something in this as I've gone. One of my best days ever was the day that it wasn't that it was the best day. It was one of the most special days to me. It was I don't know if you guys remember the videos when the 2 trees got pushed down. Not 1, 2, right in front of me. Because I was crying. I in a sense, like I was wholeheartedly sad and really having a difficult time in my life. This is while I was doing this, and it was just that day. It was like we've all had like overwhelming days, and and then you wake up, you're like, I don't know why I was so emotional yesterday, but that was one of my days. And I know that's when they kicked in. They did not want me to feel that pain that I was. I'm not talking some deep shit, like pain from like your, from missing your children, having your ex-wife not let you see them, things like that. It was, I don't know what was going on, like I just remember you can't fake that pain. You can't go out there and cry and they're going to show up. They know you're full of it. You have to, it's literally like weaved into the energy, your hurt and pain. So I can't, what I'm trying to say is,
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, so I can't help to
felt
think
that before.
that they knew that they had that they knew that there was something there. They knew that there was something up with your parents. For this little 2-year-old is probably sad for whatever. You might not even have known it at 2, but there's something going on. Maybe you heard them fighting, or who knows. But it's very possible to me And well, first of all, you obviously needed their help. I don't, maybe you were 2 years old. You don't know what to do. Like you could just walk 200 yards away and be lost, technically. Mm-hmm. So I just feel like it's possible that was it, that they've seen, there's been pain in your life, and it didn't end it too. You had, I'm not trying to be Dr. Phil here. I just know this is part of, I noticed this with me. That you've had pain. There's been heartache and pain over family, like maybe not your children, but like, just the whole thing that you didn't know who your mom. I mean, that alone, honestly, someone can struggle with their whole lives. The loss, not having a mom or not knowing who she is, and to me, that's enough right there. Like I'm sure you've had moments alone, growing up, in your bedroom with the door closed, where you just lost your mind. Like, oh my God, like, Mom, where are you? Like I would have. Even sometimes watching the right movie can trigger those emotions. Like you're watching a movie of a mom and a daughter, and you're like, how come I never had that? I mean, this is real pain that I couldn't even imagine that, because it's the only thing I've been really lucky with in my life is I have great parents. Yeah.
Yeah.
So. Whew.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I learned a lot, but I've been through a very hard road. So, after that had happened, I'd got married when I was young, probably about 19, and I lived in North Carolina, and I had 4 children with my ex-husband.
Right.
And I lived in North Carolina.
We don't like that guy. We don't like that guy.
Yeah, we don't like that guy.
We like
and Gastonia, that's where I lived. And then that's when I started seeing the UFO ships that looked like from Star Wars. Those ships were coming out. There was a train track, there was a cemetery, and I would see them leave the cemetery, and it was huge. And I was like, oh God, please don't come and take me. And I started using, I had to use baby monitors because my boys were small, and I always had one in the room, and to hear them if they were to cry. And I would pick up signals. I would pick up radio signals, or talking, just beeping, talking, and I knew it was them. So I was there probably in North Carolina for 11 years, and I got divorced. Then I moved back to Texas, back to my aunt's house in Abilene.
By the
I had my 4 children.
By the way, North Carolina is it's one of the most outstanding places of evidence that I've ever seen, like in the States.
Yeah, I lived North and South Carolina, right on the border. So I lived in Gastonia. That's where I lived for 11 years.
I've done videos in South Carolina.
Yeah, I lived right there. Yeah, in Gastonia. Not very far from Charlotte.
And hold on one sec. Sharon, this is very important. I'm the only one here that's not high, okay? Go ahead.
And then after that, I moved back to Abilene, and I was single for maybe I think. Let's see. It was 5 years. I lived in Abilene. So in 2000, I moved there, and then I met Nick. And Nick had his own experiences, and then I had mine. I didn't find out till later on we were married and stuff like that. Then we had our 4 children. We were married, and we lived in we lived in Fernley, Nevada, and I started having experiences there. But we did live in Germany. We got married.
Wow.
And then we lived in Germany. I had my son there. I had no UFO activities at all because we lived in the dorms. We lived on base. We lived in Spain-Gollum and Bitburg in Germany. And then we moved to Fernley, Nevada, where his family lives. And that's when everything started happening. A lot. So we had our own big house. We lived in a big house. And, oh, my gosh. It was an everyday thing. I was fighting these things. I lived with these aliens every single day for a year. I've seen the tall whites, the grays, these little spider.
Tall whites are the real deal. Like, I'm here to tell you firsthand. I know, not firsthand, but secondhand. I know information that most humans don't know about them because that year was 2000 and
I guess it was 2000, because we lived there a year, 2000 maybe 7, and 2008 we left there. But I mean, there was so much activity there at the house. We lived in a big house, I think, and I had to keep all the kids in one room. I had to protect them. These things would come in and take samples of carve the soap, take shampoos. They were just taking all this stuff, and then just seeing them, fighting them. I would see them in the garage. One day, I'll tell you a story here. One day, the laundry room goes out to the garage, and it's like a big garage. And I was doing the clothes, and I was going to go out in the garage and just go smoke, because I smoke cigarettes. And I decided to open the door, and I opened the door, and I see this 4 feet tall gray with a suit. He has I call it a scuba diving suit. It's the same ones that I've chased out before in Nevada. And he was on a skateboard. He had his foot on the skateboard, and he was testing the skateboard. And as soon as I opened the door, I seen him do that, just back and forth, like twice. He disappeared right in front of my eyes. And then I started noticing that they were walking upside down inside the house, and I started taking pictures of prints. I was trying to figure out what I can do to prove that these things existed. So I started putting strings of Coke cans on the walls. I would tape that. I would grab a big trash can, put a basketball on the top where they come through the doorway, because they would knock down the balls, because they would come in, they would go in there invisible. They would carry this belt. And when they would go to our bedroom, I used to have a fan sitting on top of the dresser, and they would walk past it, and somehow the fan, the motor of it, they would cross, and you could see their face and half of their neck and half of their suit. And I started thinking, well, Nick likes to fix washers and dryers. I'm going to start keeping the metal, and I'm going to start putting them on the walls. Wrapped a whole bunch of newspapers so I could hear them. I taped the windows. I stapled them because I was trying to keep my kids safe. And I put rosaries on the door handles. I did all this crazy stuff trying to figure out how to prove it. And it was hard. It was so hard. And then
it's because they're all over us that you can't. We don't get anything on camera that they don't unless they don't care. Like even a UFO hovering over a city, he knows there's going to be cell phone footage, but that no one does anything. Like the news won't put it on. Occasionally, especially in other countries, they'll do a news that one. Remember a few years ago, above an airport, it was some major activity caught on camera by that's when that's the only time they really do it, is when hundreds of people get the same footage. They never want to take the word of one person. It has to be some crazy thing going on, and then they'll air it. No one believes it because they've been taught to deny everything, and then except people that know about the subject believe it, and then it goes right back to they go right back to their lives, and again believing nothing, walking around blind, but yet self-justifying and feeling like they know everything and they're cool when they absolutely know nothing. I'm speaking about me too. 4 years ago, I was the same thing. People, I think, take it insultingly when I don't mean anything insulting about that. It could be, like I explained before, you could be the coolest person in the whole wide world. Everyone loves me. Well, that's great, but you still don't know what you're talking about. You know what I mean? We're not. This isn't a personality contest here. Go ahead.
So I started noticing every time I would go pick up the kids from school, I'd go walking because it wasn't that far. We walk around the tracks, we come back. Well, there would be a UFO over. So I started watching them. Are you still there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I would watch them from the windows, and we had stop signs, and I'd watch them really early in the morning. It was still kind of dark. These UFOs would drive and test the roads. They would drive the same lengths of our cars on the roads, and then they would go up. And then we would go to the mountains. My son would like to go collect lizards.
This is in Texas.
So we went out there.
Again? Are we back in Texas?
No, this is in Nevada. Nevada.
Oh, that's even more blatant.
Yeah. Yeah, we live close to Area 51. So we would go out there to the mountains and stuff like that. We collect and everything like that. We were out there for a good while. My son was collecting new lizards and stuff like that. And you could see the wild horses on top of the mountains. And my daughter used to always do the horse sound. I was like, stop doing that. They're going to come down the mountain. They're going to think you're a baby horse. So, you could hear them running down. And I decided to leave a Pepsi out there for the UFOs. And right when we were coming, we were coming, we were coming back. So we were coming back to the van. We had a van. And one of my sons was in there, just laying in there because he got tired of walking around and stuff like that. He was in there, and the next thing we were going, and these choppers, first it was a big egg. It looked like an egg. No light, no nothing. Goes by, you see the van kind of shake, kind of a little bit, and you see this egg just go by. That's the only thing I can describe. It looked like an egg with no light, like just an egg. And the next thing I know, there's two choppers, and they're over us, and they have these machine guns, and they're pointing at us, and they're looking at us, and I'm just like, oh my God, we need to get out of here. So we all load up, we get all back to the house, and to us that was crazy because we had just seen that.
Well, hold on a sec, Amy, because let me just back up your story by saying just recently, it's on. I don't know what the name of the video is. I filmed 3 or 4, I can't remember, F-16 or F-22s, state-of-the-art, like brand new fighter jets engaged with UFOs, chasing them all above my head. It's on video. You can see the way, and of course people are getting like glimpses of the UFO, but they move so fast. They don't always.
You can feel the vibration.
Yeah, but
you can literally feel the vibration when they're going that close.
These jet fighters, just by even on the video, you can tell. Just knows they're doing, like they're scrambling in no-fly zones. These are all no-fly. You can, unless you're the military, you are not allowed to fly there. And they are going crazy right above our farms. One came, like literally just under like the speed of light, practically right through our farm at 100 feet off the ground. Like the barns, everything inside, all the animals freaked out. They went right through everything, right through all the other farms, chasing it. And that's when I got the footage of the UFO. Like they lose them constantly. So as they're, and then all of a sudden they'll pick him up again. They turn, they go to where they picked him up, and then he's already 4 miles that way, and then he goes that way, and they're just driving around circles, like trying to lock these guys. Now, the only other explanation for that would be, that those were our guys in there. Like that was because I know we have that. I've watched them come out of the bases. Like they're triangle. The ones that we have look like triangles. They come out. They look like a stealth almost, but they're not. They're you ever see those triangular UFOs? I don't even think those are alien. I think those are ours, personally. I had a UFO stop on top of my head with Jen 5 years ago, mm-hmm. Right, not up in the sky above your head, right 100 feet above my head. And looking back, to me, the only explanation, it was very human-like activity. Like I feel like it might have been the military in that craft, Jen's like, they said hello to you. I'm like, no, they said hello to us. She's like, no, it was you. I was like, how can you say that when you're sitting next to me? It was us. She's like, no. Even recently, we just said that because I always ask her. I'm like, that happened, right? I've asked her. I have asked Jen, I don't even know, 50 or 70 times since 5 years ago. Every time we talk, I'm like, that really happened, right? She's like, yes. Because I know it did, but I like if she wasn't there. So think about some of these stories that you have. If you'd feel so much better if like someone could like I was right there. So thank God, because I don't have that all the time, even if I can't. So if I don't have it on the camera and I do tell the story, in the back of my head, I'm like, how many people are going to actually believe that story? And I think it's the reason. Like your story, things I have, these guys have tons of. It's not like me and you were the only ones. These guys all have their own story.
Oh no!
And it's like,
yeah,
how many people are going to believe you? Because now you're putting Bigfoot, you're putting all the keywords in. It's saying Bigfoot is no different than the sale on TV.
I feel like it's all connected. Yeah. That's how I feel. But I mean. Yeah. In Nevada, I started listening to Coast and listening to Bob Lazar, what was happening with him. I didn't know who to tell. My aunt kept telling me, call Coast to Coast. I was like, no, I don't want to, not yet. And then I just started putting these things together. But I'm going to tell you this. I went one day in the garage, and I felt like something was watching me. Just that feeling of something watching you.
Had that my
so
whole
I kind of
life.
played it cool. I walked around. and there was a broom in the corner. And I always collect cans, Coke cans, and I keep bags of them. But this bag that I had was halfway full, and I didn't put a knot on it or anything. So I grabbed my broom, and I hit right above that Coke, where the Coke bag was, and something invisible fell down on those Coke cans. It made a whoosh, and out the garage door it went. So it made like a wind sound, and out the door it went. And I knew that I could physically hit this invisible thing. So I felt like maybe it wasn't invisible, but in my eyes, I can't see it, but I felt it watching me.
Right.
And I hit it. And so I was able to hit it. I hit it with a broom.
Here's another problem I'm starting to realize. Stop right there, because I'll forget. The invisible.
Okay.
You know how we think, like I have to tell people, Bigfoot's real, but the reason that you don't know it is because they're invisible. Try telling people that. It's like, okay. Are they really, though? Or is it just... So are we exaggerating with this term? We only use the terms that we think. I think that we are dumb. And I don't mean dumb like you would call someone, hey, you're stupid. I mean like the actual term, like we're just... I don't know what word to use, but we're blind. Like we just think we know
like
everything.
They're covered.
Yeah.
That's the only thing. Like they're covered with a veil, and we just can't see it with our eyes unless it's moved. But I sensed that thing, and I knew that it was there, and it was watching me, and I hit it, and he physically fell on top of my Coke cans. My Coke cans went all over the ground. This thing made a sound and went out the garage door, and I was like, I actually could hit this thing. And I was surprised, but I mean, I never tried to hit it again.
There's a live video. There's a live video I did, right? It's still up. I usually take them down, but because I was sitting on one of the sickest structures, and I was with Callie, and you can go watch that video right now if you want. So, I have never seen it since, but I never forget what happened because I'm live. We're sitting there, and this was 2 summers ago, I think. So if you want to go look for that, it was 2 years ago, and just in case anyone cares. And I'm sitting there live. It was live, so you can see my expression. I'm sure. I don't know how I look or if it was convincing or what happened. I just remember it happening live. And I'm looking right over. I don't even have a memory of how exactly I was, but I was sitting there with Callie. I think he was talking, and then all of a sudden, like right out of the corner of my eye behind Callie, because I had seen this before, but I was like, nah, it can't be. Like I see something go, like it goes so fast. But I saw him this time. Like they were like going around. Like I don't know why he would have to move that fast right then, because we're on their spot. And I got to see one of them move, and that's one of the days I really started to believe that time, and speed, and all our physical laws don't apply to them. Like they have. The way I look at it is, look, we're about 100 years into technology, give or take a couple of years. We've had TV for you guys. You probably didn't even have a TV, out in the farm in Texas when you were 4. You might have, but
yeah, we had a black and white TV.
So I mean, we just
it
started.
was one of those boxes.
So what if you had been on this earth for 1 million years, and think about where we'd be now? We're in 100 years of tech. So
yeah,
we
had the antenna on top of the house where you would have to go up on top of the house and turn the antenna just to get a station.
They told me everything energy. That's all I know.
Yes, everything energy.
And when you can tap into that energy in probably very simple ways. Like, so what they do is not complicated. It's just complicated because we're trying to process it. We make it complicated. Everything they do is very explainable and so easy to understand. It's just that we reject everything. You could be, some of these people could be hit in the face like a baseball bat with a UFO, and they still won't believe. They're just unfortunately the sheep of the world. This is the reason we have the name. None of them would ever acknowledge that they are, but this is why we are controlled by even our own people. So I mean, why the government just does whatever they can with these masks on, with and I agree that we should be very careful with the coronavirus, and I'm not saying that's a joke, but I think we
Yeah.
should be, I mean, most of the way they have these kids. Have you seen the pictures of the kids?
Yesterday I went out and I saw all these kids playing outside, and all the kids had masks on, and I was like, "Oh my
I
gosh!"
don't believe that you need to do that.
I was just like, "Oh my gosh!" Okay,
I'm not going to go too far
that's
into
not
that
from my day.
because there is some people that are just, are very. I know Jason Smith. He's very into like all over that. But I think it should be taken seriously just in case, right? Like we can't be like, oh, it's a conspiracy theory. Let's just not wear masks. Like for me, it's easy because I only have to wear it if I go in the store. I don't have to go to an office where there's other people, thank God, and have to wear that mask. In fact, I was telling the guy even at Wendy's, those guys all know me. A couple of them watch my videos, and they're like, "Hey, Mark," I always get the same thing. I pull up to the thing, they don't even ask me. He's like, "Just pull around," and I was like, "Gosh, I can't wait." And I was being very sincere. I said, "Like, I can't." I'm talking to the people that work in Wendy's, but but they have to sit there for 8 and 10 hour shifts with that mask on all day long, and that I'm telling you, it does get to you. You can't understand what they're saying. It's really uncomfortable. I don't think you're getting the proper amount of oxygen. We just take it off and touch everything anyway. So what I'm saying is not to not take Corona seriously, but what I question is how well are these masks working? Like a little bit. I haven't been sick. You know why I don't mind the mask? Here, you guys, here's a way. If you're freaking out about the mask and it's a control thing and all that, look at it this way. I haven't had the flu, a head cold, a sniffle. Besides my allergies will occasionally kick in, like in 3 years. So I wasn't even sick before any of that. So I look at it like that. Like forget about the coronavirus. Like people are covering up their mouths. It reduces all of that. So I think it's a good idea to do. I mean, I think it'd be done by now. But if we all wore masks for 2 months, just to reduce all of these other diseases that we have, I think that helps too. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's chocolate. I'm eating chocolate donuts. That's all I care about right now. So, go ahead, Amy. I didn't mean to cut you off. You're saying things that are triggering, like where I have to talk, because it makes me think of something that happened to me. You still there? I think we lost Amy. Oh, there she is. Amy, can you hear me? Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
So, and then after that,
No, it felt like the munchies, but I promise you, if I smoked marijuana, there would be no live video. I promise you. Okay. So if I'm on a live video, there's never any marijuana use. Okay, I promise.
Then after that,
munchies, yes.
my husband,
Sorry.
Nick was working at the time, and I was trying to tell him that these things were happening. So I started seeing like 7 ships fly by every single night.
Unbelievable.
And then I decided to buy a dog. So I bought one of those lab dogs. A golden retriever.
Yeah.
So I bought one of those. It was already halfway grown. And he would always bark on top of the roof. And I knew that they started landing. And then I would leave my radio really low in the kitchen. And they would always, I could hear them come. They would always change the radio station to 96.7. So I marked it on my 80 radio. I still have it marked. And I feel like they use that for either talking. It's a station that they had put it on. And it's on FM, so it's 96.7. And then one night, it was about 11:46. I would never forget this. A couple days before that, Nick had bought me a telescope, and I was like so excited because I wanted to try it out and everything like that. So we have our side kitchen is a glass door, and it's got these long mini blinds, and I always kept them open. And I decided to watch the star, and it was cold outside, and there was this one big bright star, and these 3, it looked like a triangle on the side of the star. And I started watching that big star, and I started watching it through the telescope.
Amy, keep talking. I can hear you. Keep talking. I just have to walk away for 1 second.
Okay. So I seen that big star flashing. It was like flashing like blue, red. And then I was like, why is it flashing? That's just a weird star. Next thing I know is a big triangle ship, like the size of a football field, big, was coming over on top of our house, went to the next door house. and was on top of that house. Like a person could literally get on the roof and touch that alien ship. It was a triangle. It had 3 lights in the bottom. I was like, I ran to go get my camera, and I came back, and it was still there, on just hovering over that house. And I was like, oh my gosh. And I was like, I want to take a picture of this. So it started like moving really slow to the next house. So it was right across from me. And I was sitting in the dark, and I was like, okay, I want to take a picture. And right when I was fixing to take a picture, an invisible something, or a visible alien is what I want to say, walked up to me, and then I had the feeling, if something says, if you take that picture, we're going to take you. So I didn't take the picture. I put my camera down. I was against the wall.
Because they get in trouble. That's why.
And I knew that thing was in front of me, so I kind of my whole back, I just slid it against the wall all the way until I got out of the kitchen. I went to the room, and I was just shocked. And I was just like, I couldn't take the picture. It's just something told me, don't take the picture.
It's happened to me, Amy, hundreds of times where I was standing. They were right, not hundreds, but hundreds of times they had that. But where I actually, handfuls of times where I literally, it wasn't even a decision. Like the decision had been made for me way before that. You couldn't have paid me $1 million to pull my camera out at that point. Like when they have that grasp on you, you really believe. First of all, you'll never know that they're doing it. You think it's your decisions that you're making. It's how it works. This isn't the movies. You really believe the way they make you feel, because it's our feelings. See, I look at us differently than most people. I think that we are like a vessel. So we all think that we're up here for some reason. Everyone's up here, but that's just a motor. Your brain is just a part of your car. That's all it is. Like your soul is probably like in some little box somewhere. And that's kind of like, I'm just making this up, but it's kind of the way I see it. Like where, I don't know, but go ahead.
But see, like at that time for me, I started feeling like they were being nuisance. They were like, and it took me a year. It took me a whole year. And then I started one night to sit in the front, and then I started seeing these orbs come in the house, and they would turn into a light, and then they would look black, and they would be in the corners of the house, like watching me, and they knew I was watching. And then I seen...
this happens every day, by the way. I get pictures on a daily basis. Yeah, from people inside their house. They're in the corner just sitting there. Yeah, all the time. Yeah.
And then we had our van parked in the front, and there was a lot of new houses in the front, and I would watch a ship drop like a beam of light, and then inside the beam of light would have like these little blue lights, and these blue lights would go all inside the new houses, and I could see them through my window. I could see them going up the stairs and going down, checking everything out. Then I noticed that the other house where that ship was at had just dropped those orbs. A black car came, 2 guys in suits, and to me, it was the men in black. They looked like people. They had a hat. They had a suitcase. They opened up the trunk. They pulled out the suitcase, and then they went up there where that ship had dropped the orb. And they went into that new house, and then they came back out, and they had the same suitcase, put it back, they got back in the car, and then they left. And I was like, okay, this is strange. So we decided that we were going to go back to Abilene. We were going to go back to my aunt's house. I was trying to get away from this activity. The day that we were moving, there was two guys in a brown van from Area 51. And we were leaving fast. We were like in a hurry. And I didn't even lock the house door. They were just watching us. And they were dressed in like tan brown shirts. And they followed us all the way going to Texas. And it was strange. And I thought maybe I could get away from them. And then at my aunt's house, I started seeing the little baby aliens come into the house. They were still there. And I started seeing the orbs. Started seeing, every time you take pictures, you see like these, it looked like
little
snow.
Baby alien. That's what the girls are saying. Oh, little baby aliens. How cute. That's how.
Yeah. So I started noticing.
They rip your lungs out. No, I'm kidding. I'm teasing.
So there were like little babies, like 2-year-olds. Okay, they had no clothes. They would stand in front of the TV and turn their heads sideways, and they would turn on the TV, and then they would change the channel. This is what I was seeing.
Yeah, I believe
and
it.
I was like,
the reason people don't is because they haven't seen it yet. That's why they don't believe it.
So they literally like were in the house.
Oh, by the way,
everything like that.
I have to, before I forget. Robin wanted me, like 20 minutes ago, wanted me to tell you that she actually spoke for beyond her, said that everyone is loving your stories. So I just wanted to let you know. Go ahead. Number one. I'm like number one at the X. So what I'm doing is you'll hear me just whisper through yours because I'm putting pictures up behind me, and someone said nice X, and I was like, yes, number one X. So sorry. I got issues, man. I got mental issues, but at least we're honest and we're having fun.
So, and then I guess after that, we left, and this was happening at my aunt's house with little baby aliens and stuff like that. Then I started seeing.
Do you have any idea why this has always happened to you? Like, do you feel like there's a connection there with you? Do you think that there's like, why could this happen to you on and off your whole life, but yet, someone in New York City, will think you're crazy and because it's never happened to them. So why is there certain people that we're not all insane? I mean, maybe some of us, but not all of us. And, why?
Well, I feel like it has to go
people?
Back to my family. That's what I feel like. I feel like, my family was chosen. So all of us, and I feel like I've been tagged because when I was in Nevada, I was sleeping one day, and my right foot on my toe, the whole skin was ripped off, and there was a hole in the middle, no blood, no nothing. And I was like, okay, what do they do? And I even tried to show my kids that these things existed. They were young, they were like 15 years old, and my other son was a little bit younger. A lot of them were, and I was trying to show them that they existed. And my older son, he didn't want to be a part of it,
right?
But he started having dreams about them, because you have dreams about them. Sometimes there's terrible dreams, but I always have.
If you have
dream.
A terrible dream, in my opinion, it's your imagination. It's just it's all that is a dream. Usually, there's what it looks like, guys. That's right. That's why I put a background up.
Yeah. I mean, you have a dream about them, but then they tell you, like, after your bad dream, they tell you, like, I'm not here to hurt you, because I've seen them.
You'd be dead already. They wouldn't even talk to you if they were there to hurt you. That's what people don't understand.
I've been taken. I kind of remember a little bit of things that's happened. And then
we should do a Taken series. I should do that, because I have a lot of people, even in this chat, that have been on. It's really hard to process, even for me, that someone has been on UFO ships and they've been probed and things stuck up their ass. I mean, it's a crazy thing.
Yeah.
And so, even for me, so that's why I understand regular people. Like, believe me, I have the same side of me that's like, no, can't be true. Don't believe it. I'm an idiot. Like, that's how, because when I give someone a hard time, like if I say dumb or idiot, or, like, I'm really just talking to myself. Like, I know I am too. And luckily I've been able to do all these things that, like, and literally prove it on the camera. Thank God. Because, I wouldn't be here, first of all, if I couldn't see them. I just couldn't do this. I would have left it at, like, look, these guys are here. They build these amazing things. They put rocks up on stacks. They bend trees here in ways that you can't even imagine. Like, you can get a good feel through the videos, but not really. You got to just stand there and look at some of this stuff. I mean, I forgot what I was saying.
Well, it was like this too. I mean, when I was in Nevada, when I had like
the
experience with the tall whites.
Yeah.
When I was explaining it to my son, and I was telling him about that there was something going into our bathrooms taking samples. I said, if you listen, I'll show you. So I was sitting down, and while I was explaining this to him, I felt like a cold ice cube go in my nose, and I panicked, I ran to the other bathroom, and I was throwing water in my nose and trying to flush it down. I was pushing it down.
Yeah.
Nothing would come out, and I was like, "Oh, great! They just put something in my brain."
Now, how old are you now at this story?
God. Well, it was in 2007. I married Nick in 2000. I think I was maybe 34. I think I was 34. So from 34, I was like in my 40s, I think.
Okay.
So
just trying to keep it the stories.
So I was like in there because I married Nick. I think when I was 34. I think. Right, Nick? I married you when I was 34. And then, because we got married in 2005. And from there, but in 2007, we were in Nevada. And I also noticed that when the tall whites touch you, when they physically touch you, I was trying to ignore the whole thing. They had come through the glass door. It was the tall white and the two small ones. When I say small, like 4 feet, and they have suits. But the tall one, the white one, was naked. He's tall, and the kids were playing.
What they look like. Yeah.
Yeah, the kids were playing like with their toys and everything. They were small, so Kendra and Sophie, they were like 2 and 3. Then I had Nikolai, he was a baby. They're all behind each other, and I didn't have Holly yet. So at that time, they were all playing and everything like that. And I was sitting on the couch and I was reading out loud the Bible because I knew they had come in through the kitchen. They touched my back, and they just went straight down. The whole of my back where they touched me was cold for an hour, and I kept reading and reading.
Hey, let me ask you a
until
question.
They went around.
What makes you
Yes.
think? No, I'm not questioning you like in question. Just what made you think these were the tall whites?
Because I kept catching them with pictures, like peeking every time I would wash dishes. I have a window where my sink's at.
Yeah.
And it faces like towards the house. The fence is kind of a little way out. And every time I'd wash dishes and I look up, they would be like putting their face up close, and I could see their face. And I knew there was a tall white.
One of the things with the tall whites is because they don't. It's strange because apparently they're not too much like around our Earth. Like I'm pretty sure I know their agenda, but I don't know for sure. But it's an amazing thing about what they said. Like, because I have a friend of mine. I'll just say I'm not really supposed to talk about this too much, but I've said it before. So I have a close friend of mine that I grew up with who's a lieutenant colonel, stealth pilot out of area. He literally goes to he commutes to Area 51 for his job on a plane every single day. And I know firsthand what happens at Area 51. And what's funny is Area 51 is nothing. They know that the world's focus is on Area 51. No one discusses Area 52, Area 53, Area 54, Area 55, Area 56, Area 57, Area 58. And all of these places are actual alien bases. And one of them is a tall white base. And we... at least since the 60s, I don't know what happened before that, have been exchanging, we've been giving them help, a place to land, repair, fuel, for exchanges of little bits of technology. Apparently very little. But one of the things that I found interesting about the tall whites, if this is all true, I believe it is, based on a friend of mine that is literally stood there with them. They in that setting, in that type of situation, they don't come very close. In fact, even it's basically a general to general type of thing. And other people, like, so if the guards or whatever are there, they'll pass by, but there's always this distance, and they all have weapons. But the interesting thing, I took from all the story, and there's a guy that tells you all about it. He's written 4 books. And my friend told me, just read those books. Everything that guy says is true. Because he can't tell me too much. He's like, Mark, they can listen to me right now. And I was like, what? This is before I knew it. But I didn't get it. See, even this was 10 years ago. When we were talking, I didn't even know. So since the 80s, they've even all people like him, they're considered possible whistleblowers, and they're chipped. So I thought like they'd have to listen to you with like some kind of satellite like thing or something, and he's like, no. He's like, he kept tapping his arm. He's like, anytime they can. The thing is, I think he felt that it's not. They'll only turn that thing on if they are suspicious of you. They're not monitoring. Maybe random monetization, but not too much. And he's like, he kept telling me, I'm like, what? I don't get it. Now, then like 2 years later, I'm like, oh my God, now I know exactly why he kept hitting his arm. Like, he's telling me, like, they can hear me. They can hear, they could, if they want to, they can hear me. And I was like, come on, man. Because I didn't know. I knew he was classified in the Army. I knew, we would talk to his mom, and she's like, oh yeah, he's classified.
Yeah.
I didn't know though, because you could be, I've said this before, you could be like a classified letter carrier. Like, there's guys, their job is even now, they carry documents. It's the guy with the briefcase with the handcuff. That still happens because they can't, because of the internet. It's all hackable. And that guy that's all he'll do. Another friend of mine's dad, that's what he did. He never did anything, never even carried a gun, never shot anybody, but he was in the CIA, and he just carried a briefcase. That's all he did, like documents, like classified documents. I don't know how important they were or what, but so anyway, so the one thing that interests me about the tall whites is they apparently live till they're about 600 or 700 years old, and they're very family oriented. They love their kids more than apparently we do, and but the one thing, they're jealous of us.
By.
Yeah,
they watch my kids play, and they just walk by and went out the front door.
They used to go to Vegas. They used to dress them up in hats and hats. They used to play with kids. There's tons of stories like in Vegas, like all of a sudden one of the kids would just show up on a playground, and then because dressed in clothes and a hat and and sunglasses, you can cover except the way they walk. You can disguise as a person, and they said that these are stories, so I don't know, but I believe them, that they would play because it's in the books that my friend told me were all true. That is an Air Force, I'm sorry, Army, and they would play with the kids. And then even in the 60s, the military would take them into Vegas. They said they used to love to go shopping, so they would just put sunglasses on them. But the attention, even then, people would look at them because they would come in this group, where there's like 4 of them, and then of course you have like, whoever was guarding them, Secret Service type dudes. And they would literally gamble even, and then they said their favorite thing was just to shop. They would go and buy like hats, and the girls loved to buy like girls' clothes, and they would do that, and they would literally bring them in there. This is before tech, before anyone could take a picture. So all these people would write about it, like, hey, I was in the casino, and this group walked by me, and 4 of them were basically like like they were walking, but their legs moved differently, like they were like,
yeah.
And the story started getting out, so apparently they stopped doing that. But remember, all of this used to happen right before our eyes, and they didn't care who saw it because whoever saw it was immediately deemed crazy. Like you go tell your friends, go ahead and see. You're going to be insane.
Yeah, because we didn't have cameras that were good enough for all that kind of stuff.
They barely had security cameras in the casinos at that point. They might have had like a giant one somewhere. It's like this big. In the 60s. I don't even know if they had them in the 60s. Probably 70s, I would guess. We started seeing those big cameras like this big, and they're limited at that point. You have and the recording, they'd be recording on literally 2 like a tape. So every 12 hours that tape have to be replaced, and so there was no cameras and no one cared. But here's the one thing, and I'll shut up. So what interested me was that they are actually jealous of us in one way. And I thought that was interesting. Now, remember, this is all, I'm not telling you guys this stuff factually. This is what I know, because this isn't what I do. But they said that if you get a cut, so we cut it, we don't even think about it. Like you cut yourself. We as guys, we do it. You can probably see some of me now. We do it every single day practically, especially if you work outside. Like we cut it. We don't even know. If you ask a guy like how he cut himself, he probably doesn't even know. Be like, because I don't, come home, I have like literally could get stitches and I don't know how it happened. like because I was like busy, or like you're like ow, and you just forget it, and like later you're like holy crap. But we heal, so like within days, just by itself, that thing's a scab, right? The next week or two, before you know it, it's just literally gone. There's nothing there. Them, just the smallest cut apparently, can take them months to heal. That was one of the things that one of the tall whites said, that they were very jealous of our healing abilities. That our immune systems are amazing, he said. They can't be near our types of like diseases, and that's why I think they're very careful on who they pick and what they do. Who knows what they really do behind the scenes, because I can only go by my buddy and the books. So that's all. That whole 20 minutes was all about me just wanting to say that they're jealous that we heal so quickly, and they don't. So I found that kind of interesting. Now, would you rather live 600 years and not heal well, or live 70 and be able to heal your cut? I'm not sure. That's a long time to pay bills, isn't it? Holy
Yeah.
crap! Thanks, Regina.
Well, now these
Wow. Thank you so much.
So-
I should send that to Amy for her great story. Seriously, Amy just made $60.
Oh, wow.
I pay
cool.
taxes on that. I'd have to, it'd be more like 42. No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, Regina, thank you so much. It really helps my income. It really helps that frustrating. Sorry, Amy. The frustrating.
That's okay.
Monetization. You look at that number, you're like, oh my god, like everything I've done, and I'm only getting $200, $300. Like it's not. I can't. This is all free, but I want to keep doing it. I have to be able to buy my grandson a new set of clothes or something. That's all. I don't want anything for myself at all, except maybe a new Denali one day. So, Amy, go ahead. Are you done, or do you have more? Do you have more? I did cut you off.
Oh no, it goes on.
Okay, well, I say we just
It
go
goes
for
on.
it. Yeah, I don't want to talk.
I mean, from living at my aunt's house and seeing those little ones. I mean, I started taking pictures outside, seeing I've always felt like this energy is always on me and following me.
Yeah.
And but I wasn't for sure what it was. I kept seeing UFOs and all this kind of stuff. And then I started seeing the spirits. I started seeing they were coming. The aliens were coming into my dreams a lot at that time. So and then we lived there for 5 years, from 2008, and then me and Nick decided to move on our own and take our family. But we still lived in Abilene, so we lived there in Abilene in the house. And me and my husband, one day we were sitting outside and. We were just outside smoking a cigarette, looking at all the stars and everything like that. We're sitting by a shed. So we're both sitting by the shed. Next thing we know, we see this triangle, this big triangle right above our heads.
Hold on. I'm going to test your memory. What kind of cigarettes were you smoking?
I think it was the Marbles or the Eagles.
Now we believe
the menthols. They always got to be menthols. Yeah, I've been smoking since I was 17. It's a bad habit.
It's terrible.
So
that's why you'll see me. I'm very light on this, but you'll see me like this because this is my. I don't know if you can see me or not, but this is my security. I quit this completely, so I was fine, and then I got the tinnitus thing, and then it was either blow my head off or go get some kind of security device to help me through it. So I went back to the nicotine. It's not too bad because it's just straight up nicotine. I'm not saying it's good for you, but any of you guys have trouble with cigarettes, just get off.
I mean, I've tried some of those before.
That's what people tell me. I don't like it. It's certainly better than just cold turkey, though. You know what I mean? You gotta. They're all different. You gotta find. I can't smoke them either. You have to find the one that you like. That's all.
Right.
They're all different, and you just have a new addiction. So it's simply I suggest it for people that there's no way they're going to quit. They're not quitting. Then I say, look, just do the vape because it takes like a day or two because you have to kick the other chemicals, and then all of a sudden you're fine, and then you're addicted to this. But now you have you're starting a new cancer all over again. You're giving your body a chance to heal from all those like arsenic and rat poison and fiberglass in your lungs from the menthol and things like that. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. So after that, me and Nick were sitting outside one night, and a triangle ship went right over our heads, and Nick started feeling sick. And and it had like a red light, like a red, like a back of a car light when you push on the brakes, that kind of a light.
Yeah.
So it was on the grass. The grass, get this, the grass was rising up while this thing was passing us. And I said, and my instinct was to run inside and go get the camera. And Nick is still sitting there, and he's feeling sick to his stomach. He's feeling ill. So I decided to run inside, go get the camera, and this thing goes over our house already. I'm running back, and then it starts going all the way to the Air Force Base. It's going back to the Air Force Base to the left. So I didn't get a picture of it.
Do you think any of these could be human, or are you feeling like it's always an alien?
Well, this time I saw a T, like a cross, like the not a big T, like the little T, and it was underneath a triangle. So that was a different one that I've seen, the one in Nevada, and
because I don't think they are all aliens. I think half of them are human driven. That's what I think.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't doubt it either because, it's just
You know what my friend told me?
kind of.
You know what he told me, Amy? I hate to keep. I am cutting you off, and I hate it, but they probably rather hear you talk. My friend, the same friend, told me 90. He goes, Mark, I'm going to make up a number. He's like 90% of all reported sightings around the world. He said, he goes, these days, no one reports anything unless they're convinced they saw something. Like, it's not cool to fake calling in a UFO sighting. You know what I mean? Like that, I think that like back in the 60s or 70s, you thought you'd get attention that way. And sometimes you did, like you'd be in the paper or something, but now it's just some crazy person. And, hold on a second. And here, you know what, finish your story and then I'll continue. I got to do something really quick.
Okay. So when that happened, I started noticing that the ships, I call them Star Wars ships, they look like Star Wars ships. Again, the one that I seen in North Carolina, it was the same one, was going across the street to my neighbor's house.
Right.
And see, I've always wanted to go knock on people's door like, hey, there's a UFO landing in the back of your yard. I just want to let you know. But that sounds crazy. I can't go do that.
Yeah.
So
they've made it.
I started noticing.
It should be like, oh, really? Thanks for coming over to tell us. Like you lost your dog or something. You know what I mean? Like, no, this person's crazy.
Because I'm like, they got a little kid, and I always told Nick that too. I want to go tell them, but they're gonna think I'm crazy. They're gonna call the police on me. Like this crazy woman thinks there's UFOs coming back into the backyard.
Yeah.
So when we were there living in Abilene in our own house, we lived on Wynwood in Abilene, Texas. These UFOs were going to my neighbor's house and they were dropping down. I would see them drop down. We had a big pool out there in the back. I have a pool here too, but we had a pool in the back and stuff like that. And I started, we have like this carport, so I moved the pool underneath so they couldn't see us when we were swimming and stuff like that. But then you would see the shadows running around the pool, like these dark shadows. And I kept saying, is it them, And then we were living there, I think, I want to say 2000. We moved there, I believe it was like 2006. And we only lived there for a couple years before we moved here to New Mexico. And we started getting, not we, but me, because I'm the one that sees them. I seen a blue, big, like a swirl light in front of the door. Me and Nick and Holly, my little daughter, I had Holly then, because she was born in 2010. We were sleeping in the couch. We were watching a late movie. And we all fell asleep, so I just grabbed some blankets and just left everybody over there, and I decided to just sleep in the living room, too. So after that happened, we fell asleep, and there was this blue, like, round, like a swirl of light in the front of the door. And that's not very far from the living room. And I see it. And then right when I see that light, 3 beings come in, and they were reptilians.
So you're
the
seeing.
Female
so
was
let me just clarify though. You're seeing them, like your
I
own
am
eyes are seeing them right now. Like what? I mean, not now,
yes.
at this moment, like in the story. Wow.
Yes, I'm not moving. I'm laying down. I'm
so
like.
they're clearly for some reason like you've been okayed where this like they know that like you don't know what's going on, but they know that you're not going to run and call the police or something either.
No.
Yeah.
No, I seem to just accept it.
Right.
So,
they may have just made you accept it. They were just like, you'll accept this.
So it was like the female came in and the 2 males, the female walked in first, the 2 males walked, and she stopped right in front of the TV. One male was to the left and the other male was to the right. And she was looking at us. And I knew that she knew that I was awake.
What they looked like a little bit more in detail, like what you're seeing, like what do they look like? Like I'm curious, like because I believe that these guys exist, and I think that they are the ones behind a lot of decisions being made, things like that.
They're like alligators. You know their skin
these are
on
the
their
ones
arm.
that like Caserta. Did you ever listen to the interview with Caserta? It's an amazing interview. I believe that these guys are so some people believe in shape-shifting and stuff like that. I've been in some situations where it seemed like that's what was happening. I've never seen that happen, and I have trouble as a human. I have trouble with, like, I could just turn into a deer right now. Do I think it's not possible? No, I think everything is possible. I would like to see that, but these are the creatures that people believe can shapeshift, like that they could literally become a human, like. That he could have walked in. I don't know if they can be any human or, but there's many people that believe these are the creatures that literally run the earth. That they're right. The Illuminati, they're the ones that are actually giving the secrets that they like, because they're so old that they've been, not them, like, but their race is 100 million years old. Like, they've been here. Like, that's why some people believe that, like I say, like, what's the best way to create, an entire race of slaves that think that they're free. That's exactly that. You create the illusion of freedom, which is what we have. As we have found out, no man or woman is truly free ever. And then and some guy might be like, I am, like, he's in his bar and he's got like $2 million heading away and he just never comes out. You're not free. It's through us all it gets done. You understand? So you're not maybe a slave. I don't like using that word, but you're not this or you're not that. I think through us all it gets done. Gold, silver, minerals, things that we don't even realize. I think there's resources that are so important. I know some of these guys in the forest that resources that we don't need. There's not that many conflicting resources that we know of, except for, I think, maybe gold, silver, some precious minerals, things like that, quartz. But that just reflects in our prices. Like, all of a sudden gold's up, maybe that's because we have to give away so much. I know there's 2 loads from South Africa that disappear every week. Giant loads. Like, it's like billions of dollars every week leaves, and they can never trace it, and it just disappears into thin air. You can read all about it. It's all real. No one says anything. Why? Because it's not on Channel 5 News. So if it's not on the news, can't be important. Remember, news is a business. They're not there to tell you the truth. They're there to make money. So why you sit at the news like a little sheep and watch the news, I'll never understand it. If it's about a burning fire, great. But if you're trying to get input of this earth from your news station, that's why you think everyone's crazy that says mermaid. It could because you're actually the one that's crazy. Sorry.
It's like they make it up and they're just trying to get us to believe that.
I can't take how it bothers me just how sure these people are of themselves when they don't know anything. William, just see, this is William's picture real quick off the subject. So behind me, I think it's up, right? We call them the Almas people, but I couldn't swear it, but I stand for, I've been right with these guys. These dudes are the ones that, like, you can see how they're all the same. You can't really tell in this picture, but me and William are pretty convinced that that's one group of them. So there's in this picture, it's I'm pointing at it's over here. It's backwards, right there. They're all the same. So there's more. There's one there. There's one there. You can see if you zoom in. Put your cell phone. If you take your cell phone camera right now and hold it over that background, you'll be able to see them much better. Especially put your cell phone settings at high and just hold it right there. You'll see them perfectly. It has the open face. They're only like 4 feet tall, 3 feet tall, and they're allowed to be together where they're like their whole family is together. Most of the other ones that I see are in these teams. I believe they put them in teams to police them because this way there's no mistake. Because they all have families back where they're rotating from, and they're just like us. And believe me, they are not perfect. They make mistakes. They have conflicting personalities. They have ones that are unwilling to cooperate with the rules. And that's why I believe they're in these teams, and why all our pictures have, especially the great ones, where you'll see all of them. There'll be 10 of them, and they'll be different. Sometimes there's 2 or 3 that are the same, but then there's the Bigfoot. Then there's the big giant white one. Then there's the other one. Then they, whether they help each other that way or it's to police them somehow. Like in other words, you can't just put a whole group up that are a family because they may decide to run or something. I don't know. I do believe that these guys here, are special. Off the topic, I just wanted to, because William was in there. I just wanted to talk about his picture real quick. Sorry. Yeah. So if you have more, keep going. I'm just chilling. The less I talk, the better.
Well, when I seen the female come in and the 2 males, I call her a female because she had a armor on, and you could see her
her breast, and then you could see.
That's what these guys are thinking. Sick guys.
Her arms were built like a bodybuilder. You could see her arms.
Wow.
She was taller. She was like taller than my TV. So I want to say maybe 8 or 9 in between there. And then the 2 males were smaller. They weren't even passing my TV because it was on a TV. I don't know if you remember one of those rolled TVs. It was like a theater, and they had wheels in the bottom.
Of course.
Kind of that kind of.
Yeah.
One of those kind of TVs.
Mm-hmm.
So I had one of those, and she was as tall as that TV, and then the 2 males. And then she knew I was awake.
I'd give anything
and
to see that.
she stayed in the living room, and she did like a clicking sound, and she made a clicking sound and did her head, and the 2 males walked to the back of the hall where the kids were at, and she stayed in the living room. And then she had a little bag or something around. She had like underneath, like the side of her armor, and she pulls out this glowing thing, and she lays it on top of Nick, and it unfolded. It looked like a blanket, and Nick already had a regular blanket, but the blanket was like a couple inches off of that blanket, and it was just all laying on top of him. And I was watching this whole thing. And then the other 2 male ones, they come back. They have black helmets on too.
What?
And yeah.
And now
so
Nick is seeing this too? No,
Nick is asleep.
Oh, okay.
That
makes more sense to me that they were only dealing with one human. Right, okay.
So he's asleep. They have this blanket on top of him, and she waits, and it's doing something. And I'm seeing like this light or whatever move. I see this light, and then all of a sudden, like the blanket folds in to this little, I don't know, looks like a box or something. Folds in, and she puts it back. And then she walks up to my daughter Holly, and she just looks at her. I don't see her do anything to her. And the 2 are standing over there by the TV, the 2 males. She walks up to me, and she knows that I'm awake, and I'm trying to like, because when she walked up to me, I like squinted my eyes, and I pretended I was asleep, and she puts her hand on my third eye, and then I could feel it. I could feel her hand, and she does that to me on the couch. So she puts her hand on me, and then she gets like she puts herself straight up. She walks backwards, and then she turns around and she says something to these things. It's like a clicking sound, and then the next thing I know, the big whirl again shows up on the door, and she walks in first, and then the 2 males walk behind her, and it was over.
It's amazing.
So she looks like, it's like a. I'm trying to describe the color. It's not black. It's like black and gray together, like shiny, their scales are shiny. They had long nails. I remember their armor. All 3 of them had armor, and they had a black helmet, and you could see their face. And I felt like she was the one in control of this. Like she was a leader. So
I think there are bosses.
That's how I felt. But
these guys come from, so the ones that most of these guys in the chat and what I do, I don't know, because it's one thing they protect is who and where and why and where they're from and all that, and they'll give you everything else, no problem, if you spend the time. But there's definitely a protection of how, why. Like, you ask them why do you make that big structure? And they told me it makes it easier. They'll give you answers like that. It makes it easier. You'd be surprised how much that helped me that day, because now I realized, because it does help them in their system. It helps them be there. It's not just, see what you're seeing at that spot, especially some of the big worlds. It's just an illusion. They have literally giant scale illusions with these globes they put in 4 corners, and inside the globe is anything they decide. And then even a person, like I said, I've talked about it, where you can dig dirt. You'll think you're digging dirt, but you're not. People can't believe it because they can only think within our technology and our time. And I think some people should always stay there and always just think that, because I think it's the reason some people are picked, or we just happen to have lived in the right spot, or there was something that they knew was cool about you. Remember, I think I've used myself as an example. Like, oh well, why is this guy special? So in other words, I'm not saying I am. I'm just saying, like, if they did choose me to help show these structures and stuff like that, why pick him? Like, why not? Like, you have to understand, it's not done by your personality. This isn't a TV show audition. They whatever their reasons might be. Maybe I needed to be not perfect so I could only, it would be this small audience of people. It's. Basically, what I tell people is, it's not who you pick. They have reasons. They know everything. It's I think our consciousness is all connected to this energy. In fact, I think we have these streams of energy that we can't see, and it just goes up. So be careful what you think, guys, and girls, because I think sometimes that stuff is up there, and then energy. You're like, wow, that girl's got a nice butt. Oh, really, Mark? You said you wanted to go to hell? Okay. So just think about those kind of things, because that's how I have to live my life. You guys think I turn this chat off and then I'm just like, F this, masturbating or being naked. That doesn't happen with me, because they're always watching me. So right. I have to be, in here,
that's how I feel.
So, but
that's how I feel right now.
Feel it. I know it. I would have thought I was crazy, but because of what I've done, I know the feelings when I'm in the forest, and they check in and they know, and I'm not going to be sitting there with my pants down. You know what I mean? So, because who's going to want you to do your structures then? So I'm very careful. It's not easy to do what I do. People have no idea the scale and what I've applied to it, like as far as just like taking away humanness, like sinning and being faulted, and none of that might even matter, but just in case. Because I feel eyes on at times, and I just try to be as good, even if it's just sitting there. Like, I'm just gonna be like, okay, whatever you guys want me to do. Like, I don't want to do anything wrong, and I feel like there's some biblical applications here. So I really do. I don't know if it's just me, because that's the way I was brought up, but I cannot help to apply the Bible to everything I do. Like, not overly like an overkill. Like, this. Oh my God, he's one of those crazy Christians. It's not like that. I'm not. I'm actually the opposite. I'm a Christian that's not good enough as a Christian, but I do try to apply it, in my life, like, especially those important things like the Ten Commandments, to try to to do unto others. All of these things are kind of common sense to me, right? That you would just do unto others, that you wouldn't cheat on your wife, that, thou shalt not covet another man's wife, things like that. Like, even you're not supposed to, you can't look at some guys, like that's what guys are guilty of all the time. You can look at her, be like, oh, like, she's beautiful. But if you go and sleep with her, that's your fault, not hers or his. You go to hell for, or I don't know if you're going to hell, but you're in trouble. You know what I mean? So that's the kind of thing I try to avoid.
That's on
just
your plate.
In case.
That's on your head.
And there's people in here going, oh, Mark, that's ridiculous. Well, what if it isn't? So that's my point of view. What if it isn't ridiculous, and you're sitting there when you're dead like an idiot, and I had done it all right just in case? Because that's what it's about. It's not about like, oh, well, he was faking it. No, you still did it though. You still cared enough to. So that's what I tell people, like, so that have trouble with God and Jesus. Like, look, what do you have to lose? This isn't a religious channel, by the way, but what do you have to lose at just not being a good person, like, and encouraging others? You don't have to do that much.
You have nothing. You don't take nothing with you.
Just be cool.
Like I said, that's all. You just gotta.
These billionaires are in for a huge
enjoy
shock.
what you have. Yeah. Oh yeah, a huge shock.
Like, nothing goes with you. Your importance, and I believe all of that right out the door. Do you think God really cares that you're Arnold Schwarzenegger? I mean, from what he says, no. You're the same to him as a homeless guy. That he doesn't watch movies, most likely. He doesn't care. Just because millions of people knew who you were, you got to think about how simple we are. That's the only thing a famous person is. There's nothing more to him than you or me, except maybe he's good on camera. He's got a good personality. I love Arnold myself, but he is simply just a person that everybody knows. It doesn't make him any better than you. And I'm just saying this to make myself feel better, but you know what I mean? So when he dies, It doesn't matter that he was in the movies. It doesn't. Maybe it does. I mean, maybe you're up in heaven like, hey, yo, Arnie, what's up? I don't know. Is George Washington sitting there too? I mean, I don't know. It's very confusing. I need help. We're going to have to do another channel with someone that can explain to us what happens when you die, because I am nervous about that. So I'm just trying to, that's all I'm trying to say is I just try to do, I'm not saying, I am not perfect, by the way, like by a long shot, but I'm doing what I can. Like really consciously, like I don't do anything wrong. I do nothing. This is bad, I guess. This would even be considered wrong, but sue me. What am I going to do if I'm going to, but as a person and how I affect others, I do the best I can to be a good person since this. That's all. I'm done. Let's see what people are saying. Amy, that's amazing. So you've had all of these experiences like that. Could you imagine? Well, they would never let you keep it. But if you had and they probably would never have came in. These people have like the indoor cameras and stuff like that. And people don't see. I had a camera in for 2 months, nothing there. This can't be real. It's like, could it not be real? Or do you think that they're just smarter than you and they know your camera's there? Remember, everything energy. So every device, she goes, and the two dudes know exactly what she's saying because it's telepathy. And
Yep.
They know everything that's connected. Anything energy, which would be this mouse, is energy. Yeah, it's a piece of tape on the side. So anything that's on or powered, I believe they can sense it. Not just who you were talking about, but the whole unseen world seem to have. I don't know about all of them, but most of them seem to have some sort of a telepathy. Another word that's difficult for us. You say telepathy, you're going to roll your eyeballs because it's not the real name. None of these names, these are all in English, guys. None of them are.
I would call it mind talking. Because that's what they do.
We all have the
they
ability.
know.
Everybody, every one of us have
Oh, yeah.
They just took
if
it
they're
from us.
open-minded. Yeah, if they're open-minded.
Why is the only part of your brain not missing? We don't, like that part, that 90% that just sits there. It's the only thing on our bodies we don't use. That ability is in that 90%. They took it from us because we're idiots. And if you think any differently, you're the idiot. Kidding. Not you, just whoever just thought that. Go ahead. You talk.
Okay. Let's see. So I had those experiences there.
That's crazy.
Mark, can you hear me, Mark?
Yes, I can. Yep.
Okay. So those are experiences that I had there in Abilene when we were living there. And then we came here to New Mexico. We stayed in a motel for a while until we got a house. Just sensing things happening in motels. You know how when you stay in a motel, sometimes shootings or killings, and you just pick up their energy. You pick up their EVPs. It don't matter if you have a phone. It doesn't have to be some kind of special audio recording. You will always pick up an EVP when you're in the forest or you're in a motel. You're just anywhere.
Have you used them?
I don't. Yeah, you don't know if it's like directly off of a spirit. You don't know if if Bigfoot's talking or these aliens. Because I can tell you what. When I heard aliens talk, they sounded like bugs to me at first. And they kept putting it on 96.7 on FM radio. And I still have it to this day on my old radio. And you just hear, I don't know, white noise, I guess is what you call it. So you would hear stuff like that. And sometimes you would pick up a signal. If you have a baby monitor and you have it's just a monitor and you have like this antenna, you could pick up their signals.
Yeah.
And it's obvious because there's a point here and there and everywhere, and it's all connected, all of it, and it's turned on for them. And it just depends on if you got a EMF detector or you have anything, put them underneath those sculptures, you will get a reading. You will get a high reading. I put one on a teepee
and it almost exploded practically. It's all on
video.
You can watch the readings just go. I was like, oh my God, like right there. No one cared. That's one of the days I was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just going to go home because I was having a bad day, and I'm like, I know exactly how far I am in this, and I'm seeing the world just a bunch of completely brain dead, rejecting everything idiots. And I was like, you know what? That's it. I'm trying to show people the most amazing thing in the world, and we're just talking about like rocks rolling around inside their brain. And these are people that consider themselves smart, you know. And once the EVT went off, you know, you get like 3,000 views on a video that no one has ever shot before in the history of the world. I'm just like, you know, forget it. I didn't want 1 million views, but 3,000. Like, I don't even have a small, tiny percentage of my subs checking in. Like, I'm censored, so you guys have to check in sometimes. And I had this day where I was like, you know what, I'm done. And people know, Gail knows, like, I'm like, I have that sometimes. She's like, no, you can't be. I'm like, yep, I'm done. That's only like once in 5 years, because I get so frustrated because I'm like, if they can't see this, how am I going to tell them and show them this? Like, I'm way beyond
because you're
what
trying
I'm
to
showing.
show us.
Yeah, I'm way beyond it, by the way, or even this second, way beyond what I've shown. And I want to get to where I feel comfortable just speaking about some things. And I think I'm going to start doing it this summer, like not even the summer, just soon, pretty soon, this season, which I think starts for me very, very soon here. We're going to a special place. I think you guys are going to love this video. I just know you're going to love it, because even if nothing happens that day, like, you're going to love it because of what you'll see, the visuals. Like, I'll be with Callie. It'll be a really good time. I've been waiting to go here for years. So we're doing that, and then the season begins, and then it's going to be exciting. And so Amy, like, so now has it been pretty quiet on the home front lately? Like, nothing's going on. Like, I think you should go talk.
Well, I mean, it doesn't matter where I move. I mean, because I always thought that, you know, once I moved to my aunt, I thought, well, you know what, they can't find me. But they found me, and I feel like maybe they've tagged my whole family. They've tagged in all of us, and they know where we're at.
What I was going to say is, it sounds to me, if I had a guess, like if I was like, someone's like, I demand a professional opinion, I would say, guessing that during that time, those 2 days when you were 2 years old, that you were marked, absolutely. So whether you have a little chip in you, whether you have, because the way that there's too many occurrences in your life, and there's probably things you haven't even told us, and then to me, it sounds like that was the beginning of you being okayed. I know I have been okayed. I get frustrated because people are like, "Oh, Mark, be careful." It's like, listen, you have no idea how much clearance I had. Like, I could walk. Why do you think I've crawled into caves on my stomach that are about to collapse, right into the middle of them, where they could have me for dinner right there? Because I know. I don't know. They told me. They literally waved their head and be like, "Never fear. You are." It's a beyond a knowing. Yeah. It's I know they did it because I didn't see it happen, because otherwise I wouldn't have it. There's no way I could feel this confident in some of the places I go alone, and sometimes even at night or something. With, like, I can get out of a car on the darkest of streets in the middle of the night and walk straight into a forest without even a light on, and barely have that. I still have that human, like, oh my God, but I know I'm okay. And I might be crazy, but I don't think so on that. It's proven true 1,000 times. So they'll never get me. And if they do, then we know, because I know these guys will know. I know my buddies, especially the guys that are out there, you probably would know. Like, it's not, if they tell you, oh yeah, Colorado Bigfoot got eaten by a mountain lion, they come up with some story, like, trust me, that'll never happen. Okay. So I've told people, if I disappear or anything happens, I mean, maybe I made a decision. It's another thing that people don't talk about. We have these 200 to 300,000 people that just vanish off the face of the earth, right? So do the math. We have a few thousand are probably murders. Let's just say 10,000 are murders. The guy was so good at murdering people. Every year he doesn't, they can't find him, right? But the amount of numbers, someone's taking these people. Now, is it our government giving an allowance? That's what I want to know, because of the cabal, things like that, keep Earth's, in perpetual balance with nature, keep Earth's population under 500 million. It's written clear as day in the stone. Are people helping with that? Will we implode? It does make sense. Okay. The Earth only has so many resources. We have too many people.
It's a rain dance.
Yeah. Too many people. It's not money. That money is an issue. Like, they say if the billionaires just gave like the smallest percentage, it would solve all of the troubles of the Earth. Food, hunger, water, all that stuff. But of course they don't, because they don't really want those people to live. There's some kind of population control going on. I think. I'm not claiming this. Not just now.
97.6.
Not just now. It's been going on for 200 years. It's just that we're starting to be aware now because of social media technology. We're in communications. We never got to talk like this before. Never got to see someone. Not many people have the balls to get on here and have accomplished what I have. That's why I can put myself here with a lack of personality or interviewing skills, because I've done it. That's the only reason people will listen to what I've said, because I stand in the middle of it. Not, like I said a million times, not because of my award-winning personality. So I don't know. I have no idea what I'm talking about, even though I do.
But you know what, Mark? I did get a name. This same alien that visited me at my aunt's house in 2000, and when we had moved back from Nevada in 2008. I did get a name there, and then I got the same name here in New Mexico, where I live now.
What do you mean, like a name of one of them?
Yes, he gave me a name. He said
Wow.
that he wasn't to hurt me, and his name was Frank. That's the name he gave me, and I was like, Frank?
Well, I mean, why is that so?
I don't call on to him.
That's not hard
I
to
don't
believe
call
at all.
on to him or anything.
Yeah.
So, I mean, he did show me, like, a box and vibration, like, trying to make me feel it. I get scared because, I had a dream of a golden alien, and it had, like, 2 teeth in the bottom, 2 teeth on top, and they were trying to give me shots. And then I got up, and I was trying to wake Nick up. Of course, every time I try to wake Nick up, he is knocked out. I can't wake him up. They do something to him in his sleep where he won't wake up, and I'm slapping his face and everything like that.
Yeah.
Yes, and then I grab a baseball bat. I'm fighting with these things. I see, and they don't come by themselves. I tell you that right now with the Grays. If they were to come and they visit you, there's 3. One will be doing something else, or you'll have 2 that comes in.
They don't leave any room for error. Exactly.
So I ended up hitting him, and I thought I killed him, and he kind of backed up towards the dresser. And then that's when Jesus had came to me, and he said, Amy, I'm in all things. So I couldn't hit him anymore. So I was like, okay. And then the alien got back up, and he said, I'm not here to hurt you. I'm Frank. And then I started thinking again. I said, it's that same Frank that was in Abilene, and I'm trying to put it all together. So,
well, Amy, one thing I love about that story is, so far is that I'm saying this for other people, is that now think about it. If someone was going to fabricate a story, why would the alien's name be Frank? You know what I mean? So that, to me, right away, I'm already all over the story. You know what I mean? Like, you would, if I don't think anyone does think that about you. I'm just saying, like, it's a great point. Like, if, let's just say you had, not you, but someone had made up a story, do you really believe that they would have said in the lie that the alien's name was Frank? Just wanted to point that out. Go ahead.
And he was the same. He was the same with the gray thing. But since I told you this, like last night, I ended up, making it was taco night. I made tacos and then besides brownies for the kids. And we were like just busy, and then I was trying to clean the rest. But this morning I was still up because I was trying to catch up with my Bigfoot friends, trying to like, their stuff that they put out there. And I was going to take a picture last night because the moon to me, I don't know what it is. It's something about the moon. I have to see it before I go to bed. I always have to see it. Even though if it's not there, I get disappointed.
I love the moon.
I feel sad. I want to cry, because I didn't get to see it. I don't know what the feeling is.
Can I ask you a question?
But something about the moon.
Why doesn't the moon turn? That's what I want to know. Why does it just sit there? It doesn't move. The dark side of the moon, it doesn't. We don't get to see it. It just sits there. And it's starting to bother me. And then the one.
Well, last night.
Go ahead.
Last night, Mark, at 2 a.m. in the morning, we have the same time, you and me.
at 2:00 in the morning, I was going to take a picture of this. The moon had a rainbow color around it. I seen the purple. I was too tired to go get my camera and take a picture of it. I was going to post it today, but I saw the moon. It was a full moon, and there was a rainbow color around it. And to me, I felt like that was strange, because I always talk to my grandfather, because I know my grandfather's with me. And then I talk to Jesus, and I tell him,
Well, no
I
you
pray.
found me.
I pray every single day.
Yeah.
I want everything to go good. But
Grandfather knew it was
the
best.
moon.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the moon to me was like, I don't know. It draws me so at night, and I have to look at it because I feel like
So much
it's
of
a
this
signal
happens
for
at
me.
nighttime. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I see the aliens, and then when I get up at 5:00, it's still kind of darkish, and then I'm seeing them hover around the houses here. I mean, I live like literally. There's mountains all the way around me, and I see. You can sit in my backyard and you see mountains, and I see them go inside the mountain. I see them come out. I'm writing down times. I'm trying to see like, okay, why would they come at 5:00 in the morning, go straight out to the mountain? So that tells me that they're going into that mountain. They're coming out. And when I get close to that mountain, then you feel like this, you hear this, like this humming sound, like, and it's almost like that. And sometimes
People have recorded that many times.
they'll be like on the side of the houses. You'll see a light. Sometimes I surprise them. But if I go outside, it's like I automatically always spot them. It's like they know when I come outside. And sometimes you feel tired. You don't want to deal with it. I don't want to see you,
Yeah, yeah.
It's like that kind of feeling.
There's times
but you
I
know
turn
that
these
they
guys
follow
off.
you.
Absolutely. When they're outside, I think they're out. Like sometimes outside, I'm just like, I close the shade. I'm like, because I leave my stuff. Because I used to be. Let me mention something that's off the subject, okay, to people. I used to freak out. Like I couldn't stand like being in a lit room and then there's dark, because I know the abilities. Like, so someone can stand at the windows and just stare at you. And I always had the feeling someone was staring at me. I didn't know whether I was making it up or whatever, but man, did I like to close those windows when it's light inside and dark outside. And then since I've been doing this now, everything changed because now I know who's looking at me from outside. They would never allow anyone to look in my windows but them, and so now I just leave my windows wide open in the dark because I know who it is. Like I know they can sit in the corner and watch me from inside anyway. So I just and I never try to catch them. I never do anything inside my house or outside it. Like I have a trail cam out now just for the heck of it, but they're right there. And anyway, I just want to make that point that I don't care. Now I'm not afraid of the dark. Now I'm not afraid. I don't jump on my bed in case someone's hiding underneath there. I don't have those feelings. I can tell once in a while I do close them because I have an overwhelming sense of he's right there. And it gets.
I can't sleep in the dark. I have to have a light.
Well, I've said this to people.
I have to know what comes in.
Yeah. God.
So it's like when I go to sleep, because I'm going to tell you this, the orbs, and these ETs, these grays, whatever you want to call them, they are not quiet at all. Right. They're not quiet. They make mistakes. They come in, you hear a popping, or you will, just out of a glimpse, because I asked God over and over when I was having a hard time, who's going to believe me? How do I prove this?
Nobody.
And I prayed a lot. I prayed a lot.
Some people, yeah.
Like God, how do I see this?
Amy, even with all of us in this together, we're still kind of alone. There's only a handful of us, that to get it. So no matter, even everyone here believes your story. I can almost promise you. But the thing is, it never kind of goes too much beyond that, And so what does that do? It's an everything bagel, Kristen. We leave. We're still left even after this conversation. You're gonna feel better, but. You're still left with that. It's between you and them. You're still, that nobody is never going to fully get it. I'm talking about me basically, because, and that's one of the things I want to start to show. I want to start to show people, I need to at least get it across what's happening to me some days where I can't film it or, things like that. Anyway.
Yeah. I mean, it's just,
everything.
God showed me that if you get a plastic bottle or
See, the way he showed me was an old Coke bottle, and he said to me that if you have a light in the background and you have your room dark and you want to see, what walks in or what shows anywhere, it could be anywhere. You could be in your kitchen, you have water bottles.
Mirror.
Out of those
Yep.
plastic, you see a reflection. You will see a reflection. And then I started, like in your mind that dimensions, portals, what if that becomes a reflection? You know how you could see, say you see the sun in front of you, and then say you walk back to your house, and then when you're walking back to your house and you turn around, well, the sun's the other side. I feel like dimensionals, portals, rims, all these different beings that come through there, maybe it's a reflection. And I've always put that into I'm not sure, but I'm just saying that's my thought of it, because I've been like really pondering on that a lot.
Okay.
And it's just trying to figure out, those ideas, what you experience with them, how, like Bigfoot whistles or how he hits sticks and stuff like that. And then you try to figure, or when they're walking, when they snap on something, they break something, and you look, and then how I feel like they're like little Indians that run around and whistling and telling somebody like, "Hey, they're over there. Keep an eye on that one." Something like that. So it's just
here's
just
what
something
here's what I'm going through with, as far as like. So I'm almost sure of this. Okay, don't take me because I believe it, but I can't really prove it yet. So to me, there's steps in this as humans, so we can go all the way with this, I believe, in time. And I mean, I don't know about every one of them, like the spaceships, the I think the reptilians would be the hardest ones because they're the oldest. But I think these guys in the forest, that's exactly who they're answering to. Someone like the reptilians. They're in fact, they've, as far as I know, rarely make an appearance. Like maybe like in your situation or isolated situations, but I think they're the most important, the smartest, the oldest. It's very hard to believe. So you're telling me that there's people that look like alligators? It's like this is the thing.
Yeah.
My brain's going to explode. Like why? So where in this person's knowledge is she so sure that there isn't? That's why I believe it, because who am I to say that there's no such thing? Like when you say there's no such thing, that makes that person's insane, not the person telling the story. Don't you get it? That person that thinks there's no such thing knows nothing. They have zero knowledge except what they learned on the news and in nursery school, like I say every day of my life. That's it. That's what kind of gets to me. Like these people come with full force with their knowledge of Netflix and high school and know everything about the earth, but they don't understand this is exactly the knowledge that was implanted. Like a doctor. A doctor is the last one that believes in anything. They don't believe in spaceships. They don't believe in, God forbid, Bigfoot or anything, because they're so educated down the road into our human world. Our human world talks nothing about this stuff. And it's one of the reasons I want to know. I want to know why, and I will find out. Just stick around. I want to know why. Just simply
from us
for no other reason. Not so anyone knows I did it. Just for my own self. I want to know why we were set up the way we were this time. Is it because of past transgressions, past events? Humans really messed up when we had 100% of our brain, that we probably did ridiculous things, sinned, and I just want to know why. I just want to know why we were set on this path alone. That's all. It's so curious to me. I'm going to die, basically, and I need to find out. It's just one of the millions of things, but it's one thing that I'm really, really want to know is just why were we set on this path, given these books, and look, this is what you do. Just shut up and just do it, and then so I kind of want to know. We all know there's something else. I don't care if you're the biggest not believer of everything in the world. You don't believe in God. There's no UFO. These people are just, some people are just need to be like, I don't know, like put into a coma or something, but they don't believe anything, right? But in the back of their heads, They all believe it. They all know something, but they get pissed off at life and they're like, well, show it to me then. How many people do you think have sat in their bedroom and said, God, thought they were a little bit different than everyone else and said, look, I know people ask you to do this, but I just need a little help here. Can you please show me, give me a sign. We've all done this at some point, whether you want to admit it or not, and nothing happens. So you therefore don't believe. You really think out of trillions of life forms that he's created that he can monitor everybody? I mean, it's one of the things I've had trouble with is that people don't realize it's not just people that God has made. And there's probably liaisons in between us and him, which people will argue, like my father, because it's not in the Bible. And what I try to tell my dad is like, Dad, you have to understand, believe and do everything that Bible says, but it's not all in there. It's a book of general knowledge, a very important book.
No, they're secret books that are not been revealed.
Poor God,
and I think a lot of this has to do with the DNA from way 3 million years before human beings or dinosaurs. Before that was probably already messed with and created by a being with DNA mixing here and there. That's why we see all these different creatures in the forest. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. Yes, I do.
So, yeah, I believe in that. I believe that that's gone way back. But it amazes me how Bigfoot has this technology just the same as the aliens.
Well,
it's almost identical. And I believe that they're like us, too.
Don't forget, a lot of it could have been given. So let's just, for argument's sake, let's say the reptilians are the bosses. They've been here for, just like everyone seems to know, they've been here for millions of years. Could be longer than that. They're in charge of everything.
Yes.
I forgot my point now. What was I going to say? I literally just went, because what happens is it's not ADD. Maybe it is. I have so many thoughts that I want to talk about that I literally go blank right there. Or they don't want me to say it. And it happens to me, not just because you guys are live, but I could be filming on my camera and same thing, I was about to say something important, I thought would be important, that I just got out of the air. And then I literally, I swear it's never happened in my life until I did this. And then it just gets pulled out of my brain. You could offer me $1 trillion to tell me what I was about to say, and I have no idea. So I don't know if I'm so some people think it's humans censoring us, but is it? Are they just reaching certain people on purpose? The hundreds of connections I've made personally with people, and then after we've talked, it's we both say it's an amazing thing how, now through the YouTube or something, but in other ways where we somehow they found me where they shouldn't have, or there was just too many weird times where I got connected with people and it just seemed that way. That's all I could say. Where this just isn't an accident, and I had to say that 100 times now.
Yes, it's like the energy reading the energy. It's like reading your information.
Yeah. So the interesting part is, and I think that as humans, we have no patience. We want to just figure it all out today. And I think, and that's one of the things I said, man, if you have to have patience to do this, why would they, and if they do pick people to help in this, why would it be me? Because I'm not really that patient. I guess I could be depending on what it is, but so I think it is true. So what I was going to say earlier is that I didn't finish. Oh, I know what I was going to say. This is back to what I forgot. There's this process. Okay. So we can't just skip them. So I've told people this now for 2 years. We need more people need to accept and understand their system and their language. That they're giving this to us all in steps through us. How else? Look, there's no way to reach people. Even God himself didn't come here as God. He came here. He sent his son here. There's something about our world you have to be born into. Could God just appear? Maybe, but I don't know. We have this really. There's a lot of rules I think we don't know about, and I wouldn't mind knowing some of them. I wouldn't mind even if I was sworn to secrecy and could never tell anyone again. I just want to know because I don't know that. Some people think I do know I do have some things I don't really talk about, but I don't know that stuff at all. Like I'm telling you, I'm as lost as the first guy that came in here today, practically. Because I just want to know like they say, curiosity killed the cat. That's all we are. I think that's all any of us are. It's interesting. It's very hobby like. You can really, consume a lot of time looking into this, and be careful, because once you see them, once you stand in their world, once you know for sure, not because you know for sure from my videos, but like, but beyond that a little bit, it's hard to go back. You're stuck here forever because you're a part of something special, and it's going to be big one day. And they're going to look back at all of us one day and be like, look, these are the people right here are the ones not finding Bigfoot. Those people are all going to hell. Us, the ones that figured out the truth, where they constantly they go like this. They create shows. They leave us all in the middle, and they go right around us and then start over 50 years ago with information. Like I saw the post today, like Matt Moneymaker's never seen a Bigfoot, never filmed a Bigfoot, knows nothing about Bigfoot, yet gets paid all this money to throw you off. So if someone's interested, like, you know what, let me see this. My cousin's friend is Colorado Bigfoot. I hear all these things. The guy can't be lying. Everyone thinks he's honest, and he doesn't know how to find me, so he turns on Finding Bigfoot because it's on TV. What happens? They watch one episode and say, I knew this was bullshit. Okay? Because they're in the forefront. They have money, and it's all put there. So it filters 99%. You guys are all about 0.5% of the population that get around it, because you're not idiots. You're very intuitive. Most people are not intuitive at all. They think that they are, but they're not, and they do exactly what they're told. We're having a problem with my aunt and uncle right now because they're so consumed. Two of the smartest people you could ever meet, and one's a doctor, so consumed with they were anti-Trump, and they believe every single word the news says. It's a little frustrating, for us. And I'm not even going Trump or Biden here. I'm just they're so sure of what the TV tells them. And these are very intelligent people that my godfather, and like, I love them more than anything. And it's been very difficult not to want to go over there and just shake them, be like, excuse me, like, turn the news off because it's working. That's why I think, that's why I tell people, don't get too involved in Biden because even Biden, like it's probably not even his fault. He might not have a choice to do what he's doing. Like, who knows what's really going on? But I tell you, so far, he's not doing a very good job. But at the same time, no one really does. I don't think the president does anything. It's all a facade. It's all a show. There's 60 people standing right next to him deciding whether he can do something or not. And then when he makes a decision, it looks like he did it. This is the way I see it. Tom, don't argue with me. I mean, Jason Smith in San Francisco, don't argue.
The secret hand. Yeah.
Secret
hand government.
I don't know
secret
this.
Hand. They got a
I don't
secret
know
hand.
that. It just seems like it to me. That's all I'm saying. Because I don't really.
Because it's not even revealed to us. It's not. None of it is.
I think even
we're all kept in the dark.
Yeah, and at the highest levels, they don't know either. That's the thing. So you could have like your Secretary of State, you're this, maybe a couple of those key guys know, but mostly it's all of these people are put in place because they're going to swear to God to you that this is ridiculous, because they are taught the same thing. So as soon as you get, it's called plausible deniability. It's so when they're put on the spot. Because people, believe me, there's experts. You'll be video diagnosed with your answer. So when you don't, what's the best defense? Not knowing. So all the people in power, most of them know nothing, in my opinion. Most of them, unless they're like placed there. Like, all right, you're gonna go over here. Just don't tell anybody. That's how I see it. Now, I think a lot of us see it that way. Not just, you don't have to be involved in our subject to think this. We all know in the back of our heads, if you can admit it or not, something's going on. Whether it's some kind of deception, the masks are some kind of, front to keep us busy while they do everything in the background. I know there's a battle going on underground right now. I know we're at war constantly, that it's never on the news or discussed. So I just wonder. That's all. I'm just a curious human that just wants to know because I'm bored and I want to know what's going on. That's all. Maybe.
Yeah, there's a lot of us. We all need to wake up.
Maybe it'll help the future. So some people could sit here and be like, oh, these two, they're smoking weed, you know, whatever. Great. But I think she was kidding. Sharon, she was just giving me a hard time. But, I mean, you can clearly tell that we're not, I don't think you're high. Weed has nothing to do with it.
Too much.
I know people that smoke 20 joints a day and they act more normal than anyone I've ever seen in my life. Weed is not a hallucinogenic. You could smoke weed all day long, and it does not create a UFO flying over your head. Weed is like an aspirin for most people. It's not a psychedelic drug. You just might not tell as good of a story high as you would, but that doesn't mean. So if someone smokes weed, what does that matter? Like, I'm not even saying you do, but I'm just saying, like, if someone else did and they see UFOs all the time, the default human be like, oh, no wonder they see UFOs all the time. Keep smoking that weed. You know, it's like, I just feel like taking a baseball bat and bashing that guy's skull open because that's how stupid that person is. You know what I mean? It's like, weed has nothing to do with why someone believes in Bigfoot. In fact, go see Bigfoot and you may start smoking weed just to deal with it because, you know, it's like a self-medication. You know what I mean? Because you can't go tell everyone at the coffee shop. So you probably end up sitting there rolling a joint just to process the insanity of it. And, okay, you're not going to hallucinate afterwards. You'll probably just sit there and be like, oh my God, why am I smoking pot? I'm too high. No one thinks differently high, just a little bit. Just like, I think if anything, marijuana makes people nice. Like the state of Colorado, for instance, it's legal here. Not hardly everyone smokes weed. It's not even close to everyone smokes weed. But it's become a very, like, crime-free state. Like, everyone's just cool. Like, you can tell when someone does, like, you pull up to the light, they're like, oh, no, you go. I'm like, no, you go. They're like, no, I insist. I had this the other day. I'm like, no, I insist. Our windows were down. I'm like, no, I insist. It was the funniest thing. Like, we're so mellow and everything's nice. Now, if you go into Denver, you know, anywhere there's populations, you're going to have that chaos, but up here, man, things are pretty cool. You can get a little road ragey sometimes, but that's my defense for people that smoke marijuana, if it was one. You can tell half of these guys smoke weed. Do I judge? No, I mean, why not? It's a great subject. If you're a pot smoker, what better hobby than going out and sitting in the middle of a Bigfoot world? Jeff Friend even says that. Jeff, you know, people follow Jeff Friend in Pennsylvania. Jeff's like, if you want to see Bigfoot, or if you want to hear them, take your friends out there, sit in a circle, and pass a joint around. That's what he tells me, and they'll come right over to you. That's happened with us too, in our circle. Like, I'm not saying I did it, but most of the people that come here, even people that don't typically smoke pot, are like, I've said this before, like, they're like, where's the weed store? I'm like, you want weed? They're like, yeah, but just because I'm here. I'm like, okay. Well, we'll go. Even Utah Sasquatch, like, he's like, there's weed here? I'm like, yeah. I don't think he ever smoked weed in his life. That kid, like, maybe once in his life, but he was going through, I didn't know, this Adderall addiction, and he found out he could get some edibles. He didn't want to smoke it. He wanted to eat it. And I said, yeah. He asked me not to tell anyone, but now it's been years, and he's off the scene, and he came clean with his addiction, so I don't think he cares. Because it was a kind of a funny story. Like, you want to talk about someone that was too high. Oh, my God. Walking through the fields, like, screaming, and this is Utah Sasquatch. We were all the way up to the Holy Cross Wilderness. We were almost to where we were going. He's like, hold on, there's weed stores here? And I was like, yeah. He's like, turn around. And so we left, drove all the way back. I took 2. That was the night we got the audios. Didn't affect any of our work either. I mean, not mine, his. It affected his completely. It just made me want to do more. I was out there. I took 2. It didn't really affect me that much. Like, I felt it, but he didn't realize you have to wait like 40 minutes. He kept taking them, and he's walking around like, I'll never forget that. I had recordings, and he made me delete it. He's like, you have to delete that. I'm like, all right. Anyway, I'm getting off topic, but I'm defending the weed smokers. First of all, alcohol is tenfold, maybe 100-fold weed. Okay, alcohol will kill you, destroy you, and take over your life. Okay, I'm not talking about if you're drinking a couple glasses of wine.
I don't drink alcohol. I don't smoke weed.
I'm not saying anyone doesn't know anyway.
But I do like. I mean, I don't drink it all the time, but if I have like back pain, I drink like some red wine, like a little glass, just so I could feel relaxed and go to sleep.
I think you could go
That's
get
about
hammered.
it.
I mean, I think, if you're a weekend drinker and you want to go out Friday night and drink too much at the bar, and that's the only time you did it that week, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But it's a daily thing. That what's wrong with going out with some friends like occasionally and just drinking 6 beers at the bar? Nothing. I in fact, I'm due for that.
I don't think I could handle 6.
Well, whatever the
Nope.
number, it might be less, but yeah,
It's
about
probably 1.
3 or 4 beers. I'm starting to get catching a buzz there. But,
Because I could be a chatter. I could talk a lot, Mark. You'd be surprised.
not as much as me.
No, I can talk a lot. You can ask my husband.
Casey, I think Jeff just had a baby. Am I right? Didn't Jeff and his wife just have a baby? Beer. No, it's fine. I'm not judging. I'm just saying, don't even. Why are people talking about? Oh, he smokes weed. Oh, he sees UFOs because he gets it's like they're talking about like people that tell these stories, and it's like, but if he drinks, then it's okay. So he can drink a bottle of Jack
Well, it might
Daniels.
help them open up their third eye too, if they want to smoke weed. Open up your third eye.
Where's
You want to
that?
be open-minded. Your third eye.
I need to know where that is.
You don't know what a third eye
I'm a
is.
cheap date. Oh no! Hey, let me. No, I do know what a third eye is, but hey. Let me just mention that about Sharon, because just to get off the subject for a second. So Sharon's like, you're a cheap date, but that's the one time I do like. First of all, I haven't been on a date in 2 years. Secondly, when I do go on, that's a great time to drink. I'm not saying not to drink. We're talking about a drinking problem. Okay, that's when alcohol becomes. But on a date, a first date, I believe that's a great time to have like not too much, but like a couple drinks. Yeah, absolutely. I'm not a cheap date, actually. I'm a great date, but I would go on a date to a bar, not a shady one, but like I'll meet you at the bar at TGIF's, and have some drinks there. I think that's a great way to one drink can really drop your guard a little bit and just help you get to know each other. So I think on a date, a couple drinks.
Is there going to be steak dinner?
Of course, whatever you want. I can't. Every time I date a girl,
yeah.
she never likes what I like. Like she doesn't want steak. She doesn't eat meat. Doesn't, which is fine. But
Oh, you got to have steak. Mm-hmm.
yeah, there's not too many
Steak
girls
and
that love
salad.
steak.
Oh.
There is, but not ones I meet for some reason.
My grandfather used to cook cows underneath the ground. So I used to watch him cut off their heads and
Oh
cook
Jesus!
the cows underneath the ground. Yeah. So we used to eat a lot of cow heads.
I mean, I eat them. I mean, I had a cow last night. I had a cow sandwich last night.
Have you ever eaten their tongue?
No, thank you. I've smelled them up close, and I'm not a fan. I mean, Yeti has the most disgusting smelling tongue and mouth you could ever imagine, and I wouldn't eat that thing if I was dying. Maybe if I was even dying, I can't eat it. I'll eat a cheeseburger or a filet mignon. That's it. Bigfoot.
Okay, so go on your date now. That you would have steaks and a couple drinks.
Yeah. Nothing more than that. I just think that's a great first date. Like, you don't have to, if you might want to do something more than that if you really are, if you knew each other. But if you were literally just cold meeting someone for the first time ever, somehow you got set up or you met online or whatever, however that works these days, I think what better to do? What are you going to do? Go to a movie? You can't even talk. So yeah, go to a bar, order some hot wings or something, and just some mozzarella sticks, a couple beers, and then you'll know by the second beer what's going on. Like, you know what I mean? So I think that's a great.
You're in happy mood by that time.
Yeah, that's just my opinion. So someone else might have
You're
a completely
lit up.
different idea of a first date. I think, because you know what, it gives you both an opportunity to be like, you know what, I got to go. This has been great, but you're not stuck there too long, and which has happened to me in the past. Not recently, but before I even came out here, I went on a couple dates. Like I didn't know the person, and like within half an hour, I was like, oh my god, I got to get out of here. Like I got to get out. I got to go. I know why this girl's single, and I got to go.
Nick, do you eat Mexican food? No.
So that's all. What better? So tell me. So I'm asking these guys, tell me a better date than meeting someone and having a couple of drinks. Now, if they don't drink, and that's a different story, then I don't know. I think anybody said, well, I don't drink. It's like, no, unless you were an alcoholic, that's kind of stupid. Like anybody could sit down and have a glass of wine or, figure out something you could drink, right? Just you could have one drink, I think that's a good date.
A margarita.
Yeah, like that's a, if you're on vacation, so alcohol has its role. Believe me. Like you go to, you're sitting in the Bahamas on your honeymoon. What are you going to do? Have a margarita? Yeah, right on the beach. Maybe too many of them, and feel like shit for 2 days, and that's part of it. And for some reason, a hangover is a little better in the Caribbean. I don't know. So we'll Amy, thanks for. We'll get you back on again too. But thanks for all the stories you told today. It's an amazing thing that you've had this lifelong. See, that's to me like if we had to guess now, it's like, okay, guess why Amy can have these experiences and most people can't. It's because I think something happened when you were 2. I think more. This is just this is the only I can come up with anyway. Is that during you're missing for 2 days at 2 years old.
I have no memory.
Yeah, and
no memory.
I know. Well, you wouldn't remember it even if you could remember it because you were 2. But something went on there, and then the fact that you keep seeing, like we were able to see reptilians, things like that. Most people don't get to see them that I know of. There's probably 1,000,001 stories that I don't get to hear. So who knows? I kind of go by what I from these guys, from what I hear, but I think it's still a rare situation because they're so powerful, and God only knows what they were really doing. Who knows? Maybe they needed you to hold some cells for them for that's people don't think about what could really be going on. We only think about what could be going on in our terms. They could have a whole other thing going on that they'd have to tell us and be like, oh, I get it now. That's what I think we would say to all of this. If I got all of you in my office and then I had a reptilian, a lizard walk in the door and explain this all to you, every one of you, by the time he was done in 20 minutes, you'd be like, oh my God, this is not so difficult. It's just there's certain little key components moved out of the way for people. And there seems to be, in my opinion, with these guys in the forest, some bending to human free will as well. Like we're allowed to make mistakes. We're allowed to be idiots for some reason. We're allowed, they have to bend around it. It's almost like I've said it. I witness biblical situations constantly, or potential biblical, look, these guys.
You're welcome, Jennifer.
Like these guys are bending to free will here somehow. Like it's a crazy thing. I don't know. I do want to.
New Mexico.
Where are you? I checked out. I closed it. I was going to ask you about your hometown. There was this creek. It was called something Creek, and now I clicked off of it. Oh no, it's there. I can't see a Google. Oh, it's called California Creek. You know where that is? Amy, do you know where that is? Did I lose it?
California Creek? No, I'm still here.
Okay. Well, you know where it is. You probably just didn't know that was the name. There's this creek that runs on the east side, it looks like. Yeah, the east side of Hamilton. Like right there. Like it almost comes up to the street, but there's probably some brush and sticks in, but there's like this creek, and it runs into no man's land. So to the right of Hamilton.
Yep, Hamlin, Texas.
To me, like looking at an area from just a map view, so I'm not seeing a Google view. I'm just seeing, a black and white map. But I can see that creek going through what looks like eventually trees. It looks like when it gets real deep in there, it turns green because of the creek. And to me, that looks like a great place to look at.
I remember as a kid, too, living there, my grandfather says that we had mountains because every time we would play Frisbee, we would get attacked by bats. So bats would fly at us every time we would throw a Frisbee, and it'd come every time we catch a Frisbee, it'd come towards our neck. There was a lot of black bats. But the Bigfoot that I seen, like I said, he was not black. He was like a golden, brownish, sandy.
There's different colors for sure.
So, and I believe you said you had a picture of one, the brown one. And like I said, he looks like the guy from Star Wars. That's the only thing I can compare it to.
I took that aside for you. Hold on a second.
Yeah.
Did I put it on this desktop? Oh my God, it's so good. Hold on a second. Where is that? I might have put it on my other PC. I just randomly came across that after talking about it and put it aside because you can see, it's Chewbacca himself. He has a baby in his hand, but he has the whole dress, that metal thing that comes across his chest is the same thing as in the movies. And now I've seen that three or four different times. And that was on Vancouver
Thank you,
Island.
La Rosa.
Yeah, Vancouver Island.
Thank you, Judy.
In Canada. And I lost touch with her. I don't know what happened with her. She got a little bit nervous. She realized this was Holly. So she was Island Bigfoot. A couple of you guys probably remember. And we used to be in touch like outside of it. Like she'd just have to talk to someone occasionally about it, and I would talk to her, and then we just kind of lost touch. I don't know. I think she got scared because she had to do it like by herself, or she'd bring her daughter. And let me tell you something, Vancouver Island, I don't even like to speak of that place out in public because I don't want anyone going there that's not from around there. I think it's that place is special, and it should be kept for people like, I know Lee, my buddy Lee, she's out there. You know, people like that. Our area should not be like overwhelmed. It's one thing if I bring out certain people that I've been known for years and watch them do things in this for years. But when people are like, oh my God, I'm going to Vancouver Island, you know, it's like, and it might be fine if they go, but I just feel like that's a special place because it's an island and it's so beautiful and their structures are so blatant. And you know, I don't know.
Well, you know, for me, where I live, Mark, it's not even that big. It's just a small town.
Yeah.
Where I grew up, I mean, and it just showed up there.
Yeah.
When I was about 9 or 10 years old, I remember, and this thing was huge. I will never forget it.
Doesn't matter where you live, what you think you live in. There's no place they could be. Well, Mark, I think they're here. I get that all the time. Mark, I've seen one in my backyard, but there's no structures, no sticks. I'm like, they're all around us. Jason, right here in chat, if he's still here, takes every day, films them in the heart of San Francisco. Like Colorado Bigfoot confirmed 100% would stake my reputation on it that these are legit pictures. With the blue and everything, the hidden X's in front of them. Blue, one's literally coming over the fence like this, just sitting there. They're completely aware of him. They know exactly what he's doing. Sometimes they're smiling. Like they know that I'm going to see these. They know that a few people will see this, not everyone. And then if you try to break that picture down to a regular person, like a doctor, he would think you were insane. He's like, oh, I can see it, but there's got to be some logical explanation. Mark, do you have one with movement in it? You know, it's just like, yes, but I don't want to show that to you because I want to get through to you. You need to understand that you're just educated too far down the line here. That's why, you know, like I say, like Harvard and these people, like we need a couple of those people over here. And there's a couple of those people somewhere because there's always exceptions to every rule, I believe.
Thank you, Kim.
Yeah, I'm talking now. I ruined the whole video, unfortunately. Sorry, guys.
No, that's okay. That's good. People need to know this. Need to know this information.
Well, thanks for joining me on the thing. I think it's kind of cool to have like a co-host, and then you were able to tell these great stories, and so you'll have to everyone just want to come back on and just thank right over. I can when you thank, I know what you're doing, so you can just yeah. Anytime you just want to hang out.
You're welcome, Sydney.
And we'll do. I think.
Yeah, I mean.
Want to do the same thing.
I don't have a problem. I was nervous at first. I tell you the truth. I had a restless night. I could not.
Are you kidding me?
I was so nervous. And now that I feel like, all my friends are here and they're listening to me, and I'm finally, out of all these years, get to tell the truth of what has happened in my life. And it's like this overwhelming heavy brick off of me.
What's up, Jerry?
That's how I feel.
Yeah. Well, think about it. That's the secret awesome. Right there. You just because I know you're seeing names that you communicate with online, and like I know how well how comfortable you feel with Cindy, and there's a lot of people, and that's the whole trick. Because if you were on Dr. Phil right now, you would immediately feel the other way because you'd see all those faces. Oh my God, Jesus and aliens! This chick's got some good weed. So that's half of this is surrounding yourself with the right people, because most people are the wrong people. They're people that are self-consumed, self-justified, only think that you are valued because of what job you have and what kind of car you drive. Oh, do you own property or are you a renter? I mean, I've had it asked to me. I come from a very wealthy town in Mendham. I bought the cheapest house in that town for $630,000. And I was at a soccer game. You know how hard it is to buy a $600,000 house? I was at a soccer game, and she's like, "Oh, are you from the township or borough?" You could tell she's one of these trillionaires from the township. I swear, I'm not making this up. She's like, because she was kind of pretty, and I was like, not that I was hitting on her, but I was like, wow, she's kind of pretty. And then she's like, "Oh, are you from the township or borough?" And I was like, "Borough." She goes, "Oh." And then I was like, first of all, Mendham Borough is like 70% millionaires. I mean, there's $40 million houses on the borough, but for some reason the township has gotten this ego. This is Mendham. You guys can Google it. Mendham. So Mendham, New Jersey, and they think this is a town in New Jersey that everyone that lives there thinks it's the best place to live in the world. Like they don't even know even though they go on vacation and stuff, they still think nowhere else exists except for Mendham, New Jersey. It's a crazy, crazy ego-fested psychopath haven of lunatics there. But there's also
Thank you, Regina.
great people that grew up there and never left. It's all these new corporate people that are moving in because their husband's making $10 million a year on Wall Street. And she knows everything. She's never worked a day in her life, but she knows everything about the world and what kind of car I should have.
Thank you, Jerry.
I live on the wrong township apparently. It's like, so I'm sick of those people, and surrounding ourselves with the right people is the answer to this. And a few more. We need a couple more people. Maybe people that are already in this community, but we just need a couple. You get these researchers, and they go out and they just want to. They want to be the dictators. They don't want to collab. They want you to submit to them, and they'll tell you what's going on. It doesn't work. Nothing works that way. We know that. I'm shutting up. Yeah, Amy, great job. Look at all that. No one ever said great job, Mark. I never got like 20 messages that said great job.
Great job.
Yeah, it's not
Great
fair.
job.
I don't expect them either.
Yeah.
I really don't. I don't want any messages. Regina, I'm so excited about. Oh, let me. So Amy, hold on one sec. Let me address.
Thank you, Mark.
These guys that are very patient. Okay, so anyone in green or anyone that has a little avatar is a new member. I think I might have at the most now 25 members, and those people are special to me because I think that group will never get too big. And one day, years down the road, I might have 100 people in there, but that's to me is small because I'll know every single one of those people. And, if they want to, and we're going to do stuff, and so that's my next step, guys. I'm just talking to them. If you're on here and you're a member, I haven't figured it out yet. I don't know if I can talk to you in the membership back there, or if I have to always do a video thanks, Chris. So we'll figure it out. And I'm going to do special things for you. I have Mark in my ear and TV on plus tinnitus. Yeah, join the club. I have me on me and tinnitus. Right now that's one of the reasons it's hard to be normal, or I get frustrated or I snap because of this. That's all it is. People kill them. Right now, someone just blew their head off. Somewhere in the world right now, a gun just blew the back of his brains out because he has tinnitus. I swear to God. It's a suicidal situation in some cases. Pamela, we got to hear Pam's story. Not today, but Pam, we'll get you on if you want. Pam,
Way to go, Pam.
Pam, didn't you? I don't want to say it out loud because I don't know what you want me to say, but don't you have a UFO abduction type story? Like she was taken? So we have a bunch. Even Jesus, the guy breaking Bigfoot, I was telling you about. I haven't heard him say it, but I remember when we were talking years ago. I don't want to say things that people don't want me to say. I'm an open book, so I will tell you anything about me, but sometimes other people, it's private. Look at Terry.
Well, you can say my stuff.
Well, yeah, that I feel comfortable with at this point. And I will. You'll come up, because what'll happen is we'll get other people. I think this was good for today. Like, people, want to go on with their day, and I think this is perfect because I want to leave this video up. Because some people can't see it, and then I'll get the message because I'll make it private. And they're like, Mark, I didn't get a chance to catch your video. Can I see it? I'm like, why? Because it's just me. Like, if you missed the new Bigfoot world, then I don't want you to miss it. I'll do anything. But if you miss me speaking, then I don't feel like it's important. That's why I take it down. But I'd like to leave this up because I think people could slide through me and listen to your stories. Thank you, Terry.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Nick's got experiences with
Terry.
me too.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I said Nick's got experiences with me too, and he has his own. Yes, he's seen a dog man, so he's got a story with that.
Hold on a second.
When he
Thank
was
you,
a
Lee.
kid.
See, Lee just backed me up.
If y'all guys want to hear that,
No, hold on. Tell me who it was, Amy. Who are we talking about?
Nick.
Oh, Nick.
Nick, my husband.
Absolutely. Does he want to get on right now? I'll be more than happy to hear him.
Yeah. I want to say to everybody, I love y'all all. I love you all. Y'all can find me on Facebook. I'm glad that I got to tell my story, and I'm still dealing with these UFO events. So I just feel a lot better, and I love everybody, and I'm glad everybody's listening. All my Bigfoot friends, you know who you are. And Mark, I really am honored and appreciate you letting me tell my story.
Don't go stalking Amy on Facebook, but if you do want to connect with us or her, you just go to Energy Overload. She's in there. You can find her that way, and then I'm sure you can find her through there. That way. I mean, everyone on here is cool, but there's you never know if there's one person hiding in the background. Because sometimes people get this overwhelming for some crazy reason to want to be closer to a situation. Like once they're sure. I think that's the fascination with me. It's certainly not my personality where people, because I have some amazing places. I have more of these worlds, I believe, than anybody put together in the whole world. That's just something I like to say. Like it's like a gaming bragging thing. And I don't mean it with an ego. I really just mean it humbly that it just helps to. I forget what I was saying again, but it does help to have these amazing people in place. Like I'm looking at these names and I know all of them. And that to me makes it easier. Like you said, you were nervous, like, oh my God, like I have to go in there and speak. Like that is nervous wracking. Think about even for me, like you guys think I'm comfortable. I am now, but when I have to turn it on, I'm like, I get the same feeling like, oh my God, everyone's going to see how, like I have gray hair, I'm ugly and I'm 50 and, but just be careful about the stalkers is what I was saying. Because there is people that want somehow to be closer to it when they don't realize all they have to do is just give me a call. Not like, because I'm different than anybody in this. Like you could just, like anyone that's like pretty well known in this, like you could just, like I just feel I'm different than, Todd Standing and all these people. Like they all want to be worshipped as gods in this. I don't want to be that. I'm the opposite of that. Am I selling myself? Maybe. I don't know. I just want people to understand that. Tabby says Dogman, by the way, that, it's different, because I'm all on it. I'm all real. That's why I'll always put myself out there because nobody can contradict anything I've ever said. No one could ever prove me wrong. Could I have made a mistake once or something with a picture? Sure. I don't know. Did I use someone's picture by accident once? I don't know. Someone said I stole their picture. I was like, I did? Why would I steal your picture? Like people are insane. Like they just they want attention. Now they think that you'll go look at them if they say that. And it's possible because I deal with hundreds of pictures every day. Hundreds. I will, after this live video, I will deal with at least 100 different photos very closely. And sometimes they do get caught in the mix. So if I ever did show someone else's, it would never do it on purpose. And everybody knows that. So for them, when someone says that, they don't realize they're only hurting themselves. Mark stole one of my. Right. I mean, come on, Amy. Amy, we've never met, but I know that you know that about me. I don't know why I know it, but I know that you know that I would never steal someone else's work and then say, "Oh, look at what I did." Like you just know. All these guys know I would never do that because I have literally 10,000 better pictures than the one the guy is saying. So why would I take the worst picture out of all of my pictures and claim it was mine unless it was an accident? So I don't even know.
Well, when I found you less than a year ago, and like I said, when I first seen you for the first time, I was, telling Nick, it took me probably about a month. You got to check out this guy. He's telling the truth. I said, you got to check this out. This is for real. And when I told Nick about my Bigfoot story, he's like, "Oh, get out of here! That's not for real." I'm telling you the truth. This is what happened to me when I was a kid.
Why would you lie to your husband? Right? You've already. It's not going to like you anymore. I mean, right? Because it's something that you needed him
today,
to know. Yeah.
talking with you and talking about this, because I know there's a lot of people out there that do have things that happen to them, and they don't have a chance to tell nobody. They think, there's a lot of people that think you can't go out and tell people, hey, I saw Bigfoot, like literally a stranger. They think you're crazy, and you can't go do that. Or I see UFOs or this and that. People don't. You got to find those people that had experiences like that.
See, that's the part that fascinates me the most. Like, it's been so flawlessly, not flawlessly, but seemingly flawlessly executed. Like this whole plan. But there's a reason why it's changing. It's not just our technologies. I think that had to happen too. Like so we were able to connect with each other and stuff like that and share stuff. But everything is changing right before our eyes. We are literally going into a new era, and they will talk about this. You don't even. No one knows when that's happening. These stories we hear about Abraham Lincoln, all these different things. Like, do you think they knew that guy had just lived every day of his life? He doesn't know that he was creating history. Like, it didn't seem cool then. It's our stories looking back that make it seem like that was a special thing. We are the special thing right now. We're doing what no one else in the world is doing, and not one person in the world could ever prove us wrong, because it's all real. I've documented it all. I show it all. Nothing is words. So all the words I'm speaking is all documented on a video somewhere, unless I say, of course, like, hey, this is just my opinion, I don't know, which I do say a lot. So yeah. So by the way, someone said Tabby said Dogman. So I think she wants to hear Nick. You guys, Nick,
yeah, you want to hear Nick's story?
You want to get on? Sure.
Nick's got a story.
Absolutely.
Nick has his experiment with me, UFOs, flying jets, invisible Batmobiles is what I call them, because that's what it reminds me of. They're black, and they're pretty close. Me and Nick have been out here, and we've had two orbs come right at us, like two little car lights.
Just don't tell anyone
come right at us.
That you've seen an invisible Batmobile, because that could be a problem.
I don't tell anybody here just right now, just so you do.
I'm teasing. So, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. All right, let's go on. I mean, one thing I always do forget is that people can just leave. So it's not like I'm forcing them to stay here. So people are here, they're into it, and so I do feel like that.
If y'all guys want to hear the truth, y'all stay on.
All right.
That's my wording.
Amy, we'll talk again soon. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. I love y'all guys.
Yeah, we really appreciate it.
Oh, yeah, I love my Bigfoot family.
We love you too. Thank you so much. As I'm eating a chocolate donut, shoving a chocolate donut in my face. I know you guys don't care. I'm so hungry. I just had to eat a donut.
Hey, what's going on, Mark?
Hey, Nick. How are you?
I'm doing great. What's going on, Bigfoot world?
Cool. Yeah, look at Nick. These guys have great voices, don't they?
Thanks,
I'm not trying to embarrass you, but you guys both have perfectly. You guys should be like on the radio or something.
No, you got to handle it yourself, man. You're doing great here.
I will just shut up and just tell us. I can't wait. I'll smoke my vape.
Oh, yeah, Dogman, man. So, I was about. Amy brought this up, so I'm gonna have to recollect memories here.
That's okay. But no one expects perfection. You can just take your time. Don't even worry about it. I can't speak, so.
No, you got it down pat. So, Fernley or Stagecoach, Nevada. Probably a few folks here from Nevada or familiar with Nevada. So just outside of Carson City, probably about 30 miles east of Carson City, out in the middle of the desert, out in the middle of nowhere. That's where I lived when I was a kid, growing up. So, me and a couple of friends of mine, were out late at night, and we're going to go, visit a girl in the neighborhood and see if we can't, throw some pebbles at her window, you know what I mean, and doing what young boys do, trying to get get the girl to come on out of the house, and hang out with us or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
So we're whatever it takes, right? Yeah. So we're standing out in front of the house. There's dirt roads. This is overgrown trailer park is what I like to call it. It's pretty much like a small town of trailer homes out there in central Nevada.
Sounds right up my alley.
Yeah, right. So, so we were just standing out in front of the house trying to figure out how we're going to go about it, and discussing, which window was hers, and because we weren't all too sure what exact room it was.
Yeah.
And this is late at night. It's dark. Probably I don't know, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. Her old man had a bunch of this is like a overgrown trailer park again. So there's washers and dryers and old cars and trucks, what have you, all up in the front yard.
Yeah. We have a place like that.
So
yeah.
Yeah.
Everything,
so we're standing there.
Washer from their washer and dryer from 15 years ago is out there. I know. Yeah.
Yeah, right. Hanging on to it for spare parts or what have you.
Yeah. Too lazy just to go take it to the dump. Yeah.
So speaking of these washers and dryers, there's the size of a washer. It's a good 4 foot high.
Yeah.
A good 4 foot wide, especially the older models. Excuse me. So there was one of those. There was one of those right in front of the house, and we're standing there. We're quiet. We're listening, trying to figure out how to navigate through the yard and get to our window. All of a sudden, we hear a growl, coming from the junk in the yard there, and just a deep growl, like it would sound like a bear or something. I don't really know what to compare it to, but that caught our attention. So all three of us were staring in the direction of where it came from, and then shoulders, like the top of like the back of this creature started to rise up behind the washing machine, and it was like it was. There's no way. There's no way. By the time this thing was almost fully stood up, there's no way this thing could have been behind the washing machine.
Right. Yeah. Some like huge, unexplained situation of how he was standing up. Yeah, I know. I've been there. Because there's this whole other hidden thing. That's what we think, because that's what the story would be like. Yeah, he was hiding, but he's probably was like, maybe that's his spot where he shows up from wherever they come from, and he did it without double checking, because believe it or not, this kind of thing happens on that side where it's just like us. Like, say you have you've used your portal like 70,000 times, and no human has ever been standing there. You'll start to get lazy, and you'd be like, "Look, I'm not checking. They're never there." Like, and you're fine. And then one day he does it, and you just happen to be standing there, and they didn't have the backup or the signals or whatever. And that's what I think. As crazy as that sounds, they make mistakes too. He probably put himself there like a little close by accident.
No, you nailed it. Yeah, exactly. That's my thoughts on it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So this thing begins to rise up. It's dark black in color. I mean, like,
how far
first thing
away
that comes to
were you think?
Oh, I'd say so we're standing out in the street. Typical house is is a good I don't know if 50, 60 feet off of the road. This washing machine was probably, I don't know, maybe 30, 40 feet. 50 feet at the most in front of us, and it wasn't that dark. I can't recall if it was a half moon or full moon or what have you, but we had substantial lighting to see. This thing rises up, starts rising up back behind this washing machine, and it's like it's growing, man. It's like it's transforming out of thin air or from behind this washing machine. It's just expanding and growing. Back behind this washer machine, and it got to at least 6 feet tall, and it wasn't even fully erect. And I
have that problem too.
I mean, our reaction was like, "What? What the is that?" It was. I don't know which one of us was the first one. I believe I was the first one to say screw this. And
well, hold on a second, because you had someone else with you though, like, right? So now it was like my UFO. Like, thank God, like, so you had someone else that you can collab with on this, right? Like, yeah, because that's a big deal. Yeah. Because no matter what happens, over time, you just have this memory. Like, I know that happened, but like to be able to go back, like even in the future, and be like, hey, that really happened, right? Like, really helps you for some reason, just to even though it still helps to check, at least for me.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like that happened.
I was
right?
14 years, I was 14 years old, 13, 14 years old at the time, and I still have a vivid memory. I mean, burned into my memory about all of the instances that took place. This is how much of an impact it made on me. I've told my wife about this story several times and gone over it and just trying to wrap my mind around it of what's going on with the physics involved. What's going on with what type of species is this? I mean, I got two other, my two friends with me. They've seen it with their own eyes, no doubt, because we all hightailed it out of there. One of my friends, Jason, this kid could have been an Olympic track runner. I mean, he left us in the freaking dust, man. I thought I was fast.
Yeah.
This kid was gone.
I'm surprised what adrenaline can do. Yeah. walking on water. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely cheetah speed there. So, but I was second place. I wasn't the one that was on the back end of things there.
Yeah, and
so we got.
Go ahead. Keep going.
So we got to the car, and we had another buddy. He was waiting in the car for us. The plan was, was to pick her up and then, just go cruise the deserts and, maybe do a small bonfire or something like that. But that was the plan. So we get to the car and we're telling him all about it. Dominic is his name, we're telling him all about it. We're freaking out, he's like, what the hell's going on?
Is he believing you? I mean, he must be by the way you're acting, because that was like fresh that just happened. So he obviously is probably like, wow, something definitely is going on, because these guys are like freaking out, right?
Oh yeah, definitely freaking out. So in front of the vehicle was a small cluster of trees and I guess where no homes were. That's where we were parked at, and we're talking about this story, and we're talking about what we've seen, and I'm looking in front of the vehicle like, wait a second, maybe this thing has pursued us by this time. We're probably 2-3 minutes into conversation, and I'm in the back seat. I'm looking through the windshield into this grove of trees, and I'm seeing this thing dart from tree to tree, like faster than crowd, like Cloak talks about it, like Flash.
I've seen it.
Flash Gordon.
I've seen it with my own eyes, and when you see it, you don't believe it. Almost.
No, exactly. You don't believe it because there's nothing alive that does that.
Well, what happens is it goes so fast. It happened to me live, even, so people can maybe believe it better. It was, it's I know I saw it, but at the same time, like you immediately will go into your default, like, oh, it must be an explanation. Like I probably just thought I saw something, like. But now I've seen it too many times.
Double checking your eyes,
like literally, like. Like, I mean, it's amazing. Now, it's the thing is, I think it's just some of them. I don't think maybe not all of them can do that, but like some of them can do that, and it's
right.
I can't understand it at all. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Terrible.
No, you're good. I mean, you're explaining it exactly. I mean, the only thing that came to my mind at that age was, I've heard stories of werewolves, and whether or not it was true, that's another question. But I mean, that was what came to my mind was, big, hairy.
Do you think it is? Like, that's a good question, actually. I think a lot of people probably have thought this. I was watching. What was I watching? Oh,
it could explain the myth.
Oh, I watched. So here's something off the subject that I think all of us have always been curious about is werewolves. And I mean, again, here we go with the terminologies. It fits right in with all the names.
Right.
Aliens, right? Werewolf and what's the other ones? The people. Not Dracula. The vampires. Sorry.
Vampires?
Yeah, I always wanted to be like a vampire because, you know what I mean? I figured like you're kind of a person and, you could just like prey on mean people. Be like, oh, I heard you thought Bigfoot wasn't real. Be like, but it's, off the subject, I wanted to stop you because I was just thinking this yesterday. I was thinking deep into it because of what I do. I felt crazy even like, oh, of course there's no vampires. But I was thinking to myself, like, look, all the stuff that we do is 100% true. Like, I'm Colorado Bigfoot. Yes, I really do this. Yes, I filmed them. Yes, I've seen them. I film all their worlds. That's all real. I did that all in about like a half a second. And I'm like,
Oh yeah, you've seen them, heard them, heard the whoops, heard their clicking, the rock clacking,
everything. So I was like, all the other myths seem to have some kind of truth to them. So how badass would, maybe that's where the 300,000 people go a year. What if there really is? Now look, I'm talking to these guys now because I don't want them to think this is what I'm saying. This is me. This is the regular human side of me going, how cool would that be? Like, not if they go suck the blood out of your 3-year-old kid, and they probably don't do that. It's probably adults. But what if they still exist? I think that the legends are so big, and there's so many stories of it that there's gotta be as much as my brain doesn't want to believe it, there's gotta be some truth to like vampires and like, I mean, could a human's teeth come out? Like you're immortal. So do you think that there's immortals among us? Then of course we would never know it. Okay, it's not going to be on the news,
or at least longer living.
Yeah, like or something, right? Like they get like old slow, right? It's just really fascinating to me now because of this. Like I just leave like I don't believe it. I don't believe vampires, just like someone might not believe Bigfoot, like in a sense. Like I don't not believe it. Like I want it to be true, but at the same time, I struggle with that because there's no evidence. There's no, because they're not going to tell anybody. And right. What was I watching? Underworld. I just watched it for like when I was going to bed, and I'm like, oh man. So I was thinking to myself, if I had to pick the lichen or the vampire, I think I go vampire. I'd just be a nice vampire. That's all.
Oh, definitely lichens. I mean, you see how far those things can jump.
Oh my God, yeah, the lichens. So it's pretty cool. That's a good movie. You guys haven't seen the on Underworld? It's kind of cool. Just like
all of them. Yeah,
it just brings you into that mindset because I like to pretend, even at 50. Like I kind of like to. That's the only reason. That's the only way I can watch a movie. Like it has to draw me in, and I kind of want to be like. Even from watching.
Well, it's like you're talking about the movies, that people come out with. They're all based off of actual events, eyewitness accounts, myths that go back thousands of years.
Yeah,
absolutely.
So that's why
I mean, whether or not they suck people's blood, I mean, those could be just add-ons, that people have.
Do you have to have human blood? But why? Does that part of it stick no matter what story you're hearing? So that's the way I try to think about it. Now, like I said,
the fear aspect.
No matter what I think about, it's probably not right. But at the same time, I'm willing to believe at least humor that some of that's possible. So what I'm wondering is there people out there with any kind of story like that? Like it could, I mean, because you don't hear it. Like I gotta just try Googling like vampire experience or a werewolf, because I think a werewolf would fit too much into our category where it could be mistaken for anything that's with even this guy that you were seeing, like, well, the fact that with the dogman, like your experience, that's one of the big misconceptions. So millions, it's very easy to believe your story because first of all, why the hell would you make it up? Secondly, millions of people have the same type of story. Of course, it's the only difference would be like how it happened, where they were. Millions. There is millions and millions of people that have similar sighting stories. It's just that no one except like their friend, but no one in town believes it. Nobody. This lady was driving down recently in her car and saw a Bigfoot chasing a deer. It wasn't a Bigfoot. It was, part of whatever these guys are. And there's mistaken identities constantly. So people are now at the point where they're actually entertaining Bigfoot, right? It's on every advertisement. Netflix just released it. What's it called, guys? Bigfoot Babies or something, or Bigfoot. It's not there by an accident. It's part of what I'm doing. Those are actually they would be colleagues of mine in a sense, because that we are being employed to slowly explain this to people, to slowly introduce it to the world. You have to let people think they made the decision. Otherwise, they will resist and they will attack. If they figure it out, it's like, and meaning you, just like all of you did, then it's not so much of a big deal. Big deal. It's people need to be given the chance to figure things out on their own, not be told it, because we're all stubborn that way. A lot of us, other people are like, no, just tell me, I'm cool. But also what you saw too is mistaken for Sasquatch a lot. So that's where I do. Like, Mark, there's a Bigfoot and it's a dog, man. It's exactly what you're describing. I'm with them more than I am a Sasquatch. It's in fact 90% of people that think they're visiting Bigfoot. I don't talk about this because I don't want to get in an argument. They think they're visiting Bigfoot. They're actually visiting exactly what you just described. It's our term is Dogman, and that's not his name. That's not my name. They're just another version of a Sasquatch. They don't like no. Did you see his face? Like there's no open face, right? It was all fur. Was it all black? Or was there open? Did you see any kind of skin? Hey, Nick, you there? I might have lost him. Let's see what happened. That's not my name. Why is that song in my head, you guys? That's not my name. I think I lost Nick. Did I lose him? No, they're on there. Oh well. So what I was saying is, we'll wait till he talks again. What's up, Andrew? Again, back to my new members. We're going to figure out. It's whatever you guys want. I'm not going to decide anything. You guys are going to tell me what you expect from me, and that's what's going to happen. It's that simple. I don't cut corners in this. I'll do whatever you want me to do. The total membership is up to. I looked this morning. It was $125 or something like that. So it's not like, just so you know, this isn't about money. Okay, I don't do anything for $125. That's it's about my love for this. I lost Nick. We are connected to the phone call. Can you guys hear Nick? Because I can't hear him. Tell me if you can hear Nick. Like if I'm talking over him or something. Huh. Jen, have a great day. Well, you know what? That was good timing anyway. So if we don't get Nick back, that was a great story. Those two were awesome. Don't they both have like great speaking voices? Like if I told a story, it wouldn't come out that well. The only thing that makes me a good like receiver, maybe not even good, but like acceptable. Yeah, it just hung up. Is that I've been through most of these situations, or at least can understand it, where most people that are doing interviews have no idea. And that's one of the problems is like, I'm talking to those two producer guys who I love as guys. Like I really feel very comfortable with these two guys. These are guys that make shows that you watch. You've watched them before on Discovery Channel. And I've gotten to know these guys, and we're talking. They want to put me on a TV show, and I don't think I'm going to do it. Maybe if I was going to do it, I would consider it with these two. But what they don't really understand is what I expect out of them is I need them to have some sort of passion. I need them to understand. Nick, if you're listening, thank you so much, man. I'm not sure what happened with the connection, but good timing. I just didn't get to say goodbye to you. So we can do that again. I would like to have you guys just join in. Maybe I can get both of you on there one day. We can just have I'll have Nick and Amy as co-hosts. Jesus might have lost patience. He was waiting around for me. He asked me about something. Let me go to the top and see. No, it's too long ago. So how cool is that, right, you guys? Look, I know sometimes stories can be hard to I don't even think their stories were hard, but stories that you'll come across and things that are hard to believe. And my suggestion would just be give people the benefit of the doubt. People don't talk about these things unless it happened. Once something happens, it becomes very simple. Like, there's Nick, because you want to be able to get it out. Like, you'd be surprised at the feeling that is to. That's the only reason I'm here, because I could never do this without you guys involved. Even if I was a trillionaire, like it's not about money for me. I couldn't do that as a trillionaire without being able to show you guys. You know what I mean? What would be the point? Like my brain would explode if I couldn't be like, oh my God, look at the structure I found. It's like simple little stuff, but it's I don't know. Yeah, Nick, thank you so much. I appreciate you. I don't know what happened. I went back to you and you just, it was just hanging air. So perfect timing. I'm not going to keep this video on much longer anyway. I want to, what we're going to do is, because I also will have live videos that are not hearing stories, but I think it's interesting. And I think it's, not only are stories, real stories, interesting, but they're important. And you'll see, if you're new to this, especially over time, how certain stories begin to fit in. Remember, nobody hears more stories than me, or literally shown it in videos and pictures than me, I don't think. If there is someone else out there, let me know, because I'll give them some of mine. And that is, I think, helps me do this because there's not going to be any skepticism here, and I know when people are onto someone because I live this every day. So if you come in here and want to tell a false story, more than likely I'm going to know it. Whether I would say it out loud, I don't know. Depends on you. So, I really dig what those guys were saying. 8 kids. My God, can we start a? We got to start a GoFundMe. I'd like to see Amy go back to that spot. Wouldn't that be cool? Even if nothing happens, like take her cell phone, go back to the best way she could recall or put together when she was 2, even though she doesn't remember, and just kind of be in that area, and maybe leave them a little gift on the fence over there, or something like that. I'll bet you, because remember, 48 years isn't that long for them. I don't think. I think it's long for us, and you know how fast it goes for us. If someone's like, hey, you're not going to be able to buy a new car for 48 years, you'd be like, holy shit. But if someone tells you, when you're 5 years old that you're dying in 48 years, then that would seem quick. It's all we put everything in perspective. So anyone else have anything to say? I guess I think I lost Jesus, but he wanted to mention something about which is breaking Bigfoot. I wanted to see what he was saying, but I think he's gone. So we'll have to wait till another time he's there. And then there's other people that wanted to tell stories like this. I know Pamela. Pam, did you want to? Next time we do this, would you want to come on and talk? I mean, we can almost do it now if you want. That's why I explain to people. Like I've always been a pro marijuana person. Like especially when it was really sensitive, like for cancer patients, terminal patients. You don't have an appetite, things like that. Like what could possibly be wrong with someone that's about to die smoking weed so they could eat a cheeseburger? You know what I mean? This is how stupid our mentalities were. That's all changing now finally, because it wasn't about they didn't think you could do it. It was all about control. Everything's about controlling us. And then they finally realized, like, look, just let them smoke the weed. We can do whatever we want because they're all going to be baked, and we can have Biden as president, and no, everyone's an idiot. So they don't really care. They're going to watch Netflix and get stoned, which isn't such a bad thing to do sometimes. Especially, I know a lot of people. They're like, Mark, I've been smoking pot ever since the coronavirus. I've smoked too much pot. I was like, man, listen, it's a lot of people. I know I have a friend of mine that smokes. Him and his girlfriend, that you would never know it in a million years if you met them, spoke to them, saw them. And they smoke like 10 joints a day together. It's a crazy thing. I'm blown away by it myself. Like, you have to be there to believe it. And it doesn't affect them at all. Like, I don't understand it. I'd be like, it takes my motivation away. You get fearful of the woods? Well, it's normal. One of the things I've said to people, just making this up myself, doing this, I've said, why is every human being on earth, I swear to God to this almost, there's probably one that's not afraid of the dark. Take the biggest, baddest ass human being, take Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, and all those guys, and put them in the middle of a jungle, in the middle of the night, in the middle of a Bigfoot world that I handpick, and we'll see who's scared and who isn't. Those guys that run out of there like little baby chickens. You want to see the toughest black guys in the world turn into little babies? Let them sit in the middle of a Bigfoot world where we are literally conditioned to fear the nighttime. And why do you think that is? It's to keep you from sticking your nose where it doesn't belong, at least back then. There's very few instances of people even going anywhere except from their house to their car and to work or to the movies or to dinner. That's the only thing you're going to do at nighttime. That's it. Okay? I'm not talking about one of you freaks that walks out there naked or something, but I'm talking about most of us. You know what I mean? We're scared. I'm scared. Like, I do it now, but I'm not scared of them. I just have that natural feeling of not being able to see scaredness like we all have. I don't know if that goes away. I don't know if it's possible for that to go away. And then anyone that denies it's just lying to you. Every single person has that feeling. I'm not saying you can't go do it, but you still have, like I do it, but you still have that fear. It's a feeling. It's I don't want to say fear necessarily, but yeah, like that feeling, like they're right there. Like you can almost, like you ever walk in your door like at night, and you didn't turn around, but you were like, ah, and you just close the door behind you for some reason. Because some of that times it's you, but other times it's probably because they're not far away. We all have these senses. We've talked about this. You know, they don't work very well, unfortunately, for most of us, including me. They just where we know things. I use the example of like a baseball game. You know, you're at a pro baseball game. You know, you're just sitting there like, yeah, and then all of a sudden you just go, and because you know this person's staring at, like, for some reason this happens to me all the time, and someone's just going like this, just staring at me. You know what I mean? And then like after I saw it, like now I can feel it or kind of see it in my peripherals. I'm like, why is these people staring? Like I look at this, he's still looking at me. And then I'll look and then like make my eyes go off like I didn't see it, you know. And he's still staring at me, but I knew it before I looked. Do you know what I mean? And we've all done that at some point. You might not even remember your situation, but it's happened to you probably 1,000 times. So that's a little ability that we have, like little, because I think it's because we're all connected, you know, and some of us more than others to each other. It's the weirdest thing. Does anyone care about this? Not really, but it's important because I'm making a point that almost everyone can agree on. Like, if you don't agree with what I just said, I mean, that's fine, but we're all scared of the dark. Every one of us. It's just so weird. So I think it'll be interesting to see, you know, what's going to happen this season with everybody. I'm going to show some new things, some new places, of course. I have some that have been on hold for a while, and then it should be really good as I get into like July and August. Oh my God, because I can't get to those certain spots till then. That's how much snow is not where they are. It's all melted, but to get up to them, it's all blocked. Where they coexist into that time, it's completely melted. It's a crazy thing. Wherever they are, there's no snow most of the time. Up here, I don't know. Everything's different. Like I notice, I see right away in Maryland stuff how everything changes. It's not the same as here, but I know because of here. I don't know. It's weird. Can anyone else talk, please? I'm going to wrap this up. So, Pam, did you ever answer me? Oh, you were abducted as far as you know. Okay. Well, I still think that's interesting. You know, like, let us decide. That some people might like that even better. Okay, not now, later is good. Okay, got you. Yeah, we can, if it's up to you. And that goes for anybody. I think, Ryan, you said you want to, so next time, we don't have to wait till Sunday to do this. I can do this anytime we want, and we can just leave the videos up. I like the interviews. Like, I'm already getting long now, so people are going to see, oh, it's a 4-hour video, and they won't even turn it on, you know? Which I don't care about on the outside, but I don't want my subs to think that. That's the only people I care about, because I know they get it. I don't need the outside views. I don't care. It does nothing to me. Oh, you missed the end? Yeah, and then I just lost him. Nick, do you know what happened? Amy, what happened to Nick? Was it the phone, or? I know I didn't do it. At least I think I didn't do it. I want to get this guy. You guys want to hear this guy before I get off? He's the best. We were playing his message in the practice, trying to get the settings right. And I haven't seen Jerry say hello unless his name here is different. This guy, Jerry O'Shea. You guys want to hear it again? I love him. He's like, hey, you probably talk a little bit too much, but, you know, who doesn't? I just started laughing. It's like, because of his English accent. Let's play this, because it's people that haven't heard it. If you've heard this, it's really not that boring, because he's funny. And now I can play it through the speakers properly. Let's find that. Where is that? And then I'll wrap it up. I want to play this because I'm going to leave this video up. And hopefully people will just slide through like these parts of it. They don't have to hear me speaking about nonsense. Here he is. My name is Jerry O'Shea. I'm in Vegas, but he's from London. He's like, I'm sure you can pick up on that. And I want him to say hello. Like, I don't think he's really in the live. So I think I might just have to call him on my own one day, because he just sounds interesting. So here's Jerry. It's a 2-minute, just over. It's actually 3 minutes, if you don't mind. And then I'm gonna end the video. I'll say goodbye after that. So here we go. Tell me if you can hear it.
Yeah, my name's Jerry O'Shea. I live in Las Vegas. I lived here a long time. Originally from London. I'm sure you can pick up on that. I just want to say a couple of things. Ever since I sort of got some information about this subject, I have no doubts whatsoever that these creatures exist. They're in all parts of the world. They're not every part of the world, but
Thank you, Karen.
places where there's the right environments there for them.
I know. Nick can call back.
I don't think they're monkeys either or gorillas. I think it's some sort of tribe. I don't know really. I haven't got a clue, but I think they're very smart, very intelligent. Got a different way of doing business, ESP, whatever it is. Anyway, you're doing a great job. I mean, some people might think you talk a lot. I'm sure I do as well at times, but you're doing a great job. So, it's all very well. Everyone's got a fucking opinion, excuse my language, on this topic about how other people should do their job.
Everyone
but
does have an opinion.
You're the one out there. I mean, I'm still pretty fit and strong, but I couldn't do that. I've had too many injuries. I couldn't go hiking like that no more. Too much metalwork in my legs and ankles. Years ago, I would have loved to have joined that. That would have been right up my street, Not now, though. I know my limitations, really. So you're out there struggling, and that's some serious terrain up in Colorado there. And so anyone who's willing to get out there and sweat and do the legwork and is really serious. Some of the channels, they just come across like a bunch of clowns, really. They're all tinny lights and this, that, and the other.
I'm kidding.
You're doing all it's like special forces work, really. So,
Navy SEAL.
Just keep up the good work and
love this guy.
Maybe sometimes, perhaps don't even film some of the stuff. Just allow yourself time to enjoy it for you, as opposed to everyone else is getting the benefit of your hard work. So, maybe sometimes I think, I wouldn't film it. It would be all about you. It doesn't have to be about for everyone else at times. But I know you want to share. But sometimes I wonder though, do these creatures or whatever we call them, special people, giants of the forest? I'm sort of ambivalent. On one end I want to know about them, but I'm just worried that too much exposure, and I'm sure the government knows about them. They probably would like to capture these things, train them or whatever. I mean, they do it with dolphins, so why not these if they were given the opportunity? So anyway, I could ramble on here all night about this topic. It's a fascinating thing. And regardless, some people probably think we're all crazy. I pick and choose.
It's because they can kick our ass. That's why. Okay, they could take this earth anytime they want. Dolphins. We have catch. They just disappear. We've had them in holding We've had them in holding cells. They just disappear. We've had them after 2 days. There's all kinds of stories, like legit stories from like science. That one guy that was actually like operating on them and stuff, and they actually got, because they always came dead to him, and then they finally got alive. Two live, or one was dead. One they got alive. And they put him in a holding cell 2 days later. No, there was two in a holding cell. 2 days later, it was gone. They just vanished from a locked holding cell. But it took 2 days. They didn't do it right away. So that's the hard part. Like, why wait 2 days if you can just let yourself out of there? Did they need help? I don't know. There's other amazing stories too. Like when there was a Bigfoot up a tree. I think it was a female. She was like up in the tree and it got struck by lightning, and she came falling out of the tree. And when she was just dead, apparently, they filmed her and everything. And I think they came back and she was just gone, just vanished, because people don't understand, because they can't see that there's 100 of them right there. So as soon as they let you do your thing, you leave, boom, she's gone in 2 seconds. You could have took a pee and came back and she's gone. I don't know about the government's another day. We got to talk about that, because the bottom line is nobody knows. Who knows what? We're sure they know, but are we sure? No, we don't. We're not sure. I'm pretty sure, but we're not 100%, because, like, how could they not, right? But who? That's the thing. I have a feeling it's a very small portion. It's probably not. This is a guess, but probably not that far off from like Men in Black type of thing. They could even have hubs like that. Who knows? They're smoking Marlboros and stuff. I doubt that, but it's possible. but yeah, there's select groups of people in the government that, not just this, but they have divisions. Look, I have a friend of mine in national that's in defense, and I'm not supposed to tell this to you, but he said, Mark, because he loves what I do, because he knows. And he's like, I have never seen anybody. He goes, I watch these channels because I get a kick out of who's lying and stuff, because he lives it. And you know what he told me? He said, Mark, I have never seen anybody more honest about anything, their experiences and what this is in my life. You're the first one that's ever gotten close. He's like, but he goes, what you guys are doing is an amazing thing. He goes, nobody knows, so it's very important that you're doing this. He goes, but if you knew what we really did on a daily basis, if you knew what we were really protecting you from every day, you wouldn't believe it, or you wouldn't be able to understand it. Or I forget what he said exactly, how he put it, but I was like, and I said, right away, like, if you can hear this guy speak, he is the real deal. And I'm like, he's literally just a fan of Colorado Bigfoot. That's how I can talk to this guy. He doesn't talk to anybody. He's like, I can lose my job when I talk to you. I was like, that's cool, because it means. So he basically, he said, he told me that. So he verified me. He said that you're doing a great job. He knows a lot, but he said that's the last thing we're even thinking about. He goes, what we really protect this world from, they're like shield. They're shielding the world from something. And he's like, that's what he said. He goes, he goes, what we really do it from, you don't want to know. And I said, you know what? You're exactly right. I do not want to know. Do not tell me. I have no interest in knowing. I can't know. I don't want to know. I would have paid anything I had in the world 10 years ago to know. Now that I know what I do, information becomes a burden. It eats you alive, secrets. And that's why it's fun. Like that guy was just saying on the thing, he's like, you got to do some stuff for yourself once in a while. And I was like, you know what? I do. You guys don't know what I do off the camera. You only see what's on the camera. So of course I have moments out there with myself. It's 99% of what is going on out there is by myself, because I can't run the camera the whole time and batteries would die. I had a point to all this. No, they're not people eaters. Those are vampires. we already talked about that. No, I'm kidding. But so I don't want to do this without, that's the fun part for me. It's a fun part for everyone that's involved in this. Denise with her pictures there's so many of you that just some of the gals take pictures of teepees like in their park or that, or their moms, and they can't really go, do expeditions or something, but they're finding it right there in their town. That's enough for me. I don't want to be private. I don't want, if I have to hold back, fine, because then I can't have you guys. I would rather know less and have you than know all of the secrets on the earth and not be able to tell anybody. Because I don't want to know unless I can talk to you about it. Because it's not fun. I'm not a narc. I can keep a secret better than anybody. But not when you're finding things. Because that is the fun of it. Like Diesel found something sick. I'm sure he wants to be like, wait till Mark sees this one. Because that's fun. You know what I mean? So without us being able to, talk in circles. Without being able to share this, without being able to tell some stories, like those guys did, I think is an exciting thing. And I think I'm a good guy, not to interview or to speak, but to be on the other end of that, because I more than likely can relate to the exact story in some way or another. That's because it's happened to me, it never stops happening. So something else will happen. I just got to keep, focused on what exactly I say. I got to be careful because YouTube can turn me off too. They're allowing me to be monetized, allowing me to continue as long as I keep it within check. I can't overly convince you. You have to, I'll show you amazing things, but I can't, film the mothership landing. If I do, they might not let me. The mothership might not let me anyway, but that's when they'll just shut you down. It's happened to too many people now. Guys that one guy with the 1 million subscribers that always talked about the moon, they got rid of him quick. He's the guy that literally proves basically that the moon is not real. Do I believe the moon is not real? No, I don't believe it. I don't think about it either way because it's too hard to believe it's not real, but there is things about it. It doesn't move. It's just, most people don't, that a lot of Americans don't know that. They don't know that the moon just sits there. It doesn't spin or whatever. We don't get to see, I think we don't get to see the backside of the moon, the dark side of the moon. Pink Floyd. Bet you when you were smoking weed to Pink Floyd 30 years ago, you weren't thinking about the dark side of them. Like, there's a reason. It's not dark over there. It's just dark to us. That's where that's all going on. There's regular civilians all over the United States filming the surface of the moon and filming structures and vehicles and aliens and spacecraft every single day. Like these Hubble guys, like these hobby dudes. Some of these hobbyists have like $100,000 telescopes. And that you can, I mean, I can do it with this camera right here. I can zoom right to the surface of the moon. It's blurry with this, but man, if you just put a couple extra grand into this thing, you could film every crater, every nook and cranny. Hard to believe it's that many miles away. And then the only reason I tend to agree that could be something up with the moon, listen to this, is they wrote, they're like in like scriptures, like in like scrolls, and it was turned into a book, and it was called The Time Before the Moon. Why in the hell in the 1500s or 1400s would human beings write about the time before the moon? It's not a story. It's real. It's not a fictional story. Like, they're really telling us. And that would just be dumbed down. And I want to know why. I don't care about if the aliens towed it there with a rope. I want to know why everyone's gone through such lengths to shelter us from all this. I mean, we are special. That's the thing. Because if we weren't, they could have just said, listen, you're lucky to have this life. Get your ass to work. We need some gold. We need minerals. If you say a word, we're just going to telepathy you to death and you're dead. Why did they give us this free will, this amazing reign over this earth? At least so we think we do. So confusing. I'm so confused. If you think I'm not confused, just like you are, it doesn't matter what level of this you get to. It's the same exact confusion as you get. So once I pass, like I feel like they're levels kind of, and I'm completely cleared up. Until I get through the clearness, I'm stuck at this level of confusion, and I need their help. I go out there with that confusion, and somehow, not always, but sometimes it just seems to get straightened right out. And then we talk about it, and then it seems to start to happen to everyone. It's the weirdest thing. Yes, not all of us, Brian, but most of us love animals. Absolutely love animals. How could you not? You've got to be something wrong with you. I hate dogs. I hate cats. I hate this. I hate that. I hate when did you become so special? Who loves you? You know what I mean? I can't stand people like that. Oh, I hate that. I mean, that's a big generalization. I mean, you must have met a really mean dog to hate all dogs. Idiots. That is an idiot, okay? Definition of idiot, someone that's, I don't like dogs. I don't like this. Me. That's what I can't stand about people. I don't like people that are self-absorbed. It drives me crazy. I'm so unself-absorbed, even though I will brag occasionally, like I got the most this or that. That's a all that is a lack of self-esteem. Okay. I mean, obviously, you guys. Some people never took psychology. That was the only thing I did well in college was psychology. I didn't even try. I did a whole speech where I could never get up in front of the class, and I finally did it. I got an A. I was like, because I understood it all came to me so easily. I still remember every definition, I remember my first day, like, you learn the definitions like socialism, functionalism. Like, what does functionalism mean? It's the basic units of experience and the process in which they occur. Like, all these things I remember, like I'm like I have a photographic memory. It's so weird. Like, I know psychology. And that's why I get so frustrated with $9.95, $29.95, only $99.95. Oh my God, honey, we got to get it. It's only $99.95. It was $129.95, and now it's $99.95. Like, I'm gonna lose my mind one day with that. Like, how stupid! Just tell me it's $50, then I'll buy it. Sorry. You know what I mean? Like, why does it have to be $49.95 or whatever the numbers are? All psychology. It's all to trick you, even though you know you're being tricked. So how genius is that? You know it why they do $9.99, but you don't care because it's still attracted to you. It's still, right past you knowing you'll still buy the item because you think it's that price has you. Just put $10 and then I'll buy it. The second I see something on TV that actually says it's $10, I'm going to buy it even if it's girls' panties, because I can't. I want to reward the first person that said, not girls' panties. That didn't come out right. You guys know what I meant. I want to reward the first person that puts $10. Girls' panties. I gather baby turtles every year. Oh, that's a good Brian. You know why, Brian? Because the world needs us. Not all these animals can process like we can. Even the dumbest of us process information. Well, like, oh, gee, there's no cars coming. I can walk. So that's a big deal, to lend a hand. You'd be surprised at the impact you may have. Just one day, or just saving. I've saved baby Bambis, raccoons. Yeah, girls' panties. That came out wrong. I think you guys know. I was kidding. It just came to me. I was like, I'm not into panties. I promise. I'm not even into girls at this point, or guys. I'm set. What do they call that? Celibate. I am, of course, but not here where I live because there is no one. I'm gonna let it happen. One day I'll just meet somebody and then I'll have a girlfriend again. But it's a good thing right now, you guys. If she's gonna mess up my focus, even if it's the most special girl that's ever existed, somehow dated me, which she probably gets sick of me in a day, I'm going to be unfocused. I'm going to think I have to be home. I gotta, oh my God, I got to go there, but then I got to be at her house, and she have to go to her mom's house. And I think to be the best at this, it might apply to a lot of subjects, but this in particular, one that no one's ever really gotten any further in before, I have to be married to this. It's the only way. It's so difficult. There's no answers just out. I gotta show them how much I love them. And look, I gave up everything. Like I can't have a girlfriend. I just live in horse manure, and it's not easy. You struggle for money. You got to ask people like, hey, if you want to show you pictures of some more sticks, can you guys help me? It's like, it's not easy. This is a new thing. But all I'm going to tell you is just trust me, okay? Just trust me. I've been saying it for 4 years. I haven't let you down yet, have I? Well, just wait for the future. It's all coming. Maybe not even through me. Maybe it's through me, and then because of me, someone did something, and then we get it all from them. You know what I mean? I'm not the say-all in anything. Let's make that very clear. It might be Diesel. It could be anybody. It could be someone that we don't know. I don't think so, unless because you have to follow. There is no other way. It's not an opinion. There is one way, and it's to go to where they live. It's the only way. And how do we do that? We follow their language, their system, which I did discover. Don't ever let anyone ever tell you any different. That's the only thing I care about. Like, hey, yeah, I figured it out. I did this couple things, and that's it. That's all I want. Does the world have to know? Absolutely not. As long as you guys know, I'm happy. That's all. Might be Ryan. He's all over this, which is our uncloaked scene world. He's mental patient over Bigfoot. I mean, he never stops. I mean that in a good way. Never stops. Like, want to do it again Tuesday? We could do this. We could do, as long as there's other people speaking, there could never be enough. I mean, the great thing about it is we could do it live, so people can see that we're just real. It's not that exciting. We're just regular people. We're going to make mistakes. We're probably going to stutter. We're probably going to be shy. Diesel, I mean, you're welcome to come on here. Stop being, I can't say what you are over the airwaves. It starts with a P. Stop being one of those and get you on here. Maybe this is a good way to break in just to speaking, because Diesel's camera shy. He's no problem standing in the middle of Bigfoot, but he doesn't want to talk on his video, which is silly, because I was the same way. But you're finding amazing things. You're filming them every day. That should empower you just to speak. Nobody's going to judge you. No one cares. Like I tell people, this isn't a personality contest. How could it be, or I wouldn't be speaking? Diesel gets great stuff all day long, you guys. Go to here, Nick. I gotta give Nick some power there, just because once you speak on the interview, you get to be an admin. So that's all. I think we just need to be friends. Not us, but like everybody. Like these people, like are just insane. They're insane. like out there, like, you know, like that guy that with the one, I can't even go into that guy with the picture. And oh, I hid your comment. That's not what I tried to do. Sorry, Nick. That's funny. Hold on a second. Not funny for you, but funny for me. Hold on. I was trying to do that to your. There we go. Okay. Yeah. So, and I'm not speaking for Diesel because I just go by basically what he tells me. But, you know, you see you can see his face and stuff, but he doesn't like to, you know, like go live or, you know, anything like that. Like, I don't think not that he doesn't like it, but, you know, it's hard. Like, I don't know what I'm going to say, and either do I. I didn't have one plan for today. My plan was knowing I had Amy. That was my plan for today. I could have winged a 15-hour video, no problem, but didn't write anything down because in this, plans suck. There's no plan. You just go out. Like when I go do a video for you, the most of the plan is just the direction I'm heading in. Because if you plan it out, it won't happen. You just got to go out there and let it happen. So there's no, thank God, because I don't have to write it down like on a piece of paper. I just go out there. And it will just happen to you. And everyone knows it's true because anyone that's tried it has been successful. No one has failed following the system I laid out for you. It's nursery school level. Learn their system, learn their language, and you will not fail. It's that simple. Thousands and thousands of people have done it. Thousands. And some of them told me I went out there so I could show everyone you were full of shit. You know how many messages like I've gotten that? He's like, now I'm your biggest fan, things like that. You know, then you'll always have the bottom feeders of the world. You know, there's just nothing you can do about it. You just got to hold your head up, and you know you're 10 times as badass as they are, and just go on with life. Panties. Come on, you don't want to talk about women's panties? What is wrong with people that's what they're into? I was watching that guy. Did you guys see that? If you guys ever get a chance, watch Criminal Psychology, I think the channel is. The guy's got like 2 million subscribers. I love that guy. I watched like the Jodi Arias trial, just sitting there like a zombie watching 15 hours, like, you know, different times, but like sucked into that trial. I know we're gonna get Diesel on. So Diesel, think about it. No pressure. Don't give him. I don't want to pressure him, but that's good, Nick, because that way he knows people do want to hear from him. So you can always come on here, Diesel. I can. If there's ever a lack of, like, I can ask you questions that you can easily answer. I think it might be a good way for you, and then you're gonna do it, and then as soon as you're done, be like, oh my God, that was so easy. Why didn't I do that before? People don't have to be here. Remember, they can just leave. I always feel like they're in jail until I hit the button. And people do. They're like, this guy, he's like, I'm out. They're like, I'm out of here. But there's are people that are also missing out on the secrets of the earth one day. And we don't want them. I don't care about them. I'm beyond where I care about idiots. They have to go and do their thing, you know. To each their own. There is a human side to all this too, guys. Like, you're supposed to, I think we at very least enjoy the world that's been laid out in front of us. Like going to the movies, getting a new car, a motorcycle. Like, I'm not trying to pull people away from that stuff. That is fun. I don't want anyone not to be a human either. I just want us to realize what happened. Because then when enough people do, everything will change. Then we can go on. But it's to correct idiots. Whew, it's a tough one. People are so self-justified. It's very difficult. There it is. There it is, Diesel. Oh, you want to talk to Diesel this second? You could, if he wants to. I'd be surprised if he'd call in this second, though. I'm trying to think exactly where Diesel is. He's not that far from New Brunswick, actually. I mean, he could drive. I mean, anywhere in New Jersey, you're there like in 45 minutes, practically, if there's no traffic. Yes, Brian, that's his channel. He's in Vineland. Our Cloaked Unseen World is Ryan. That's the name. These are the names of their channel. What you're saying, Diesel in New Jersey is his channel. Want to see lots of Bigfoot? Go watch Diesel in New Jersey. Me and him have been together for years. You gotta remember, these aren't people I met yesterday. I'm in a daily collaboration with Diesel for 3-4 years. That's 1,200 collaborations we've had, probably more. Okay, it's these are people that that know what they're doing. Yeah, see Diesel. People want to hear from you. It doesn't have to be. We're not putting you on the spot. Of course, you don't have to come on this second, unless you want. I'm going to close this down, but I'll stay on if you're coming on. I know Jesus wants to talk too, so I think this will be cool. This will not be in place of my regular video. I mean, pretty soon we're gonna you'll have tons of regular videos too. But I think this is fun. I would like to do this for me, not for you. For me, because I have no life. I'm just kidding, by the way. I have no life, and like outside of this, because all I do is this. So if I finally get a couple friends, oh my god, like friends like here, like we're hanging out, like it's a big deal to me. That's why I said, thank God I can't super chat you guys, because I would. I swear to God, I'd be like, here, Amy, here's Kristen, here's $5. Robin, thank you for being here, $5. Because I would reverse super chat, and I would never have. I'd go bankrupt. It's an addiction I have. Like if I know anybody that's live, I always super chat them. I can't help it. I feel like I owe somebody super chats. Like I just try to karma it on, like pass on my, you know what I mean? Where I don't think a lot of people do that, like me and Brandon constantly just super chat, we don't keep track. Someone's ahead of the other guy. We have no idea. Are you sub to me or to Diesel? You used to be able to, we got to get Diesel up to 1,000 subs, you guys. He has been so censored by YouTube, it's almost ridiculous. I've watched every single step of the way. They literally block him from everything. Like it's crazy. Because he's showing you things they don't want you to know. He's showing you exactly what I show you. Rock, that's not true. And the cool thing is it's in New Jersey. Okay, that's why Diesel's special to me. Well, not just why, but I mean that's the number. That's how he caught my attention at the beginning, because that's where I'm from, and I was never able to do this there. You guys saw what I did in Pennsylvania recently. That was unreal. Go back and watch Pennsylvania videos if you don't believe in the subject. Where I grew up, where they knew me since I was a baby. Things like that. Who is it? Diesel? Is this you calling? Yes, 609. It's got to be him.
Call from
Diesel.
It's Diesel. Yo, he called me. Welcome. What's up,
Yeah,
Diesel?
called you.
He's there. See, Diesel's got a little. Don't let him fool you. He has a little southern accent as well, like Amy.
Yeah.
Because where were you from, original Diesel?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
Yeah, Little Rock. That's right. And listen, don't be nervous. Remember, these are all the guys that you are on every day with anyway. Half these guys are.
Oh,
on. Yeah. Cool. I didn't think you would. I didn't want to pressure you.
Yeah, everybody wanted it.
Thanks, Nick. So what's up, man?
I was hanging out, taking a break from yesterday.
What'd you do yesterday?
I went in the woods a little bit.
I saw you put a video out?
Oh, yeah, a couple of them.
Oh, good.
I only do like 8-minute little videos.
Yeah, but they're good. But you're showing evidence. Yeah, that's because you don't have to ADD to death like I do.
Yeah.
But you're showing. I mean, every one of your videos, more or less, has them sitting right there. Like he shows a lot of a lot of their tricks too. You know what's cool about Diesels is you can kind of learn on your own. You can just see. You can learn the tricks and how you're fooled on a daily. I've been hunting for 40 years. I never saw a Bigfoot. You think so? You're the exact idiot that they're not gonna. You can't fool them. They're 30 times as smart as that idiot hunting in his tree stand for 40 years. Like if
the hunter does is sit in a chair.
Yeah. I haven't seen it. Like he's just gonna walk by. How you doing? Oh, good. How are you? Nice to see you.
Yeah.
That's not how it works. It's all a bunch of tricks. I want to find out why. Don't call. Well, you can't call in this second, but because I got Diesel on. But yeah, cool. So tell us something. So let me. I'll say one more thing. So Diesel, are you been talking to Alex a little bit? about coming out?
A little bit, yeah. Yeah, trying to figure it out. He wants to drive, but I don't know. That'd take a while.
It's not that bad. I mean, it depends on how, if you have the time. Do you have, could you, like...
I mean, if he came here, we could go out to a few spots here and show him some stuff. And then we could fly out there. I live right by, Atlantic City Airport.
Oh, okay.
I'm like an hour
Of
from the
course,
ocean.
anybody can call in. You could call in. I mean, I think someone could call in and just be like, "Hey, no story, just hey." I'd be like, "All right, bye." No, I'm just kidding. Yeah, if people just like anybody, you don't have to have any kind of. You can, if you want to call. Well, if you're a troll and you want to call in and give me a hard time, feel free. I think that'd be funny.
That'd be pretty entertaining, though.
Yeah, we got to make. I don't mind making like some. I can't be a comedian myself, but if someone calls in, then we'll match wit and see who knows what. Because no one will. No one. There's not a troll on this free earth that has the balls to call me live. There's not one. I promise you. Their number's right there. There's because they won't. If they did it, it would just be to do the challenge. But because they're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong.
Be almost cool to get like the trolls. You both go to the same spot at different times and see what they film.
I'd like to take one of these guys.
Films.
I'd like to take one of these psychos and tie him up. Yes, kidnap him, but in a nice way, not to hurt him. Very nicely. I'll tie the ropes loose, and just take him out, tie him to a tree, right, and then just leave him there, like overnight, like in a Bigfoot world, and then come back, be like, hey, you believe now? Because they would do that for me. Do you know that? I have relationships in certain spots where I couldn't swear that to you, but I could almost swear it.
Oh, yeah.
I could bring someone there to have a lesson taught to him. That's what I believe.
I was in a spot one time and I said out loud, you should put like a GoPro on a goat and just let it go through and see what it gets. And I would never say that. It's like they implanted it in my head.
Oh, yeah.
I was even laughing on the video at myself.
I thought about
I would never say that.
With the cows that I see up there. Like if I could just put a GoPro on a cow, because they always mingle in around these cow herds, like at the high elevation cow herds. And but I think it's hard. Like I remember Rio. You guys remember that? Some of you guys might remember.
Oh yeah, I used to watch him too.
Yeah, Utah Sasquatch, and he put the GoPro at the beginning on one of his dogs. And the dog, no matter what, that they're going through bushes and stuff, and it would always like either get ripped off or get hit. So most animals, that are anywhere near the forest, the chances are that thing is going to come off with a branch at some point.
Maybe a bird.
Yeah, and then how do you get it back? You have to have like a tracking device.
Yeah, sacrifice. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well maybe if you were within cell reception, you could do like a sacrifice. Trail cam that has like a cell phone on it. Yeah, you could do that.
Take donations for that trip just to do that. And it would just be for free.
See, for me, it's not to prove anything. It's not like, hey, look what I got. It's more that I
just to see what would happen.
Yeah, just for learning.
As soon as I went to the spot yesterday, a bird, huge bird, I think it was an eagle, flew right over my head. And I wear a hat that has an eagle on it.
That's weird.
And I didn't see no other animals all day long.
That happens to me all the time.
It's like the woods are empty.
Yeah. It happens to me where I see one waiting. I'll see this giant like falcon or like raven just sitting there staring at me right before I go into the Bigfoot world. And if they think...
A lot of times if you follow them too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I thought about that too. Like you just see where he's going.
Yeah. I've done that a few times. It's where I found the rock of the Bigfoot head. There's hawks in the middle of that place.
So in other words, just pretend like if you're skeptical yourself and you're like, oh, there's no way that, well then just follow it and see what happens, because no matter what,
more times than not, it's led me to a spot.
I've never had a failed day in this in my life ever. I've had days where I thought it was going to be, and I'm like, oh my god, that's why I don't leave now.
As long as you follow the signs, they might be more spread out in different spots.
You've probably
it'll usually lead you to a chunk.
You've probably seen it in my video, like where. I've said like, nothing's happened, but it's going to, like, no matter what, by the time I leave, I got something. Whether it's a spot.
I feel they always end it with something crazy.
Yeah. It's so
like
weird.
They want to see you. They see your effort, and they're like, oh, here you go.
Yeah, and they want other people. Just because you're the one with the camera doesn't make you more important. They might be much more interested in someone that's going to see it on your video than they are you.
They just might be watching you thinking you got a weapon in your hand.
I want to make it very clear to people, and I think I speak for Diesel at the same time. None of this, when I walk out there, and because I have all these places and I think I have special relationships out there, never do I think that I'm special because of that. Like with them. Like I very well know that I'm just a foot soldier. Like
you could come on a bad day.
Like I might just be there so someone they do think is important can see it. You know what I mean? I never put myself on a pedestal like that ever. Oh my God.
Going over the footage like I do, I swear some of them are holding like cameras of some kind, like recording us.
I love the one.
It looks like it has a lens on it.
The one I commented on last week, the one with the behind the leaner. Remember?
Yeah.
I called it behind the leaner because I have the videos on top of the leaner. Well, you had behind
That's
the leaner.
That's a crazy spot.
That's a great shot. A couple of guys, like a week back or two, he had this great video where it's just him going slow motion. There's no talking or anything, and you can just see. First of all, you'll see the leaner perfectly, and then you can watch their whole situation. There's like a cloud, and there's some kind of lighting there with the camera, but it's
so
them.
Like half a frame or two, you'll get like a purple light on the screen.
Yeah.
Or like a green flash or something. And I follow where the flash comes from.
After seeing a video like that, how do we know for sure it's real? Their system. That's how we know. Because
I've seen it 1,000 times.
That's what I'm saying. People don't understand. Like, oh, Mark, that's just an X. Wynn could have done that because he doesn't know that I have filmed more X's than any human being on Earth. And with
I kept seeing bottles and these different types of rocks in their spots, different cans, and they reflect the light.
They put
a lot of times.
Yeah, and they love to put
That's how they zap you, I think.
Little human things there, so you think a human was there. I figured that one out pretty quick. Yeah.
Like military, it's always like multi-purpose.
Kristen, his channel is cool. Diesel called in. Is it Diesel New Jersey? What is it now? I can never figure out exactly. Is it Diesel New Jersey, the channel?
Diesel in New Jersey.
In New Jersey. Diesel in New Jersey. Why YouTube took away, because like I could go to Amy's name right there, and you scroll all the way to the right, and there's these little dots, right? So you used to say go to channel. Now I can't do that. I can only pin, report, remove, put in timeout. That's it, Amy. You're in timeout. Hide user on channel or remove moderator. That's all I can do because she's a mod.
I think it's more made for people that are like using their cell phones instead of like a laptop.
My question is there an option where you can, like, if you're not the host, can you click on those dots and go to channel still, or is it just a cell phone, or do they just take it away? I don't know. Mark, thank you so much.
A different window.
Yay! I'm so excited about the members. So, like I explained, I'm going to get to the members soon. Everything's just kind of happening. That happened in one morning. I didn't even know that was going to happen.
Yeah, you do the membership. It's like, $10 a month for the second one.
It's $5.10.
That's cheaper than going to McDonald's.
Yeah, you guys, please ignore the second two. I just had to fill out the second two tiers, which is $49 and $100. And I'm not encouraging people to do that. Like I'm like Grand Poobah. Like they make you fill that all out to get it approved.
And that's still cheaper than going to like a nice restaurant every month.
Yeah, I mean, you have to remember, to some people, $100 is nothing. They blow their nose with that. To the rest of us, that's a lot of money. But so to me, like the guys told me, he's like, Mark, where's your other options? I was like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm going to give you like $100. I was like, yeah, but that's a lot. He's like, Mark, he goes, I blow my nose with a $100 bill. He goes, that is meaningless to me. Yeah, and now I known him for years, and he's right. He makes a lot of money, and it becomes, money becomes relative. So if you got like 10 million in the bank, you get used to your money pretty quickly in the numbers, and then before you know it, you forget how much $100 is to some people.
Yeah, before I did all this and did my artwork and stuff, I was in like the oil field.
Okay.
Like I'm used to money too.
Yeah.
And doing what you like to do, as long as you still get to do it. You don't make a lot of money, but you have a lot more fun.
Yeah, I mean,
that's worth it.
Absolutely. I mean, as far as fun goes, like it's hard for me because I have fun. Like if you guys come out, like if someone's here with me, then yeah, we try to make it fun. But
fun, like being your choice.
My world is just nothing but constant work. Like it's like, but yeah, it's something that's cool, right? Exactly. I'm not managing, a garbage business. This is something exciting.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, there's, what it is. There's always the hope of something exciting
because you've done hard work.
Yeah.
For the average person, it would seem hard, but it's a little fun for you, even though it is hard.
You got any stories you want to tell or anything? I want to put you on the spot.
Not really. Just talk as we go.
Okay.
I don't have no stories. I've seen a couple, but I'm not good at storytelling.
That's okay. You don't have to be. A lot of us aren't that good at it. Like you can hear me talk for hours, but if I've said this before, like if I was to stand up like in front of a crowd and start to speak, I can't do that. Like if it was about this, I think I could do it. If it was like to talk about how, like if I was the best man at a wedding, people are going to be like, all right, is this guy?
I'd be at like parties around the fire and someone would bring up something that I did. And I tell one of my friends, "You tell the story better than I do."
Yeah. There's people. That's what they're the best at is speaking. That's why there's people on TV and there's people that aren't on TV. Kristen, I'm coming with that link. Hold on a second. Let me put your link up here. Oh my God! You only need 117 subscribers.
Yeah.
We'll get that. No problem. Forget about it.
Super band. It took like 3 years.
I know. It's crazy, you guys.
I remember when I had my first art page on Facebook, I had like 20,000.
Mm-hmm. It's because you're showing the truth.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. But Damien also getting great stuff. Damien, but have you been pushing? Have you been pushing the YouTube envelope? Like, because people will sub. I mean, especially because you're in another country. It's one thing to sub to New Jersey, but people like to see out of our country because it hasn't been destroyed.
Those woods out there are kind of like Eileen's, like how green it is.
Yeah, Americans haven't got their hands on it yet. That's why it's still special there. What's up, John? John Papas.
What's McDonald's doing out here?
Papas. Where'd you come up with that name, John? Papas. I'm kidding. I'm just giving him a hard time. You have a totally nice new name. John is my buddy. John's one of the gentlemen I was out when I went to Maryland. John's one of the guys that I went with.
I used to live in Maryland a little bit.
John's a preacher. He's a little different kind of one, but he's nevertheless he's a preacher of some sorts. He's like more like what would you consider yourself, John? See, there you go, Diesel. Your call got you 1 sub. No, I'm kidding. Now we only need 100. Let's just sit here until you have 1,000. No, I don't have that kind of power. He's a Bible Christian. Why'd they block that? I had when he wrote Bible Christian, I had to unblock it. Why?
We're under the takeover, man.
Holy crap! Why would chat?
They restrict everything that you say.
Yeah.
There's like a new boss in town.
You guys, he wrote Bible Christian and YouTube hid it.
What?
They hid it. Yeah, I had to unhide it. I mean, they gave me the option to show it, but maybe they don't want people just random. It seems to me like they don't want us talking about this stuff. They don't want us talking about the UFOs. Isn't as sensitive for some reason.
I remember when I was a kid, like talking about aliens was crazy, and now more than half of people believe that.
Yeah, I think most people know.
Thought that was a joke.
Yeah, but why would they think it? Because we're taught to think that.
You watch Unsolved Mysteries when you were a little kid.
Yeah, I mean, I got a story of when I was a kid, man. Holy shit! I was 16, but I'll tell it when I have nothing else to talk about. Yes, another sub to Diesel. Yeah, so you can
think
see
on my channel, like early on my channel, I got like a picture during the daytime. It looks like a V shape in the clouds above my house here. Like one of them, I think they call it a TR-3B. It's like a military UFO. Yeah? That's like one of ours.
Yeah. That's what I think. Like I honestly, guys, besides a friend of mine that works at Area 51, I don't know, but I can't help to think that a portion of what we're seeing, if not, he told me 90. Oh, I never finished that. 90% of all reported UFO sightings are ours. That's what he told me. This is a Lieutenant Colonel, Area 51. Flies a stealth bomber.
When I lived in Maryland, I was with a girl, and her dad was a lieutenant colonel. I used to have to take him to Reagan Airport all the time. He got a phone call one day, and they're like, "Is Lieutenant so-and-so there?" Like, yeah, hold on. Within 5 minutes, he had his bag packed, like sitting at the end of the steps. He's like, "Can you take me to the airport tomorrow?" And I called some buddies back home, and I was like, he's going to go, because he had to go to, Las Vegas?
Yeah.
Some airport out there. And I was like, yeah, he's going to Area 51, something like that. All of a sudden, he didn't have to go. It's like the phones were bugged.
Oh, yeah, probably. I mean, well, or he is. That's the thing. Like I was telling you, my buddy, I didn't know it until recently, but all of those guys, they have those chips in them. Remember?
Now he works for the FAA.
It's not the chip that you're all hearing about that they want to do to you. This is something that's been around since the 80s. They're just telling about us now. All the whistleblowers.
Stealth bombers were said to be, not real. Those big black aircraft. So
yeah. Then what happened was, you know why they finally released that? Is because there was too much footage of it from regular people, and they finally had to disclose. Think about what they haven't disclosed. Listen. You don't want them to disclose. That's how
you live right behind it. They're in that mountain.
Yeah, we're all curious, but listen, that's the least of it. Let our military have their secrets. They're mostly keeping that secret so we can be powerful. If you tell people our secrets, then then enemies can make arrangements
that's
against.
Why you're a superpower. Country.
Yeah, that's why you don't talk. You tell your own people. You tell the world, especially us. So that's why, of course, we have secrets. Of course, I don't want to know. I mean, when they come out or we see them, it's exciting. But
I'd like to see it in the sky.
Yeah, to be badasses like we are.
I don't need to see it in the airplane hangar.
Yeah, nobody can know. Otherwise our enemies, which I believe probably aren't even our enemies in a lot of cases. I think it's
like wrestling,
trumped up to make money.
They hate each other on TV, but afterwards they're having dinner together. Watch each other's kids.
What I can't help to imagine that in some cases.
The show.
Yeah. Look, see what John said?
It's the greatest show on earth.
Look what John said. Hey, Diesel, you're smashing the vids lately. Getting some awesome stuff. There you go. And notice in Diesel's videos, guys, remember, we're two different channels. With me, I talk too much. He might not talk as much, or at all. But notice in his timestamps, I'm actually looking, so I have to look at the camera. I have to go like that, but to look at where you guys are is up there. That's why I'm looking like that. That you'll notice the language. So if you're seeing a picture and it's like, oh, it's blurry, can't see it. Remember they're tricking you. Do you want to be fooled and then walk away?
And having everything connected like that, it's vibrating.
Well, what I'm saying is, look at any still picture that I show. Diesel shows just about anyone. And if you don't see it in the picture, it's still there. They're touching it on their feet. Is their system involved? We're not showing you pictures unless their system is involved. What don't people?
That's like when they're near a river, you'll see one of the sticks dipped into the river.
Yeah,
like catching that
God,
vibration
all the time.
All the sticks vibrate.
Did you see the teepee? Did you see my video with Callie at the river? Yeah. Did you see that? My last video, one of my last, not the last one, but the one with the two teepees on the river. Did you see it?
Mm-hmm.
One of the teepees, just like every teepee we film, has one long extended end.
Yeah.
It goes right into the river. The one I found,
it was still tapped into the ground.
Yeah.
The big long one.
I see it in the UK. I see it all over the place. Even when there's just ground, they have that one long one that goes out. And I believe it is to pick up whatever. It's connected to either a ground structure, water. If it's water, it'll drape right into the water. So the only thing I've determined is it's all energy.
For the energy.
Yep. There's no question. I would bet my life on it right now. Which isn't saying much because all I have to do is not pay bills. Seems, being alive is the hard part. I mean, let's be honest. It's not. Having life is precious, but it's not always easy for all of us. It's a struggle to go through life, and to our adversities, our stress, our money, psycho relationships.
If I don't think of a good idea and draw it, and it doesn't sell, I don't make enough money.
Exactly.
I got to think of something all the time.
Why don't you do artwork outside of DAC?
Oh, I do.
Oh, okay.
I've done, Keith Urban. I've done Jimi Hendrix. Bob Marley.
Yeah, that stuff's cool.
I could draw your family portrait. Yeah.
Yeah. That because that's the kind of stuff people love. Like there's just such.
That's just my most popular,
Oh,
and
okay.
I've been into that for like 25 years.
Oh, okay. I'm not mocking
like
it at all.
Kiss
It's just not
today.
my thing. Oh, I know. It's like a cult. Insane.
Oh
clown.
yeah, millions of them.
Insane clown
I need
posse.
some of that.
Yeah. That's why I got a kick out.
Some of my
What
money
was the
back.
show I was watching? These guys are going to get bored with this. What was that show? Yeah, I know Eileen knows what I'm talking about. Eileen, if you saw that video when I was at Cali, I think it was in the farm. I think it was in the farm one. And when we were showing the animals, and then we go to the teepees at some point, and there's two beautiful teepees on the river that were made in the middle of the river. And one of them, I knew before I even approached it, I said, that's theirs. Because I saw the one that comes out. They never change it. It's exactly the same as every teepee found all around the world. If people did it, it would always be different. People are idiots.
And when you're around the teepee, do you ever find any like animals?
I always find I'll find like a wrapper. I find or a can from the 1960s. Or Eileen, right there. She's right in chat. She's filmed the same thing. In the middle of the forest where we've talked about, me and her have talked about, we call it not the third Eileen, but the one that comes out, how they always have the extra. I filmed it this summer even myself a bunch of times. Yeah, they always have one that's extra long that goes way away from it. And I can't figure out why. If it's in the water, I think I figured it out. But when I do it in the woods, I can't understand. Like, do they put something else on the end of it when we're not looking? I don't know.
I think it's for the vibration. Like the wind can hit it and cause vibration.
Maybe.
Like a stabilizer too. An airplane.
We're all. I think a lot of things that it's something that a lot of people don't know is that we're all vibrating in the universe, right? So everyone, we have
sound vibration.
You're going like this, you don't even know it. You have no idea. And then, so what happens is you start to vibrate. The older a species is, the faster they vibrate. That's why aliens and stuff like that, some people believe in theory, can be invisible at times to our eyes because they're vibrating faster. And one of the theories is, look at that, Trump got Shannon's thing got flagged because she said Trump. I undid it, Shannon. So one of the theories is that we are actually catching up because you're only going to vibrate so fast. So just because you're a trillion years old doesn't mean you're like out of control vibrating. You can only get to a certain speed, apparently. Our scientists can tell you this. And we are all vibrators. You didn't know that?
That's how all our technology works.
And so we're
like a CD. You shine light on it.
This isn't factual, but it makes a lot of sense to me. This was told to me by many people. And that we're actually catching up. So our vibrations, that's one of the reasons for us. Like, we're out there, we're doing this. That's why Bigfoot's on the back of U-Hauls. That's why they just put a new Netflix show headlining Bigfoot
sells
baby.
mattresses,
Yeti coolers, Yeti this, Yeti that. It's all Bigfoot because they're slowly introducing you, making it where not you or I. These people
just like aliens.
You could tell these people Jesus was in the other room and they'd be fine with it. They would be able to absorb it and be like, oh my God, that's amazing. Other people would lose their effing minds and go into convulsions and freak out, and then wait till you find out the religion, your religion is false. Wait till someone's going to find it out, right? Because with what we do lies the answers to all of that. Who is God? Who is right? Who is wrong? Billions and billions and billions and billions of people are wrong.
Just like if you read about an angel, you would never want to see one.
Right. I mean, angel could be something.
It's not a person.
An angel isn't what people think, right? With
it could look
with
like
harp.
A person.
Yeah, but it's not like it's not a pretty lady playing a harp on a cloud.
Oh no.
Yeah. It's if you want to know the truth,
it's scary.
A real angel is probably the most badass thing on this earth.
Have
you ever seen the
video?
video?
Turn your hair white.
You ever seen the video of that one landing in the street?
Yeah.
I think that's real. He lands in the street and goes back up. It happens so fast, it's impossible to fake it. It's amazing. I mean, we're calling it an angel. We don't know if that's God's servant, but it sure as hell looks like it. I mean, this thing is white, and so that's the way we all want it. But so is everything the way we want it? Probably not. You're going to die and be like, oh my God, this is not quite how I pictured it. I'd be like, yeah, exactly, because people are using their imaginations and mixed in with common sense and logic. And those three combinations are how we know nothing. Never use your logic in anything unless you're driving your child to school. There is no reason to ever use comic. If you want to be on this side of things, if you want to be back in the human world, then turn this off and leave. If you want to know the truth, who God really is,
and over
who you really are, keep going out there and talking to these guys because they know. Trust me. It's how it's done. We're faith.
That's like God. He
Yeah.
said he created man. We're called humans. We're not man.
Well, there you go. That's a good point.
Them creatures are man, I think.
Yeah, so there could be things open to interpretation.
It said the fallen angels came and then mated with men.
Dick,
man.
I just said Dick.
And then created us.
Nick, not Dick. Nick got Diesel to call in. I was surprised. I figured Diesel will call in, but I didn't know. I figured I'd do it like on a planned one. But since he just called in, that was great.
Yeah, random.
Astrology. I think you're right, Tori. I think it's all together. I think math has a big role to play with astrology. I don't necessarily believe I'm not saying it's not true either, because I'll believe anything at this point. But the astrology thing kind of bothers me with, like if you're flipping over a car, like the moon in May, like when you read those astrology, that's all bullshit. If you're reading like off of like the back of the newspaper and you think you're actually reading what's going to happen to you in May because your birthday is in May, that's insanity. Mm-hmm. It's not. I don't believe any of that. But astrology, the real astrology, there's something
it's like
to
a
it.
Fortune cookie.
Yeah, there's something to it all. But reading words that
how you interpret it.
Human wrote, I don't believe it.
I remember around the one teepee that I found, there was a toad and then there was a turtle. And they just sat there and watched me. They didn't even move.
Shapeshifters.
And in multiple spots, I have found turtles alive.
Shapeshifters.
Multiple times.
That's strange.
Well, the one deer in places that shouldn't be there. It was hard enough for me to get through the trees, crawl under them, and the deer's getting in there.
The one thing about Jersey, though, is that they have those box turtles everywhere. So it's hard to...
yeah.
It could be them.
The spots I found them.
Right, sitting on structures.
Sure,
yeah. If it's sitting on a structure, they put it there. Right, or they let it be there,
Like finding a rock sitting on a parallel log, just sitting there.
Turtle.
And it has like a burnt mark on it. Like you could see the lines from the palm that was holding the rock.
Oh, my God.
Like their energy. Like they clacked it together. It looks broken. But the one side's burnt. It's not mud.
A turtle and a toad. And they were just sitting together, or?
Yeah, it's on video.
The turtle and the toad.
TP, 4th of July, TP.
That is so weird.
Yeah, let me take a picture and everything on my phone.
Oh, I wouldn't question your word. If you say it, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
The one thing I'm lucky with here, in a sense, is because I'm at such high elevation, because some of the places I'm in, even in the middle of the summer, if you're there at night, it's like 30, 40 degrees, even at night, every single night here, is that we don't have toads, turtles, snakes, anything.
I've seen snakes a couple times.
Like that. New Jersey is, people don't understand the wildlife in New Jersey is out of control. It's because the environment is so great.
I was going to go to a spot here, and I go down the road, and there's like the fire trucks they have here. It's like a woodland fire truck, not like the normal ones.
Oh, yeah.
And I had to come back the very next day. I didn't know it was on fire. Like something told me to go there. And then I came back the very next day, and I checked all around there, and it was still smoking, still on fire. These spots I've been to before.
Yeah. That's so weird.
And multiple people we've talked to have had wildfires. It seems like they're coming out of these spots.
What about that lady that me and Diesel saved? I mean, sorry. I meant to say Diesel. What about that lady
me
and Brandon saved? Yeah. Like...
on the side of the road.
Yeah. Well, we were going the other way. Something made me turn and go the opposite way home. We were already 45 minutes from my house.
Yeah.
Why would I take a right and start driving up a mountain for no reason? Yeah. I never forget. I was about to take my left, and I go, Brandon, just bear with me for a second for some reason. I'm like, I have no idea because I remember it perfectly. I didn't think anything was happening. I just had this overwhelming urge to show him up the hill.
She would have froze to death.
She would died. We were there an hour ahead. Not even an hour. Like another half an hour, she was done. She was all like zapped and everything. Because the second the sun goes down here, it's over. If you're in shorts, you're gonna freeze. She told us right in the bushes that The animals were talking to her, and then she was going to be okay.
Didn't she smoke? She was like connected.
She was I found, so as I'm going through her car, trying to find, like, with her permission, trying to find like a way to save her. I opened the hatchback, and and this is all on video if you guys want to see it. The first thing that I see is, she just came from the weed shop. She had like a bunch of weed, and she's like, "Oh, that's from my." I was like,
I called on her.
I said, "Don't worry, I won't take your weed." And she's like, "Oh, I'm so embarrassed. I was just coming from the, And what happened was she had pee. Yeah, she had to pee, and she was in view, so she went a little further. And she didn't have anyone. Most of you would have got out of there, but she just has no coordination. She was a little heavy, and she could not get back up. It was an unbelievable thing. We didn't have to lower ropes to her, but without us, you could not tell that car looked like it was abandoned. I mean, I would never have stopped, and somehow we were brought there. So you can, and then right above us is a giant tank made out of rock. Remember the tank? I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
With all of them around it staring at us. And you're going to tell me they had nothing to do with saving her? Knowing Mark? Because believe me, they know who. I've been with those dudes for 5 years. They're like, hey, we'll just have Mark save her. Because they can't get involved. They're forbidden to get. I think they can get special permission sometimes for certain things. But to simply go down there and hand them their hands, they can't. It's a national security threat. It's for them. It puts them in danger, especially if it gets proved.
Might cost them their life if they tell her.
I have a feeling their rules have something to do with that too. Like, hey, I heard you were seen today. Like they can get in trouble. It's almost like their claim to fame is how well they can hide from us. Like the dude's probably like, hey, I can hide better than you can, man. Like,
this guy's a level 10.
Like Colorado Bigfoot keeps getting you, man. You suck. I mean, like, I don't know, it's not quite.
We get them on video and post it up, they get in trouble.
What's that, Eileen? Did you ever find out any more about the grave of that man you found in the forest?
Oh,
you're talking about Ed. Oh my God.
Had bones on it and stuff.
I have mental damage from that place, like in a good way, but like I've never been so affected that where I can't. That there's something.
Was that guy
major.
into the topic? He had to be.
I don't know. That's the thing.
Why would they bury him up in the middle?
I talked to his wife, and she was like really mean to me. Like, I thought I was doing something nice, so I track Ed down. Right? There's no way to put this memorial where it is. Like, it's why you would pick that spot.
It's not even facing anything.
Yeah. So I find you wouldn't even believe what I had to go through to track down his wife, who's still alive. So I call her. Most people don't know this. I call her, and hey, Jennifer, I know. Can you believe it? Well, Diesel called in, so we're just chilling. He's just hanging out with me. I call her, and she's like, hello. She's like this just nasty lady. I had this completely different feeling about. I thought I was going to change this lady's life, like make her happy and let her know I was going to look out for her husband and. Like if I saw anyone messing around, even though no one's going to see it, I just figured.
Just that you were thinking of them.
Yeah, just like, look, like this is a big deal to me that I found this because I couldn't explain to her my end of why it was so special.
How many people do that?
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, and I was so nice. Like, and I was talking very, like, I was like, hi, how are you? And and she's like, how did you get this number? How did you do this? How did it? I'm like, I said, you know what? Forget it. And I hung up.
He must have been into that topic. They must have got harassed.
The poor guy.
That type of thing.
She was nasty, mean lady. Very, obviously with tremendous love for her husband. Was more, I think she was defending him or whatever. But like,
that was a fancy stone too.
Yeah, I'm just offering to like help. I said this way you don't have to go out. Like if you ever, I'm up there all the time. Like if you just want to know like how he's doing or something, you could just call me and I could send you pictures. You could look in the video. I'm offering to do free work. Just out of the kindness of my heart, and she just yelled at me. We don't.
Wasn't there like a big X next to it?
We don't need help. There's 2 seats. There's a seat right next to it. There's an X over it, like right next to it, a perfect X. Bones all around it, and the bones move all the time. And then there's the most unbelievably, most blatant seat you'll ever see right there. They just sit with Ed. The craziest thing, unless I can't help to get images of Ed himself, like. Let me tell you guys something. This isn't it, but there's been times in the past 5 years where I'm like, is this us dead? That's what I'd be like.
I've thought that too.
Yeah, I'm like, is
maybe
it
you can
possible?
get some timestamps, and it kind of looks like this.
Yeah, I was like, maybe that's our spirits. Maybe that's what we look like outside of our, in the spirit
That's why
world.
it's like a guardian.
Yeah,
Your
so
angels. You wouldn't want to see one, right? They say they're scary. You wouldn't want to see them.
Right. Like, would I? So I'm just telling you. I'm not saying this. They're not. That's not us dead. I promise. But I had to go through it. You have to process as a researcher or an investigator. I like to think of myself as like kind of more of like a detective, and you have
just taking a look.
Yeah, you have to go through everything, even if it's crazy, or if someone else might think that's crazy or that's ridiculous or this. That's exactly why I'm successful, because those people are too stupid. So I have to do the things that they would never do. I have to think the way they would never think.
Camp.
Yeah. And just in case. Now, am I going to take it and go crazy? No, but I'm going to think about it all, and I'm going to process it all, and I've done it for years. Not just think about it for 2 seconds, but think about it for years. And, I had to go through that. Like, man, that would make a lot of sense. Like, this is God's little fib. Like, because he doesn't want, only because he doesn't want us to find ourselves dead in the woods. You know what I mean?
And how a lot of these live underground.
Why are they everywhere? Everywhere. We find every single place on Earth they are, basically. Like, in every neighborhood, every forest, every waterfall.
Just like how that guy Nick was saying, how they just came out of the ground.
Right. Like he said, Nick said,
behind that
here it
washing
comes.
machine.
Like, all of a sudden, like,
those piles of dirt that you find.
I've had
those
times.
random piles.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe
Right.
they go down into the ground.
Yeah,
the dirt that's on them from being around, that it can't pass through.
Maybe.
So it stays in a pile.
I call them jump scars. Yeah.
Yeah, just like that. Yeah.
Things like that. I'm talking about stuff that you guys that's hypothetical. This is not facts, but things that have run through.
Maybe
my
why
head.
the bottle or can is sitting there. It couldn't take it with them. It just stayed there.
Right. Why they don't leave their staffs behind. Although I do believe I might have had one of their staffs. I'm not sure. How did I find a staff with a vortex on it?
With the spiral on it.
Yeah, and I had fit one of the only people or the only person in the world to film a real live vortex, not written in petroglyphs. And then
you say you're going to give it to somebody?
Yeah, I was going to give it to Nico, and then it disappeared
and
out of my truck. I think my truck was locked.
You can't have that.
Yeah, they took it. No, they gave it to me and then let me have it for the whole day. I filmed with it in my hand, and then
wasn't that like some campsite, something like that?
It was where that guy was missing. Remember, there was a guy missing.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So I was investigating the missing guy because it just only because who am I? But just because it happened to be in one of my spots and.
Another thing that you're brought to, just like that lady.
You can't help
you're supposed to
but
see
to think our brains deny it. Think, oh no, that's crazy. But there's been too many times where they're involved. And if you're in the right place with the right person, if you're the right person, they do it to you. It's and then I know it because I'm the kind of guy that just knows. Like I do have an intuitiveness that way, not psychic, no gifts, nothing. I just am a highly intuitive person. I think we all are a little bit, but I just go overboard a little bit because of what I've seen and what I've done. So now I'm extra. I just like to use that word because people will tell me I have.
I've noticed a lot of
something.
people that do this have had a lot of near-death experiences. So like you were saying earlier, we just care a little bit.
You mean
more.
to get them there or during it, like afterwards?
Just us being a part of this. We care, we look into things more, we appreciate.
Trauma, to me, it's been you've had trauma or hardships or, you've had to detach so much from human life because of pain. I've noticed that, and don't take it the wrong way. It's not because it's not evil. These guys will baby that. They will literally coddle you to make you feel better. Like they don't want you sad. This is my experience. They do everything they can. It's hard to walk out there genuinely sad, where I literally have tears coming out of my eyes. Those are the most amazing days. So how do you test the theory? Because if you're testing them or trying to trick them, they somehow know that. But if you're genuine, it happens every single time to me. Like I've had days where I just was going to lose my mind with finances, with, what do I do? Do I have to move back to New Jersey now? Like all these things, and over my children. I think that's when it happened when I was upset about my kids. And I mean, there's a and I like secretly as I talk to people, hear their stories and of horrible things, or their child died, or they went through a terrible divorce, or they were raped, or and then these guys tend to reach out to you at that point, like when you're beyond recovery. They seem to, if you're involved with them, you have to cross the line yourself, like go visit them, go to they seem to care. They can only do so much because of, just like us, they have rules. There's no doubt about that.
Like you were saying, we each have like our own color light, like your aura, and they can see that.
I mean, I don't know that, but I sure think that, yeah. I mean, I don't know.
I have a picture, a timestamp of them.
Feel it?
And you can see like rainbow colors, and each one of the colors is a face in between each one. Like this guy's blue, this guy's red, this one's yellow.
I've seen
but they're
stuff
all
like
looking
that
through their own color.
Oh, that's what cameras do. Really?
It was like a flash that one of them was doing.
Cameras make fake faces of things I've seen in real life with my eyes. People always will have an excuse for what they don't understand. That's just pareidolia. It's like, no, your brain is pareidolia. That's the only thing pareidolia.
This thing was wearing like a helmet, man.
Yeah, this is the excuse of.
Had a Google Glass thing in his eye.
I hate to say the word. Idiots.
They're not all naked, hairy things either. They're wearing things.
Headdresses, clothes. What about this dude? This one's too close. I got to find the one that's backed up, and then you can really see him. I can put this in now because I have it in my. Where's that dude? I put him in last time. You can still see him though. I just should have. This is my really zoomed in picture of him. The zoomed out pictures.
It's like all them tribal people with the masks. Maybe they all wore masks so they could all sit together around a fire.
Like this guy? I got to find the picture that's. I went way into his face. Hold on, I'm trying to cloak.
And those masks look more like that.
Cloaking. Hold on, it won't work. Yeah. Hold on, I can't cloak. I cloaked. That's all I do. I figured it out. You guys, look. You walk by. This is where they are.
Holographic projection.
Like, Amy's gone. Like, back. It's that simple. But can you see it? Zoomed out, you'll see this picture behind me perfectly, and I'm pointing at it like you guys can see it. But you can see it's a purple headdress. It actually has been made. It has designs on it. You can tell it's not, at least doesn't appear to be any of ours. And you can see all his little probes that come out of the side of his head and stuff. And then, of course, you can see his eyeball perfectly. His other eyeball is underneath. You guys would be really impressed with this picture if I could get it, show you the one that's back. This one's, I zoomed way in on it, and somehow I grabbed that one and not the real one.
I think it was that Jesus, that breaking Bigfoot guy. He has one wearing like a necklace.
Like they got earrings. That guy's got earrings. He's got an entire head wrap, clothes, everything. Those are the ones that, I don't know. I think in my experience so far, only show up a month or two of the year. The rest of the ones that are always in the bushes, always on those structures, are not the dude with the headdress. This guy consults with them. It's like this guy turns to them. Like there's hierarchies there. They've probably been given a lot of these abilities, like some of the tech or the know-how to tap into low kinetic energy, or to hold this invisible X that humans can't see in front of you. Things like that. That was an amazing picture, the one we got recently with that Carlos got. I don't think I have it in front of me. How many pictures, with those invisible white X's? So not only do we have X's on our side, but they hold that tech on their side as well that connects to our structures. And I told them, like, well, why they make our structures? And they said it makes it easier. So they connect their stuff to that, and I think that way they can have multiple. They can have many more.
It's like a window.
Yeah, well, what it is they can have many more there. That's my opinion. So that when you...
Like the Windows logo, you tilt it, it's an X.
Right, and then when you're there...
With all the colors in it.
Like I'm coming I'm coming up there, 8 miles away. By the time I get there 4 hours later, these dudes, they don't leave and go anywhere, but they're just extra prepared. And a lot of them tend to move together, and then they hold those X's or, those bendy, like, you can just bend it and it stays. Like whatever way they put it, it's like one of our cell phone holders. Like you can bend it and it just stays however they put it. And I see them in X's all the time. I have more pictures of that than I think anyone in the world. not an accident. It's something that I film every single time I go out. How could it be an
Yeah,
accident?
when you have more than a couple pictures of it, it's not coincidence.
Not only do I have couple pictures of that, I have ones where there's 6 of those invisible X's and him staring at the bird coming out to land on my shoulder.
Yeah.
I mean, so people are just, I try to tell people the truth, and these guys all know.
Yeah, you have more birds where you are. I get more of the wet animals.
Oh, okay. Well, that's the confusion. I mean, maybe that's how they throw us off too, like, because I think they're all different. They probably go with what they have. Yeah, frogs. And someone was saying in Australia they have too many frogs, or no, toads.
It's like military style. Use what you got. Make it happen.
Yeah. So, well, Diesel, thanks for coming on, man. I'm thinking about wrapping this up, just because I would stay on here all day, but I want to leave this video up, and I don't want to mess up any more than I have already. It's at 5 hours and 27 minutes. So I figured it would be a good time to end. You can come back on anytime you want. I think this is a great way to ease you in, like get you a little more just comfy. You're doing great. And yeah, I mean, I think we're all shy. It's like I'm not even trying to overly say you're shy. I'm just saying we all have that. Public speakers have it. There is some people that just feed off of it and love it, but I think most of us are very nervous to speak in front of other people. Why? It's the stupidest thing why we care. I don't know. I care so much, and I don't know why. I don't know why we care about that stuff. We're so worried about other people, like other people's approval. In a sense, like we don't care at the same time, but we also do care. I think we care
from school
about people we care about. Yeah, so that's what I don't care about. Like the outside world, they can go jump in a lake if they have a problem with what I do, because I'm so sure that.
Facts.
Yeah, I'm so sure it's not like I know what I'm doing is right, and the worst that they would get out of me, in 10 years is like, aha, told you. But I wouldn't rub it in their face. But you know what I mean? Like later on, like as I go down the road and I'm getting to the point where I can beyond prove this, where I can go into one of their secret holes and sit with them. I don't want to show that.
I just found that one of my last spots.
Idiots. I don't want to. I don't think the guy that didn't believe and didn't trust me has a right to now see me sitting in them within a cave. Oh, I believe you now, Mark. Well, it's like, listen, man, you didn't have to believe me. I never asked anyone to believe me. I showed you the proof.
And 1,000 other videos.
And I'm still a hoaxer. Well, most of that comes from like a 5-second video watcher, And I told you, just look at their face and some dude with horns or something. You know what I mean? There are people that are paid to discredit things like that. People like Bigfoot Idiot. What's his name? Bigfoot Tony. I saw another post ripping Bigfoot Tony to shreds, saying because some girl called him out because he said she was lying or something, and she lost her mind. She's like, I'm defriending whoever's friends with Bigfoot Tony. Get off my channel. Blah blah blah. And she was like a legit researcher. And like, people don't understand. No one's lying. We live this. If you can't believe it, remember it's your fault. Now, if it's a story,
I could be doing a bunch of other things.
Now I get it. If it's a story or someone speaking, you have every right to go with your gut on that. But when it's being shown to you in front of your face and you still don't believe it, like a giant symmetrical X, you're the problem. That person's the problem, not us. That's what they have to start realizing, is that, like, hey, how come 50,000 other people understand this and I don't? You guys are all crazy psychos. No, you are. That's the problem. That person's the crazy psycho. We're normal. In fact, I think we just figured out the only people that are actually sane is us. The rest of the country is all insane, off working.
A lot of us that do this have had crazy jobs where you had to be smart to do your job.
Yeah.
Yeah. You couldn't do the oil field. I was in the oil field and be dumb. I had to test the air if I could even breathe.
Here's Diesel's. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's not even like what I do doesn't even.
It's 5 degrees outside, and I got to dig.
Right. And I think what I do doesn't even require to be someone to. I mean, I think my IQ is like 125 or something like that, but you don't have, which I think is just like above like I'm slightly above. You have to look at the stats, but I'm not like anywhere near like a genius. I'm just above like average.
Oh no, neither am I.
You wouldn't
but then
know it
doing
by
it repetitive,
hearing me
start
talk.
to see it. And
but on paper,
together.
I'm pretty good. Yeah. And you know what? I don't believe in those IQ tests anyway. The only reason I did good because I know math and I know psychology and I know my brain really works well with the trick block questions and stuff like that. But a lot of that's bullshit. Like, how do you judge someone's IQ that didn't get a chance
on
to
your
learn?
test? Who made that test?
Oh my God, it's horrible. I've taken multiple, and they're all.
What was their IQ that made this test?
Yeah, I mean, well, some of it just doesn't test your IQ. Like you can. I don't know. I was really.
Yeah, I've seen ones. If you take a glove off and turn it inside out, will it fit on your other hand?
That's what I mean.
Yeah,
like things like that are just kind of like tricks. Like they're trying to trick you, not really test your your knowledge. I don't know, but it does give us a general idea. Like look, you're an idiot, or at least you have half a clue. That's basically all it does. And I think they've said recently that a majority of this world is actually lower than most people realized. Like the averages are lower, so there's more dumb people than there is smart people. This is what they said. I don't know if that's true.
That's what a lot of TV is. We're going to put you outside naked and see if you can survive it.
There's a lot of people much smarter than me that don't believe this, though. That's the funny part. They're much more intelligent. Their brains work better. And you don't have to be smart to be involved with this. You don't have to be good looking. You don't have to be skinny. You don't have to be anything. You can just be anyone. And that's the great part about this, is that you can make your own personal connection and it will change your life. I feel like an infomercial.
Just gotta go take a look.
I'm an infomercial.
If you ever get scared, just don't run. Don't run.
Yeah, don't run. You don't. Well, no one who would have known until now.
Yeah, I mean,
that's exactly what you don't do. Like I told Amy, like next time, something's tugging at my leg, I'm like, hey, what's up, man? No matter what, I'm his best friend right there. I'm not leaving anywhere.
Yeah.
And that's what they want. They're testing you. They know they already know the result because we freak out as people.
It's like I feel it inside, but I don't know.
I seen 6'6" black dudes with giant muscles dance around like women, like if a mouse was near him. Things like that. Mm-hmm. Like you can't get away from that. You can't bench press yourself away from being a human being. We are scared to death of everything. I don't know why, especially if it's in the dark. Like if you were laying in the pitch dark and something just started like walking across your face, like you're gonna lose your mind. I don't know.
Don't matter what it is.
Yeah, and some of those guys to me are comical to watch. Like there's one. That's why I'm saying I'm not saying black but there was this one particular guy that I remember seeing years ago, and he was this giant black. It was just like one of those videos you see on Facebook. I'm talking like giant, like a bodybuilder type.
Shaq was up there.
Yeah, and they were at home, and his wife was filming him, and it was there was a mouse in the house, and he jumped. I don't think they were acting. I mean, this dude was legit, like scared to death of a mouse. Like he jumped up on the kitchen table with these giant muscles. He could probably beat up 10 of us at one time, and he was scared of a mouse. I couldn't believe it. So that we have to get over. That's one of the my skills, I guess, because I don't have that. I want to send out some demons. I'm going right in. You know what I mean? That's because I'm not afraid of my life to end. I don't care. So I have no fear for myself. Like I've said, the fear still comes. You cannot get rid of that feeling.
You just don't act on it.
No, I just ignore it completely. I'm like, oh my God, I'm scared to death. I could care less. I'll just keep going.
That's like doing that oil job. You had to do like confined spaces, like where you can't move your head like an inch.
Because I know they won't hurt me, but I will go to any length just for my own curiosity. So like even if I'm gonna die like right after that, at least I got to see. Like I knew it, dead. You know what I mean? Like. Because I'm at that point where I've lived a good life. I don't want to die. I have no death wish. I don't what's another But you figure another 30 years of paying bills. You're done anyway. So if I
always tell my girl I'm willing to die out there. Mm-hmm. Like if I die this way, I would like that to be my end. It'd be a good ending to my story.
Great ending, right? And I told them, I was like, look, if you ever have to kill me, just do it really quick, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, like because they could do it. You won't even know. Like the only thing you'll know is your head is next to your body.
Like one of those bends, you just walk by and just whacks you.
Never happened where I go. I could sleep naked in the middle of the night and that will never hurt me. It's.
I find a lot of deer skulls where it looks like the front of the face is just smashed off. Maybe. Like a baseball bat.
I used to find these corrals.
Half the skull's just gone.
We used to call them blinds, or something, but like way back in the day, where it seemed like they were corralling game, into places where they would leave them for a while.
They can only walk this way. Yep.
But I was thinking to myself, like, they don't need to do that. Like, there's ones out there that could literally look at the deer. You know the connections they have with those animals. Like, they don't need
all the
to,
different kinds.
So maybe there's things out there that do have to hunt. Like, they don't. There's not everything has this telepathy ability. You know, they
even like if.
Go ahead.
You know, you believe in spirits and ghosts, like doing the X type of thing might keep those spirits out of their area.
Maybe. I don't believe
like how
in
you
ghosts,
do like the cross for a vampire, you know, like the X symbol. You know? That's what a cross is, like an X.
That's right. Well, what about, did you see the cross that came out of one of the Pennsylvania pictures? It was, well, they're all cloaked on the rock. You can see them all. And there's a cross there.
I did a couple timestamps for that.
Yeah, I think you did. I mean, what the hell? It was a real cross. As I said, see, Dad? Because my parents are all into that. It's like, Dad, when I showed my dad the cross, he was all happy.
All these symbols come from something. Just like wearing a crown of thorns. Like they put stuff in their hair like that.
Well, what about the most important? Here, I'll put one in the picture behind me. There is nothing to me that proves what you just said more than that right there. You see the video? Might take a second. I don't know how delayed I am. Look, I'm in a cloak. Watch. Right there. Think about how many times you've seen a trident. In a movie, in a mermaid's hand, in Aquaman's hand, in every single aspect, going way back into old times. Thor, like just watch even what you think is fictitious, like Thor. Like all his guys, they all have tridents as their weapon. All mermen, Atlantis, which by the way is 100% real. That's one thing I can tell you out of our myths that I know for a fact that is real, is Atlantis. All of that's real. If you don't believe it, you're an idiot, okay? Or you haven't thought enough. Not you, just everybody.
Yeah. The great flood happened and buried
all tridents.
Everything.
Yep. Well, I don't know. I mean, that's what they tell us too. So I'm willing to believe that's half bullshit. Like you. I don't think it is because I'm going to go by the Bible. I'm not defying God. You can.
That's what all the religions agree on, that there was a flood.
Yeah, let someone else defy it. Yeah, right.
Just like Bigfoot, it's everywhere.
But I disagree that Noah was the only survivor, or whatever was on that boat. That's a story. Yeah, they found other boats.
The popular guy.
They found Noah's Ark. They don't tell the world because it'll crash religion and it'll cause wars and problems. Because this guy, the Muslims, the Muslims and all them, like they're all worshiping a fake religion, dedicating their life and 20% of their money to it. And then they find out 50 years later that it was every single word of it was bullshit. What do you think happens to this earth? The crash of religion, the crash of the economy, the crash of every effing thing there
out
is.
Of chaos.
That is why
they revealed all that, make everyone crazy.
That's why your YouTube channel is censored. Okay, that is exactly why. Not because they're worried that someone's going to find out about Bigfoot. Remember what I told you? The smartest people in the world are the dumbest. It's because on what that leads us to down the road. Now they know about this. What are they going to know about next? And pretty soon they know about God. They know about who the real God is. They
lie about everything.
Yep. And then that's in my opinion, the biggest holdup with everything right now is religion, because you can't go out right now, especially now, and tell people for a fact, like when you're done telling them, they're not going to argue.
They couldn't even leave that comment in your.
I'm talking about like global news showing you and explaining you factually. Like you couldn't leave the newscast without knowing that you were wrong. So people will kill themselves. They will kill other people. They will lose their minds. So we already know someone's wrong. So that's a fact, right? It's either Christianity, the Muslims, take some of the bigger religions. It's more than likely one of the bigger religions. That's right. If you look at all the religions, the big religions, there's a lot of similarities in there. You take away chop off the Americans' heads and stuff like that. And there's it basically be kind to your neighbor type of stuff. Don't cheat on your wife, things like that in most of the major religions. Even the Hindu, it's all about being a good person. Maybe back then they weren't really thinking about when we had cell phones. You know what I mean? And I could communicate on a daily basis with Italy and Switzerland and all these people I talk to every day. The UK and we're all on a real time basis in 2 seconds. Something could happen, to Damien and
It's like you were talking about the tridents, right? Each one of their spots seemed to have a trident or like a fork with a leaner making a trident.
And if you don't,
that reminded me.
If you don't see, you come to their spot. If you don't see it, you're just not seeing it. It's all there.
Or they'll have 3 sticks.
Yeah,
side by side.
Or they have to craft it where it's it's just not the trident you want to film, but it's working the same way.
Some are artists. Some are just.
Look at this trident in my picture. That's my favorite trident picture. Like, how do you not know?
But it reminded me of like how it's all connected to the logs. It's plugged into the sky, like the wind, the vibration, the energy. Just like we got plugs in the wall. Some are tridents, some are forks, right?
Well,
2,
look,
3 prongs.
You guys seeing this trident behind me, right? That trident, this is why it's a fact, okay? This is when I discovered tridents. I'm the one who did it with them, okay? This is how I know. Okay? Because that trident is connected to that.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if there's anybody in the world that's going to argue that, which is also connected to about 1,700 other structures, this is Predator Hill.
Yeah.
All connected.
It's like the plug.
Yeah. So how you could
just
as
like
a
what
human,
we use in our house.
How could someone look
it's
at that?
Like we learn that system and they sell it to us.
How could you look at that picture
like they kind of figured
and not
it out.
know? How could you look at that and not know?
It's real.
How could you not know? First of all, they're all in that picture too. But how could you not know? I never showed the timestamps because they're in the back. Where am I? They're like they've really, really hidden. This is where, man, I've got the best wood knocks. I've gotten some amazing things here. I can't wait. This is one of the hardest trips I have to take to go here. And I haven't been there now in 2 years. So at some point this summer, I got to make that unbelievable climb. You guys would crucify me if that's what I brought you when you showed up. So I'll have to wait for like Cali on that one or something. That is just one of the most unbelievable places I've ever been. That's the hard part, actually, Amy. Is knowing like I have to do that. Because once you're there, you can do it all without even your legs can be falling off and you don't care because it's that unbelievable. Yeah. I mean, when
you're like an autopilot.
Oh, it's unbelievable. What do I have any other pictures? Like that's here's another one from up top at the same place. It's hard to show because my fat ugly face is in the way. There we go. This is nothing. I mean, this is where we find the stairways. We find literally landscaping. This is so far away from any human being and so difficult for any human being to walk to. When you get there, even Callie literally had a heart attack. He was like, I cannot believe. He looked at me. He's like, I cannot believe where we're standing. I was like, I told you. I'm like, what do I have to do? Like shove your face in it, bash your head against the ground 70 times. Like he's still beside him, so he loves this spot. He's like, we got to go back. Kelly never says that to me. He's like, we got to go back. Because when we get up there, it takes us so long. That's where it just starts. Like the most unbelievable things that no one's ever filmed start right there. And by the time we get there, we have to turn around because it's like a 9-hour expedition just to do the loop. The walk is 9 hours straight up a hill, and it hurts.
That's what I always get. You got to be out by dark.
Right, and then going down. Oh, I don't have to be out by dark. I just want to be.
Yeah.
And then after going down, going down is no easier. It's so steep. And by the end of the day, your legs, I don't care who you are. You could be an Olympian runner and your legs are butter and you can't. Oh, it's so hard, but I'm going to do it. I'm going there.
Need a zip line. Get out of there.
That's like a July, August type of thing. Maybe towards the end we'll do that. I got to get someone to go with me on that one. I used to go a little bit up Predator Hill while I was working. Like, do you ever remember those videos? I don't know if you were watching when I had the radio and I was actually at work and I would call Dan. He'd be like on Vail Mountain. This is not far from actually Vail Ski Resort. And I'd be like, I'd be like, Dan, like literally doing a Bigfoot video while I'm getting paid at work. And like, because we were slow.
Yeah, I think so. You're waiting for him to comment.
Yeah, because I didn't care. I didn't care. I was willing to give up everything because I had found something that no one has ever seen before. Like not like this. And I cared, but I had to go. Dan's like, all right. Like he knew, Dan knew. It was like, I
think that's called a calling. You're supposed to.
I had no choice. You don't understand. I just have to be involved with this and them. That's all. That's all I care about. So that's enough. I don't want to freak people out and make them hate me after I talk too much. Sharon's still here after accusing me of being baked.
10 people left in there.
That's all right. You can accuse me of being high. I don't care. Like, yo, man, it was so. I'll probably get more views.
So
Like, this guy like smokes 20 joints a day and films Bigfoot. I'd probably have the biggest following if I was like burn out Bigfoot.
You could have a video smoking with Bigfoot.
Yeah, be like, you guys, hold on.
No one would believe it.
Can't talk till I roll this joint. Hold on a second. All right.
Bigfoot's coughing.
So no, unfortunately, one thing marijuana does do is especially if you smoke a lot, you tend to live in a cloud a little bit. A lot of pot smokers, well, that doesn't do anything to me. Well, I'm telling you, I'm here to tell you, I've smoked more weed than anyone on this chat growing up, and it does hold you back. It makes you think it doesn't because now you don't mind watching a movie. It's kind of helps to play video games, but your brain is not working as well. Apparently they do. I don't know. Jeffrey Friend says they love weed. Me and Callie had an interesting.
I found the blunt
powwow.
wrap in a spot, and it still had one of them in it.
There's
crazy.
something. I don't think they smoke weed. I really don't. But
I think somebody was, and they got scared out of there.
all I know is we are faith. They are fact. It's the only thing I figured out is in that aspect is they know everything. We know nothing, and that's how they can walk all around us that way. It's all, and they know we have this crazy common sense that we use. You know what I mean? Oh, that's not logical.
I almost think they can.
What is
they know
logical?
24 hours. 24 hours before and 24 hours after you're at a spot. Like what you're going to do.
What do you mean?
Like your intent. Like they know who's going to come to their spot. Like
I know. That's what I think too. I'm like,
and
people
after,
think I'm crazy
like
for
what
that.
you would do.
Yeah. I tell people, they're like, Mark, you got to be more quiet when you walk in there. I said, listen, man, they knew I was coming before I even got in my car.
Yeah, exactly. Like the lady you were talking about.
Yeah. Like
I checked on the
don't
fire.
Don't be quiet.
I didn't know it was
Don't
on fire.
sneak around. Don't whisper. Scream, yell. Just don't point. They don't want you to point at them. I know that. They told me that one day. Stop pointing. You see me on a couple of videos tell someone that. I'm like, don't point.
Yeah, flick them off.
I'm like, don't point. They're like, sorry. They're like, sorry. Yeah. No, I don't know why.
I found the glove.
They're over there.
With all the fingers.
Yeah.
I found the glove, and all the fingers were bit off
I go,
except the middle finger. Just sitting there.
Because I'm walking, you won't even notice. I'll be go, look over there. But I've had people that they literally like, look. Especially I remember Dave, that guy, the first guy that ever came to Bigfoot Universe. He came because I needed someone to go with me, and he saw one in Bigfoot Universe. The guy was literally walking next to us up the hill, like shadowing us, and I think making it so where he would get a glimpse of him and I would miss it. Like he definitely didn't want me filming it. These are my guys. These are the guys that started me doing this on purpose. Okay. And he sees him, and I've told this story, and then he freezes, right? He loses it. He's like, Mark, I just saw them. It took me a second to even believe it, right? And I'm in Bigfoot Universe, and he's shaking. He can't move. His feet are stuck to the ground. He's like, Mark, I really. And then we had to do a whole breakdown on it. He's like, you got to go up there, right up to where he was. There's seat there. There's a footprint there. There's everything right there. He's like, yeah, this is what happened, and we redid it all. I think it's all in video somewhere. It's on the video. You have to go back like 700 videos. And Janelle, have a greatest day ever. Thank you for being here. I'm wrapping this up too. And I just want to tell this guy Dave's story. And so he goes home.
Yeah, we've just never talked on the phone ever.
I know. He goes home. Now we have. He goes home and he's like, because that's all he ever wanted was he had lived in this area. He had worked in Vail his whole life, and so they probably had grabbed him a few times, like at least his curiosity, like, look, you will now start to think about us.
Yeah.
And
they read his mind, and it wasn't for you. And
he walked in his house, right? So I'll skip the part of me with what I had to do to get his feet to work again. He couldn't remember. He's like, Mark, I don't know how to walk. Yeah,
frozen.
He couldn't walk. So I'm like, I finally get him to walk. Now his legs really hurt and stuff. Like he was really like messed up after that. And just from literally physically believing it. So once he actually got the actual confirmation, like the dude did it because I think he knew that this is the only thing he ever cared about. He doesn't care about this like necessarily seeing structure. He just wanted to see one. I guess he had experiences too. I forget his stories, but there were stories there.
And it's your friend, and you knew he'd believe you.
Yeah. So anyway, he gets home. He's so happy, right? Like I changed his whole life. He gets home. Walks in the door. Is like his. I remember he'd never forget the story. His 2 sons are watching TV, and his wife was like working in the kitchen. He's like, "You guys aren't going to believe this. I saw him." They look at him like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "I saw a Bigfoot." And they look at him. And they're like, "Oh, that's nice, Dad." And they just go back to watching TV. He was like, he said that he was so hurt, like he couldn't believe, like they just wrote him off. His own family. He just left me. And I had him in Bigfoot universe. Like he saw him. Believe me. Okay, this happened. I promise. And then he goes home, and they didn't believe him. Or it wasn't that because they trust him. He's like a real.
How far away was it?
Like 30, 40 feet.
Oh.
Yeah, we were just
the
on
one I saw was
on the
like
slant. He was
40.
walking above us on the slant.
The one I saw, I sent you a picture of it because I wasn't even having my camera going. Nothing. We were walking back from the river. And I seen something over the edge of the hill there, just black, super black, in the daylight. And then I motioned for her to come look at it. And all I could think of was, what's with that hairy stump? That is just so weird. I took one picture, and then I just walked away.
Hey, you know the same thing happened
to me.
Clear
picture.
Yeah, you saw him. It happened to me.
I sent you that.
See, that goes a long way because they're going to have to be more careful
Super
now.
black.
Yeah, because you're going to know next time.
Thing ever.
This summer, right at the end when I filmed that alien, remember I was at that rock and they were all around the rock and you have the green. This dude, where is it? I got it right here. I got to see him. It was the first time. I'm sure it's happened to me a million times. It was right here, but I not a million.
Just our brains can't see it because we haven't seen it before.
Right. So, but I finally get to see one of them faking it. Like I literally see him. It's on video. I film it, so that's why I'm telling you. You can watch the video. I'm like, I don't know what I said. I forgot because I haven't looked at it since, but I'll never forget it. I'm standing there. I'm like, oh my God, that's one of them tricking me. Because what it looked like.
That's what I saw.
Well, this wasn't him.
It kept saying stump.
Yeah, it was his but this was his buddy, this guy that I'm showing you behind me. You can see he's touching the people like Jeffrey's like, that's not a rock. I'm like, I know. And of course has his hand backwards touching it. That dude's only like 2 or 3 feet tall. But they're also all, see the sticks behind? If you look underneath where it says this is no rock, you'll see an X if you look very carefully. And they're all behind the X. And then I walked around the corner, and then all of a sudden, there it was. I never will forget it. It looked like...
I'd take a lie detector.
Look at my eyes. Yeah. It looked like strange. I'm like, look how weird those rocks are. Like, it was
I've
so
never seen nothing like that.
Weird.
Ever.
Yeah. So if you ever are right in front of
I have like a photographic memory.
Bigfoot? Yeah. I don't have one, but I have it when that happens, right? So I'm like... And I get home and I'm like, what the hell? He's right there. He has giant claws even.
I should have done more.
He has claws. Not on one hand, on 2 hands he has claws. There's ones behind him. And when in person, he looks like 2 strange rocks. That's what he... And I knew something was up. And then, but like you said, you just leave. Like you're just... Immediately something makes you go.
Picture or something.
Yeah, they can't let you get caught in that situation. Now, if I was to go over and jump on him there, I'm not sure what happens. They won't hurt you.
I wouldn't even have motioned to my girl to come look at it if I didn't think it was something weird.
I wonder what to do.
If it was just a stump to have her make fun of me for it.
See, he's not going to fool me next time. I'm gonna walk over closer, but I'm gonna do it for these guys. But what happens at that point?
Earlier
what
that
happens
day,
when you cross the line is the question. What happens? The line we
you gotta
even know.
take your clothes off, and you gotta go with them.
Well, I mean, they wear
your
clothes.
End up all folded up.
Well, I don't want them to know my penis is bigger than theirs and all that.
They're just like, take it off.
I'm kidding. No one heard that.
They start laughing at you.
Yeah, I got some dry sense of humor.
But earlier in that day where I saw it, I brought a crazy big blue bottle.
Who can't you find, Brian?
One of their structures.
Diesel? There's Diesel's link right there.
But a crazy blue bottle. It had like an eagle on it. And when we were about to leave is when I saw it.
Oh.
It's like it was paying me a favor back or something.
That sounds like almost the exact type of situation. Like I was.
And I went back, and that bottle's gone.
Here's a spot I had passed for 4 years, and they know I go to all of their friends' worlds. I'm like, oh, because we live in a mound, you don't come here. I was like, well, sort of, because I mean, at least I can show people. It's hard to go tell people that give you money that, look, you guys, I promise on this mountain they live there. You know, I can do that now, but at first it was hard because you kind of want to have that evidence while you're speaking, so people will tend to believe you more. You know, because I would never speak anything that's not true, but I also kind of I wanted to make it easy for people. Not to make them like, look, I really trust Mark, but this is really hard to believe. Like, I know that's still going to happen. So if I'm showing
my
you
mind every time.
X's while I do that, it helps. You know what I mean? And if I show you them while I do that, it helps. And he was right there, you guys. You can watch that video. I'll never forget that. That's why I'm laughing, because I am so excited about that. Like, he had all the time in the world not to be there. He didn't have to be there. He gave me that so I could go home and see. I was there for hours. They did not have to be where they were after I walked out of there. There was one down by my car as well. As I got back in the car, I don't know if you guys saw that video. It was that same video. I get back in the car and there are structures right there, and he's just standing right on the side of the road, right there, staring at me. They're out there for a reason, because I think they want to be on the camera. They can't be
it's a celebrity.
Yeah, they can't be in their sense, but they want us to see them. Absolutely. So would you. Put yourself in their shoes. You have to hide from the whole world. Mm-hmm. No one knows who you are except these boring other people that I'm always with. And then finally, humans are like, oh my God. Just these intuitive people come out of nowhere that are told they're crazy by other humans, because the other humans are the ones that are really crazy. And they're seeing an interest in them. That only goes so far, but I'm telling you, it goes miles for them. We all need to know. Like, if you're good, you have to, someone needs to know a little bit. And I think that's what's happening. They need our attention. They want our love. We have,
like, how they're making this like a joke, like a joke kind of topic to people.
Right.
They're trying to make it so it isn't.
Well, that's
we
okay.
know what your people are trying to do, and this is very real.
That's okay, because I think the people that like these guys, will see through, they see through shows like Finding Bigfoot or Bigfoot, whatever that other stupid show is now. Three complete idiots that know nothing of this subject or have a TV show. That to me is, if that's not a mind blower.
Let's fill my face, and I heard
some of you guys are busting your ass 70 hours a week, making $10 or $15 an hour, knowing more than anyone probably in the world at what you do. These three people that know nothing about a subject have a show. And how do I know they know nothing about the show? Because they're not going to Bigfoot
showing anything.
They're not showing structures. They're not showing X's. If you're not
doing
that,
to somebody.
You're not doing this subject. It's not an opinion. Yeah. It's a fact. They told me, Mark, no structures, no us. This is the only way. There is no other way. If you can show me another way, I'll give you $1 million. There is no. Now, I'm not saying some dude didn't get lucky somewhere. They're like, yeah, you're all right. Come over here. I'm talking about for the masses, for us. This is our only way in, is to visit and spend time and repetition. That's why there's no plans. The only plan is which direction you're going in. Let them.
Just like people, we live in a system, so do they.
I have to. I mean, I have to look. I have a responsibility, I think, and it's something I want to do anyway, to go up and beyond, because I can do that here. It's hard. New Jersey's been devastated by human beings. And it's not hard, actually, because there is some incredible hidden. You got to try to sneak into some back properties there. Somewhere.
At the Pine Barrens, I've seen those with my own eyes. It look like Alf, the TV show,
stories,
like dead pine needle color.
There is
zoomed
stories,
right in on it. You can see his eyes, everything.
That's why the Jersey Devil.
It's up in the trees.
Real story. It's not a devil.
Real.
It's just it's a human given name to throw you off
to something bad.
You want what it is genius. It's a name that makes you want to hear it, but also that
never try to see it.
Right. Well, no. I mean, it's just that, but also to where it's that can't be real. It's
You
just,
got a picture of one that has a pointy tail,
It's just another.
like the
It's
devil.
another. It's just part of their. He's just one of the crew.
just like the drawing.
Yeah. Poor Richard. Richard, you must feel like the biggest idiot that's ever lived.
Was he the only one in the chat room?
He goes, you talk a right load of crap because he knows nothing. Richard, the only person that would ever state, because you don't realize how stupid you look in front of these people.
Yeah.
They all know you're the idiot here. Nobody.
I've seen it with my own
Do you realize
eyes.
how dumb you just made yourself look? You might want to like change your name to like like a YouTube name to be a troll, because you're a nobody who knows nothing and then speaks on something you know nothing about. What does that make you? An idiot. There's only one thing a person like you can do. Make sure you never meet me. Okay? You're a big tough guy with this
On the
keyboard.
internet.
Could you imagine if he stood in front of me and spoke like that? He wouldn't. It would never happen. No one has ever done it and never will, because it's all real. But he's probably jealous. They get upset that they can't do it. That you are, that people actually pay attention to you. I see it with everyone else. I see it with Eric's channel all the time. Because me and Eric are two different kind of guys. Like Eric, that he doesn't do this, but he has the activity, and my subs are seeing it. The trespassing guy. You ever watch him, Eric? Outdoors with Eric.
Mm-mm.
And we both have we're both kind of guys that aren't. Thanks, Regina. I get a little bit. I do jump down like that. Like I don't get that upset, but it's more like just because I can't. I'm a zero tolerance with idiots. I can't stand how dumb an idiot like Richard is. Like to me, like I feel like how could he be that stupid? Like was it his parents? It must be his parents. Do you have bad parents, Richard? I'll bet you your
His
mommy.
name.
What do you want to bet?
What's Richard's short? What's the short word for Richard?
Exactly.
Boom.
Dick. So, Richard, don't be a
How's
dick
that?
is the
Well,
bottom
there's no
line.
K in there.
You know what I mean? There's a reason your parents named you Dick. There's a reason that you're an idiot. And I'd be, honestly, I'm not even just trying to talk back to him. I would be willing to lay money down on the table
You came into
that his mom
this
is a
place
psycho, that he has bad parents. Anyone with good parents doesn't talk about things they don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not many. So it's probably a bad home life. If you saw this picture, you would see right away that you'd be like, oh, I get it now. It happens every time we finally get a picture of someone that's a troll. Yeah, as soon as you see their face, you all of a sudden don't care anymore. Yeah. So that's Richard for you.
Just start collecting all their photos, make them famous.
So Richard, what we're trying to tell you is don't be a dick.
Come on, man.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
I'm saying YouTube. I'm saying a name. I'm not saying the other word.
Come on, man.
So the bottom line is, he hasn't seen 900 videos, obviously, right? If you saw any videos, you would never speak. Yeah. It's just idiots. They're common. But here's the problem with the world, and I'm trying to get this message to people that, a guy like him, he self-justifies. So he's fine. He's okay because he's him. I'm the type of guy that knows my faults. He doesn't know his faults. In fact, I know every single one of my faults because. Yeah.
That's why I try to be so good now.
I'm self-conscious. No, I just mean even just like not being able to speak right, or I'm not a personality. Like I say this or I do that. Like I know everything wrong with me because I'm that self-conscious. People like him don't. He self-justifies because he can only see it from a narrow-minded vision. He doesn't. It's all from your parent. He had bad parents. I'll bet you anything. And I feel bad for him. I'm not making fun of him. I feel horrible for him. That's the one thing I got lucky with, was having the best parents that's ever, that you could have. So anyway, sorry, I didn't mean to. But, once in a while, it takes a guy like me. Because other people just block. He was already blocked. I could have just let it go by and no one would have known. I want people to know because
you seen Roadhouse?
I'm the only one who has the balls.
Seen that movie?
To get in your face and tell you're an idiot. Everyone else like, oh no, just block him. Don't let that guy speak again because I have no balls and I lie about most of the stuff I do anyway. I'm 100% real, right in your face, do everything truthfully. So when I get a moron like him, I'm going to be right down. I'm going to right all over his face. I mean, there's nothing. I have nothing left in me. No maturity left for people like Dick. Okay, thank you.
You seen Roadhouse, right?
Sorry, Amy. Of course.
Right? I need you to be nice until
Patrick
it's
Swayze.
time to not be nice.
Patrick
Right?
Swayze. Oh, yeah.
That quote that he says?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. He's going to be nice until there's a time when he doesn't have to be.
I love
then he's going to
Patrick
whoop
Swayze.
your ass.
Patrick Swayze got a bad rap from guys because, he would dance and stuff, but I thought he was a great guy.
Oh,
Like, I didn't care about the dancing part of it. Like, if you want to dance,
a lot
great,
of football players take ballet.
Hell yeah.
For balance.
I just thought, like, I knew Patrick Swayze, didn't know him, but I knew him, like, I'd seen some, like, interview, like, things that, because he wasn't a public type of guy, really. And let me tell you something, man, this dude was legit. He was a good, kind person, and he was one of those actors that I was a little upset when he died. Like, I was like, oh, man, kind of him and Chris Farley, I really didn't, and John Candy. Those three, I really was not happy. Most people don't realize that Patrick Swayze sang a hit song too. They have no idea it was him singing the song. That was the "She's Like the Wind." You ever hear that song?
Oh,
She's
yeah.
like in my dream. I can't sing it, but yeah, that was a good song. I mean, it's a little gay, if you're trying to be a tough dude, but it's an incredible song.
I think even Eddie Murphy had a record.
I'm sure that every girl here would went out on a date with Patrick Swayze. Yeah. Especially, the Dirty Dancing thing, I saw it one time in my life. I have I don't know, when it was out. I have no interest in rewatching Dirty Dancing. That's a girl. Some guys love that movie too. I'm not really into it, but I love it.
I think they filmed some of that here in Jersey.
I like the rest of his stuff. Yeah, he was cool. He did other movies that, like one movie with like he was a single dad with 2 kids. Like he did a bunch of movies like that where every movie he did was pretty good. So love you, Patrick
Except for
Swayze.
Donnie Darko.
I never saw that. Was it good?
You don't want to if you like Swayze.
Oh, why? It's just a terrible movie.
He likes little kids in that movie.
Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he's an actor. I mean, someone's got to do
probably
it.
paid him decent.
Anyone that probably really did like little kids wouldn't have taken that job.
Oh, no.
Yeah. He died, man. Too young. We lose some people like that just too young. Exploding head syndrome. Kate, that's what I have. I have that. I have exploding head syndrome. I just want to take a guy. I just want to get a guy like Dick, in a boxing ring, and then it's not. I'm not even fighting him. It's the other 200 idiots over the last 5 years that know nothing of this earth, but yet speak to the gods of this earth like they know something. It's an amazing thing, human beings. Just get yourself in check, Dick, or I'm going to knock you out one day. It's as simple as that. I don't care who you think you are. But will Dick be around ever? Of course not, because Dick is a dick, and we will never
What's
see
on
Dick
Dick's
again.
channel?
Nothing's on Dick's channel. Dick does nothing.
Of course. Every one of them that say something had nothing.
Of course,
Nothing.
they have nothing. They're always nobodies and do nothing. Do you think Todd Standing would get on my channel and troll me? Of course not. Todd Standing has nothing but respect for me. But do I think everything he's done is legit? I question some of it, to be honest with you. Does he hide from everyone? Yes. Things like that.
He's standing over there.
Who's the one in public? That doesn't have to be me. I could just do my videos and never speak again. I'm here because I'm not confident in what I do.
Hanging out with everybody.
No one else does that. Nobody. Because they are afraid that you're going to catch them or they're going to say something wrong. You can't do that to me because I'll never lie, ever. Anyone else, in enough time, it's like, you know what it is? It's like I watch too many of them. It's like a police interrogation when they're finally in the room and the camera's on them. All they got to do is talk long enough. The guilty party, by the way, Marie, thank you so much.
They'll catch you.
I'll get to Marie in a second. You know what I'm saying? Like I watched Jodi Arias' trial. Like I love watching how insane this chick is, right? And trying to make my own decision. Like, I don't believe humans are we are incredible, but we make mistakes. And I wanted to do my own investigation. Like I'm kind of like I'm pretty good as a detective. Like I think in real life I would have made a good police detective. Like not if I had to speak to anyone, but just like I can figure things
You're good
out.
at looking at it from other points of view.
Yeah,
Most people can only look at it from their point of view.
I just can figure
That's why
things
psychology.
out. Yeah, it's how I did this. As long as we're all like that.
You can look at it from their point of view. Oh, I got to hide. I need something.
You know what it is?
to
We're
block
all
me
like, we
here.
all have that. It's a focus. If you have if you focus hard enough on anything, this is all of us, then you'll figure it out better than anyone else. It's whoever is concentrating the most on that, and that's all I don't have.
They're
a choice.
going to suck anytime you do something for the first time.
I can't go on a date. I can't do anything. My internet sucks. Like, what else am I going to do except occupy my time with this? And that's what I do. And Dick
takes all the time in the world too.
Dick, if he had ever seen one video, would never
poking his head
in his mouth. Yeah. So one of these days, and I'm not all talk. I'll jump right in the ring right now. Make the boxing thing. I'll do it on YouTube. That I want to be paid for, though. I'll tell you what. If Nick, I don't care who he is. I don't care how big he is. That's what I'm saying. So whoever you are, I don't care if you're an MMA fighter. I will fight you. I don't care because I will win too because I'm going to take everything I have.
Rage.
Yeah, because I'm so right. So confident that no matter what happens in that ring, they will be with me. I will beat you. Not only am I going to beat you, it's going to be so fast. And I want Dick to call me so I can make that arrangement. I would give it. He's probably first of all, Dick's probably 80. You know what I mean? He's probably I can't do that. No, trolls aren't 80. They're little. They're people with no lives. And anyone that I don't care what it is, cast negativity out into the world. And it doesn't matter, you guys. It doesn't matter how.
What do you get out of it?
But anybody that is projecting, it's projecting their own misery because their parents were losers or whatever his reason was. They're just miserable people themselves. We're all guilty of this. Every one of us, whether you want to admit it or not. Like at some point in your life where you have, whether it was your girlfriend, your mom, your sister, you were in a bad mood and you turned around and made them feel like shit too. Because it feels good. That's what we do. Misery loves company. And poor Dick is always going to be like, he's just a lost soul. And in Dick's head, he's all self-justified, though. No, are you kidding me? I'm very happy. Bullshit, Dick. Okay?
Don't bullshit me, Dick.
You guys, by the way, I am half acting right now. I'm not upset at all. But I do want to box Dick. I will go into any boxing ring with any of these idiots at any time, anywhere, but I want to get paid for it. If I win. If he beats me, I don't get paid. If I win, I get paid. That's a good deal. And every time of that, I'll give half of it to charity and half of it goes to gas money. How about that? What do you think, Dick?
A couple barrels of gas.
I don't curse either. I'm just saying someone's name. I don't even say that word myself.
Richard.
Yeah. I don't talk about private parts.
No.
Denise is awesome. Discovering Sasquatch and Cryptids. Denise C. Duval. Did I say it right? Duval.
It's a long title.
Denise has hundreds, and she has thousands probably of pictures. Tell Denise.
Yeah, she comments on
Tell Denise she's crazy. Probably come over there and rip your eyeballs out. Idiots. I'm just tired of this is why we have the memberships. This is why I'm talking in public here. This will never happen. It's not going to be very many more times. We'll probably record stuff like Amy. We do with Amy, keep it shorter a little bit, and we'll put the video up. And then the rest of it's going to be all private so Dick can't be here. We're going to have we're working our way there.
Take out these chunks, little videos out of this.
Yeah, but then I got to watch it all. I'm not going to sit. I can't sit here after doing 6 hours and watch another 6 hours. I'm not. It's impossible. That's 12
someone
hours.
Else will do it.
So that someone else would have to. Someone else would have to edit the whole video. Yeah.
Well, they will, just to have their name on it because they like you.
Well, I know someone would. Someone would do it because they want to be involved. And they actually would just enjoy helping.
Yeah.
But
exactly.
My goal is to get to where I can speak without any dicks around and literally. PPs around and because I
private party.
Can I go off topic here? I'm not a fan. Yes, you'll hear me say the F word on occasion and little tiny curse words. I don't drop it into every sentence. We're talking just occasionally. But when it comes to genitalia and being respectful around women and around I do say that word to another guy, like if there's no women around, but like, hey, don't be a P word, but I never am thinking like, wow, that really does reference a girl's vagina. It sickens me. I think it's the one thing that we have to be careful about. There's no reason to reference any even curse words about a vagina, a penis, things sexual. It bothers me. I don't like to, and I'm doing the dick joke. That's one thing, but like the C word, how they just drop that in other countries like it's going out of style. I have been taught here, and I'll never be untaught by by American women. Okay, we live in America. Okay, and if you're an American man, you don't say the C word or you're dead.
No. Unless you're leaving the house for good.
But you guys know like Rock, or I think Rock, you know her. I know Eileen, of course, knows her. But Charlie Max, who is a lot of ours great friends. She has some of the best footage ever taken in the world, and in Ireland, as you guys know, I've shown that before and done extensive breakdowns on it. Something Dick could never, even Dick couldn't deny. It's so good. They literally seeing him stand there with the thing connected to himself. Remember that? But Charlie is from Ireland, where they got mouths on them. She even posted the other day. She's like, "You got a problem with me cursing? Get get off my Facebook." Because they're C word. Ask Andrew will tell you too. Even in Australia, C word central.
You can hear the history in their language.
Yeah, you date a girl, American girl, and you ask Nick. He'll tell you. Even you call Amy. Amy seems sweet. Call her the C word. Nick could probably get hit with a baseball bat. You know what I mean? Like you just can't. That wouldn't happen, but you can't say that here. I'm not just telling you. I'm talking to because we have other people in other countries here, and I want them to understand that some of those curse words just don't come over here. Like you can't. We say them. Don't get me wrong. The guys will say them too when no one's looking. But you got to be. I'm a true believer that you watch your language in front of women. I was taught that, and I can't get rid of it.
That's locker room talk.
Yeah, like when I was brought with my parents, certain values were I uninstilled some of them, but a lot of them I just can't get. That's why I'm still like kind of like a good person deep down because I can't. I was just taught to be that way. I can't change it. Like even when I want to be like,
I grew up in church too.
Yeah, like, even when I want to be mean, I'm like, no, I forgive you. Hey Dick, we forgive you. How about that? Dick's still watching too. He can't type or nothing. He's probably like losing his mind. You know what I mean?
Worst thing you could say is just, "I'm gonna pray for you." I'm gonna do something nice, but it sounds bad. I'm just gonna pray for you.
I'll tell Sharon. Sharon will go over there and rip his eyeballs out. I'm feeling Sharon can kick some ass. She's not afraid. So that's all. And look, I'm not trying to be violent. I'm just talking crap, you guys. I'm not invoking fights. I don't want to box anybody. This is all a bunch of shit. I would box him actually. It's just the point I'm trying to make is that people like Dick have no, and I mean that sort of joking when I say his name Dick. That they just have no clue. Dick, you should have opened your mind, man. You should have opened your heart. No one here says an opinion. This is all facts. The two people you hear speaking here together have filmed more than anyone in the world. You're typing on a chat, and you have no idea how dumb you look. You know what I mean? So instead, you could have went the other route and took it in a little bit instead of being a psychopath.
Could have been my friend, man.
You could have been our friend, man.
Could have been my friend.
Poor Dick. He had no idea when he typed that
he would be. With my own eyes.
And now he has all of this negative energy. So not only did your life suck before, Dick, and your parents, I think, I'm almost sure I can sense the parent thing. There's some kind of detachment there with this, I know. And then is that you could have, now he's going to feel even worse because he's obviously a miserable person. And now that he knows he's an idiot, he's going to walk around all day like, we know his last name and everything. I mean, he has his whole name on here. You know what I should do? Should I pull his face up and show it on live video? Because I mean, I don't do that. But sometimes when you're a dick, you deserve to be taught a lesson. Yeah. But I'm not. You know what? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that. I'm not. See, that's the regular
we'll just
part.
Pray for you. Pray for you.
Yeah, keyboard warriors. If you're some badass, I'll be the first one. There's not many people, but there's a couple. I'll be like, all right, just kidding. Dick, hope you have a great day.
Donates $20 to you.
Yeah. So Diesel's going to fight in the boxing ring instead. I'm going to be sick that day.
All right.
No, I'll fight anybody. Don't care.
Sure.
I don't want to, but like if it's structured, I'm not talking. I mean, a street fight, then I have to go to prison. But if I do it because he's gonna lose.
Yeah, I just want to end it.
Yeah,
I'm not looking to box shit.
I'll sever his larynx in less than I could rip his throat out in less than 1 second, and there's nothing he can do about it. That's the thing. People don't realize that I have years of training of how to kill you.
Yeah.
And but what I know, we talked about this last live stream. Like when you get in a fight, to me, it's the worst feeling ever. Like even a flawlessly executed knockout. You're the winner. Yay! I still have that.
You might even go to jail.
Terrible
I punched
feeling.
you and then you fell down and got seriously hurt.
He could swing at me. He swings at me. I could see it coming before he even thinks. That's the difference between me and Dick, right? He swings at me. I defend myself and then I go to jail. So it's just
they go with the haymaker right 90% of the time. Going for the kill shot.
It's so funny. I have to keep showing these because anyone that says Dick, it blocks it. So I'm looking. So if you've typed anything, I think I got most of them.
Type it with
Dick
2
have
Ds,
a small
people.
mind? I love it. You should have done that
2
one.
2 Ks or something.
Damien was having trouble translating that one. That was a good one, Damien. He was joking. I like that, Jace. Why not? It turned into a funny show. That was really good. Because we can say a word that we all think is funny. For some reason, if you say Dick, it's not a nice sounding word, but yeah, it's someone's name. We're talking about a person. Like great example. Great example, Michael. You would just say Michael. You would just say Mike. Yeah. I never understood how out of Richard you got Dick. Like if you're naming your kids, and I'm going to hang up, you guys, because other people are going to see this. I'm leaving this up for like a day or two. And then they're going to see this side of me and be like, I don't know, this guy, he does great stuff, but he's mental. You got to be a little crazy and a little mental to let all that stuff out. This is as crazy as you're going to see me, because I'm so serious always, and I just want to be able to I forgot how you're supposed to be a person sometimes, and I just want to laugh, and I just want to do our human side.
That's what I'm good at.
Yeah. Look, let me say something before I get off that's important for everyone to remember. Our human side of things is special. I know it doesn't seem like it because we're all upset with each other right now, and fighting over the president, when really all of you are idiots. It's including me. It's all...
Turn off your TV.
Yeah, it's all bullshit. None of them... Biden and Trump are nobody. Do you understand? How dumb can you be at this point? They don't run anything or do anything. Okay? The president does nothing. Oh,
what team
I'm going to lose my mind one day.
What's your favorite sports team?
Are you being serious? Oh.
No, that's what they train you to be. Pick a side on anything.
None of it matters. All they're doing is turning us against each other. Once we're arguing and fighting, you're not looking at anything else, and we're arguing and fighting. They do whatever they want, and that's what's going on. There's an entire agenda going on. There's a war underground right now, where in other countries that you have no idea about, these kids come back from those wars, don't tell anyone except their mommy, and guess who mommy tells? Me. Mark, my son was for a year and a half was fighting. I cannot tell you the name of the country, or I'll never be able to do a live video again. For a year and a half, they were fighting. Not one person, not one American citizen knows, except for their direct families. They are allowed to tell their parents now.
Most of my family is military.
At first, they used to do that, and they would make you lie to the even your mom now is apparently allowed to know.
Oh yeah. You sign a disclosure
in the fake wars, like the wars that nobody knows about. You can tell your mom now, but for years, you had to lie, say, "Oh, we're going to Iraq. We're getting deployed to Iraq," and that's it. Yep. And then what happens is people will be like, "Mom, you don't understand. We're really over here." And then so they finally decided, you're going to tell your mom because.
Yeah, my cousin was given paragraphs of text to share with people.
People don't believe it. Dick wouldn't believe that. You could never convince Richard of that. Richard wouldn't believe it.
He was in
it hasn't happened. He didn't learn it on Netflix. Unbelievable. Tell me.
He seemed like Saddam's gold toilet, in person.
Look, Trump's not a bad dude, man. I'm telling you right. I'm here to tell you. The guy, he might have.
They just tore down his building here in Jersey.
Yeah, I know. He might not have an ego and all that stuff. He might be, a little arrogant, but what billionaire doesn't? And I believe he was out for the best interest of this country. So you don't It's not like I said, like this. This isn't a popularity contest. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm here to show you the secrets of this earth. I want you to like me, though. Because who doesn't? like, please hate me. That's a terrible feeling. I know I cannot make everyone like me, but
the most hated Bigfooter on the internet.
Hopefully, as many. You know what? Sometimes I think I would have took that route if I was like, I had like $100 million in the bank, and that's all I would do. Instead of doing these videos and talking to Amy, I would like pick out people like Richard, and then just devastate him. You know what I mean? Like, like being so mean.
Buy billboards with his picture on them.
Yeah, all of a sudden, because I have like seriously one of my best buddies. He owns a gaming company. I could literally right this second. I did this. I told you guys this a year ago. He's like, you want me to shut him offline? I was like, no. I was like, yes.
Oh yeah.
But no.
My brother could do stuff like that.
Yeah, it's called DDoS. He can anybody. He can get you. These guys are. He's a hacker.
Open up your CD drive from there.
He's not a hacker, but he could be a hacker. He's a game developer.
Just knows how it works.
His game's coming out. You guys will hear all about it soon. 10,000 player. Their beta's up right now. He's like, you want me to make you a Bigfoot? I'm like, yeah, make me a Bigfoot character, and then I can have people
That'd
come.
be cool.
Yeah, I'll have. One of the options of being a member, YouTube gives you, it's like play a game together. I was like, that would be so cool. Like, not that you would need the membership to. I mean, anybody could be like, Mark, would you play this game with me? I'd be like, sure, I'll try it. I have to be in here though. I can't play a game at home. Wouldn't that be cool if we all had a game we played together? So instead of doing this all the time, we'd be like, hey, everyone meet on this game. Even if it was like a dorky game, like, where we all could be. Like we're building like a hut or something. Be like, hey, come over here. Jennifer, come over and check out my hut.
Just the different chunks of wood.
This is not about politics. Don't ever tell me what to do on my channel. If you're sitting in the chat and you don't like it, leave. We talk about whatever we want here. I don't care if you support me or not. Don't tell me what to say. It just comes out. I can't stand people that tell me what to talk about and what not to talk about. No one asked you to be here. Just leave. It drives me crazy. like, go start your own channel and then you can not talk about politics.
It's like they're just coming in the room and pointing their fingers.
It's an amazing thing. It says Colorado Bigfoot. Now, I don't want you to leave. Don't get me wrong. I'm just being mean. It's just that it doesn't make any sense to me. Just turn off the channel. And we're not talking about politics. No one told you
to come in there.
Yeah, I'm really not talking about politics. I was simply referencing them. Like, don't worry about... I even said, don't worry about politics, basically. If you worry about it, you're being consumed by this world. None of it's real. Everything you're seeing is fake, unless they're covering a fire in a building. That's the only thing that you're seeing that's real. It's a business. News isn't there to help you. It's there to take money from you.
To sell the advertising.
They even say it. They've said it themselves. We're a business. Stop telling us what to air and what not to. We need. They have literally documentations all over the planet of this, where they explain that they are a company and they need to provide stories where they think they'll make money, where they can get the most people to watch. Not to show you what they...
that you're eating food.
Yeah, not to help you, not to show you what you think you should see, but to make money. They're a business. That's why why would a news reporter make $3 million a year? It doesn't make any sense to me, because it's a business. If it was real, she'd make $60,000 a year. People are too
I always
stupid.
wondered that with like the professional athletes. Like if each, say 1,000 of them donated $1 million.
No,
you know how much stuff they could
Jen, I wasn't talking to you, Jen.
Year?
No, Jen, I wasn't talking to you. I thought you were telling someone. I was defending you. I wasn't referencing you. No, Jen. Please.
No.
I didn't even see it. I was just being hypothetical, I said. I'm yelling at something that didn't even happen. It just happened before. So Jennifer, no, I wasn't even talking about you, I swear. Yeah, I thought you said someone else said it. Like we weren't talking, so I thought you were defending me. I didn't even see who it was. I'm just saying hypothetically, like, we're just hanging out. Like, don't start nitpicking at because we don't know what we're going to talk about. It's all none of it's.
I've never talked to this guy.
Yeah, none of it's that important before. Like none of this part of it is important. We're just talking. As just people, sort of. I'm sort of a person.
Yeah, I stay home a lot.
I converted.
I draw pictures and go in the woods.
Yeah, Andrew is quite the troll corrector himself. Andrew just will take. Andrew's from Australia too, so over there, places like Australia, like these guys don't take shit. Like over here, ba 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 ba, because I'll sue you. Over there they take a baseball bat, he'll walk across the street and smash you in the face and go right back to work, because that's how it is in all these other countries. In America, everyone's protected and become gay, and they're I'll just sue you if you come near me. I'll sue. It's like we're just a bunch of psychopaths that have self-justified ourselves. I like these other countries. I love where people are pure breeds. Where you go to Australian, he's nothing. He's Australian. You go to Ireland, they're all Irish. Yeah, they're not like what I am, like 60 different things. Like those people are. They have a culture that are different. All these countries, love it. They're real. Yeah, Puerto Rico, watching these guys walk. 5 dudes walk down the beach. Half of them are fat, and they're all wearing bikini bathing suits. Things like that. Like I just love other countries. They don't care what people think about them. They're not worried about all that stuff that we are here. Remember, the U.S. is brand new. We just started. We're new.
Yeah, we're the rookies.
Yeah, everything else had already happened. The pyramids, the other religions, all this stuff has already happened. We're brand new here at the States. So why we have these incredible egos is beyond me. We should be submitting like little babies to the world. Like, oh my God, we're so thankful to have this. Like we're...
See, it's that technology we were talking about. We got some kind of crazy stuff that they can't do that.
Right.
Some kind of tool. Some kind of truth, something, who knows?
Yeah, Jace, there is. That's a good question. Let me get off the subject. Let's go back to real talk. So I really do apologize for that, you guys. And that now, because of that, I'll probably end up just not leaving the video up, but or I'll cut off the end. Maybe, I'll cut it short. That's what I'll do. I'll probably end up like trimming it just to.
You'll be able to sleep like a baby tonight.
Well, I mean, there's no reason. I mean, I'll leave you in there, but there's no reason to just our mumbling about things that don't matter, like whether Trump is real.
You'll get more compliments from the dick rant than anything.
Well, I figure like only a very few select people will get through 5 or 6 hours of a live video anyway, so I'm not too worried about it. I could, but hold on. I wanted to answer, whose question was it? Jace. He says, is there anything fast enough to compare to Bigfoot's movements? Well, yes. Been getting some great high-speed cameras, so I'm thinking about buying one of those. I don't need it, but I get enough requests from you guys, so I think I might just film them with high speed this summer if you want to see that. And they'll do it right in front of the damn thing. When they know it's there, they'll actually give that to you. We got some great footage from. Oh, I wanted to mention Bruce, my buddy Bruce. I haven't heard from Bruce. Where is Bruce? I was totally involved with Bruce and his high speed and everything at his house, and I haven't talked to him in a week or two. So big shout out to Bruce. But anyway, so these high-speed cameras, I got some great footage. You got to see it. It's amazing. We even have the branch coming down. There's all these Bigfoots in the bushes. This is all on high-speed camera, and the branch comes. A lot of these guys that are at Energy Overload have all seen it, and it comes down. So the deer is trying to get the branch, and all of a sudden the branch just comes down by itself, goes right into the deer's mouth. And then if you look behind the picture, right there, they're all standing right there, and they literally lowered the branch down with their minds. I don't know how, unless there is another one in that tree. Like unless so they're over here looking. How do we know there's not some around the deer? But that branch comes right down into the deer's mouth. That was amazing. It's things like that. Where a guy like Dick has no idea where I've been, what I've done with them, sitting there. It's an amazing thing. You think I snap, but you go do what I've done. You go work as hard.
They threw snowballs at you, right?
Yeah, go work as hard as I've done. Do some of the things that I haven't told you about. Sitting right there with them, and then I come home and I got to deal with a guy like Dick. No, thank you. Okay, Dick can go jump in a lake for all I care at this point. And
my girl were
I
by a quarry spot, and I wasn't recording anything. We're just walking back to the car, really.
Right.
And we're walking. I hear like 2 things fly out of the woods, like 2 rocks, like. And then I stop, and it does it again. And I go up to the tree line. I'm like, "Do it now!" And it did it again.
Wow.
Like 3 different times. Like 2 of them throwing a rock or something.
Yeah, they're just saying hello.
But no cameras, nothing.
Yeah. They're just saying, but they don't. The rocks don't hit you, right? But none of the rocks probably hit you, right?
It didn't seem mean. There wasn't a weird vibe. It was just like
no, that's their way. That's the same thing, in my opinion, as them inviting you over for dinner. It's as close,
like the little snowballs you had.
It's as much as those of the like rules as those guys can break, in my opinion. At that moment, that they're giving you everything if they give you pebbles.
Yeah. I've been there a bunch of times, but I never went back to this one spot, and this time I did. I think it was called like Burl City or something like that. It was like hundreds of them in the trees. I caught one of them throwing a rock, frame by frame thing that I do. You could see it come up from the ground like a white rock out of nowhere.
What about the dude? Invisible. What about the guy under the rock at the petroglyphs recently? You're very welcome, Dakota. I got to figure out which I helped you, so I must have looked at her. I don't know you by that name. I don't think. If I helped, that there's nothing that makes me happier. It's a cool thing. Who would have thought that I would be able to really take what I've done and then apply it, not opinionated help, like literally apply it factually based on their system and language and stuff, and help people understand, and they don't have to wonder. That's one. If I accomplished nothing else after today, at least I got that done. Where we don't have to question some of the pictures and stuff now because they're blurry, or why is it this? Why that? Why am I an idiot? I don't know. Because maybe your parents
something bigger going on.
Yeah, so that's all we're doing, man. We're just chilling. We're not pushing new religion on someone. We're not asking.
I think it's weird how
you to believe in.
You have my mom's birthday.
I know that
my
is
dad's
weird.
name.
That is weird. So your mom is May 11th. Wow.
Yeah. And my dad has your name.
What was the other question? Someone else asked a good question when I told them to hold on. Let me go back a second. I hate.
And me and Eileen, I think, started the same time, like May.
It was
2018.
What? Hold on a second. It says what did it do, Mark? Can you explain the head on the other, there in the picture on the top screen? Oh, are you talking about right here on my screen? This guy? I think he must mean that because that's the only thing that you guys could see, right? It would be that. And that's all on video. It was a huge thing. He was the least of what I filmed that day. That's when I just told you the story. That's when I got to see. You might not have been here, but it was. Oh my God! We were talking about how Diesel had the same experience in a sense where I was able to see them tricking me, not on that guy there, but right around the corner. The same, his friend, like
I know it's not
100 feet that way. Yeah, I filmed him. Then I walk around the side. I filmed him. I filmed them as I'm coming up. They're a giant Bigfoot. He's sitting in a round, looks like a big fireplace, but like a retaining wall. Like he's going to sit up there with a machine gun. He's sitting in there, and then right in front of him are symmetrical X's that are invisible to the human eye. So they're not using our side. That they're using that. I call it tech. If you can come up with a better word, be my guest. It's something we don't understand, so it's technical. Okay.
Yeah.
And there's his X's, clear as day, invisible though, because they're like white. You can see they're not from our side, right in front of him. And then with that X in front of him, I can't see him. He takes that X away and throws it like that. He's sitting there just like me and you. I've seen it with my own eyes, and then I got to come home and try to explain to someone like Richard that he's an asshole. It's really, really uncomfortable. I'm tired of it. I don't want to be held back anymore. I want to move forward. I've never been proven wrong, and I never will be, ever. So just let me do my thing. I'm not perfect. I'm not going to make you perfect verbally. I'm not a perfect understand. Like I just got to keep doing this. This is what I do, not speak. Well, I mean, I do that.
One's ever touched you, like pushed you or anything?
Oh yeah, I've been touched. Absolutely.
One spot I was at, I swear it like touched my hair on my head, like right by my ear. I wasn't by no trees or nothing.
It's possible. I feel like most of the time, no. Like they don't. Like they're always like somehow.
Like it was standing right there or something. I don't know.
They somehow try to get me further from where they are. I think people think that because you've done it so many times, it would become easier, but it's actually not the truth. They start to get in trouble actually, and because I film them so much, and so someone else has a better chance. I watch when I bring people in; they separate me where people are seeing them. No one's going to come out here that doesn't know me and then say, "Yes, I saw him in Bigfoot Universe." To everybody, you either see him or you don't. You can't lie to me about it. I don't know. And it just becomes, I just want to move forward. I just want to keep pushing. My job is not on this computer. It is to be out there exploring and finding new worlds of these guys. And every new world I find will be it's exciting and better than the last.
Like when I come out there, I'd like to do that trip. Like we go 2-3 days walking into nothing and then come back. Sleep 2-3 days.
Did you hear Dan was on before you got here? Dan hasn't been out with me since the night I took him in Cali camping. That was 4 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. You have no idea what it's like to be up here, even you, at 30 miles away from a human being in the darkest of nights where you cannot see the hand in front of your face, and they run. Oh, my God, they bluff charged us. Me and Callie were talking. He's like, remember the bluff charge? Because I don't bring it up to them because it took them a long time. Callie as well to recover from that night. Dan has never recovered. It took Callie a couple years to get over that night. For me, a couple seconds. I was out with them that morning, filmed them, stood next to a female with her staff. Like, well, she was 50 feet away. I said, you guys, if there's ever been a day where I need you, it's today. Because what we went through and how crazy that night was. And I was not in Bigfoot Universe. I'm on that outside part. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. And I walked into Bigfoot Universe, and there she was with her staff. Like, she's an ancient. To me, that's what she is. Yeah. Looking right at her. And then I got to go home and deal with a guy like Dick. I can't deal with guys like Dick anymore. Dick is a nobody, and he's meant to always be a nobody. Like, just go watch Netflix. I'm sure Dick probably all day long. And that I can't be associated with people like him. I need to be around positive, happy, smart people and just move forward. If I'm attacked and held back, it messes up the flow. I need to be happy, even with money. Like, I go out there, I'm stressed out of my mind. It could be my kids, it could be money. Those are my worst days. Even though I might come up with a good video that day, it's still in my head. It was just hell because I wasn't happy. The days I'm really happy, everything's going right. I go out there, I got this happy personality, and I'm not, because I have yelled at them. I'm guilty. Like, where I get frustrated with them because I'm like, what the like, you guys owe me.
I've seen all of you.
Yeah. Oh my God, I've said that a million times. Like, you name it, I would love to have some of those recordings to embarrass myself when I'm talking to them, and like I'm like wondering if like even the deer are looking at me like, is this guy like normal? Like, I've never claimed I'm normal. I just know what I'm doing with this. That's all. That's what gives me the confidence to be able to sit here and be embarrassed because that's not sure. I am, and every year I've promised you it'll be better, and every year it gets better. Why is that? Is that an accident? Let's see Dick film a Bigfoot video. No one can film a Bigfoot video. Nobody, unless they know how to find them. And then there's other situations too. We have Alex. It's got all kinds of weird things going around where he does have structures around him too, but they're not going to erect a giant Bigfoot world where he lives. You get Tom or Jason Smith in San Francisco. Films him. Yeah, every even that. Day.
That's my real name.
What is? Yeah, I know it is.
That's my real.
Yeah, I know it is.
That's just weird too.
Well, I've talked to you about that. Weird. Yeah. But so when I say Jason Smith, he didn't know that. That was his, and it's already his YouTube alias. So this is different for him. He's the kind of guy that he's he's a different level. He's got to be a little discreet, just because of where he lives and where who he is. So that's all. He's not hiding. In fact, his real name is Tom. That's why I always slip. Whenever I'm talking about Jason Smith, I say Tom first. I'm like, Tom, I think people are going to catch on that you really... So, I mean, why can't... And he doesn't care because, it's just Tom. I'm not giving out the rest. Every day. Very successful guy. Lives in a very big house in the middle of San Francisco. Family, kids... completely out of character with this type of subject, in my opinion, and he films them every single day, and I consult with him on a daily basis. Not for any other reason except that he's become a buddy of mine, and it's extremely interesting, and that this here I go. Then I got another guy in San Francisco. He's like, I bet you I'm the only guy. I'm like, no, there's Tom. I mean Jason. There's Brandon. So I'm looking. Let me wrap this up, guys. I'm looking forward to this summer. I promise you, some excitement. I want to get Brandon out here. Brandon, we got to see what happens with your job. Can you get out? Can you get a week off or something and get out here? Or even if it's a long weekend, maybe we'll get Callie. I mean, if that happens when these guys are here, that's fine too. You want to?
He could say he's got the disease or whatever's going around now. It might give him 14 days.
What do you mean the disease or whatever? You mean the coronavirus? The disease? I told you my theory. This is how you get over the.
I think you get 2 weeks. Right?
You guys get over the mask thing, like because I'm liking it in a sense because no one can give me the head cold or a flu or because to me a head cold is the worst. I get them so bad, where my eyes water like and stuff. Do you know when I got married, I had like the worst head cold I've ever had in my life, and I was literally had to get married that way. It sucked. Yeah. Mark, do you remember the video thing where you made number 3 on Bigfoot sightings? If so, yes. In fact, I didn't remember it because I didn't see it until this morning. I just posted that video today. It's right here. I put it in the background. You talking about this? Isn't that crazy? Because you guys, I had heard that Chills did a video on this guy's got 2 channels, 5 million subscribers each. He's like, I said, like in the description today, I said he's a god of YouTube. Like he literally is. He does the top 10s, and I'm in there. And people are like, Mark, did you see it? And I never looked. Do you know that? I swear, I
see that, Dick?
Didn't see it. Dick didn't see it, obviously, or Dick wouldn't have talked.
Dick ain't on list.
Dick had any idea what I have filmed. Dick wouldn't have talked. All live video. Every picture I have is a video. They're right there. And then, and I'm in the middle of the most amazing structures in the world, even with that picture behind me. Hold on, where is that? I want to stop talking like I feel like I have to prove everything. I just want to get beyond that.
It's just because it's so crazy, but it's true.
But even in my videos, I've said it. Like I got to stop talking to the one dick, and then talk to the people that actually care about me and follow me. Like I should be talking to Amy and Nick, not Dick. That rhymed. You know what I mean? I should talk to the people I love and care about, not go off for a 45-minute tangent on an idiot that has no life. It doesn't make any sense, and that makes other people feel miserable.
Because you were born here. You were born in New Jersey.
I just want to know who goes out in their day and tries to make other people feel bad. That's what I want to know. You can't make me feel bad. but anyone else might, and you know it can.
Did it say where he was from?
Can be hurtful. I'm not gonna. I have all his details. I'm not gonna go into it because it's illegal.
Might explain it for you.
Could I DDoS him? I can't, but yeah, with one, Soggy, the guy that set all this up, the guy that built my computers, he has a 10,000 game multiplayer.
Run a credit check on.
Hey, we'll play that together. He's got a 10,000 multiplayer game coming out in 3 weeks. He can get rid of Dick real easily. He can make Dick just sit there all day and never have internet again. Well, he can only turn his internet off for intervals. So I think 45 minutes, I think it is the longest one. So he can. So Dick doesn't know. He's like typing, and all of a sudden his internet goes out. So he just thinks like it's his company or he did something wrong, and he's sitting there for an hour like restarting his computers, unplugging everything. But I won't do that because it's, first of all, it's probably illegal. And secondly, I'm not that kind of person. I don't want to stoop down there. I just want to be positive because I can be dragged down to where I'll snap your neck. I want to be positive and happy and like I've talked about before. Like I've become a better person doing this. I don't. That's just I'm just talking, but I never say anything that I can't back up. Don't forget that, Dick. But I just I don't want any of that. Dick will probably become one of the best people in this. That's how this happens. There's been many guys like Dick that have become great friends of mine. They show up later. Like he'll message me in like a year and be like, Mark, you remember Dick? And I think all of us are gonna remember him now. At least I will. He'll be like, that was me. And thank you for opening my eyes and being a little bit more like forceful, because now it forced me against my will to like go research you. And I started watching, and all of a sudden I realized that you were actually this pretty nice guy, and that you were telling the truth. It's just that it's never been done before, so it was really hard it's hard for people to believe that you were the one that's finally going to show. I'm like, I'm not the one. There's a lot of people. He's like, you know what I mean, and I'm like, well, I don't know, but anyway. So the guy, and then I've told you guys these stories where people are like, well, now I'm your biggest fan. I watch all the videos. I think that it had to happen that way, or I couldn't be me in this now. Back to what's his name. So here's the video. Did you guys see it yet? You got to listen to it. I can play it behind my head, but did you see the chills video, Diesel?
Which one?
The one where I made the top 3 chills.
I'm not sure.
People tell me, Mark, it was really good. I'm like, what were they mean to me about me? And they're like, no, it was actually pretty good. And then I never watch it. And Robin, if she's listening, hey Robin, there's a couple Robins, text me and said, have you seen this? And I was like, I've heard about it. Dickley. I've heard about it. And then I finally watched it this morning. I just did it, and because I don't want to see myself. If you guys think I'm lying about that stuff, why? If a guy like a god of YouTube does a video on you, most of you would go watch it. I didn't watch it. Okay, that's how self-conscious I am. I don't want to see it. I just asked people, like, is it okay? They're like, Mark, it was awesome. And I was like, really?
You know what you do.
Well, no, it's not that, but I just don't want to see myself because then it affects me. It's like there's even actors in like Hollywood and stuff that don't watch their own movies.
Oh yeah, Johnny Depp's like that.
Yeah, because then you get too self-conscious. You're like, oh my God, that's how I sound. I look like that.
That's how I look.
Yeah. And that's how I move. That's how I look. Oh my God, turn this way. Like, so you can't be. It can affect you if you're not really comfortable with that, or it's some people just don't want to see themselves. But I'm glad I did, because it's not, you don't have to see me much, and a little bit you see me, but oh my God, like someone spun it into an incredible light, and you believe this guy, what he's saying. Like, I don't know if it was Chills or one of his guys, but if it was Chills, he wasn't using his voice, but it was Chills' channel. I mean, that video only got like 600,000, 500,000 views. I was surprised because he can get 20 million views on his.
How long ago was it put out?
You guys, I'm answering that with this. As I progress with this, what I can do is go right to my desktop now. So instead of showing you this, look, that's where I really am. Instead of showing you this, I could show you my desktop, and then I could show you. We could watch the video. But I might get copyrighted, even though so I would get copyrighted showing you my own video because it's technically on someone else's channel. It wouldn't be a strike. It would just be they might make it where they do demonetize like this video or something,
I've seen some videos if you like mirror it.
Right, Marie?
Like you flip it.
Yeah.
It's not copyright.
Right. Well, he's
like
allowed
just
to
flip it so text will be backwards.
You know what it is? And when you're him, and if someone ever does a video, like if he does anyone, like, because it's all YouTubers, for the most part, right? Like they're all thrilled to death, just like me. Like, oh my God, Chills did a video. Now you're talking about 5 million subs just on that one channel. Like he does all those top. You guys have seen it, and you don't even know it. There's like the Nukes top 10. You have Chills top 10.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of those.
Yeah, top 10 everything. He's got that weird voice. He didn't use it on my video for some reason.
Did you see it?
NECA. I'm exaggerating. Like God, when I say God, I mean I'm trying to give him a compliment. Take that term lightly. He's just a badass as far as YouTube goes.
He's high up.
Yeah, he's got like 10 million views. 10 million subs. 5 on each channel. So he has 2 different channels, or 3 now.
Could change your channel overnight.
He creates music too, like weird, like music. He talks really kind of strange. Like, if you're interested in what I look like, go da 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 da. And he's like, if you're feeling special, hit the like button, because if we appreciate other people, whatever he says, I haven't heard one in a while. I made Chills. That was kind of exciting. Like I told you guys, I just think of myself like, remember I turned this off, and the second this is off, it's all quiet and everything's normal. And I'm like, did that really happen? Do you talk on a video? I was like, and then I'm right back to where I just have nobody and nothing. And that's the way my life is. People don't, like, Dick understood how hard I worked and how lonely my life was. He probably wouldn't have been a dick. I'm just trying to do the right thing. That's all I'm doing. I mean, what people don't understand is I can make, right this second, I could go home because I can make, I have a $117,000 a year job just waiting for me. That's not such a bad salary to kick back to. Won't go because I don't want to. I don't care if it's $117 million a year. I'm not done yet. No, money doesn't buy me. So if you if you're one of those people that sells out, well, I would do anything for 116 million. Well, go ahead, because obviously I have morals. You know, I just want to do things right. Sounds so cliche.
I'd love to drive a Porsche so bad.
Yeah, who wouldn't? I mean, I love that stuff more than the people that want it, but I know what happened. No, Marie didn't say anything bad. There we go. It's just that I have to keep. You can say Dick, you guys, all you want about Dick. I just have to. If it doesn't come up right away, it's because I have to hit the button. Yes, everyone's.
See that, Dick? What made you a legend?
Thank God you guys are on my side and not Dick's.
Living forever.
There's a couple people like Mark. You know, you could be a little nicer. You don't have to like even Tom, my buddy Tom, who I love. He'll be like, Mark, you know, you got to learn. He's kind of like a dad to me, even though he's not old enough to be my dad. But he's like, you know. You got to learn not to say idiot, and people just need to. I'm like, believe me, I completely agree with you. I can't help it. I'm like, I'm at the point now. I did that for years. You didn't see me talking like that 2 years ago, but I've gotten to the point where I'm going to go
too many.
Give it right to him. But now Dick is going to think. Now Dick is walking away. He knows now. Like, hey, maybe I should look into this. And I hope Dick does find me again.
Too many times.
I really do. I hope he finds me one day and it's like. It could be even later today. Like, Mark, I did watch some of your videos. You were right. Like, Dick, if you're listening, you're more than welcome. Meanwhile, he's like doing bench presses, like push-ups. He's like, I'm going to, like, because I said I want to fight him. He's coming just out of his sweat right now. I'm like, he's like, oh, okay, I don't have to fight him. Whew. Yeah, I mean, I'm willing to be your best friend, Dick, right this second. You just got to turn your brain around and realize that you're an idiot. And the second, and that's a good idiot. Doesn't mean you're not smart. You're probably smarter than me. I'm not even trying to be nice. We're not talking about who's smart and stupid. We're talking about who's an idiot and who's not. It's as simple as that. It's basically an intuity level at this point. I mean, I'll turn Andrew loose on you. I'll just have Andrew send you a few messages. And that's it. Give you some Australian correction. See how you if you think I'm
That's
mean.
that computer guy? That's his name?
Who? No, Andrew's
the
the guy
with computer.
No, Andrew. I was just talking. No, Andrew's the one who just talked in chat. He's from my buddy from Australia. He's a timestamp guy. Another guy that has him outside his window, finds him in every single video. It's amazing how fake creatures show up on these X's all the time. Andrew, he said me.
I've only gotten one picture of like a tan-colored reptilian, like a lizard face. You could tell. It's got like a leaner, and then there's like 10 sticks just on the side of it leaning up. But it's. I mean,
what about this? Like when I've never gotten a picture of this is a zoom from. You remember how far the zoom is? It's a 2 miles. It's at least 1.5 miles zoom.
Yeah.
And then you got the one with the headdress.
I got to get that one.
She has boobs. She has a little belly. Everything, but giant white eyes and a headdress that I think is a real headdress. And then as soon as she knew I was zooming, she stopped. That's the circle square behind her where I filmed the circle. They're sitting inside the circle, and then there's a square below the circle, cut into the forest, almost like dimensional, right into the trees and everything. It's completely, and they're all just sitting there like this, inside the squares.
Warping.
Yeah, but good thing Dick knows that that's not real because I wouldn't, you know what I mean?
See, that could be another vortex. Just there's stuff in the way. When you saw the one on the road, it was just out.
They come and go. Like people think that this creature lives in the woods, in the bushes. This creature knows more about this earth and about you than you know about yourself. They can do things that you can't even imagine. They'll just sit in the bushes. They do rotations. This is their turn out. Yeah. They come up. These are the special ones. These are the ones.
I've always thought that.
Yeah, these ones
they live a long time.
Yeah, this one isn't out in the snow as far as I can tell yet. They're only there 2 months a year. They're somewhere else, maybe another planet for all I know. Most of the time, it's 2 months a year. You'll see that's going to happen. You're going to film, and everyone, Brandon included, will start to see that during January and August-ish, there's only certain ones that we film. Like that's when this all started for me. They're the ones, those guys that I visit aren't always there. That I can tell. So that is an opinion. I'm pretty close on that, though, or I wouldn't say it. Because remember, I want to
You ever see the picture I had where the guy looks like Uncle Fester? He's wearing like a black night suit, and he's got a white head.
What about all the pictures I used to get? No, I haven't seen that. People are like, Mark, the CIA is there. Like, that's a human that's hiding with them. And I'll be like, I don't know. I mean, I think it's just you're seeing it. Like, they're clearly showing me a being, you know, but I don't, whether it's like a human, I don't know. I think you've seen some of the blurry pictures of what happens to us. Like someone will get a timestamp, but they're like pausing in between frames, so it's going to be a little bit of a blurred picture. And then you see the person that's there, their face looks really weird. You know, that's why a lot of times we think it's their tricks. It's not. It's just pixelation. It's not pareidolia. It's not. I know exactly. People don't know what. People that say pareidolia don't even know what pareidolia is. You have to really try to make a face with pareidolia.
I could look at this blanket over here and see that.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So it's we're in worlds. You know what I mean? Like it's. Mm-hmm. I don't.
Yeah, we're on like a certain frequency. And they're on like the other channel. They can flip back and forth.
You got to go into the middle of their world. You know what I mean? So yeah, Collection Chill says it was 9 months, 600,000. Okay, so that's on the low side of his views, isn't it? Of course, because I was in there. Those are like his diehard subs only that watched it. They probably censored that video too.
Within a year, that could be like 10 million views.
Look what Andrew just said. I can't repeat it. Because he's a timestamp guy. He's been in, you know how many arguments he's had to be in where people are just, you know, he knows exactly what he's showing. And then he's got to listen to somebody, you know, tell him that, someone that knows nothing, explain to him that there's nothing in the picture. You know, it's just a crazy, frustrating, that's the hard part, you know, is just stay, don't go outside anymore, guys. Stay here. Don't talk to other people, even in your life. They're not ready for this. They're all dicks. You can follow me? Just let them be human. Let them be lost forever. These people don't deserve it. What we're going to do soon, they don't need to see it. They don't need to be involved, and I don't want them involved because it's uncomfortable. I'm a very forgiving person, but not enough where now Dick can come. He's special to me now. But most of them, I don't want to, you know what I mean? I just want to be private and be like, look at this. This is sick. Not go out and have some attention from like some news. They've asked me to be in the newspapers. They've asked me to do interviews, like on real news. With the petroglyphs, they want to know about, not about this, because they don't understand this. I have secret petroglyphs. I found things that no one else, and the people that search.
The petroglyphs where you saw like the doorway.
Look, people cannot help
it.
Hold on. You know what's funny? People cannot help but to type the word dick. I'm not kidding. This is someone's name, by the way, YouTube. We're not saying a curse word. But I've seen so many people not be able to help type the joke with dick in it. I love it.
Hashtag don't be a dick.
Dick is probably dating. Oh, yeah, definitely. I like that, Jace. That's funny. Dick is probably dating pareidolia. I love it. Yeah, his blanket folded together. He makes a face. Exactly.
That's his profile picture. That's just what he looks like.
I'll bet you money. I'll bet you any amount of money. What do you want to bet? Maybe I'm wrong, but I would bet it that something's wrong with him. That's all. Yeah. I'll bet you any amount. Something's wrong with me too, but you know what I mean. Like, I'm not perfect. But something, you know, the only thing I know that makes me a good person is I would never do that to anybody. Even if I hated what they were saying, I hated them, which I wouldn't do.
And just talk shit.
When I feel that way, I do the opposite. I would say, hey, man, great job. Loved your video.
Shut it off.
Because I want to be good. I don't want to be bad. I think that comes back to you. I believe I'm a true believer in karma in some ways or another. Like, I think... You're not going to get rewarded for every good deed you do, but I think if you're, over time, genuinely, not expecting it, like, man, if I do this, God's going to have to kick it in later, you know. But if you really, really, thanks, Robin. If you really, you know what I mean, just are a good person, it comes back around when it's needed, believe me. I do believe in, I'm not sure how much karma is real, but it does seem to be, something there with that, I think. You know, yeah, just be cool, or spread coolness. Just be nice to people. Like I said, I'm not telling you anything any of you don't already think or agree with. Like, I don't think I ever teach you guys anything about life. Trust me. Maybe Bigfoot, but like this stuff, I'm just venting. Like, I'm hoping you agree with me. That's all. Right. Just put yourself in their shoes. If I was to, you know, call Dakota and be like, man, you are one ugly, fat-looking, disgusting dude that knows nothing. He knows it's not true.
Expect them not to say nothing.
He knows it's not true because he knows, but it's very hurtful like, sorry, Dakota, I didn't mean to use just your name was right there. It's like his feelings, no matter what, are hurt because, or she, like, you know what I mean? So you just want to, and you'd be surprised. That could affect the rest of your day. The way now the sequence of things, like now you're in a pissed off mood, you slam the door, and then you go in, something else happens, and then something else. Like you're on the path of negativity. So I just think all of that matters. Like sometimes it doesn't seem like it does, but yeah, I just think that if you're good, it'll be better for you down the road. You don't have to be like this perfect person. Just be. You could be the biggest psychopath when no one's looking you ever want to be, but just when it comes to other people, and not me. We're not saying this so you compliment nice on Colorado Bigfoot. Knock yourself out with negative comments if you need to, but other people, just be nice. That's all. Unless it's you can give Brandon a hard time. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna start offering, like, if you were a troll on Colorado Bigfoot, you get $5 to go to Brandon's channel and yell at him instead. So Brandon, talk to, I don't know if you want to come out here with me and Callie, or if you want to, or both, or you don't want to come out maybe while that could be interesting too. I think there would be the max amount, but we could do me, you, Alex, and Diesel. Or because I gave
something tell me to check out that doorway or the petroglyphs or the rocks or whatever.
I wanted to get back to the chills video. Which one? Oh yeah, that doorway is insane, isn't it?
You seen that Bigfoot head rock that I got?
What about this
the
one?
Profile view?
Right there, the one when he's coming out of the ground. Right there.
Like something's telling me to take that rock I found to that doorway.
Can I smoke? Let me cloak so I can smoke. There we go.
Like it's a key or something.
I'm not cloaked anymore. Hold on. Yeah. This place has all those doorways. Let me see if I have that picture. Well, it's all this too. It's just there's giant faces that are hidden with. Look at the X on. How could there be? What does Dick think about that picture? I'm the only one in the world, the free world, that knows this exists. No one in the world has ever seen it, found it, or been near it. And it's mine. But Dick would make up something in his head about that too. It's a symmetrical X. Let me look that way. So hold on. It's this way. I just bit my tongue. It's a symmetrical. It's like a triangle basically, but it's an X because you can't see it up top. And then you have your giant face. I found it. Okay. Among that, I have found over 600 timestamps. Okay, where they're standing right there looking at me. There's 20 perfectly squared cave entrances. There's rocks everywhere. So here's one, like everything's weird, and I don't have them in front of me. That's the one thing. Same place. You'll look at the bottom. See the face? See how it's a human face in between the gap there? Look at the gap of the rocks. At the bottom, it's a human face. Watch. I can't back it up. You just said that, and I just happen to have a couple of those clips. Did I zoom in on that? What does Dick think about when I zoom into where they are? A giant skull. It's a giant skull as big as Dick's trailer that he lives in, right? And next to it is a. I live in a trailer too, Nick. Don't worry about it. I mean, Dick. There is a tree that's not there anymore with a symmetrical X on his chest, and he's moving the entire video. Like you can see him swaying and moving. And then I go back there 2 days later. That tree's gone, and he is gone. The tree itself isn't there. Okay, there's no way for a human, as you guys know, to have done it because a human can't reach there. It's impossible.
Yeah, that's probably like 1,000 pounds.
Look on the ground on that picture. Look on the ground. It's all from live video. It's not a doctored picture. People, because everyone will see. Most of society now sees my pictures and like, oh, great Photoshop. Like they see it's real. Like they're seeing the face.
Raw.
But they'll say it's Photoshopped. Oh, Mark, I've been told at least 100 times. Mark, that would be the best picture that's ever been taken if it wasn't Photoshopped. And I'm like, oh, okay, thanks.
Family photo.
Because it's not Photoshop. Yeah, it's like, here's the timestamp, here's the name of the video. It's this complete idiot walking around with a camera, and there he is. That's how you know it's real. It's me. and then he's right there. You know what I mean? And then you got the one on the ground. Look how little he is. This one came out kind of blurry. I'm pointing at it. That's not my hand now. It's an older hand. That's what he looks like blown up. So you guys check out Chills. Here, let me get the video. Oh, it's on my channel. Yay, Jennifer. Brandon, Jennifer subbed to your channel. So Brandon was here, as some of you know. If you're new, you might not know, with me for 10 days last summer. I was having a very difficult time. Well, Brandon, not with him at all. He was nothing but a pleasure. Understood, like, whether he understood or not, he was so good with me because I was at the end. That was when I couldn't do it anymore. I was losing my mind in the trailer, the smaller trailer. Mm-hmm. And Brandon sat there. I mean, we were pretty good most of the time, but man, I had a couple bad days, you guys. I have never had a day like that before, where I was so miserable and so 2 days maybe or 3, and we're so sad. Oh, guess who's coming? What's your name? Brandon is coming because Edgar's already coming back. He's on his way right now. Edgar. So Edgar kind of held things together, right? He was like the coolest guy ever from Patagonia. So I send this guy Edgar comes over. As you guys, some of you guys remember Edgar, right? From a few of the videos. This amazing kid, right? Really intelligent, smart kid from Patagonia, and he's only 22 or 23 years old, but like a man of the world already. And you know, I guess he had heard through the grapevine at the ranch. He was staying at the front. That what I did. He one day he came over to me. He's like, "Hey man, what's up?" He's like, "I heard." He's like, I have to see what you do. He's like, he's a guy I'd never seen anything to do with anything, but he knew it all. He already knew. His brain was ready. I take him out there. He can't get enough of it. He's losing his mind. They start whistling. They did everything for us. Which means they loved him, because they won't do it for me every time. They'll do it for other people right in front of me. They'll do it for other people. And he went home, and I've been getting, ever since that day, I've been not every day, but a lot of pictures from Patagonia. You guys know where Patagonia is? It takes him 9 hours to drive to the airport from his house. None of you guys spend more than what? I would say anything from 10 to maybe an hour, with exceptions, to get to an airport, right? He is 9 hours when he drives to the airport. Think about that. That's pretty crazy. We're talking about some country. And then he's been sending me, literally, never knew a thing about this, spent a week with me, and now he's been sending me pictures of them and their structures every single day since. And now he's coming back to Vail to ski. And he's going to stay at the trailer for a little while as well. And you guys, I'm going to shut this off, okay? I don't want to leave. I really don't. It's one of the hardest things I do, is just to turn this off, because I don't want you guys to go away. Diesel, we'll talk again. Diesel, do you have my cell phone number yet?
No. You'd have to message it to me.
All right, I'll message it to you just so you have it. You can always, and if I forget or something, you can always get it from, you're welcome to get it from Brandon or whoever.
Unless it was this number that I called.
No, this is the one he set up for me. It's a free number.
Okay.
Anybody can do that. It's
all right.
That's why if I do call you from the office, it might say I'm calling from Florida, because it's like an internet number, and you can pick like where you want it to be from, and there was no Colorado ones left, so I was like, no one cares, I'll just use Florida.
Oh yeah, reroutes.
Yeah, it's internet anyway. It doesn't. John, have a great. Oh, John, you're still there. Wow. Have a great day. Me and John I thought I had a great time with those guys. And then we had a great dinner afterwards, right? We went to this restaurant that was closed, and then we became like best friends with the owner, right, John? So me, John, and JT, and Dave Thundercloud go to this restaurant in the middle of this backwards ass town in Maryland. There's no one around. We're about to get killed practically. It's dark. We just came out of like the craziest place. I think we all had a little bit of that like otherworldly feeling still left over. And then we get to this restaurant. You can't sit down in it. We walk in, and then we're like, oh, okay. So we finally decided to order, and we bring everything back out to the car. And then we were just there, because here I go, right? They made the mistake of, that's right, you didn't go to dinner. That's right. I just lost Diesel. I wonder if it hangs up on people. Oh, okay, no problem, Diesel. I was going to hang up anyway, so I'm glad it was your side, not mine. Oh, that's right, John. You didn't go to that dinner. So it was JT. So John had to go home. I knew one of you guys bailed. It wasn't John. So I took JT and Dave Thundercloud. That's right. And we get these burgers. Quick story. It's over. We're already over. We get these burgers. We go outside and we eat in the cars, and we get back out. We're just talking, and we just don't leave, right? Because JT kept asking these questions, and look, if you're with me, don't ask me questions about this subject unless you plan on standing there for a long, long time. And and we were. Oh, that's right. You and Russell went. That's right. And now I remember it very clearly. And we were standing outside, and the owner was actually making deliveries. This lady, it's a beautiful restaurant too. Like, it's a beautiful building and huge restaurant in Maryland. And I'm like, hey, sorry, don't think we're loitering. We just love your restaurant. We just keep talking. And she's like, oh my God, blah, 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 blah. You're fine. She comes back from another, she like taking, I think, deliveries to people she knew, like special customers she has. And she came back again. And then somehow she finds out that we're a YouTuber. Like, I'm not a YouTuber, but like on YouTube and stuff. She has to know all about it. So then she's hearing about what we're doing. We become her best friend. She is the coolest lady I have ever met. This restaurant owner. She is the biggest sweetheart, blonde, like just talkative, like amazing person, right? She's like, anytime you guys are gonna come back next year, and we're open. We're buying you dinner. Blah blah blah. We talked for for quite a while. I was like, yeah, but you're gonna remember us. Like, you have to remember. You can't ever forget us. She's like, Mark, I will never forget you. Don't worry, because of some of the things we told her or whatever. So I thought that was kind of cool. So now we have this special place to go eat dinner. Would I take it for free? No, but it's fun when someone thinks you're cool. You know what I mean? So we had a great time in Maryland. Some magical things happened to me on the way there as I pulled into that place. The whole time I felt like I couldn't even tell those guys. I thought it would be terrible with that many people, and it was just I just felt them the whole time. It was unreal in there. Nick, have a great day, you guys. Amy, Nick, thank you so much for helping break the monotony today. And you guys are welcome back anytime, even if it's just to hang out. If anybody wants to do what Diesel did, just come on. Like if nothing's going on, and we because I got to go back to some real lives at some point. Like, I'm going to show you some Zooms. I'll show you. I kind of wait till the new stuff comes in. I don't really want to go back in anything. Regina, thank you so much for being there. Regina, you got all you green guys. We'll talk to you soon about that. I just want to let a couple more people, to see if a few more people join up, and then I'm going to figure out what to do and how to do because apparently the membership is in beta still, believe it or not. It's still a beta running on it, even though it seems like it's been around for a while, and they don't have notifications for members only. Can you believe that? $1 billion company is going to charge my subs to join a channel and then not send them a notification. It doesn't make any sense to me whatsoever. So that's why as soon as you're posting that video, it tells you to go post it in the community page. So now everybody sees that you're posting a members only, which I don't want to do because that's kind of lame. They might feel like they're missing something, or it might just be me like this, like just talking to them. I don't need to post. I'm not trying to get other people to wonder what they're missing. That's what I don't want to do. I just want people that are just somehow got there. I don't ever want to sell that place. It's right. It's just there's a join button on my main channel. If you just go to Colorado Bigfoot on YouTube, like the actual, like just click on Colorado Bigfoot on YouTube, and that's when my main page of my channel shows up. It says join right there. Ignore the second two. I don't want anyone doing this. I just had to fill out the expensive ones to get approved. Plus, for $100, I don't need 10 people calling me 17 times a day. Because the $100 one gives you my cell phone call. Like, it gives you can call me at 2:00 in the morning and talk about your wife. You can do whatever you want. And I don't know if it's worth that much. I would never charge anyone to talk to me, but you know what I mean. So I already do that anyway. You get that free for me anyway. I do that with people every day. There's no money. You don't need money to talk to me. If you want to talk to me privately, just tell me. We just talk. I'll call you right now. Love you guys. Have a great day. I hope you have a great rest of your Sunday. I hope some of you have tomorrow off because I hate Mondays. But when you do this for a living, it's not as bad. You know what sucks about regular work is not usually the work. It's the people. There's just always someone you just don't want to deal with. Like, oh my God, I have to go see her again. Or him. You know what I mean? Let's get Diesel to 1,000. I'm telling you, once Diesel's at 1,000, you'll never hear us mention it again. I just want to get him to where, look, he could use his phone. YouTube limits you, so 1,000 you can monetize. You can use your cell phone for a live video. You could just do little things that you can't do without that. I think they want to make sure that you're serious because that's why they put a number on it, because otherwise every little kid and their mother would be out doing live videos with their cell phones and YouTube would be overrun with them. So they make sure that you're somewhat legit. If you get 1,000 subs, typically you're doing something right. Even if it never was more than that and you weren't censored, that's 1,000 people. People don't realize that. They get used to these numbers. You guys realize, picture 1,000 people at their computer right now. That's a lot of people. I don't even think we can think into that. You think you can think into it? That's why people like, I only got like, Callie will say like, I only got like 3,500 views. I'm like, Callie, do you know how many people that is? Like, do you want me to line them up down the street and you can walk by and say hello to each one, and then you'll see how many views 3,500 is. How many views do you want? You just want more because you can make more money that way. I don't want that. It's not worth the exchange. I would never give up my little community just so I could get a few $100 more getting 300. Like I used to get 200,000 views a video. I have some that, one or two that have 6, 5, 4, 300,000 views, and then they got me. Boom. And just turned off overnight. K video, 550,000 views. Come back with Callie, do the same video, even better video, 5,000 views. How does a video go from 550,000 to 5,000? It is impossible. Even if the video is horrible, if it was in algorithms, it gets out. You guys have watched bad videos with millions of views. It's not because the video is good typically, it's because it's in algorithms. It's usually a forefront from truth. They don't want you to know or see anything real. It always got to be something fictitious. All right, guys. Thank God I'm done speaking. Marie Mystical. There's Jose. What's up, Jose? Jose. Mark. I'm sure Mark appreciated it. Who gave me, someone gave me money, I didn't see it? No, because I want to at least like give him a shout out. Marie, what happened? It doesn't tell me anymore. I know, it's pathetic, isn't it, Dakota? Like, I wish I was just cool enough to be like, all right, guys, have a great day, bye. Like, people do, like, their set hour. They're always looking at the clock, like, okay, bye. I'm beyond worried about, you're welcome into my life. I've explained to you it's not perfect. I'll sit here all day with this on. You can just watch me work if you want. So I told people, like, Mark, there's no way you do this. I'm like, I'll just do a 24-hour video. You can watch me pick my nose, which I don't really do, but whatever I do, you can have it. I won't act any differently. I don't know how. I just will do what I do all the time. Not going to be very exciting. That's why I don't do it. But I thought about like just putting a video, like a video recorder in the corner of my trailer, and you could just, how people like do the stupidest like live, they never turn off, like you're looking at the keys 24 hours a day. There's a video of like a street and people just talk about it. I'm like, why don't I just put a video of me? Like this way people can see what I do all day. Like you might not be able to hear me, but you'd be able to see me helping people. You'd be able to see me making videos. You'd be able to see me going, well, I guess when I go to out in the woods, you wouldn't be able to see, but it'd be interesting to kind of just, you'd see that my life isn't that fun. Like it's a lot of work to do what I do. You're not going to see me having fun. Now I wouldn't mind a live camera. I told someone I would do that. Because I've had offers in the past and I always said no, but I was thinking lately, like I would like to do a videos for my subs with a semi-professional cameraman there. That's not accepting these guys with this TV show we're talking about, but just someone that has like a professional cameraman, like a guy like Carlos. Well, Carlos is even more professional than that, but like, someone like one of those badass dudes that films like, the parachute guys, like one of those photographers. And I would let him like film my whole day. And then, because I think it'd be interesting in that, not me, but my routine and how I execute one of the best days in Bigfoot and what you'll see and how it works. And, because you only see here, like I'm so worried about that I might talk too much on my video that I'm only turning it on there, but I think if the right guy followed me and then he edited it or some professional edited it, you may be interested in seeing just how hard some of my days are. And exciting and amazing. And you might even see me walk by them and, camera on me is a whole different thing, and I know that's the biggest trick in this is to know where to be. That's all it is. There's nothing else. Once you know that, the rest of it all just comes to you. So I keep telling people, Mark, you have a gift. I'm like, no, I don't. I just know exactly where to go. And I know I have a gift that way. Yeah, but it's not a psychic gift. It's just a repetition gift. That's all it is. I have little things. I do have psychic moments with people. Like when I was talking about Will, I got this, I got these overwhelming images that Dick, and I wasn't just saying it to get back of him. I really think that there's something with his parents. Like they put these things, but it's not me. It's something else does it. I was told in the Bible that anything like that isn't good. So if you ever think you're getting information from the others, like not if you're standing in the woods, but if you're like at home or you're in the middle of the city and someone's talking to you, I don't know this, but the Bible says that's not good. Like psychics, the information, the psychic could be a Christian because she could be the best person in the world. She doesn't understand. She doesn't know. She has no clue who she's speaking to. She thinks she might, but they don't. And the Bible, I'm going with the Bible. You guys want to argue that? That's your problem. But I am sticking by that because what else do we have that's solid? You know what I mean? I believe in that. I'm going with it. It makes you a better person. But the Bible says any information you get, we've talked about this, is not from me. Like any inside scoops or secrets, God basically says, look, that's not coming from heaven. You're getting that from negative energy, from bad. That's all bad. Bad will volunteer information to benefit themselves. They use people. Remember, the Bible tells you, evil right now, in the Bible, evil is ruling the earth. But right now, he gives it to evil. He's like, just gives it to it's the way it's supposed to be. He's going to come back. And when he's done doing what he's got to do, guess what? It goes right back. This earth is evil. It says it right in the Bible. And God's going to come back and liberate that. And then once we leave, apparently it goes right back to that again. And I'm sticking with Jesus myself. So if you want to be one of those idiots, it's like, that's ridiculous. No, you're ridiculous. Think it through. Okay? Like I said, what if it is all right? What if it is true? What do you have to lose by having faith in God? You have nothing to lose. If you don't, you have everything to lose, and you will lose, I promise you. And you know what? You're going to know it before you're dead. Everybody knows it. Do you ever notice it? Especially when you have time, you're laying in a hospital bed. And that's when it all happens. The guy knows he's dying. Doctor's like, look, you're lucky you got 4 hours left. The guy's like, oh my God. Then his life flashes before his eyes. Then he doesn't understand why he wasn't nicer to everyone. Then he asked Jesus into his heart. Then he asked for forgiveness. Why? Because he's an idiot. That's why. Will God forgive him right there and then? I don't know. Apparently in some cases, yeah. But I'm not going to take that chance. And I'm sticking with God. So that's just my thing. Do I push it on you? No. I just say, look, what do you have to lose, basically? You end up being too nice, being a Christian. I don't know. I really am a true believer in what do you have to lose. That's what I'd like to hear that argument on that. You know what I mean? We all know. You all knew. You used to believe it through your bumpy life. You've decided out of anger that you're not, because he's not here. He's not helping you. Think about how selfish that is. That he's not real. And this is your test, man. This could be hell itself right now. We're in hell. I'm doing live video from hell. But I don't think it is. I don't know. There's something strange going on with this test of ours. And I just want to know. That's all. I want to know before I'm dead. I don't want to have faith. I have faith in God. But I don't have faith in anything else. I want to know. Oh, yeah, I forgot I was talking in front of a preacher. There you go. 13:12 said the governments of the earth that run it get their power from Satan. Absolutely. That's basically what I was saying. It's. I don't even believe that it's always directly from him, but right, like bad, evil. I think there's millions of liaison types in between us and God and us and Satan, and there's all these in betweens, and they're fighting each other, and there's this whole, it's called the battle of the unseen world, and there's all kinds of stuff happening, and you won't know it. You're not supposed to know. And in my opinion, I never thought this until like this morning, like that makes us special. They're going to extraordinary lengths to keep us stupid. Why? Is it to keep us slaves, or is it to keep us protected? Like, I don't get it. That's what I want to know. Why go through why not just say, you know what? Shh. Guess what? Muslims, find a new religion. You guys, Jews, find a new religion. You know, maybe it's Christians. I don't think so, though. They told me that what one we do is right. This is Jesus. That's all right. So take it for what you want. Because if they told me something else, I would, even if they were tricking me, I'd probably humor it. They don't trick me. They don't deceive me. Because that's another thing that you'll get from some die-hard Christians, you know, like, Mark, you don't understand, out there, they could be deceiving you. You know, you're getting all this crap. Like, me? You think they can deceive me? The best there is. I'm just kidding. Yeah, of course I could be deceived, but not in this, not this far down the line. The amazing things have happened. Clicking on it. It says, oops, something went wrong, Damien, when I click on that. What happened? Well, let me try it again. Oops. Check your link, because I click on it and it says oops. I'm going to shut up, you guys. Seriously, I just lose my mind because I think this and I can't say it. And then I finally get you guys here, and I don't think I'm telling you anything either. I'm just saying it out loud. That's all. I don't think I'm teaching you anything. I don't think any of you don't know this. I just am kind of like discussing it out loud. That's all. Mark, going down this train of thought, what are your opinions? Remember, be careful asking me questions, because the answer may never end. What are your opinions, beliefs of being part of the military? It's a good question, actually. I think at this point, I think it's an amazing thing. I think because you have to look at it. We've been fooled. I think a lot of deaths, people's children have been murdered and killed, and what they'll come home as heroes. But that's just their excuse to their family. Oh, your son was a hero. He died saving someone else. Everyone, you ever notice they're always saving someone else? It's all bullshit. There's a lot of these kids don't need to be where they are. I think in a real war, it's an amazing thing, but I still have to look at the military. These kids, they have no idea. They're going in for what we think is what it is. You know, to be. I think it's a great thing, is what I think. I think that you can't, because people mislead us, maybe in power, that you can't judge someone in the military. So, without our military, we're nobody. So, I've always been a big fan of the badass military guys. I guess it depends on. I can't really answer that, but I'm all for them. I would never, that this is our country. The one thing I'm behind is I don't think anyone cares. No one's out to get us. They make us. They make war to make money. They think we're spending it, but we're actually making it. We acquire things. We steal it. We take oil. We take everything. People like Biden and all those psychopaths make this. Biden had nothing to do with it. It's his bosses make all of this stuff up. This is my opinion. This is not factual. And we're all fighting for something that didn't need to happen. That's my opinion on the military. As far as the actual military people, God bless them. I mean, they don't know. They think they're there defending our country when there's no one to defend it from. But we need that, because what if we do get like some alien invasion? Our military is what makes the United States the United States. It makes us, especially if we are right in something and we are arguing, we know we are at least usually justified. Who knows what they're telling us to get them on their side. But usually we're for the greater good, right? Like, to try to make things better. So I can't really. That was a terrible answer, but I love our military. Basically, is my answer. I just think they're doing things they don't need to do. I think we kill people that don't need to be killed. I think we rape people that don't need to be raped. I think we destroy villages. It's all goes on every single day still. It's not Vietnam. That's the only footage and story you get to hear about. You don't get to hear the new stuff. No one's going to tell you anything. They're going to come up with one story a year. They'll send you a little bit of footage. That's it. They'll talk to a couple people, It's all classified. You guys don't understand. Like, everything is classified. It has to be declassified to be even have an interview on TV. That's all fictitious. They do it for TV to answer for the families. These guys are spread all over the earth doing things that we know nothing about. So otherwise, I love them. I mean, I have very close friends that have been in the military. My father was 101st Airborne Vietnam Green Beret paratrooper. Okay, I have a good friend of mine's a Navy, he's ex-Navy SEAL. I know another buddy of mine, Navy SEAL. So I think even if you were just an enlisted and did your 4 years, I'm jealous of you. I think instead of smoking pot or whatever I did in college, I think I should have done that. I think it builds character, makes you a man. That's what I think. And so even if you were a janitor in the Army, I think that's impressive because you went through the same training as every one of those guys. I wish I did my 4 years. I really do. I wish I could go back and redo my life the way I know I should do it now. I would do the 4 years just to torture myself. That'd be hard for me too with ADD and like some guy spitting on my face. I just grab top of his head, just be like, he just like the sergeant would just fall down. One thing you don't want to do is be headbutt by me because my head is so big. I hit my head the other day. Me and my sister have always laughed because we have these big heads, and I was like, the other day I stood up from my desk in the trailer, and there's a cabinet there. I hit it. Most people would have went to the hospital. I was like, boom! I mean, full force up. And I'm like, this should really hurt, shouldn't it? Like, I felt it, but I was like, I know this hurts people worse. For some reason, this big noggin I have, I don't feel pain. And I was like, I kind of laughed at that when I stood up. If you'd seen it, you really would have thought I'd be dead. And I felt it hurt, and I just ignored it. But I sort of laughed too because I was like, of course you just hit your head. But I have this big head. You can't really tell. I mean, I don't know if it looks big, but I mean, trust me, we'll get your head next to mine. We'll see. You'll see. It's like this big. Anyway, love you guys. Have a great day. I can't believe Nicholas is still here. No more questions. I'll read stuff, but I don't want to answer anything because then I don't shut up. That's ADD. It should be a one sentence. I think our military is doing a great job. Like them. I'm all behind them. That's all I'll answer for now on. So Damien, if you want to get your channel, I'm sure people will be more than happy to sub to you. It's something you got to tell me. Like I didn't know if you wanted to get a few more subs on there. I didn't know. Damien's getting some knockout stuff, man. He gets just like any one of us. He's right in there. I mean, God, a couple of his pictures are unreal. Giant X's with like bending thing. I love that one you have, Damien. The one that has. It's the X. You've posted a couple times now. The X, and then it has like the bending thing stuck into it, and that's freaking amazing, man. I have something just like that. When I see something like that, it makes me happy. John, have a great day. John Papas. John's in Maryland there. I'm jealous of Maryland. I think, you know what sucks for me about Maryland? Not sucks, it's good for them, bad for me, is that here's a great place that has everything. They got all the stores, all the people, all the activity, the movie theaters, but yet you can go into the best Bigfoot worlds in the country practically, at least the East Coast. Not the best, but just as good as, like, in some cases, maybe even the best. Like, it's so blatant there. It's like they have, like experiments gone wrong living in the woods there. I mean, it's unbelievable what goes on in that forest right under our noses in Maryland. Freaking mind blower. Why do you think there's so many people that believe in this subject in Virginia and Maryland? I mean, I think it's the two biggest states of believers that I have is Virginia and Maryland. It could be because of the population, but no, it's because because even people, they'll get you going. I just spit all over the place. I was like, they just get you going. You know, like if they're not getting the attention, they're gonna get someone. Be like, listen, man, we need you to start thinking about us. Next thing you know, someone's out there. It's always been. Do you guys know that? There's never not been someone onto this subject. Never. You just didn't hear about it because people had to write books about it. They couldn't do YouTube or tell you right now in the live chat. forever. Since the beginning of our time, we've always been involved with this, and we used to stand right next to them. We used to be with them. That's another year. We'll get into that. We used to literally be right with them. Even though it might be a serious question, Nicholas, you're maybe it is a joke, but your question came off as like a funny joke to me. Like if you had asked me that now, that would be funny because, like in a sense, it would be implying like a joke, like because that would be a 2.5 hour answer from me. Like, what's your thoughts on the multiverse? Well, ask me questions like that because I'm glad he was asking Jose. Because I could tell you I'll answer questions way too long and it's annoying. But at least I know it, right? Like at least that's why I tell people like Dick, like, man, why can't you just understand that you're a psychopath? I do. Like I understand I know every fault I have. Like I'm talking too much right now. I won't shut up. I won't just hit the button and end it. Like I know all my faults. It's already 5:45. It's 5:42. I haven't even peed yet. Do I like this subject? I made $241 on Super Chat. I have to pay taxes on that. I sat here, didn't pee. How long is the chat? How long has it been? I drank a large coffee before I started this and haven't peed yet. Why? Because I love this subject. And I'll sit here for, like I said, every time for 24 hours if I have to. But you get the link up? Hold on a second. You guys realize I haven't peed? I do have to pee now. Oh, you have 81, Damien. There's your channel. You guys check out some of Damien's stuff. It's really good. Here, I'll give you his link again. You got 82. Well, I wasn't subscribed to your channel. How wasn't I subscribed? I've seen your channel. I must have subscribed. Oh, you know what happened? I was probably subbed, and then one day I unsubbed by accident or something. Like I hit the button, hit the bell, thinking I wasn't, and I already was. Because I know I was subbed to your channel at one point. Let me see. Yeah, Damien's, you guys just starting to get stuff on YouTube. Be one of his first people. He's got 85. And you get to see another country, too, which is interesting. I see Tom B. Tom B commented. I didn't see Tom B here today. Although I haven't seen the entire chat all day, but most of it. Yeah, here's Damien. I'll put the link. I think you see it up there, but I'll put it one more time. I wouldn't waste your time. I'm not trying just to help Damien. I'm not gonna, because I'm not gonna waste the time of my subs. And I think that this is a good link in the future to keep an eye on because he is right in the middle of them. Like, just take my word for it. I won't have to convince you once you actually check it out. We're talking about multiverses. What's up, Chuck? Multiverses, other dimensions. What is real? What is not? I have no idea. At this point, hold on, it's getting cold in here. Hold on, I got to start the pilot light. That's how it is up here in Colorado, you guys. You guys want heat? It's always the temperature you want. I do. I got to go turn it on with a propane heater, even in my office. Those luxuries, those simple luxuries you can miss. I mean, you can misappreciate. Like, in other words, the stuff you have, you don't think twice about it. As soon as you don't have it, like toilet paper or whatever, I mean, all of a sudden, you realize how good we have it. And heat and air conditioning is one of them. I'm in love with both of them. Heat it up. You guys have a great day. I don't know what else to say. I could go into a whole breakdown of videos and timestamps, but it's already dark here. I got into this office at 8 o'clock this morning. It's 6. And I haven't peed. So if I did everything else wrong, at least that was impressive, right? Like if I had the worst video ever, I somehow set a record from drinking a large coffee at 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 at night without peeing or eat. Well, I did eat. I had some bagels. No, I haven't heard from him, Pam. Where is Dwarf? Usually he shows up on the chat for like a couple minutes. Dwarf is a not only does he have a YouTube Bigfoot channel, but he's also a marijuana grower. Like, I mean that seriously. Like, he's a real grower in Humboldt County. Like, he has, I've seen his pictures. He's got like dreadlocks and stuff. And maybe he's busy harvesting, possibly. Like, it's legal. I mean, it's all legal. Oh, okay, Chuck, I'll check it out. Thanks, man. Thanks for telling me, too, because then I feel like I'll see it in like 2 days and be like, oh my God, Patreon didn't send me a message. Chuck probably thinks I'm an ass. Because I feel like Patreon, like they're the first person I'm going to answer, because I would never have been here to begin with if it wasn't for Patreon. I want to create something else there, too. Like, that's why I don't want any of them to leave to go to the join button. Some are doing both, but because I want Patreon to stay because they're a special group of people to me. People are like, yeah, because you get a paycheck every month. No, that's not why. They know it's not why. You catch on to that kind of thing pretty quickly. People know you can't fake being, you can't fake it. Over time, people know. There you go, Damien, getting a couple subs. Yeah, just check out a couple of Damien's things. He'll have a lot coming in the future, and he's another good link to have. Another guy that we work with on a daily basis in Energy Overload, Diesel. I mean, the list never ends. You got Chris Kramer, you got Chris Cormier, you got Alex. I mean, Eileen. Countless different girls. You got Dutchie. I love Dutchie. She's one of my favorites just because she's so like random. Like, not random, but like, she has this look. She's got the hair. She's her. She gets the best footage. She's standing in the middle of the sickest stuff. Like, who knows Dutchie? Like, she is just too cool, right? I told Dutchie, like, if she would just start a YouTube channel, I could quit. She's like, yeah, but you can't because I learned it all from you. I'm like, I don't know. She's got it, she's a sweetheart. Love Dutchie. I'm a big fan of Dutchie's. Oh my God, Ella Rosa, thank you so much. My God, where'd that come from? I really appreciate that. There you go, Diesel. Come on, you guys. If you haven't subbed to Diesel, just do me the favor and sub. I mean, you don't have, if you don't want to watch anything else, like some people are overwhelmed with, and I totally get it, but I'm just asking you to hit the subscribe button. We just got to get them to 1,000, and then we don't care. 1,000 subs or 5,000 on YouTube is the same thing. It doesn't, we just want to unlock his abilities. So I'm just asking you guys if you could just sub. You can even just copy and paste his name right there. And that would be his YouTube channel. Just so we're not going to do it today, but we can get a couple there going anyway. I only have, I think, 70 people on here. I must have got really boring. He doesn't talk much. So it's the opposite of me. If you're exhausted from hearing an idiot talk, then go to his channel. I can't believe it's 6. Ella Rosa, thank you so much. You're so very kind. Because that really changed. That was really nice. I really appreciate that. Obviously it's not about the money, right, Pam? Because if it was, I wouldn't be here. I could have took home $700 today. I make $700 a day at home without even doing anything. I just do nothing. Because I'm so good at what I do at home that I don't have to do anything. That's what most people do that make money. Anyone that actually makes money in their job doesn't do anything. It's all the workers that do all the work, and the guy that makes all the money does nothing. I don't want to do that. I was never happy that way. Oh my God, you guys, what's going on? Thank you. Julio. Hey, Mark, please keep doing the Zooms on these rock mountains. Oh, man, you got it. I've been getting... I don't do them that much sometimes because I feel like Mark, all you ever do is Zoom. They didn't say that, but I feel like you're going to. But I get a lot of requests for Zooms. Like, it's crazy. I might do some like soon because it's the hardest. Believe it or not, I'd rather walk in the forest. The Zooming is hard because you have to go so steady. It actually becomes like a job, like where you're like, you just want like, and then you start thinking like your nose itches, and then you're like, if you just think about it, you have an itch there, and then you have to stop and it just go like this. Like, it's not an easy thing, believe it or not. Like, after like doing it for a long time, my neck starts to hurt. Like, I feel like that's work, the Zooms, especially when I'm in the woods and I'm zooming across the other mountains. brutal because they're right there with me. They're making me all weird, and I'm trying to hold it steady. I'm zooming on their friends. Then they'll make a noise next to me because they don't want me. They know I'm zooming on their friend. I mean, how many times is that in the video where they would knock when I'm zooming? Crazy. Dakota, thank you, man. Now, Dakota, I'm assuming you. I don't know. I'm not even assuming anything. Are you a female or a male? I could probably tell if I got closer to your picture. Just because that could be a YouTube name for anybody. That's all. I would think a guy, but I don't know. Male, okay. Yeah, see, I was right. I love when I'm right, I guess, completely, but I was right. Johnny on the spot. I remember Johnny. Johnny knows why I remember his name. Because my buddy in Jersey that's the name of his porta potty company. Or something like that he has there. It's called Johnny on the Spot. Or something like that. You have to Google it in Jersey. Exactly, Julio. That's the trick. That's why I want to stay within my comfort zone, because that way, even if it's not like whatever I'm doing that day isn't perfect for Pamela, or Jennifer, they know that I'm doing it for a reason. It's not. I never need to create content. I could go get. I have all the content I want. I'm trying to. The reason I am doing these Zooms and catching them with their staffs in these openings and stuff like that is so we can learn, from that, like why. Why, how, who, when, where, why are, they're always at that spot. I think it's because they're not. I think it's because they're always rotating. There's so many. And we'll get into it. Is it dimensional? Is it multiversable? Are they coming up from underground? Is it all three? Is it, that's the hardest part about this, because it's the thing they predict the most, in my opinion. Is who, what, when, and where. Those are the three things that put them in danger. If we know humans are bad, we find out certain things, even if it leaked from me the littlest bit, you don't know where it could go over time. Or the video was there and people saw it in 10 years from now. It could be 100 years from now. It could lead to putting them in danger. Things like that. It sounds silly or like an excuse, but it's not. I've seen it in repetition all this too many times. Remember, I've been out there, 1,400 times, something like that. There's 1,000 videos. You guys, I have 800 of them available. So yeah, I've literally been to a Bigfoot world 1,000 times. Doesn't sound like a lot, but go to one 1,000 times, and some of them are 7-hour walks away, and then we'll see how many times it feels like then. And I do it all for free and come home and can't pay my bills. So I'm either going to not do it, which I won't be happy with, because I can go, like I said, I can go back to this expensive job. This well-paid job, and everything will be great, but it won't be, because I won't be done. I will be sitting there miserable. That money it used to mean everything. It means nothing to me now, because I realized it's important, but it can't be your sole goal in life, because believe it or not, your life will be gone quick, and that money, I think it stays here, as far as I know. They didn't steal it. Well, they sort of stole it. Is your smoke? Oh, thanks, Johnny. I appreciate it. It was really nice. I dropped it right in their spot, and then by the time I realized it was gone, which was like 10 minutes, because I was only within 100 yards, and I've re-walked it 7 times, and some of it on video. It was gone. I know they have it, and then one time they basically told me, like, haha. Like, that's how I felt. And I was like, I know you guys took it, and I just left. I was like, I knew it. Not to use it or to, they probably hit it on me. Like, some of the little ones can be really sneaky, like mischief. So they would never use that, as far as I know. Maybe they bring it back to their world and use it on like a bad guy, but like, it's not for our side. I promise you. They don't need anything we have. That's one thing I've realized. We have no conflicting needs, as far as I can tell. Just like we're faith, they're fact. It's almost like we're opposites in some ways. The way what we need, where we live, how we do things. Look at Jose, man, on fire. We should get Jose on the live video. I'll just shut up. I think we'll see what the human's real role is one day. I don't know if we will. Like guys like Brandon might, but if you're like in your, if you're 50 or over, I mean, I don't know. It could happen tomorrow, but I'm guessing if it's been the way it is, we're on a slow progression. And one day, I'm not talking. I think we'll know this in our lifetime. Absolutely. I'm not dying until I get this done. Hopefully, I get it done sooner than that. I don't know. I have to. One of the reasons I hesitate is because I have to be really careful at what comes out of my mouth, even though it might not seem like it, because I'm just spewing ADD all over the place. I am being it. I have to be very careful at what I say over YouTube. I know firsthand and I can't tell you how I know. Someone came and talked to me, so I have to be very careful. That's all I can tell you. How am I supposed to tell you that? I once asked Bigfoot if they laugh ever, and at 2:30 a.m. a big noise that sounded like a laugh happened. It was incredible. I believe it. The most vocal, oh my God, the barks. I haven't gotten one up close lately. The first, isn't she the best, Jen? I know. Let's go. I'll join her join channel. I love her. She every day she just spamming her new amazing pictures, and you guys, she's Dutch, so again, energy overload. If you want to see all around the world, we are the only ones. So make fun of me talking. But I have the best team in the world, and it's not my team; it's our team. And I mean, just like anyone could say that, like their team. We are a bunch of friends. Nobody is higher than anybody else. Maybe on drugs, but not as far as what we do. And I think, are special. And one day will be very special. And then on a daily basis, you get to take a look into the Netherlands and to Italy. You'll see Damien, you'll see Diesel, you'll see. Brandon's not in there a whole lot. Brandon's been working. He's got his own page. Brandon does show up. He's in there. He's not there all the time because he's working full time with UPS now, and then trying to sneak out and do a video whenever he can. It's hard, like where I am. You can't. You couldn't do that. You can't live here and then work here. It's like almost impossible. You have to have some money first. We got Jose. Does Jose need... Jose, you got a channel? I'll post your link, Jose. Ella Rosa, huge shout out. Dakota, thank you guys so much. That was really nice. Like, little extra there at the end. I really appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, Chuck, it's not even that. It's just that I just wish it's not that, Chris, I said something to you about you earlier. It's not that I wish that, I wish I could hand over my brain to you just for all of you right now, just for like a minute. And then give it back to me and you'd be like, holy shit. Like, I swear to God, then you'd have a better understanding, because I can't lose the monetization. They could just turn my channel. Like, if I lost all my videos on my channel, like that's all I have of all that work. Like, a lot of it's been, I have a lot of it here, but a lot of it's been just disappeared off my hard drives, things like that. And if anything ever happened to YouTube, oh my God. That's why we're going to work on some more private things like Patreon. I think I can say anything I want on Patreon. It's just that I don't get the activity there. I'm going to go answer Chuck's message right after this, but like there, I could tell Chuck anything I want. No one's, as far as I know, monitoring. That doesn't matter. It's just when you speak, where other people out, they don't care about me, Amy, Chuck, Damien, Jennifer, Diesel. There's no turning us back. They care about the new people coming in. That's what they're trying to deflect. New people without making it blatant. So what do? We put Finding Bigfoot here, Expedition Bigfoot here. Any new people, there's only one that may slip by, maybe one over here. They're going to watch those shows. I knew it. I knew these guys were crazy, and he's going to immediately associate you with that show. That's the guy, you're the guy from work, right? He's gonna be like, I knew that guy was crazy. He thinks you're talking, because in his head, there is nothing else except finding Bigfoot. So he doesn't understand why he thinks you're crazy, because he doesn't understand that you know beyond a reason, like for a fact, based on a system, a language, videos, audios, countless audios throughout the world. There's millions of them. The videos are insane out there. Like I'm talking, I show the magic part of it. I show you how you can locate them the way they are 99.9% of the time. But some of the actual footage of them not involved in magic is simply getting really good. Yeah, there's some really good. They don't want to, you guys, if you don't believe that they're trying to dumb us down, like Chuck just said, you got a serious problem. Look around. It's not just, this is the least of the problem. It's other things they're trying to, on stuff I don't know about. Like I know I'm being dumbed down about things I don't even know about. Video games. They're now legalizing weed in every state. They realize if everyone's high, no one gives a shit. They're doing everything they can to prevent the truth, because I'm telling you, God only knows what really would come out with this, you guys. We just know the tip of the iceberg, which I know for sure is going to cause the crash of religion and the crash of the economy immediately. And that's why, not to mention the destruction of our forests, issues with them, catastrophic changes cannot happen. It's impossible. Human beings can't even handle an election, much less that they've been living with monsters in their bushes their whole life. The people are complete idiots, and we all know this. And we all are in our own little cute ways, right? Like it doesn't mean you're a bad word. It just means that we got a couple rocks rolling around up there. We just think we're smart. I don't think I'm smart at all. So you guys have a great day. Ella Rosa. Sorry. Love Ella Rosa. I like your little birdie, Ella Rosa. I want to get a bird. How cool if I had a bird that would come out with me, like he would go everywhere with me. The problem is like the predator birds here. So if I got like a tame parrot and he was like always with me, one of those hawks, one of those eagles would come down and get him in 2 seconds. They're always above me watching me. I think my guys would protect him, but I don't know that for sure. I don't know how involved they're going to get with that. They might just let them. Yeah, check out. Oh, yeah, that's right. Damien's in Ireland, too. Check out. Ireland's something special. You've seen Charlie Max's picture, Damien, right? When they're connected. That's right where you are. I should find out from her where that is so you can go check that out. I'm here to tell you he's in the right place too. I wouldn't have gave you the link if he wasn't. Damien's legit. He's a young kid too. You know, Damien's like Brandon. They're young. You know what I mean? So you don't get quite the censorship. Like he'll go tell you to go F yourself. You don't care. You know what I mean? I like it. Millennials. I mean, there's nothing cooler than a millennial squatching, right? Because most millennials are self-consumed video game players, not out showing secrets of the world. That's the last thing that was on my mind when I would give anything to go back to when I was 21 and know now what I know. I guess everyone says that about most things. Really? They live that long? So if I get a parrot, I have to have him till I'm dead? If he lives that long? Oh, Damien is 37? I thought he was younger than that. I knew you were really old, Diesel. I didn't think he was that old. What do you mean, Damien? Diesel, should we talk, Mark? What do you mean? You two talk? Of course. I thought you guys were already knew each other. Wow. I always thought you were younger than that, Damien, so that's a compliment. You look young. You don't look 37. I thought you were like in your 20s. I'm seeing it, Dakota. When someone super chats me $20 before I get off, I won't miss your question. My last question, Mark. Have you ever had a direct interaction with Dogman? Yes. Well, yes, yeah, sort of. More than most people, yes. I mean, I don't know about... Nick's was a little more... I would rather have what happened to Nick, but because, you know, you got to see it and all that, but I caught one. A lot of people know about it. It's all on video. I walked in and then I surprised him. He either thought I wasn't. I can't explain his end. I really can't. I can only make up things, so I'm probably wrong. But somehow he didn't know. Like, I don't know. That or he knew and it was too late and he was hoping I was going to end up going a different way. I got right into his thing. It's the sickest setup you've ever seen. I wouldn't have to. You'd believe me instantly if you seen what I'm zooming on, right? And how dark and how weird it is there. I'll take you in there this year again. And he moved, oh my God, like a freight train, okay? It was a freight train. That was like a heart-stopping moment. Like, I wasn't scared. It all happened too fast to have an emotion. Except my heart didn't beat. That I'm almost sure of. Freight train, he gets out from the middle of this chaos. I don't know how. He had the sickest thing going, right? And then a freight train starts to move for at the most 1, maybe 2 seconds, I would say. Gone. I couldn't see. I saw him sort of, like, you can see, I know it's him. I can see like the whole body, but I'm not getting details because I'm 20, 30 feet away. And there's all of the spider webs in front of me, I call them. And I got to see him and then I couldn't. And then I was like, what the hell? And then the freight train came and then it was gone. And then I just walked, I kind of walked around through there. I couldn't see him. Walked down below. And then another time I came back there, that's when I got knocked down. That's another story. I'll tell that next time because it's a whole story. And I've told about how I made a mistake that day with a gun. And I said, listen, if a dog man ever came at me, I'd put a bullet right between his head. Because I was in a bad mood. It was one of those days where I get sick of it, where I'm like, I know they're standing right there with me for a fact. And he won't come out. He's just right there. I saw him, and I'm like, come on, man, just give me like a whistle for the camera. Anything. Nothing happens. And I actually get pissed. Because remember, I'm deep into this. Anyone else would be like, oh my God, he's right there. I'm like, listen, I've been right there with him when he's over there, and I'm sick of it. He could do one thing. I don't expect parlor tricks, but you know what I mean? I'm his only friend as far as a person goes. And I get a little bit pissed. And I was like, so I was explaining, I just happened to be down below where that happened. So it happened right here, and I'm 100 yards down on another day where it opens to the power lines. And this is right on the power lines. And I said, if a dog man ran at me, I was just saying it like thinking that maybe I would get something. Like, I didn't, because nothing ever happens when you do that. And that's when it happened. I said, if a dog man ran at me, how could I make this up? And I had my gun out. I was like, I'll put a bullet right between his eyes. If a Bigfoot ran at me, I would actually put my gun down and take a knee. This is when I actually carried a gun on my hip. Now it's never visible. It's in my backpack, completely tucked away. I would need like a couple minutes before I get attacked by a bear to get it out. So why I have it, I don't even know. But the second I said that, I turned around and before I could even, it's all on video. I have this on. It broke my camera. My face was face down on the ground. He did it on purpose, not to hurt me, but to teach me a lesson, because he knows I was testing him. Put me right down on my face. But I knew then and there that I have to get the video. There's only 2 people in the world that have that, because it got erased on my hard drive. But luckily, before the footage of me, the reason people didn't see it is because I didn't know how to explain it, and I cursed pretty bad. I said, I'll kill you, motherfucker. Because this is when I'm straight down. Dude, I went like this. So if I pushed you, you're going to try to catch with your legs and then you fall down. Well, I went like this. Boom. I literally, my feet didn't even know I was falling until my face was on the ground. That kind of hurts a little bit. Like, it didn't hurt me, but like, oh my God, it was like really hard and abrupt. And my camera was literally open. Like the side thing was like just everything smashed. It's still running. And I just roll over my back with my gun and I'm like, I'll kill you, motherfucker. Like, that's what I said. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I was like, nothing was there. Oh my God, he wasn't there. Like I didn't see him, like he was not, the speed involved was, and I learned my lesson. This was 3 years ago, mind you. I've come a long way and learned my lesson. I was testing. I don't tell it because it's not an easy story to believe. Like, I mean, I think you believe me, but it's like, still, it's a difficult, like, thing, I don't even know if I believe me. It's like, you know what I mean? I do, but I don't know what else. I can't explain it. Like, one of the times that taught me that are so much more involved than we realize. So just because they're not doing parlor tricks for the camera or for you in your backyard every second doesn't mean they're not more involved than you could possibly understand. They have rules. It's not going to be what we want all the time. It's not going to be the way you think it, the way you pictured it would be. It's everything's different than you think with this. It's not the movies. It's not your imagination. It's real, and nothing real is too much like our imaginations. Unfortunately, it is hard to put. I mean, maybe for some people it wouldn't, but for me, like I also have to say everything so I don't. Say it, like, get in trouble. I did just curse. It's the first time I ever said mother, but I wanted to let you, like, it was almost like just wanted you to know exactly. So I just needed to say it so now I'm almost okay. So I'm going to find that footage. Joanne Peterson has that, and so does Neil, but it's deep in one of their messages somewhere. And I think that's the only way I can find it. So if I got to the messages so I technically have it on those messages from 3 years ago, and I've talked to both of them a lot, so I'd have to go find it, and I think I may try to do that one day. Maybe what I'll do is go to the beginning of our messages and then start going this way. But so certainly people can tell you, like, two of my biggest supporters. Neither one of them are my supporters anymore, morally, but not like financially. But they were the ones that carried me for the first few years. I think I made them broke. Two very special people, and. They're still, Joanne's still my buddy, and her husband has cancer. So there's issues, of why it's not nothing I did wrong. We're still great friends. Just that, like, cancer kicks in and things like that, medical bills. But those were two of my biggest supporters. That's one of the reasons I started kicking up. So when Neil finally had to leave after years, he's the one that got me the trailer. I still have to sell that trailer for him, but he's being a little bit strange with me with the trailer. I'm trying to figure out what to do to make Neil happy. All I want to do is do the right thing and make people happy. I don't know. You can't always make everyone completely happy. Gerard, Houston, Texas. I got cousins, aunts, and uncles in Houston, Texas. In fact, my uncle owns a picture framing gallery in Houston. I don't want to give out the name because I kind of trust all you guys, but just in case. I'm talking like a beautiful one. He's owned it for like 30-something years, like something like that. Yeah, I'll try to find that because that'd be a good. That'd be a great video just for to keep private for people. Like, hey, look, check this out. You'll hear, you'll know. You can see how fast I go down. Like, there's not even the camera's running. I can't even remember. I have to rewatch it. Like, I remember me. I can't remember the footage part, and but I remember the cursing part. That's why I only sent it to them. Because they were the reason I could be there that day. Nobody else at that point. And I was like, you guys, look at this. Like, this is unbelievable. But because of the bad language, I couldn't even begin to think about putting that on. Because when that happens, we curse. Like, if someone's about to kill you, for some reason, curse words come out. You can't help it. Especially, in a military, gun situation. You gotta, you guys, that's when the movies do kick in. Freeze, mother effer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I guess I watched too many movies with that one, but oh my God. And then there was only one other time when I drew a gun, and me and Callie talked about it the other day. Thank you, Julio, again. Oh my God. Thanks, Julio. The vid of the being playing dead when you were zooming randomly on that cliff was amazing. It gave us an idea on how they cloak and they got caught. If it knew you got caught and kept you zooming on. Yeah. I can't explain that. I went back. That footage is gone too. That whole I explained, I think, in my last trial video that 6 months is gone, just right off my hard drive. All the winners I did for all the videos I put aside for the winter. For the first time, I made video, like I made certain clips that I could make videos with. Took me countless hours, 60, I don't even know, hundreds of hours over the course of the summer, getting these special clips out from each day so I could give you the best videos I've ever made, like kind of put together, and it all got erased. Oh my God, I'm still recovering mentally from that. So I'm going to have to back up more often, basically. The hard drive is fine. He can't believe it, the guy that does my stuff. He's like, only you. He goes, this could happen to no other person. That's what he always says to me, because he has to fix all my problems. He's like, another one. He's like, you have like a curt. He's like, this is not possible. Because the hard drive is just right back to where it looked exactly like it if you just bought it at the store and put it in. It had nothing on it at all. He's like, it's not possible. He's like, you can't. He's like, usually if you lose a hard drive, you lose it. Like it's literally just being wiped off your computer. I was like, I know. I don't believe it either. I told him, like, I don't know how it happens because no one's telling me nothing. I'll stand up in the middle of my trailer, like, look, if my trailer's bugged or you guys can hear me, all you got to do is tell me. Like, all they have to do is say, Mark, don't do this anymore, or don't show this. Like, why does it have to be some big secret? So if you're the government or you're them or you're part of the unseen world, all you got to do is knock on my door, be like, yo, psst, and I'll do whatever you tell me to do. So why the secrets? It's so stupid. You know, I'm cool. Like, I'm not going to... If I just had to stop tomorrow, you guys would know. I'd be like, look, man, someone stopped by. I can't do it anymore. So that was an interest. So so to answer so the reason I was saying that, Julio, is because I reshot that. People wanted to see that again, and I couldn't. I did find the exact spot, right? So because it's it's like miles of that. You think you know where you filmed something until you go back, and you're like, oh my god, that's not it. Is this it? No, this isn't it. It all looks the same, and I did find it, and then because it's actually pretty easy once you find the rocks. And he wasn't there. And then I had all that, and I was waiting for a good video because people were like, Mark, you got to refilm that. And I had it. It's just gone. I mean, so I can't swear anything. Like, I'm not claiming that was a cloaked Bigfoot or he was sleeping, or because there's no blur at all. It looks like you can see these little like beady eyes. Like, I mean, it's very strange. Like, so we just called him that, like, sleeping, or he was playing dead, right? Yeah. Bigfoot playing dead. He pretended like he wasn't there, things like that. That's, I think it was legit. I mean, it's more legit looking than most things we see. The other interesting part about that, I remember, I don't know if she's here, I haven't seen her, is Rita blew my mind because within the same, I don't know if it was the same frame or very soon after in that video, then she found all the rest of them. And they all kind of look similar, but they were all together standing and they were in this cloud. And they were back. I had the pictures, and I was praising Rita for it, like on the live chat. I don't see her here today. Rita actually wanted to come on here, like Amy did, and talk. And you guys are welcome. And if we run out of people that want to talk, like I may just have people call up, like, and just hang out like Diesel did. Just have someone on the other end. I think that's kind of cool. Do me a favor. So anybody could, literally midstream, like, hey, Mark, I got a story. You can call the number. You're live. I think that's kind of cool. For a rookie like me, that's cool. You think it was legit? Yeah. See, I remember it really well, but I also have like 1,000 other memories with it. So it's like I can even remember filming that actually perfectly. It's hard though because the memory in the video can be a little bit different, believe it or not. Why someone wants to kill? Because they're idiots. I've told you the answer to any human question. The answer is idiot. And if you disagree, you're probably one of them. Nice idiot. It's a nice. We use the word idiot nicely. It gets their attention. What do you mean I'm an idiot? I'm 10 times as smart as you are. You're still an idiot, though. I never claimed I was smart. I just get it. That's all. That's like a lot of us. There's a lot of smart people here, actually. But we get it. You got to have that intuitive. You got to just know that they did something. I think they do it to us. They probably the ones who put us here. Like, look, here's the Bible. We can pretend like God's real. Because, look, they're not going to create a false thing like that. They could have made up a million things. They can make us do whatever we want. Why go through the extent of making up God? It's impossible. The Bible is too genius. It would take 1,000,000 years, unless this is our 70th time here. And they're like, all right, we got it now. This is what we're going to do with them. We figured it out. But pretty genius book, if you ask me. But it was written by people. Well, technically, but if you're writing something for God, I'm guessing you won't make many mistakes. You're not going to throw in your own story just for the hell of it. You're doing what Jesus told you to do and what he's saying to you. So little too genius for a couple of dudes to make up smoking a joint, 2,000 years ago. And then there's Bibles before that as well. Yeah, there's the phone number. You can call right now. I'm not going to answer this second because I gotta hang the phone up. If I answer now, we're going 24 hours probably. But you can call that number that Nick's on, and leave a message anytime. I won't play it out loud. If you don't want to talk or you just want to leave a message, but you want the message played, just let me know because I can do that. Like I was doing to the English guy. I want to call him one day. I got to call him back just to thank him for his nice message. You could just leave me a message. If you want to leave me a message and you don't want it played, just specify what you want. That's all. Like, Mark, this message is for you. That's fine. I will never play it. You have my word of honor. No one will ever hear it ever. I don't care if it's the answers to the whole world. If you ask me not to tell anyone, I won't. And then if you want to be on, you guys know the routine. Just call the freaking number and you can whatever you want. There's no room. There's I remember someone offered like $1 million. If you could prove one fact wrong in the Bible, there was $1 million reward or something like that. I think it still stands, actually. All you have to do is prove one thing wrong. Not that you think it's not possible. Remember, everything that you think is wrong. It's just not possible in our false teachings of who we are. I don't know why. There's a reason they want us to not know. I want to know why. Sorry, I just want to know why I want to know why more than anything. Mark, do you sell timestamp pictures? Sydney, I don't. They're free. I have lots of people that help me with those. In fact, because I have such a great amount of people and team around me, we help each other. I help them, they help me. I mean, we all help each other. Sometimes that makes me look good too, where I just have so much help. In pictures and timestamps and videos. Like there'd be hardly any Bigfoots if I had to do it all myself. There would be, but I couldn't take the time. I take the time out when I know they're there. Like if I'm zooming on a video, I don't always know they were there, but a lot of the times it was a time. It's how I can do it with wholeheartedly know and in 500 years never be proved wrong because I know for a fact they were there because I was standing right there. And then in the video, I'm like, yep, there they are. And then so if you see me do the pause and the zoom over there, once in a while I'll specify like, wow, I didn't know they were there. But other times I knew for a fact. That's why I can zoom over there for certain people because they were there. Like I have my reasons. And I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, the Bible's got something to it, man. No one's asking you to be some church Bible thumping, extreme Christian that's going to judge everyone and be crazy. Even Christians have crazy people. We're talking about that. It's amazing how some of these Christians go around just judging everyone, right? Oh, you two have had sex before marriage. Oh well, that's not the religion. It's the person that's a psycho. Okay. Don't hold a religion hostage because you have psychopaths. Every subject, everything you can think of has someone that's just an idiot or crazy. It's just part of being a human. Or they're going to come off that way. And I give those people a lot of leeway because everything comes out of my mind, out of my head differently than my mind. Like up here, my thoughts are crystal clear. As soon as I try to get them to come here, it's like a joke. I sound like an idiot and it's not what I'm flawlessly executing thoughts, but I can't get it to come out of my mouth. So a lot of times people don't mean to sound like you're like, oh my God, that lady's crazy, and you'd be surprised. In her head, she's probably not. Some of us can't control that flow of like perfection here to complete idiot here, like me. Just can't stop it. It's just coming out. But I'm thinking perfect. I can't explain it. Some of you know what I mean. It's just. You know what I mean? It's you think one thing, or it's almost like, what do people say? Girlfriend and boyfriend, like the guy's trying to make up to her and he says all like the wrong things. But if she could read his mind, she'd probably go back with him right then. Guys are famous for that. We cannot speak properly. Like we bumble our words. Like our thoughts are pretty good. Like the thoughts of how much we loved you was perfect, but when it came out, we didn't do it right. You know what I mean? I do have people have been making books for me, Sydney. So I have these. I'll show you guys. my little museum I've been accumulating. It's amazing. Judy, she was here before. I don't know if she's still here. I love my books so much. Lean made me an incredible book, like real books, like a book you could buy at a bookstore. I'll show you some of those books I have. Pictures. I'm even blown. I'm like, oh my god. Like, how did they get them so good? If I had to pick out the pictures, I probably would have messed it up. And somehow Judy is getting like the best pictures. Eileen got the best picture, like, I mean, the Trident X's, and I'm like, that is pretty cool. And that's how I'm reminded, like, because I wake up, like I told you guys, I wake up and I'm like, this can't be me. Like, there's no way I do, because I'm just some dude from New Jersey. I don't fit the stereotype of like a Bigfooter or whatever we're called, you know? But it is me, and I will prove it again soon. In fact, I'm thinking about, what's the date today? I leave in a week. Who's in Florida? Anyone want to meet for lunch in Florida? I'm giving my trolls a chance to kill me if they want. Just do it quickly. I told them. No torturing. If you just want to like pull up and shoot me, I'm all for the Tupac death. But as long as I'm not kidnapped and like held ransom, we want to know where Bigfoot Universe is. Good luck with that one. I'll just show you. Oh, someone's calling. I'm not going to answer yet though because I got to get off of this. Let's see who it is. I can't see who. I can just see a number. Can you guys hear that? Cool. I love my new little voicemail thing. 803. So whoever just called from 803, leave a message, and I'll check it, and then we'll. The only reason I'm not, if you called me like an hour ago, I would have picked it up. But if I don't, I'll never get off of this. I haven't peed, I haven't eaten besides a bagel and chocolate donuts, and it's already 6:30 here at night. So I've been working. I'm almost on 12 hours, you guys. So that should prove it's not worth the money. I don't do this for money. I've made $8 an hour today. You know what I mean? It's never about money, and I appreciate the super chats so much. Like that really does help me. But it's never a reason I come here. So, but I have no choice. Even Callie and Megan said, "Mark, shut up." I'm like, what? I got offended. I was like, you have got to they've been noticing how gay they say, like how stupid. I don't mean gay if you're gay. How silly I am with, just being like over worried about people, like about money, and they're like, Mark, you pay them back. You're doing the work. You've got to get over the people wanting to help you thing. And I was like, I know. So I'm trying. You can't just make it go away. I don't know why I have a problem with that. I'm getting used to it. So I really do appreciate your guys' help. I appreciate you guys joining and supporting me, and it's only going to push me harder. I'm only going to go out and try to do better because of it. You know what I mean? It wasn't you. Davey's like, no, it wasn't me. No, it was because it was your 325. It was. Oh, you know what it was? No. I think it was. You're authorized $1.60 U.S. payment to Domino's. What? Oh, somehow. Oh, okay. This is soggy. I don't know who called me on the other phone, but no, someone actually did call me on the message. But this is Discord that's running in the background, and he somehow, I can't show it to you, figures out how to do everything for free. So he orders Domino. He loves doing it to Domino's. So he just sent me a screenshot of his order. He got a medium 12-inch handmade pan pizza. God, I'm starving now. Extra robust, blah, blah, blah. He got the price is $1.50 and total was $1.60, and he saved $11.76. Somehow, and he's real. Like he does it like whether he somehow knows how to do all this stuff. And the other day, like he's like, I can order Domino's, and here you can't. For some reason, it was like $40 for 2 pizzas. Like here, it's so expensive. I won't order Domino's. Too much money. Like if I had a family or someone was here, one thing, but to go get one pie and a Coke and some wings, and it cost me $30, it's just too much money to justify with what I do. I'm not going to use. I remember I have my own money too, guys. I get a YouTube check. I consider that my money. You know, like I can do whatever I want with that. Money that people give me on Patreon, even though they tell me, Mark, I don't care if you buy crack with this money. Like someone even said that to me, like, this is for you. I still respect that they're supporting me, and it's always, you know, goes towards like living or being here. There's no extra Mark presence. Do you see me with anything ever? Never. I can't. I need a new camera. I can't. I'm not even buying a new camera right now. That I consider that a special treat for me, but really the camera is just for Colorado Bigfoot. Like I don't buy myself a car, nothing. There's no special treats that I can think of. Is there any special treats? None, nothing. I don't do anything. My special treat is Wendy's drive-thru and a Frosty. That's my special treat. You guys have a great day. Love you guys. Amy, thank you so much. Toilet paper. I will buy toilet paper actually. That's an important thing. Hey, Eric. Oh, Eric, thanks for being on there. We'll figure out once you become a member of that join chat like you have been, any way possible, I will do whatever I can to help you guys. I think we're going to have a small little special group in there. If you're not on social media, like the best way, because the pictures don't pixelate, is Messenger. If you don't have Messenger, I totally get it. Like I don't like Facebook. Email would be the next best thing, but you got to kind of tell me, because like I have too many emails. I have 3 different separate emails that are active, and it's ridiculous. Mark's like, guys, like I sent you an email 3 weeks ago. I'm like, are you kidding me, right? I literally figured out there was like 3,600 messages since his, because a lot of it's spam. You know what I mean? I try to keep Colorado Bigfoot 2 at AOL and Gmail fairly free of spam. They're the 2 that have I'll see the messages typically. So if you do, here, I'll put it in. So this is for Eric. Send it to me here, Eric. Especially if you do it like today, I should see it let's see. I may not see too much tonight, you guys, because I got to get out of here. And I'll do it at home, or I'll look at it first thing in the morning. Colorado. And I know Chuck. I am going to check Chuck's messages because on Patreon. If you're on Patreon, it's a whole different thing. It's just my brain is. Those guys have always been there for me, so I'll always be there. Colorado 2. Let's see. What the hell is my email? I had to put 2 in because, of course, someone stole Colorado Bigfoot. Like, I mean, are you kidding me? Like, what an idiot! Why would you take the Colorado Bigfoot at AOL and at Gmail if you're not Colorado Bigfoot? It doesn't make any sense. No one's gonna email. They probably do get emails from me. At Gmail. You could do this. So this is my address in 2 different ways. You can use the Gmail or AOL at the end. So it's Colorado Bigfoot 2. Don't forget the 2. You can Eric, anytime you can send me there. And then I got it's also Colorado Bigfoot 2 at AOL, but the Gmail I should see. Did I spell it wrong? Colorado Bigfoot. Oh, I thought I actually spelled my name wrong. That'd be embarrassing. Hey, Robin. I don't mean to. Look, I love my subject. I don't have any company. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't get to see anybody. I mean, everyone knows me like at the stores and stuff. Not everyone, but some people. And there's just not much going on in my life. So when I finally get a chance to hang out and do what I do, even though, you know, like some of these last couple of videos aren't these groundbreaking things I'm showing you. It's more of just us getting to know each other. You know, hearing Amy's story and Nick's story was cool. Diesel said hello. It's just a bunch of friends, like, you know, just kind of hanging out, talking around a subject. You know, and I'll have more formal ones. Like, I think, you know, we might do a little bit of that in the member chat, but I think even members it's going to be a little bit more exciting for them. Like, I'm going to, you know, like, they're going to help me decide some things. Like, I get footage, you know, sometimes that's crazy, or something happens that day. I can go to those guys and be like, look what I got. What should I do? Should we put this out? Is it okay? Or maybe I'll do a video and have them watch it first. So not always, but just sometimes. And then you have 600. You have how many? 6,400 messages. Oh yeah. I have 9,999 on everyone. It just stopped. So there's like 50,000 on one. But most of them, they're not 50,000 people trying to talk to me. It's just like, you know, like spam stuff. I'm not as busy as people think. Like, I know you're busy, Mark. I'm like, I am, but it's not like I can't stop for so. Like, that's half my job is to communicate with this community. It's how I learn. It's how we all learn and share. And, if I don't see what Eric has or what Damien has, then I can't, it doesn't help. All that stuff helps me, or what Alex found, or, it takes us all, Soggy Noob. I just explained how you got a pizza for $1.60. I wonder if they believe me. You did an HTML that, right? Like, that was a legit thing you did with the pizza? It looked like a real receipt screenshot. Oh, Julio, that's such a hard question. There's different meanings. I think the best meaning from our side is here. X marks the spot, just like a pirate. I don't know this, you guys, for sure, but I'm pretty sure that we could just make that up as far as humans. As far as we're concerned, that's all you need to know. That's the way I've left it with myself. Like, look, man, that's exactly what that means. Because whenever you find that X, they're there. So I made that up in a sense, but I think there's some truth to that. But of course, there's going to be a whole other thing. It falls into play like a trident. Like, you've always, all these myths and legends always has the badass with a trident. It's been through the beginning of time. There's been a magical trident, especially like, have you ever seen Aquaman? Great movie. If you haven't seen Aquaman, that's what you guys should watch right now. You will probably cry. That's a great movie. I love Aquaman. I mean, oh my God, I own that video. I own the movie. I've only seen it like 2 or 3 times. So yeah, Julio, it's a tough question. We're working on it. It's like, the way I hear it, let me help you. Let me explain it this way. It's like, this is what I say I think I say it in my videos. It's hard to know where I said it and who I said it to, but it's like the alphabet to me. So it's like, in other words, it's like knowing the ABCs through A through Z. Like, for a fact that that's the human. I know that's how they spell. Like, that's how they communicate with each other. But you didn't know what A, B, C, or D meant. You just know for sure that these weird humans use those things all the time. Like, that's their language, I'm telling you. And then all the rest of them are going, what are you, crazy? Those humans don't use letter. Like, you're nuts. That's how I feel like it's the same thing over there. And so it's kind of like seeing their language without knowing the meaning. So I see the letters, but I can't necessarily figure out what they mean yet. I mean, I don't know if I ever will until they tell me. That's the least of what that is important. I am a structure. That's what my main focus is right now. But the actual meanings, like, that's hard. It's so hard. I think we can figure that out because of the same exact layouts over and over and over, and what's happening there, exactly at that time. But it's a hard one. So I don't know. I don't think anybody that I know knows that, exactly what anything is. And I think it kind of makes it exciting that way, because if we knew too much, it might not be quite as exciting, like half of the amazement of it, is kind of being on this outside of it, kind of everyone thinking we're crazy and not knowing it all and having some mystery there makes it exciting. If we got this all done tomorrow, what the hell are we going to do? And I'll never slow it down, by the way. I mean, I'll never prolong this. I'm out there to get this as fast as I can because it'll never end for me. If I want to stay in this, we can always elaborate on everything. We could stay there and, start like, yeah, we're going to have a Thanksgiving dinner at Bigfoot Universe. They're letting 3 people come. There's a seat I could sell for $200, for $1 million a piece without even blinking. I could sell a seat at a Thanksgiving unseen world dinner table for $1 million without even blinking. And I would never, ever, it would never be, it'd be 3 people that have helped me, and I could probably sell them for $10 million a piece. Would never do it. Will I ever be in that position? I doubt it. I'm just being hypothetical, but don't care, because then I wouldn't be able to go to I feel like if I did that, I could never go back to the Thanksgiving dinner. I'm not going to ever sell out with them or even do anything that I think could be, because I could be extreme at times. Like, no, I can't do that because it sounds crazy, but I it's too much of a risk to me where I could lose relationships with them. So I do nothing wrong. I don't do, even when I think it's probably okay, I just try not to be. I'll yell at them and stuff. I do that. Sometimes. It depends. Not mean like I'm abusive, just like, hello, like I'm like, you guys are killing me today. Like this is getting, there's days because I know they're there and I know I wouldn't be talking to myself. They're right there. They're not letting me. I said, look, I put everything down one time, you know, sometimes, and sometimes it's worked, you know, like where I put everything away and just walk like really far from it. That works great, actually, sometimes. Other times that still doesn't do anything. And then I start getting pissed. Like, it's like, because it's really hard to do what I do. You know, this isn't the same as most places. When I actually get to a Bigfoot world, what I've been through most of the time to get there. There's some that are easy, but others that are just brutal to impress you. Typically, it's brutal. They don't leave any of the impressive stuff. Sometimes, yeah. Like, Mark, this is right off the road. I mean, we do find those, but not always. You know, it's very difficult. So everyone tends to find a little spot where it's pretty mind-blowing right there. But to get to the giant worlds where there seem to be 6 miles long and 5 miles wide type of things, you got to pay the price. And I've been doing that for free for my whole life, and I got to start thinking about my kids, my grandkids. Like, you know, they might think what I do is cool, but it's not. You know, I got to be able to help them. So it's either go back to my job and be able to help my family a little bit. And I was just talking about, like, you know, buying a rocker for the baby, or, you know, or helping out like with money, you know, or, you know, I'm putting my oldest daughter still in college. I'm putting her through school, you know, things like that. Well, I'm paying 50% of that with financial help as well. It's $90,000 a year or something like that. Or we have a $90,000 loan. I forget exactly what it is, but because of my income, I get help. Like they reduce the actual, I don't know how she does all that. I do trust my ex-wife with that. She doesn't really mess around when it comes to the kids in the college. Like I try to trust her. I mean, what am I going to do? The tridents, Dakota? What do you think about the tridents then? If you were going off the same thought of field goals, yeah, I stuck my around. I mean, I'll never forget seeing the trident, man, the first time and knowing for sure that they did it. Like, there wasn't even a question in my mind. When you stand near one of the real tridents like this, I can't see myself. So let me see if I can find myself. I better check myself before I wreck myself. Let me see. Where am I? Oh. Is that it? Where the hell is it? Oh, that screen's closed? Hold on a second. What is it, Soggy? OBS, and then what's the other one? Oh, split screen. That's what I need. Okay. Well, I show, like, I think they made it, Jeffrey made this one into a thumbnail. So, but when I first saw this, so it does, you know, you can still get the general idea of it. And I'll show that to you again this summer if you want. They're all behind it, by the way. Not in this shot. It's hard to see them, but in the main video, you can see the timestamp. Just go to the timestamp. It's written right at the top, and the time is right at the bottom. What is the name of that video? I can't even see it. What the hell does that say? Ever see a trident? Oh, it says, ever see a trident? If you did, you found them. And I wasn't messing around when I said that. I was standing in the middle of a Bigfoot world. That's the middle of a Bigfoot world. That dirt road just happens to cut right through. Just because a road's involved, don't think that matters at all. Especially at high elevations, 20 miles away from any human being. I showed you what they do in the middle of the roads there. I showed you this summer, this past season, like building amazing things in the middle of the roads. Rock things. I found where they got the rocks, like one way in there, one way over there, one here, one over there. If it was a human, they would have got them right there. They were all right there. And I didn't even know until I'm walking into my Bigfoot world that I go to there. And then as I'm getting there, I'm seeing where the rocks came from. Inside the Bigfoot world, not near the road. So I forget what the question was, but I can't go too crazy on them because as far as definitions and what, I'm tired, you guys, definitions and as far as what they are, because I don't know. We just know that we find them in every single place we go. In New Jersey, Diesel just filmed. Did I put that in here? He just got a trident. to see them like this is why I'm privileged, because I get to show you a trident. Now, what's next to the trident will convince you even more, but I get to show you one that's blatant, one that a Bigfoot could have in his hand and kill you with. That's what I film. Ones that look like they were from Atlantis themselves, like straight out of the ocean. Things like that I get to film where it's so blatant, and that's why I can assure you when I see a trident that's not perfect, because they can't let it look like that in New Jersey. People would be all over it, like, what the hell is going on? That's why they do the same thing but more discreet, and I say it all the time. Like, where was I recently? Down by Cali's. Like, they're all right there, and they do it like at the rocks there. Even at my rocks, the petroglyphs, they're just blatant as hell for the rocks. Where Cali is, they are super, super discreet. That's why I give Cali a little credit, because what he's doing is not easy. Because I saw them there. I got to see one with Cali. I didn't even tell you that story yet. I knew it too, because I kept waiting. He convinced me he was a shadow, is what he did. I was really close to him. I think it was in the video. You can see it's no shadow. It is kind of, but it's him. You can tell by that. You can see his fur. You can see how perfectly no shadow of a rock could cast the perfect roundness of him. That was good. That's in full HD video with Cali. You'll see him, the little shadow dude. A lot of people got him, and then a lot of people got the big ones that were there too. That's about it, guys. I probably should go. I haven't eaten, and I haven't peed since 8 o'clock this morning. It's been 12 hours, and I drink a large coffee at 8 o'clock. I told you, when I need to be, I can be pretty tough, but I don't want to be. That's the difference. I can't find it now. It's remember, I'm on my laptop. I don't have everything. I just put some stuff on the laptop. And this thing, it's really painful to look at the screen because it's all smashed from the last live video. I closed it. So, but this is good. So as long as I plug it in, at least at least it still works. You guys, thank you. Amy, Nick, thank you. Diesel, nice to talk to you. You guys have a great day. Thanks to the members. I'll be trying to figure out something for my members. The join people. I gotta do something with Tabby, and I don't know. Maybe I can always talk to Tabby too on Patreon. Just see what's what I should do. Like, I don't know what to do with that. Like, do I hold videos back? If I see them and film them, do I make it just so they can see it, nobody else? Is that fair to people that have followed me for 4 years but can't afford to pay me? Things like that. I don't want to be paid, but you know what I mean? Like, Mark, I've been watching you for 4 years, but I'm on a budget. I get these sweet messages from like a 70-year-old lady. She's like, Mark, I've never missed a video. I've watched everything you've ever done, but I'm on a budget. And literally, it's like $700 a month. Like, they'll tell me, I'm like, how do you live? Like, and she's like, I really can't afford it. I'm like, I wouldn't take $1 from. I would never, want any money. You know what I mean? So, how do I cut someone off like her, eventually, where we have to go private to get away from dicks, like that was on here before? I'm not cursing. We're talking about a guy's name. You know what I mean? And cut her off. So that's not fair. So I gotta work. Trying to work around where nobody like that is ever left. This Colorado Bigfoot is free, and always will be. Especially, you can thank the people that super chat me, because they're the ones that help me do this. Otherwise, it's going to be the same old shit you've always seen. Where I'm going to go back. I'll even do a couple videos for you there. Like, that's it. You can only do so much. These guys lead me to the next step. I'm not out trying to film you new structures. I do want to do that, but that gets old. You're not going to keep giving me your hard-earned money to make me go forward if all I do is show you an X. We want to know some secrets, Mark. It's okay to tell me, because I plan on finding some of them out. And as soon as I can't, I'll be the first one to tell you. Thanks, Brian. Ignore dicks. That was funny. I'm getting delirious. Don't rise to them. I know, Billy. I know. It's easy advice, and it's good advice, except when you're sitting here after 5 years and doing something that no one else has ever accomplished. Then I got to have someone tell me Bigfoot isn't real after I was just standing there staring at one in the middle of a Bigfoot world that I've discovered with giant structures. So yeah, is that a maturity thing you have to rise above? Absolutely, but that's one of my faults. I'm at the point where I'm not. going to be mature. I'm going to tell the guy to go jump in a lake. I've worked too hard to be walked over by the common morons of this earth. This is the same guy that's online causing trouble about Donald Trump and about Biden. He's the same guy creating fake news, the same guy that's making other people misery. Believe me, it's not just here. Everywhere this idiot goes, he's making someone feel like shit. And guess what? I'm the guy that's going to stop it right there. I am tired of bad people, and I have zero tolerance for it. Zero. I don't care who you are. It doesn't matter to me at all. If you're a dickhead, I can't deal with it anymore, and I'm going to stop you. I'm going to tell you right then and there, and you'd be surprised how that turns around to a friendship even. Mark, thank you for calling me out. We've already been through this a million times. I've explained this already today even. I can't go back. Dakota, you're awesome. Thanks, man. Yeah, anytime. And Dakota, if you want to, like guys like you that, that are totally into this, you got to connect with me. Like, you guys got to download. Look, I don't want you to go on Facebook, but you can go just to the group. You don't have to use Facebook. It's a very safe, secure app it's a multi-billion-dollar company, and half the things you think about it are just fake news. It's not real, guys. Mark Zuckerberg doesn't dress as a girl. He's not a part of the New World Order. He's an idiot, is what he is. He just wants to control you because he thinks he's cool now. I don't know. He may be a part of some of that because what happens is they come get you. As soon as they see that you're never going to have a shortage of billions, believe me, they come get you. That's what I think. Or you got that way because of it, right? People they sell their souls. You don't sign a contract, guys. It's not the movies. There's other ways. That's why even someone said before, everything that we hear about is all evil. Anything that that this earth is run by people that know truths, but it comes from, Satan. It comes from bad. God said he'll never tell you. He's not going to give you any secrets. He set you up the way he wants you because that'll make you the happiest. And if it's not hard to believe because if you treat your wife and your family like he tells you to, you'll be really happy. The hard part is actually following it and doing what you're supposed to do. I don't know. Are you on Messenger at all? Dakota, do you have Facebook? You have, Diesel? Get out of here. You got over 1,000 just now. Hold on. It's getting so hot in here. Hold on a second. It gets so hot because I have a propane heater on. It's like a closed room. It must be like 100 in here. Hold on a second. Oh, no, not yet. Oh, okay. I thought you said you already got to 1,000. I was like, how could that happen? Almost 9. Okay, good. So we're going to get you there. Every stream we mention it, we get a couple more people. And then if you guys come out here with Alex, it's an amazing thing. Why would people come out here if it was all fake? Why would they do them? Why would they go hoax themselves every day instead of doing other things in life and then come out and hoax with me? You know what I mean? That's the stupidest thing, but just look at that. Like, stop judging me. Look at other people. Look at the people around me. That's what I want to brag about. Look at the friends that I have, the people that I know. That they're all cool. They all. I'm not the one that you want to point out. Look at them. Be like, man, something must be all right with Mark because he wouldn't know those people if there wasn't some truth to this, or if it wasn't all true. Of course, it's all true. All right, guys, let me wrap this up, okay? Because I'm literally I gotta pee and it's already tomorrow already. Amazing. Can you believe it's 7? Soggy, this is all your fault somehow. Look at that, Soggy. Did you download Warframe, Soggy? I got to call Jerry O'Shea, too. Jerry, if you're ever listening, I want to talk to you. Jerry's this guy.
Yeah, my name's Jerry O'Shea. I live in Las Vegas.
I love this guy. I just got to call him back. All right, guys, let me get back to chat where I can see you. What happened? I went to Diesel's page. I thought you said you just got over 1,000. I was like, what? Let me see. I don't have Messenger, Facebook. I'll look for you. Oh, same thing. I mean, it's the same thing. Yeah, just go on. Oh, if you don't even worry about it then, Dakota, just go to On Facebook, just type it on the top of the search bar, type in energy overload. Someone will let you in right now. Pam, someone will be there. I don't know. Pam, are you admin? Someone is. Diesel's admin there, and so is Alex. So is Ryan. So they can, oh, hey, Nancy. Sorry, I almost missed the Jersey shout out. Sorry about that. I would have felt so bad, especially with all the hearts and the 100% and the shades. Hey, Nancy, nice to see you. I love my Jersey people. I love the cool Jersey people. Don't get me wrong. As much as I rag on New Jersey, there's some very cool people in New Jersey. I was describing where I'm from earlier. Someone said they knew where Mendham was. I read that. It was just it's a very, very, you might even know, Nancy, it's a very snooty, that they think Mendham's the best town in the world. The egos there are just out of this world. And these are some people that I love dearly. Don't get me wrong. There's some very brilliant, amazing people. But they have the egos the size of this country. And to think that New Jersey is the only place that exists, actually it's Mendham is the only place that exists, is just crazy. I almost fell into that mindset at one point. They trick you there. God, is it hot in here. So cool, Hamilton. How far is that from Diesel? Diesel's down somewhere down there. That's south, isn't it, Hamilton? Regina, thank you. Good night. I'll be talking to you guys soon. Chris, good night. Yeah, it started. I even started his first message at 7. Yeah, 7 o'clock this morning. I've been up since 5. I'm fine. I just don't want to get to where you guys think I'm a complete idiot, because now someone will sign on and be like, this guy can't even speak. I'll be like, listen, man, I've been talking for 12 hours. And then my ADD really starts to spiral out. Yeah, no problem. Anyone that wants to join, all you have to do is pre-qualify yourself as a nice person, and you're in. You clear yourself. That's all. Oh, you're by Princeton. Oh, okay. Yeah. You're like 206, 202, all that down there. Know it well. So Nancy knows what traffic is as well. Unfortunately, she knows what traffic is better than anyone. What about Nancy going to on Friday night, going to up 206, towards Chester, that way? Oh my God. Heading to North Jersey from Princeton. Actually going either way. It depends on what day it is. You have one way each way and it goes forever, 206. Or you can get on 287, but the nice part about where you are is that the real estate is it's ridiculous. It's a beautiful place. That area is just so beautiful and historic. People don't realize that about New Jersey. How they think it's all Newark, but it is. They do have places in Jersey that are more historic and beautiful than just about anywhere. And it's in New Jersey. People only know of the airport. They think that there's nothing else in New Jersey except, first of all, New Jersey is let me brag about New Jersey, one of the richest states. Okay, there's more money in New Jersey than almost any other state. They're a very successful state. We make no mistakes as far as money goes there. We have some of the richest counties in the country as well. I think Morris County is in the top 5. It used to be number 1. I think it's California that beats it out because the numbers there in Cali. Cali's got some dough, okay? But it's just beautiful, basically, is the bottom line. They're like, oh, you're from New Jersey? It's like, excuse me? Why would you look at me like that with that face? Yeah, it's beautiful there. The only problem I have with Jersey is the ego. Some of the egos, the road ragers, and the number one, the traffic. You cannot drive anywhere in New Jersey and not sit at a light in traffic. It just gets to be old. Nancy probably, where she is, there's ways of navigating. Depends what she does. She can navigate around on the back roads, but. Oh, okay. Yeah, so she knows. She knows the game. She knows where I'm from. Which really isn't that far. What are you in, Somerset? Is that Somerset County? So you just cruise 30 minutes. You're in Morris County. I mean, not even. You're just 30, 40 minutes away. Maybe an hour to Chester. People are like, dude, we don't care about Jersey and your stupid roads. But Nancy does. Haha. Because it's cool. Like, you're talking to some random dude in Colorado that found Bigfoot and he knows your road. That's cool. So a big shout out to Hamilton and Jersey. And plus we got Diesel, and I'm sure there's another person. There's always, never forget this, guys. There's always someone from New Jersey. Always. Go on vacation, someone will be there from New Jersey. Doesn't matter where you go. Just ask. You haven't asked around enough then. Just go to the Bahamas, go to the bar, and start talking to someone. He'll be from New Jersey. Promise. Swear to God. Not even kidding. And if he's not that time, he will be tomorrow night. I swear to God. Jersey has some huge history. Remember, okay, it's one of the first colonies. It's part of the original country. We didn't even exist out here yet, okay? Jersey, it just gets a bad rap. First of all, the name sucks, right? All our team. First of all, it's the New Jersey Giants. It's not the New York Giants. Okay, so let's make one thing very clear. That's just a name. Okay, the Giant Stadium is in New Jersey and always has been, and they wanted to change the name and they wouldn't let them because Jersey ruins it. Like, look at the Nets; they sucked. Or the Mets suck. The Jets suck. I mean, come on, the Mets, the Jets, and the Nets, and they all suck. I mean, change the names or something. The only team we've ever had hope in is the Giants. I mean, at least since Joe Namath, right? I'm not a big football fan anymore, but you know, no one forgets Joe Namath and the Jets. That was old enough. 900 subs. You owe me, Diesel. I want at least $1 when you get here. With like $1 bill, and then it'll make us even. I'm teasing. So all I'm saying is Jersey's not as bad as you might think it is if you're from somewhere else. It's just, but we are, I should keep saying they are the most populated state per square inch in the nation. There's some stat like that, close to that. Not where most of New Jersey is, but they put so many damn people up by New York and like Jersey City and stuff. That's how they come up with that average. And then down south is really pretty. You know, you get down to like Atlantic City and, you know, all those beaches and that, like Cape May. It's just beautiful down there. Seaside, Point Pleasant. I mean, those are incredible places. I love the boardwalk. There's nowhere on earth like it. You could never duplicate Seaside, New Jersey. But you could also never duplicate the traffic it takes to drive on a Friday night, and that's what ruins it for me. Having 5 million complete drunken idiots screaming and being morons going down to the seaside. I can't deal with that. See, Chris knows. Yeah, it's Jersey Shore is incredible. It's just, and so is Long Island. Like, you go out, like Montauk at the end of that, all those waters are special. That's where that's where Jaws was caught. The real Jaws was caught off Montauk. It's in the Keys. He's hanging up in the Keys, but he was actually caught in Long Island. That's kind of weird. Yeah, the real Jaws movie, the Jaws himself came from Montauk, if I'm not mistaken. It's incredible fishing there as well. There's gigantic sharks there. Something to do with like being at the end out there where they can just swim out into oblivion. The water like ratio to like the way it mixes there. It's just, I don't know, Long Island. That's why the Hamptons is so desirable. I mean, it's not by me, but like, you know, if you live in Long Island or you're from New York City. So New York City goes, and I'm shutting up, I promise, goes one or two ways. Half of the people in New York City go to the Jersey Shore. These are the people that go to the beach. The other half go to the Hamptons. So you pick either one, and and they'll all argue about which one's better. So it's way better at the Jersey Shore. The Hamptons, if you can buy $100 million house, then yeah, go to the Hamptons. If you're a regular person and have less than $10 million in the bank, go to the shore. All right, guys, no more questions. Let me go. Point Pleasant, love it. Oh, yeah, the Mothman. Good job, Pam. That's right. I think that's real. There's all kinds of stories. And Jersey has all kinds of tales. Isn't that crazy? Like a place where everyone is so self-absorbed and they don't think about nothing except their job, themselves, and their car, for the most part, with exceptions of some awesome people, have these incredible myths and legends. There's the other guy too in Long Valley. Oh my God, what is that guy? The Lantern Man, whatever he is. He stands on the old trail tracks and he holds he has like a light, like one of those old time lights, and people still see him to this day. So I don't know if people have hoaxed people, because that's more of like a ghost tale for me, and I'm not that into that. Isn't that crazy? Like, you would think I'd be a guy that would believe in ghosts. There is no such thing as a ghost. If you think there is, you're just being fooled. It's what you've seen and what you've experienced is real. It's just that it's not really a dead person. Okay. That's the confusion and how dumb we are. That's what I believe. Is it possible? Because there's a lot of people right now not agreeing with me. I know that. And yeah, it's totally possible I'm wrong. Like, I'm just saying what I think based on what God told me and the Bible told me and what I've experienced in the woods, and then the mistaken identities. So could you see your grandmother floating through your house? Yes, but it's not her. That's the problem. People refuse. They believe now that they're seeing someone float through their living room, but they refuse because they need it so much. They refuse to believe that it's a trick, that they're being. That's negative energy. They can see your visions. They know what you're thinking. They're giving you what you want. It's not a ghost. God said in the Bible, once you leave this body, you will never come back. So these hauntings, people that are lost, I don't know. I'm confused about that. I just have to have, I have to believe what the Bible says to me. I struggle with it too, big time. Like, what about this story? Well, what about this one? What about the people that are stuck in between? And, you don't know that. You've never seen it. This is all stories and stuff we want to be real so bad, but it's not. Okay. They would have interviewed a ghost by now. A ghost would have been able to sit down and talk to someone by now. It's all illegal on that side. If you believe in the Bible. Some people here don't. In my opinion, that's a mistake. I think you should, like I said, what do you have to lose? So I go with that. I'm going to believe that there is no ghosts. There's the unseen world, and a lot of them look just like them. So that's where you think there's a ghost. You didn't know there was an unseen world. You didn't know Bigfoot had friends that looked and act just like ghosts, and that can even more elusive than a ghost even. Can be in orb shapes, can be in, people think, automatically an orb is their dead grandmother, okay, because they're using their common sense. I promise you, it's not your dead grandmother. Your dead grandmother is in heaven. She's not here, okay? Some people believe that they're with her. Like, I know Amy's probably yelling at me. She's like, I know my grandfather's with me. They might be. That's the thing. There's a difference, okay? She's not appearing at the end of Amy's bed in a nightgown floating with wind going, okay? I argue with my dad with what Amy said all the time. Like, I do believe that they can check in on us, that they do. And my dad says, nope, Bible says that's not possible. God will never allow that. And I was like, and that's where I guess I'm getting pissed off. Like, almost, I just want to argue with my dad about it just to piss him off. So I struggle with that too. But I believe, let's put it this way. I do believe there's ghosts. I'm contradicting a little bit, but I think it's different than what people understand. I think they can be connected to the energy. So when someone like Amy says that her grandfather's with her, it's a connection via energy, type of thing. He is with her. It's just not what people think. Trust me, I will go into this deeper with you. I've figured this all out on my own in the woods, not on the internet. Okay, so I can really explain this one day. Just trust me. Okay. So Amy, when I said that, I don't want you to think like that. I'm telling you that it's like an energy thing. It's not a physical. You're never going to see a real ghost. It's not going to happen. It's never happened in the history of the world. And all the footage you've seen and everything, it's all living creatures that you didn't know existed. And it's called the unseen world. And I visit it every single day. And if you think anything different, go get some help psychologically, because you're wrong. I live this life. It's all energy and it's all living beings. Nothing dead will visit you. Nothing. It's impossible. You will they check? I think so. I really do. It's like an energy, like, from heaven, wherever that is. You picture it in this cloud with gates. Well, guess what? That probably isn't what heaven is either. I guess at that, but I'm guessing it's not what we think. Okay, when you're dead and you're going to hell, you don't end up in a pot of lava. It's probably worse than that. We're too self-absorbed. You picture just yourself down there. There's 1 trillion people in hell right now. somewhere, right? Souls, they're all together. That's why some of the depictions in movies, you see all these hands come out. That stuff freaks me out, man, when I see that. I don't want to be a part of that, and I'm not taking a chance. So you may want to say a little prayer later tonight, just in case you were headed that direction, because you're going to kick yourself. When you can't kick yourself anymore, you're going to want to kick yourself. Like, holy shit, I should have just done it in case. And I shouldn't have said holy shit either, because you're talking about God's poop. Gerald is the serious place with a few Colorado big videos and or something. Oh, Gerald. This is Gerald. Oh. Explain Unseen World. Gerald, you have 1,000 2-hour documentaries to go catch up on, dude. I'm on my 9th hour of a live video. I'm not about to explain to a guy putting his finger to his chin. It's in the Bible. Why don't you read the Bible? It's the unseen world. It's Bigfoot, Sasquatch, and they're the minority. Actually, you know what? Let me explain to Gerald the only thing he needs to know. Gerald, the unseen world is basically Alice in Wonderland. That's what the unseen world is. It's everything that you don't know about and never will know about as long as your brain is closed down. I only speak to people that have open minds and that have been following me for 5 years because they understand everything I've accomplished. They've seen it all, heard it all with their own eyes and ears. Not hearsay, nothing's an opinion. Everything I speak is a fact. And I got to get away from people that this isn't 101. We are in an advanced, that's why, not on this live chat, but we are talking to some of the best people in the world. You're seeing them all right there. And I don't think we have time for the common folk anymore. Like, we need to move forward. When I say common folk, that's exactly what they are. Am I more important than them? No, I don't mean it like that. I just mean, just go back to your life. You don't belong in this. You're closed-minded psycho. You're the crazy people. I got to get away from you. I'm not saying him. He might be the nicest guy in the world. I'm just using him as an example. Because if you do a thinking thing, it's like saying, I don't believe you. It's like, yeah. I'm not. I really don't mean to direct this at you, Gerald. I was just using your name as an example. You're probably a great person. I'm just saying, like, I do that a lot. Like, I look at the chat and then whatever names there, I use you as a. So I don't want you to think I'm directly yelling at you. It gets frustrating because I can tell you more about it right now than anybody, but I really can't go into it because I gotta go. And this is 9 hours and 13 minutes. I've been on this without taking a pee. Okay. I haven't taken a tinkle. My grandmother used to tell my me mom used to say, "Do you have to go tinkle?" I'd be like, "What does that mean?" Even when I was like 6, I'd be like, "What is tinkle?" You mean take a piss? Yeah. No, I'm kidding. So I say tinkle to my girl. Like when my girls were little, that's how I say it. Tinkle. I'm very careful around my girls. Even to this day, when I see they're actually women now, like I still treat them like they're my little babies because so I'm very respectful with how I speak. I don't curse in front of my children. I don't, even though they will sometimes, I want to be their dad, not their friend. At this point, I probably have to break that a little bit and start becoming more of I don't mean dad, like tell them what to do, but I just want them to look up to me like a dad, not, some friend of theirs. You know what I mean? A lot of parents make that mistake. Oh, me and my daughter, we're best friends. I'm like, yeah, I know, but in certain cases that works great, but no, for other people, that people need a dad. They need that. You almost like look up to your dad, like you're careful what you say in front of them. You want to. That's how I grew up. Like your parents are special to you. You don't want to, be like, what the fuck's up, man? What's up, man? Let's smoke up some weed, dude. Like that's not me. I will never do that with my children. I've never, even my son. He's like, Dad, I know you smoked pot, and yeah, but I said never with you. I have made these mistakes, and I will never allow you to do this. I've been there, done that. Of course, he smokes pot every day, probably. I love you, Gerald. I'm completely kidding. It's the unseen world is just it's kind of a term that's developed over the time. Like, in other words, it's not Bigfoot, it's the unseen world. Everything's Bigfoot, when really the smallest part of what I do is Bigfoot. There's many, 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 many different creatures, and they're always in teams. And it's a world that we've been prevented from seeing, at least with our eye. Well, I mean, a lot of people here have seen them. We just heard Amy's great story of how many millions of us have seen them, but it's very difficult. And I walk you into their world, like literally where they live. And when I show you, when you see where they live, you'll have no question about it. And that's why I'm me. That's why someone can sit here and talk like I do, because it's not because of how I speak. It's because of what I know and what I find. That's why people listen to me. Not because, like I said, my award-winning personality gets old really quick. It's just, I'm going to do amazing things. So it's that, or, go back to New Jersey. Diesel. You can tell by Diesel's little accent too, because Diesel's not originally from New Jersey, and now he's stuck down in South Jersey. I kind of laugh at him. I love it, but traffic. There's always an asshole driving, and you're always in traffic. There's I'm not talking about driving fast. I'm talking about, because I'm pretty fast, safe, aggressive driver, in the fast lane. But there's always this guy. He thinks he's going to go somewhere faster. He's got to show you that his Mustang GT, he thinks it's in his head is the best Mustang GT alive. That's New Jersey, and I'm just done with it. I might never go back to New Jersey ever, unless I have to go to a wedding or something. PA, yeah, I'll be right on the other side. I'll be right in Pennsylvania. I was 2 miles from New Jersey at Christmas, but I never actually went over the border. Yeah, so the unseen world, I wasn't being defensive with you. I can't explain it anymore. It's somehow someone made a decision to give us this life without any other outside influences. They wanted us just to be with ourselves and not know about some of these secrets. I believe the biggest reason to that is that it leads to other secrets. And we're all faith. They're all fact. They know every single fact of this earth, where you come from, who your God is, who created everything. Now a Christian will tell you he knows for a fact too. He knows beyond a fact. A real Christian will tell you, but he doesn't. Honestly, it's a faith fact. He wholeheartedly believes it. I understand that feeling because I have that too. But it's not that. They're fat. You're still basing everything you know on faith. Hey, Kelly. Oh, you didn't miss anything. Oh my God. Well, I mean, the stories were cool, but since I've been talking, you haven't missed anything. I forgot. So you get the general idea. It's fact versus fiction. We're all fiction. We just make it up as we go. We have no freaking clue. Our scientists are the biggest idiots that have ever lived. We refuse to research anything now if we can't see, smell, or touch it. That's what they said just recently. We're not, unless we can see, smell, or touch it, we're not going to do it. Because they get paid. They get a paycheck. They have to be there. None of these guys care. The only way to go forward in any subject is you have to have a beyond the paycheck passion for it. It's not like, oh my God, I make such good money, I'm going to do good at this job. That's not a passion. That's wanting to make money. What I do erases all money. There's no value that could be put on to me at least, what I do. To someone that watches my videos, be like, what are you, crazy? I would take 10 million. But you're not me, so you don't understand. You're not with me. You see very tiny amounts of minutes of my life in those videos. Even if it is a 2-hour video, it's a very small part of that day. And it's hard for people to understand, but some people really have been. And I got to go, you guys. It's been 9 hours and 20 minutes. Let me say goodnight. We'll continue. I think Nick said he wants to do it again. We don't have to wait till next Sunday. We can do a live chat whenever we want. We could do a live chat every day. If we can figure out how to shut me up. So we got to get someone like Amy, Melissa, one of these guys. It can't be a guy. It has to be a girl. Because Pam, one of them, to Mark, they can private message me and be like, shh, shut up, end it now. Just hit the button. That's what I need. I need a voice of reason. Rosa, thank you so much for the thing. And, hey, Jeff. No, this is a pre-recorded. At the end of my streams, I feel like they're always the same. Like I'm saying the same thing, and I'm answering the same questions because people come back from 9 hours ago and they're like, "You're still alive." I'm like, "Yeah, can't help it. Mental patient." But what else do you want? You want someone normal that has a life and a job to go do this, or do you want a mental patient that you can trust to go out there? That's what you want. We're the ones that get it done. Anyone too good doesn't do anything right. He's got to go home. He's got to be home at 3. He's got to be at church on Sunday. He's got to go to his wife's barbecue. He's got to pick up the kids. Those people don't get nothing done like this. Okay, now, I'm jealous of that. That's a great life. Go do that. But with someone like me, you're going to get it done. Yeah, mental patient. I admit it. You can say that stuff to me. I'll never yell at you over that. Like because I know my faults. Like I know I'm half ADD central. Believe me. What am I going to do about it? Just might as well embrace the insanity. You know what I mean? At least it's honest insanity. Hey, Genevieve, I've been forced not to hang out with the dog while she's begging me at my door to come in because she's sad where she is. It's been an incredibly sad situation. I don't want to talk about it because everyone's psycho at the farm. And apparently I can't drop the dog off when I have to come to the office in the morning. I'm like, hello, I'm taking care of the dog. I'm doing you a favor for 4 months with my own money. This is an abandoned dog, and I got yelled at for dropping off the dog at her employee lives inside the barn. That's their dog. I have to go to work. I can't bring her here. And it's a most painful thing I've gone through. I literally love the dog, and I had to chase her away. It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Well, maybe not the hardest, but at that moment it felt like it. You can't imagine the pain. I'm going to cry right now of having to send that dog away when all she wants is just to be there and cozy and warm, and she suffers in that barn with these horrible people, and that justify themselves. That she will not admit that she abandoned her dog and it was dying at my door and I took it in. She even while it's there, she doesn't admit it. I say something and she deflects immediately. Oh, don't even say that's not your dog. Don't even. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, this is your dog. You abandoned the dog. I've been taking care of it. I have to be able to drop it off. I'm going on like not vacation, but like at a Christmas, or I'm leaving to Florida on the 5th to see my parents because they're in their 70s and they're there now already. Just not to, you'll see. You guys will see my whole vacation. It's the people that were with me on Overload and stuff. Like, I am literally going there to be with my parents, not to have a vacation. Although I'd like to take my dad fishing out one day, and I would like to get you guys some videos while I'm there. I want to be the first one to do the best Bigfoot video ever in the Keys. Can I do that? I don't know. I haven't even looked at a picture yet. I'm going to get there and just figure it out. Are they in the rocks there? Are they not there? Or do I have to drive up an hour to the forest? Or, what do I have to do? It's so sad, Helka. I'm beside myself with the lack of compassion at that farm. It's an absolute shame, and it's why everyone's always left there. It's everyone that's ever been there has left. Some extremely quickly. No one's ever stayed at the farm. They always get pushed out and they leave because of the insanity. Yeah, and I'm in the back. I would have left too if I had to live in the house. I would have been gone the first day. But since I can kind of conform to personalities over there, I've been doing that. And oh my, and they think that it's the most. I don't want to say anything bad, but it's the most unbelievable situation that anybody's ever seen before. It's an amazing thing how everyone. I've watched 25 people move in and then leave. They rented the front for $3,000 a month, and they just abandoned it halfway through the rental. Just recently, just this last month, just gone. I don't even ask because I know why. And then I saw the re-rental, and I saw the people, freaking out. And then and this is a friend of mine. I actually care about the owner. She's been through some shit, and we were friends. I'm not trying to badmouth her, but it's an amazing thing how she treats me after the leeway I've given her as a friend. Like, she's crazy, and this is nothing I wouldn't say right to her. She might even hear it right now. And I can't take it anymore. So I don't know what to do unless she can fix that somehow, where a dog is not barking day and night at my door in the morning, begging me, crying, screaming for my love, basically. but I can't drop him off, and I can't keep him full time. Not in the trailer. It's impossible. That cat's been there for 10 years. It disrupts everything. He eats everything on the ground. I can't leave the cat food. I can't go away. I can't. It's impossible. I did everything I could to keep that dog just for, on and off for 3 months. I just dropped him off. Very nicely early in the morning. One morning I went in there, and he should have already been out feeding the horses. He's a black dude at the farm. All the horses are starving. The cows are starving. He's still asleep at 10 o'clock in the morning. And I walk in there. It's not like it was early. It was like 9:30. I walk in. I was like, hey, I was like, hey, are you in there? He's like, yeah. And I was like, I got to leave the dog. And then apparently it became like a big issue that I was leaving the dog. It's their dog. What doesn't anyone understand? I'm doing a favor. I should be greeted with open arms. Like, oh my God, Mark, I can't believe that you're dropping. Thank you so much. It's insanity what I go through over there. So do I have to leave? I mean, I don't know yet. Probably. If this psychopath Sydney stays there, then probably, yeah. He has a personality disorder that's unbearable. It's and they think that they're normal. Well, she knows he's not, but she lies to him. And why would they do that? They got rid of all of Nancy's goats. I had to okay that. I gotta check the settings, man. If you guys say one thing wrong, it doesn't. I think it's YouTube though. Jeff, you can't even imagine. You guys aren't here. You guys know me. I'm not telling you my version. It's one thing I never do in my life. I never tell you my version of the story, so you're on my side. I will always, if there's anything good I can say about the other side, I will. Like there's not like one side of the story here. I don't do that. This is the real story, and it's way deeper, like crazy. She said, if I found a home, you could come get Helka. I just don't want someone, it's got to be someone that can drive up to me or meet me. I mean, I could drive her down to Denver or something like that. We can meet for lunch or something like that. But if there was someone that would take her, it would have to be, I think, unless you could really convince me, a girl, because I think I need a woman. I would be more comfortable with her going with a woman because she loves guys. I mean, she'd be better, but I just don't she really needs love. That's all she wants, is just to be there at your feet. She'll never leave you. I told you could walk her through New York City. No leash, she'll never leave your side. You could try to get away from her and she'll never take a cent, nothing. She'll never leave your side. I make her, I'm like, Helka, if you don't, like, I'm the opposite of training. I'm like, leave. Like, go over there, go smell something. She's the most dedicated dog ever. She loves you and just, yeah, she just needs, the poor animal's been abused. The reason she's there is because her husband decided he didn't want him there anymore. Didn't want her there anymore. They have other dogs are fine, but Helka was bothering him for some reason, and then cast him to the farm with no one to take care of him. You guys know how cold it is at the farm I live on? It's the most freezing place you've ever experienced. It is ridiculous. I mean, we get like 3 months there where it's maybe at the most, where it's like, there's days where it's hot during those months, but man, and then it gets too hot for like a couple days. It's freezing there. She can't live in the barn. Anyone lives in that barn dies. I don't know how Yeti survives even. Like, I see him some days, he looks at me. He's frozen solid outside. He has no shelter, no place to go, nothing. It's one of the reasons I might have to leave the farm, because no one cares. They're torturing and underfeeding animals there as well, and I can't take it anymore. It causes so much anxiety that those animals aren't getting enough hay. It's always about money. They freak out if they get one extra handful. We can't afford that. I'm like, they're starving. So sorry that I went down that path, but I just can't, so I don't have no place to go, basically. That's a special area. I can't really move out of where I am. I'll have to go rent. I would have to sell all that stuff and then rent an apartment somehow. I can't really report. I'm not the reporting type. I just want it fixed. I want not that it's not going to solve anything. She goes into defensive mode, and everything she does is self-justified. She's been to court 90 times with 90 different people, but she's always been right every time. I said, haven't you noticed a pattern here? Like, you're not always right. You just so. I didn't mean to talk about her I didn't say her name or anything online, but I'm a little bit at the end of my rope. Yeah. And I care about her as well. Like I see the side of her that she's supposed to be. It's in there. Something happened along the way. She had tough marriages, and they're still married, but like she got hardened somewhere. And she's also 67 and still running around. When we get older, we get a little grumpy. So I'm just, I'm worried about her, but we could easily be friends again, and we could fix this, but it's going to take, her feeding the animals properly, getting proper shelter for them. These are boarders in the back with those horses in the back. They're freezing cold, but her horses all have stalls, but anyone that she boarders just sits outside. It was like minus 17 degrees and the wind was blowing sideways. Yeti should be dead. I was about to get him and bring him inside my trailer somehow. It's just not right that they have a giant arena barn that they don't even let him into because they're too lazy just to let him in at nighttime. No one's in the arena at all. They could just let Yeti in there. Is it much warmer? No, but at least you wouldn't get the wind, right? They could go into a corner of hay and they could cuddle. So it's a very frustrating, if you care like I do about animals, it's pain. I'm almost jealous of people that don't have that over caring about animals, because you don't have that pain for every single situation you come across. It's really, really hard there. For me to leave would cost me a fortune. I'd have to get the skirts off, get someone to tow me. There is no place to go. You know what I mean? It would just be an absolute nightmare. But the anxiety I'm enduring there is crazy. I haven't been saying anything, but someone gave me the opportunity and it just came out, because it's one of my biggest problems right now, is just being uncomfortable pulling in and out of my own driveway. It's the worst feeling ever. I'm afraid I'm going to go to prison over this kid. We've almost gotten 2 fights now. All his fault. I've been nothing but just absolute insanity. So I'm worried I'm not worried for me. I'm worried for me that I go to prison. That's what I'm worried about. Because one day someone's going to drop this guy. He's an absolute psychotic freak. And it's just a matter of time. Now I can see why he's hiding out on the ranch, because never could he get a job anywhere else or do anything else. He's got major mental disorder, and I tried to be his friend so many times. Even after that, I still sucked it up because I wanted to feel comfortable. Freaks out the other day because I'm dropping off Helka, their dog. It's an amazing thing. Oh, then he put all this cardboard. That's what really set me off on the steps. Cardboard that was burnt all over my steps, and it stuck to my trailer and froze. And I came back from a long day working here. I didn't get home till 10 o'clock at night, and I couldn't get in my door because I burned a fire of cardboard when I switched the 2 trailers. And then it snowed, and I knew that some of it was still there, the burntness. So I was going to clean it up, but then it snowed, and I forgot all about it. I have a lot on my mind. I'm a very conscious, you guys know, about not littering, but I just forgot. And apparently, a horse had a piece of cardboard, it was chewing on it. Which is paper, by the way. It doesn't hurt anything. I mean, that horse could even swallow that. It won't hurt him. And he's like, the stuff was at my door. It was all over on both my steps, on both the trailers, and frozen because it was all wet during the day when he did it. So by the time I got home at 10 at night, it was all not just frozen, but adhered to the steps and my door. Black stuff all over my paint of my trailer. Frozen. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You know what I mean? I couldn't believe it. It doesn't matter what I did. It doesn't give you a right to vandalize my trailers. And that's when I drew the line. And then I was out the thing dropping the thing off. I was like, I know you didn't put that stuff on my trailer. He's like, yeah, that was me. And he's like, I'll do it again if I ever see that. If this is a guy that just got there. I've been there for 4 years. Never had a problem. And he told me he's going to do it again. And I was like, oh, really? So now, of course he won't. He's just this kid is psychotic. I don't know. So I'm just worried that I don't want to have to hurt him. He thinks he's tough, but he's already backed away like a little baby. Once I actually said, all right, let's do this, right? I mean, I was going to just go and do it. There's no other way around it except to knock some sense into this complete idiot. They're just crazy there. So I feel bad for all the people that have had to leave there, people that gave security deposits. They're like, I don't care. You can have it. I'm leaving. There's people that I don't know the whole story, and the people that just left. They were paying $3,000 a month for the front of the house, and they just, or over that even, and they just left mid month. They even paid for it, and just disappeared. He's not bipolar. I think he might be, but I think I diagnosed him with a personality disorder myself. He's got some kind of personality. He was adopted by white people. It completely messed his head up. I think he might be gay or something. There's a whole bunch of different things there, and he just never got it right. It has nothing to do with the black or white thing. I'm just simply describing him. He just happens to be this black guy out in the middle of nowhere, which I thought was the cool. You guys remember I talked about when he first got there? I'm like, this is going to be so cool. We have a black cowboy. I was loving the guy just because he was black and he did what he did, you know? Now I know he's hiding out there because he can't do anything else. Doesn't get paid. I have no idea how he has any money. He does everything he does there for free just to have room and board. So where he gets $1, I'll never know. I lent him $15, never paid me back. Came to my trailer, gave him 5 gallons of gas that I have hidden in my, for my generator in case something happens. I said, you know what? He needed it. I know his name when I was like, you take that whole thing. He said, no, I just need enough. I'm broken down the road. I'm like, you're broken down? He's like, yeah, I've never run out of gas once in 50 years. Well, whatever the amount of years I've been driving, ever have I run out of gas and pulled over on the side of the road. Gave him the whole 5 gallons. Never saw my gas can again. Never got it back. It's still gone. They took all my hoses. They're all in the barn. Now I have to go deal with him to go see these things without killing him. I mean, he's all weird and you feel uncomfortable and oh my God, I can't believe I'm in that situation there. And it was all great there. You guys know me. I used to love that place. I had Yeti. I had the thing, and everything was okay. There was all this psycho stuff I didn't tell you about going on with them. And how do they drag me into it? I'm hiding back there. So I don't miss them because now I wanted this video was supposed to be like Amy talking, and then I was going to cut it off and then start over because that way I could leave Amy's story up. Now I got to leave a 9-hour video public. I don't know, guys. I might have to. I don't know what to do. Amy, you have to come back next Sunday and tell your story again. No, I'm just kidding. I'll have to cut it down or something. What happened? So anyway, you guys, thanks for listening. Sorry for that question, but someone gave me the opportunity and I just took it because, oh my God, I'm so stressed out. That's why now I'm leaving. I leave every day unless I'm staying home all day and like doing stuff like with my slow. If it's work, I can do it on my computer. Like if I could make a video there, but I can't upload it there really, unless it's short. I come here. I just leave. I just leave in the morning and then come here and wait till it's dark and then I go home. So what kind of life is that I can't even be home because I feel so uncomfortable. And now I got to leave for 6 days. Just leave my cat there and hope she's okay when I come back. Just because of cold and no one's checking on it and all that stuff. I'm going to the weed store right now. I'm taking all my super chats and I'm going to buy 1 giant bag of weed and just start smoking it. I'm just kidding. Someone said, smoke some weed, Mark. It doesn't help. Weed's, I'm pro weed. I'm all about weed. I don't drink, smoke. I don't do any of that. But you might be able to talk me into. Might be able to. You know what they say about ADD? Eventually, if you don't get medicated, typically you tend to self-medicate at some point, which could be drugs, alcohol, marijuana. Other times, other things like books. Some people they'll overfocus and become addicted to books. Or that's what it takes to rid your ADD. You have to overfocus. You have to love it too. You can't overfocus unless you love something. Absolutely, Genevieve. I've always said that about weed. I'm all for pot. Not for waking and baking. I'm talking about, especially in the medical field, like we've talked about this. But I mean, just even to unwind after a long day's work. If you're sneaking out at work to smoke a joint, I mean, that's fine too. But I mean, you're not going to get very far doing that. If you get high at work, you're probably not the best at what you do. I mean, it's just doesn't work. You're never going to be as good as you are at something high. I promise you. You might feel like it, but he has weed. That guy smokes weed. That's not his problem. He's severely, And I'll tell you, I got to be honest with you, even though I don't want to right now, like you can almost see the other side of him too. Like he could have been like, because after we almost killed each other and he came back like 2 days later to try to apologize. And then I almost had to kill him again. I'm like, are you here to apologize? Or like, I couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Like the things he was saying were just like unbelievable to me. And I was like, look, man, you're standing, like I live back here. No one bothers me. You're not supposed to be here. What are you doing at my door and accusing me that this is all my fault? Like you shouldn't even be here. Like this is crazy. With the dog thing with the, oh man, it's just a crazy thing. I just want to get away from, I got to buy my own little property somewhere. You can't do it here. Too expensive. Oh my goodness. The smallest little house in town starts at $450,000, $500,000. Never going to do that again for the rest of my life. I don't care unless someone not gave me, but if I won the lottery, maybe, but I just to be near these guys. But these little houses out like that are $500,000 here is a joke. Check out the house in Vale, you guys, for sale. It's I think they're breaking a new record in that neighborhood. It's $30 million. It's right on Vale Mountain. You got to see this pad. It's sweet. 30. You should see the kids like our local classifieds like talking about, hey, we could, if we all got together, our payments would be, they were talking about it under the ad. It was so funny. Like these college kids were like, hey, we could buy that. Let's get 300 of us. We can all make a mortgage payment. Oh yeah, Tabby, I have to pee, don't I? Look at that. I drank that whole thing too. I drank the whole thing. And a large coffee. Peeing is just, it's in your head. Like you can fix anything with your brain. You know that we used to be able to do that. Like you could heal yourself. You could talk to other people. You could probably move objects, control other people. All that. We all have that ability. It was just taken from us. That's why you have that empty spot of your brain sitting there. Yeah, UK. You could, if you have a link, you could post it if you want. More than welcome to. We're this isn't serious chat here. We're just messing around. You guys spam away if you have any links you want to show, or before I close this down, let me know. I mean that, or I'm gonna tow my my RV to Amy's and Nick's house and just park in the back, and then we'll just go live every Sunday for you guys. They'll be my new team. Although I can't see my guys there. This is one of my catches. You guys think my life's easy? Oh, Mark, even people I know be like, hey, just move to Delta. Go down there. Go over to there's some of these places are 6 hours away. I'm like, I can't go. I can't leave them, my guys. If I leave them, this all falls apart. That's how I feel. Could I go do a video 6 hours away? Absolutely, for 2 weeks. But after that, you would start to see it just decline. Nothing's going to happen. I could only show you cool stuff. I might get them real quick. I might get a noise. That's it. Here, they're going to let me. We're going to get to the next levels. That's how I see it. I can't swear to that either. But so I'm really doing the best I can to stay in Eagle County because, with my luck, of course, somehow my whole life I've ended up in the most expensive places in every state. Just by accident. I don't want to be there. Like where places I can't live. Like I can't buy anything. You can't rent anything. You can't. A rent-a-car across the street is like $400 a day because they're all privately owned here. So even if you get Hertz, just Google. It's not that much. Well, it is that much if you get a Suburban, but like a regular car from Hertz at the Eagle Airport costs like a fortune. And then once you add the insurance, it's like an unbelievable amount of money. You go to Denver, it's $39.95 a day. Here, it's $179.95 a day for a compact. The price on your Travelocity, will be like $79 or $129, but then when you add your insurance and everything, you're literally paying $179 a day for a car. She told me, she's like, we own these. We're not going to do it any cheaper. They're all together. They all like talk to each other about it. They're here not to rent to locals, to rape people that spend $50,000 a week on vacation. That's what they're there for. And I was like, you got to have something for locals. Like, give us a discount, because there's times I could rent a car, Like when I had to pick up Brandon, I rented that Jeep because my truck something was wrong with my truck. Unbelievable how much money that cost me every day. Like I almost died trying to pay that bill. Like I I was just so I could get Brandon and like have a nice vehicle to go down there, and I needed 4-wheel drive because I figured we could get videos out of it, you know. Unreal what I paid. I don't want to quote the wrong price, but it was like crazy amount of money every day to rent a car. Like if they had that car running every day, they're making a lot of money. I need a sugar mama? No, I can't. That's the thing. I don't care about that. I'll never ever will I date someone again unless I'm in love. I will never do it for sex. I would never do it for money. I would never. I've left a girl that had a lot of money. Tons of money. We dated for like a week, and I was like, I don't like her. You know what it is? I liked her. I actually did. We had a great first date. Like we made out and stuff. We were in the city. She was the vice president of Citibank on Wall Street. No exaggeration. No, not anything else but the vice president of Citibank on Wall Street. I don't know if she is now. This was, God, was that 9 years ago, something like that. And you want to talk about money? Even as a vice president, and we got connected. I was working on a job at her best friend's house, who has this beautiful house, and I was pulling an oil tank. I was there on an environmental capacity. She comes out. She's like, "You have to meet my friend." I was like, "Excuse me? Like, who are you?" Like, I don't even know what's going on. I was like working an excavator. I'm like zoning out about how shitty my life is, and she's like, I'm known as the matchmaker of my friends, and I need you to meet my friend. I was like, and I know those don't go well. There's no way this chick is, I'm going to like her. And long story short, I got to stop talking. I know it's crazy. Everyone's dropping off to these stories. Long story short, I was like, fine. I was like, well, I was like, here's my email. Because I figured that was like the least, because I just knew it couldn't have been good, right? Because I really liked the girl that was coming out. She was a sweetheart. And she had this feeling. And we did go out. Finally, we ended up talking in emails. And that's how we started talking. She's like, hey, sorry for my friend. And that's how we started talking. And then we ended up going out. And then I realized, I was like, I'm not attracted to her. Like, I think she was very pretty even. Not for me. Like, I wasn't going to stare at her for the rest of my life because she had like this bee-do hairdo from like the 60s. Like, she had never had kids and always worked her ass off, She's like, I'm going to go to the shore. Like a couple days after I knew her, we were like, she's like, I'm buying a house at the shore. She's like, will you come with me? Because I just want to make sure it's the right thing. And I was like, what do you, so you have to, like, you have a mortgage? She's like, no, I'm paying cash. And I was like, you know what? Nah, I ain't going to go. I have no interest. Like, all of a sudden, I just don't care. Like, I don't care. You can buy all the houses you want. You can buy me, like, all that stuff. It doesn't do anything for me. If you don't want to be with that person, is the moral of the story. Not that anything was wrong with her. I swear she was a great person. Like, there was nothing wrong with her. But it just wasn't a love connection for me. And money I think most men will tell you, like, especially long term, no, it's over, Melissa. But that the moral of the story is, if you don't like someone, if you're not in love, none of that makes a goddamn bit of difference. Excuse my language. It just doesn't. You cannot be happy with money in a girl you don't like. That's why I don't understand these women that will use sugar daddies and stuff, because I don't know how they can be with them or fake that. I think you're in trouble if you do that one day. I really do. I think that's horrible, to play with people's emotions. I was very honest right away. And I was like, I got to get out of here. I just left. I just left the city with like a hangover. You know what I mean? Now, I know some guys are like, dude, what are you talking about? She's got millions. That's you. Me, I have morals, and I was taught things a certain way. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. That's the way I am, and I want to be in love with you now. That wasn't always me, but that's the way I am now. Like, I'm not going to just go bang some girl. Like, it's not going to happen. I could do that anytime I want. I don't want to do that. I've been there and done that. It's uncomfortable. It's not what I've been taught to do. And I'm not going to do it anymore. And believe me, it has nothing to do with my skills in that area either. I do just absolutely fine in that area. Thank you very much. It's just that I am old. Most of these guys can tell you. You get to a certain age, that goes out the door. You've had one night stand. You've had sex with, you've woken up, and that you just know the feeling isn't right. Those feelings are all there for a reason. You're supposed to be with someone that you love. And it's gotten to the point where if you say that now, it's so cliche that you sound like an idiot. Oh my God, Mark, you don't need to love somebody. That's ridiculous. You don't need to be married. You could be a man and you could switch to a man. What about the picture I saw the other day? The lady, look, no joke, and I'm shutting up. This lady, this husband and wife, you guys have seen this. One of you guys posted it, I think. The guy had a sex change. So the guy is a chick, okay? The chick, so the husband and wife, okay? The girl is a guy. So they both have had sex changes. They got married, okay? So keep in mind, the girl is a guy. The guy is a girl, okay? But the man is pregnant. Okay? Go figure that one out. They literally look like a guy and a girl, and the guy is pregnant with a baby this big. He's a dude. But because they had a sex change, he's still able to carry a baby or whatever. She's a trans, whatever she is. And when you see that, and they're so proud of themselves, I'm not saying, who am I to say that's right or wrong? I just don't think it's normal. I cannot deal with that. Because how could that kid be normal? Because even in this crazy society, I don't think you're going to have an easy time if your dad is a girl and your mom is a boy and your dad gave birth to you. Like that is, and they're proud of it. They think it's the way it should be. That's why Jesus is coming back. Whether it's within our time frame or not, he's coming back because of people like them. I promise you. That's not what life is. Okay, I'm not open to that. It's very clear that men and women were made to be with each other in no other way. That's just part of the deal. That's why I got in trouble. I get people get upset. Are you saying that lesbian? Like I have lesbian and gay friends that I love very much. I'm not saying that at all because I don't know. In fact, the lesbian doesn't really bother me. It's not a sexual thing. It's gay guys. It's a little bit more weird than like two girls. Like if two girls, like I don't know. I have a couple really good friends that are from that might even be listening to me. That are they're lesbian. They can't, but they're normal lesbians. Just be a normal lesbian. You don't have to be some psychotic freak of nature. They're just regular people. They look awesome and they just love you. She just happens to be in love with another chick. Like, who am I to say what God thinks? But just try to conform to society a little bit. Don't be a man that's pregnant. That's all I'm saying. Yeah, I believe that's not right to walk around in society as a man pregnant. It's just too bizarre. Right? I just say the things I think most people think. And of course, there's one person going, oh my God, if you want to have devil horns and if you want to have implant buttocks and I turn into a guy, you turn into a girl, and then you're going to get pregnant. Who's getting pregnant? I'm going to get pregnant. And then our kid is going to be the biggest psycho ever born in the history of the earth. Like, I don't know. I think the traditional family, white picket fence, go to take your kids to church, seems to work. If you want your children to be humans when they grow older, put some fear of God into them. You know what I mean? If you have to, whatever you got to do. If you can get your son, thank God. That's why my son, he's like, Dad, I just love pot. I'm like, Tyler, I am so happy that you're a man and you work and you have these beautiful children and you can beat people up if you want to. Like, I that's all I care about. Like, smoke pot. I do care that he smokes pot. I really do. It bothers me, like, too much. But what am I going to do? He's been himself. He's been his own guy since he was 12. You couldn't. By the way, my son set a world record. When he was 8 years old, he knew more than any adult on the face of the earth. I swear to God. True story. I'm kidding a little bit. My son knew. You couldn't tell him anything. He knew everything. I was like, I shouldn't even be here. He's like, yeah, I have it all figured out. He told me he was 10. He's like, I know everything more than you do. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm not kidding. And he's still like that at 25. He's always known everything. You can't teach him. He won't take advice really. He's getting better at that though. Yeah, I mean, I can adjust to society because that's God's, that's something for God to deal with, not for us. I don't think we should be policing ourselves or judging other people like I just did a little bit. Even though I want to, that's their problem. I just want people to be cool. Like, I don't think the dude with a mustache should be pregnant. Oh, by the way, he has a mustache. The girl has a mustache that's now a guy and is pregnant. So that kind of stuff, yeah, it kind of bothers me. Like, I'm not going to lie. I don't think it's okay because it messes up everyone else around you. All the kids get psycho. Our kids grow up weird. And I just want our kids to have a... Look, we come from a special era, most of us. And it's not like that now. Wait till you see their kids' generation. So that those two are going to have a kid. Wait till you see that kid's generation. We'll all be dead, thank God. Right? It's becoming a scary thing. We grew up in a special, if you're over 40, I would say more, like I said the other day, like 45 to 90, you grew up in a special era, and no one could explain to you, and you can't even explain it, why it was so special, because it hadn't been ruined yet. We were still in the dark. That's the way I liked it. I think the same exact thing is going on now than it was in the 60s. It's just that we didn't know. There was no social media. There was no way to show someone else. When someone saw Bigfoot, you couldn't tell anybody, and they wouldn't believe you. And that seemed to work for us. We were happy. All of us were happy. We had bicycles. We had little secret meetings with cigarettes in the bushes. Right, Amy? Amy said she used to sneak her cigarettes. We did whatever we could. We made up. We played games like Ghost in the Graveyard, which really felt like Ghost in the Graveyard because we didn't know anything. That was exciting. The whole neighborhood would get together. You think a whole neighborhood gets together now? Now they hate each other because of social media. So we grew up in a special time, and every day I get sad that time is gone. Bicentennial banana seat bicycles and you know what I mean? Me too, man. We had a special time back then, and these kids will never understand it. We'll just be the old people, that these old people, the new generations always know everything, just like we thought we did. We might have kind of compared to our parents, but now it's a different thing. Because we were the first generation into rebelling a little bit, I think we'll probably started in the 50s, 60s, right, the Fonz. And then in the 70s, the baby boomers came along, and we took things like smoking cigarettes and weed to a whole new extreme. But yeah, now everyone's that's even if they even are friends, right? And then they'll have a problem that they're logged into the tablet with, I don't get along with him. We played for days, and he was mean when we played the game, and now their relationships are based on how they get along on a game together. Thanks, Roger. I appreciate it. I can't imagine how much of an inspiration bitching, complaining, and whining about the farm. You guys look at can you see my clock? It's 9 hours and 57 minutes. So at 10, I'm signing off. Okay. I don't even want to, but I haven't eaten much and I haven't peed in 12 hours. It's just, you just turn it off. You guys can't do that. You can shut down your whole thing mentally, your body. They've been teaching me. I think it's my tinnitus. You can just erase, but why can't I erase my tinnitus then? That's my problem. I should, if I could use a little bit more of this brain that we have sitting there, I could just make it go away. You just think it away and it goes away. Yeah, Chuck, I love the 50s, man. I was actually jealous of the 50s. If I could go back and grow up again, that's when I would do it. And not know anything. I'm going to be reborn, insert me into the 50s. I want to be Fonz. I want to be part of that. I want to go to the diners. I want to be back when a date meant something. When you cared, when someone didn't just dump you because there's 70 dudes begging her online with pictures of penises to come F them. That this is not the way life's supposed to be. I want then. I want leather jackets. I want a motorcycle. That's me. I probably would have been a greaser. I don't know. I could have been a trillionaire and I'd be a greaser. I was like that. I was always that. Or maybe the guy in between somewhere. I'm jealous of that. Cop pulls you over, you're drunk. He's like, Mark, now I have to follow you home and I'm going to have to tell your parents this time. That's what the 50s were. And most of the time they just let you go if you give them a cigarette. Everything's changed. Why? Because of the psychopathic freaks that think this world is supposed to be different than it always was our whole life. That's why. You know what I mean? It's not okay. These are things that are in the Bible. It's not okay after time to decide to change it and then become I don't know. I'm not into it. The gay and lesbian thing, I'm all there. I get it. They're born that way. There's people aren't lying to us. That you can't change yourself being attracted. Like if you're either like, that's fine. I think it's something God will even absorb at some point if it's true love. Like it's just that you can't help that, but just, you don't have to like change yourself. Just be in love as the person you were. And I think everyone will accept that now. So that's why people don't understand when I'm talking about lesbians and gays, like they freak out. I'm like, listen, I'm all for it. I love them. I have friends when you one-on-one with them, you don't know they're lesbian or gay. They're the coolest people you ever meet. I'm just have a little problem with guys being pregnant. That's where I draw the line. It's just too weird. You can look it up. Just look it up online. I'm sure you'll find that picture. Especially if you're on Facebook, you'll find it. Weird. And they're smiling. They're all proud of. They're so proud. They think the attention they're getting is like all great, you know. But the attention is just the millennials, you know. I think we're in trouble. I wish someone else could talk. I don't think we are. I think someone is one day. Like for all the things that we do wrong, you know. 80 style, Nick. Cool. Hey Nick, do you work? I never even asked you. Like, are you done working? Do you still go to work every day? What's your deal? And I got to get off. I said 10. Don't answer that. There it is, 10 o'clock. It's so 10 hours and 1 minute we've been on here, you guys. Have a great night. I love you guys. We'll talk soon. Yeah, changing into a dude? Like, no, yeah, not a transvestite. Like, let them go cut their penises off. But a dude walking around pregnant should be illegal. I agree. It could freak out. It could change a kid's life to see that. I don't agree. No, I think if they got like a real guy pregnant, that's different. Like the dude, it looks like some Harley dude is pregnant by accident. That's a whole different story. Like, what's it called? Who did that movie? Arnold Schwarzenegger. Didn't Arnold get pregnant? You know, that's funny. You know what I mean? Oh, really? Air Force as in like the Air Force? Like the dudes that kill people in jets and stuff? Was that twins when he didn't get pregnant in twins, did he? Was it twins that he got pregnant? Oh, okay. I guess it was. That was pretty good, man, back then. Remember those movies like Throw Mama from a Train? And like, like that was like that era, right? Throw Mama. She was a nasty mama, though. Remember her? Like, she was a great actress, that lady. I liked her. Oh, Contractor, okay. Oh, Air Force. So is Air Force like a company, or is it the Air Force? Like Air Force as in like you do like air conditioning units? UK Diesel wants to know why you're not on Instagram. I'm on Instagram, but I don't interact in there at all. I just post a picture because it's more of like archive, so I try to take some of the best stills and put it there. If you want to find me on Instagram, I have some great still pictures. So if you ever have to go show someone something, like, no, really, this guy finds Bigfoot, go to my Instagram page. I only have like 1,400 followers because I'm not really in there. I just started it like a year ago or something. I lost track of time. It could have been 2 years ago. Good night, Holly. Whenever I see your last name, I think of my friend Gordon. Love you guys so much. Thanks for putting up with like when I lose my mind sometimes during the chat. I'm back to normal now, but once in a while I'm like, I just lose it because I hold it in for so long. Whew. Yeah, check out Instagram. You guys follow me so I feel cooler in there. I mean, maybe if I saw people were in there, I would go in there more, but like I can't handle too many more platforms, even though I'm just basically on Facebook and YouTube. There's JP. I don't know. You tell me, JP. It's right. I put this on it. I screwed this on it because I can now I can have my phone right there. But I will just take this off. It just goes right off. and then I can use it as the monopole. So JP gave. So JP is the guy I was telling you guys about if you were here earlier. That the guy that at the restaurant after JT I was telling him about the about our burger and how we got to know the owner and all that. JP, sorry. Yeah, it's right next to me. That thing's right next to me always. So JP gave me that monopole. It's pretty cool. Look, I can't see myself, so I don't know what you guys can see. Hold on, let me put myself on the video. You can't see that. Oh my God, half the time you probably can't even see me. No, that's because I can't see. I won't look at myself too much. Like just to get myself in the picture maybe, but where am I? Here. I might hear that. At least I know I'm in there. Okay, so it has the bottom, so you can go monopole. You bring the screw down and it stays to a perfect pole. Or you can tripod it, which is amazing. You just pull the tripod out. Boom, and I keep that, and that's kind of cool. So if I ever need my phone, like when I went live, I could put my phone right there. So it was great. So I just rigged it so when I'm not using it, I have this little place to hold something, and then I'll take it. With my camera, I have to be careful. So I'm going to use it as a walking stick, and then when I get to someplace cool, then I'll put it on. But don't walk, you guys, anymore with your camera on the monopoles. If you do it a lot, because you're going to rip the bottom of your camera off. Like I've done to every single one of my cameras, and it's all from doing this. And then you're walking, so your camera is literally like going like this 1,000 times, like just waiting to rip off of the threads. And then what's right here underneath your camera is this is my backup camera, is your motherboard. So the motherboard to the Panasonics are literally right through that, like right there. So this will start to press on the motherboard. This one still works great. Yeah. I've had like 5 or 6 of these things. See? Hello. Just have this in case something happens. Like I always have something with me because all of a sudden I'll be like, there's a UFO right there, and I'm like scrambling, and my cell phone can't. Know how many times I've seen literally a UFO flying here. And then I've been talking to regular people about what I do. Like they'll ask me, and I'll be like, do you have any idea how many UFO? And they'll be like, oh my God, let me tell you the story. Like everyone has a story of a UFO here. Like, not everyone, because they're not looking, but like the people that go up and sit in the mountain and stuff, like they all have seen something. And I was like, I see them all the time because I can't help but I'm always looking. Like I feel like it's part of, the gig. It's not what I do, but it is lumped in with what we do somehow. And I figured, any bonus thing I could get like that is worth it. So I have gotten some good stuff like that. Let me see something here. There we go. Now I can see myself. Ooh. So what I should be doing is changing pictures like that. And you guys, before I get off here, check out if you I put it up, so it's my last video from this morning. If you haven't seen it, I just want you to check out Chills. It was so nice to be spun in a positive light on a big scale with someone that has that kind of subs. And they're kind of censored. I mean, 600,000 views on that video is not a lot for him. But how they talked about me and made me seem like I was kind of cool even. And I was like, I'm not used to that, because usually from the outside you're going to get criticism. So to have someone like him do that, and I had been there out for like a long time and I never saw it until today. Someone said, hey, have you seen that video of you? And I'm like, I hear about it, but I've never seen it. And I watched it and I was like, oh my God, this is good. So I cut it. I recorded the video and then put it up. Just because people ask me, and I can't explain where it is, so I figured I would just put that up. It's kind of cool. It's almost like a little video to put up. So it gave me like a free video. You guys have a great day. Love you. I think I'll be back. Chills, yeah, Chills channel. Isn't that cool? He's like the master of all, Chills. I mean, as far as like this type, like like top 10. Yeah. Chills. I was on Chills channel. That's my last video. I just cut it out. Here, you want the actual video? Let me give it to you. I'm number 3 on his list on that video. Let me get the link before I sign off. I really am signing off this time. Hold on a second. It's got to be weird if you're like a regular person and then you like this morning at breakfast you saw I was on, and then you just got home from like a 12-hour shift and I'm still talking and I haven't even peed yet. Like, that's got to be a little bit weird to some people. And to me, it's totally normal. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's right here, history. Don't know much about history. Right here, 5 scary videos not to watch before bed. Don't watch my videos before bed. That's what I think you should watch them, actually. Hold on. They just make up those titles to get views. Let me post it. I want to post the regular video it was in. And they're like, he's like, Mark Abel. Like, I was like, I can't believe they're talking about me. Like, that is so bizarre. Copy. I guess I have to go to it. They're talking, and there's a baby. Right after me comes the baby. The haunted baby. That's why I want you guys to, like, if you want to get scared, this is good. I mean, I don't know if you'd be scared, but sometimes, like, now you'll dream about the haunted baby. Not my fault. If you watch it, it's your fault. Just so the record, don't say, I Mark, because of you, I had dreams. No, because of you, you're the one that's going to go watch this. So I don't know how scary it is. I didn't watch the whole thing. But the baby comes. So here's the video. The baby does come on right after me. And the number 2 is the baby that gives people headaches and stuff. Crazy. So there you go. That's pretty amazing, right? I was doing a live video. I didn't even know that happened. Then all of a sudden on my live video, people are like, who's here because of chills? I was like, what? I was like, and I had heard about it. And I was like, oh, yeah. I was like, you're more than welcome to be here because of chills. That is so cool. I was standing in the middle of a Bigfoot world doing that. Thank you, Kelly. I appreciate that. If it wasn't for you guys, I wouldn't do this. If I didn't have the kind of camaraderie and friendships that I have through you, that there would be no Colorado Bigfoot. I can swear to God to you that. I would be home miserable, trying to make and save as much money as I could to just get out and just go to Florida like everyone else and buy a boat and fish in retirement or something. I mean, that's what I would probably do, and be miserable because I know I left the only thing I've ever been able to do in my life that was cool unfinished. You know what I mean? We got a lot of UK people. I love that we get along so well. And we like to give each other we don't even give you a hard time. You guys give us more of a hard time. But we do have, when bottom line comes down to it, you call, what do they call us? Something about stupid Americans or something. But, they're right. You can't be mad at them. You don't get defensive. They're actually right. But the bottom line is the UK, the English and the Americans get along so well. I kind of love that. And don't forget our Australians too. But we're a little closer to England. We're just a hop, skip, and a jump to England. And in a sense. And we just all get along so well. I think it's an amazing, like, country to country. I've never heard of anyone ever, like an English guy fighting with an American, like, about their country. We basically all think the same. It's funny. That's the way I see it anyway. You guys probably have a different story, but the people I have met from the UK before even this have always been amazing people. There's never been one. Even this guy, I keep playing his message over, like his message he left me. My experience with the UK is, but it's also been really good here with people. And then I run into people that just don't trust people. They hate people. They don't believe anybody. And that's why I say in my videos, like, who are you? Who is your life? How have you, who has wronged you where you don't trust someone that's on the video telling you Bigfoot's real? Like, no one's there for attention. That only makes you look like an idiot. Unless you're really doing it for real. No one's going to give you $1 million. No one's going to sign you on a TV show, even after you've done it all. They'll talk to you about TV shows. I'm being talked to a TV show right now. 2 TV shows, but I don't, that's not what I'm going to do. I seriously doubt I'll do it. I wouldn't, I don't know. Well, I like these 2 guys is what it is. The 2 dudes that I was talking to, and we did a Zoom meeting. I thought they were really cool guys. Like, so if I was ever going to do it, those 2 would be perfect. They're just too cool. But they don't understand this, and they're trying. They're working on it, But I want to work with someone that already. I don't have to explain, and I want someone that's going to remind me of something I did. I'll be like, oh yeah, because I don't remember half of it. Like, I do, but you have to remind me of it because there's so much. And to try to prove myself after what I've accomplished to these guys, it turns me off. I don't want that. I need them to already know. And then I'll be the coolest guy ever. I'm not a diva. I'll come in there and be the easiest guy to work with that's ever been. But I think that's my one qualification is maybe I'll do a book or do something like that, or a TV show down the road, but it's going to be someone that understands this and has a passion for it. That's all. You trying to say I put you to sleep, Nick? You don't. Apparently, when you're asleep, you don't wake up anyway, even when reptilians are standing next to you. No, I think they do that. They have ways of, Amy. There's something they marked her when she was little. It's the only thing I can come up with. I don't know. I also have a bunch of pictures here I haven't shown you guys yet. 10 hours, 15 minutes. I swore I'd get off it. I remember doing this in my 12-hour video where I was like, all right, I got to go. If you watch the whole video, which I don't know why you would. Like throughout it, like every hour, I'm like, all right, you guys, love you guys, I got to go. And then someone says something and I talk for 2 more hours. Then I say, love you guys, I got to go. Someone says something while I have to pee, mind you. And then they say I have to go. Art Bell, cool dude. Too bad he passed away, yeah. He, you know what it was? He had some great... That's why this is it's great to have people on occasionally, especially if they have a really good story, because that's what made Art Bell good. It wasn't necessarily even him. He had some great people on. And that's what makes a great interviewer. The interviewer, you could have a great interviewer, but I think more importantly, someone that's been through a lot of what you're going to be interviewed. So I've done most of what anybody's going to tell me, except the disappearing thing, but like, you know what I mean? I can at least relate to it. And as an interviewer, where most interviewers are kind of biased, like they're just like, they don't believe anything and they're just doing it, their job. I can relate basically with probably most stories. In some incident or another, it's going to be close, I'm tired. I don't yawn very much either. What time? It's 8:17. You guys are crazy. Like I'm like boring, man. Like, what are you doing? Well, the thing is, I'm assuming I know Nick and Amy have been with me for a long time because they were on here. But I also, that's why another reason I want to hang up, because I don't want them to feel like they got us. They would be rude if they left. I don't want them to think that. You guys just leave totally. I get it. But let's wrap it up, so I'm not completely insane tomorrow morning. Oh wow, I don't feel so bad, Billy. Yeah, because it's only 8. I mean that's about right? It's because so my time it's 8:18. So wow, I wonder where you're that far ahead. I thought it was 5 hours. Oh, from here, wow. So what does that mean? 4 hours. So you're 7 hours ahead? Oh yeah, them too. So Billy, yeah, both you guys are in the UK. Look at that. See, it's 7 hours. That's right. That's right. It's 5 hours from, or 4 hours from our New York City. Yeah. Eastern. Thanks, Jeff. I'm out in the mountain, so it's you guys are 7 hours ahead. Well, at least if the world ends, we'll know, right? Doesn't that give us so if you guys blow up, we have 7 hours before we die? Is that how it works? I'm just kidding. Sometimes my jokes are just out of control. You're gonna have to just bear with them. They're that funny. Oh, a bottle? Oh, because I have to pee, you mean? I'm fine. Oh, believe me, if I had to pee that bad, I mean, I really do have to pee, but I can control it. I mean, I don't even mind. I'm not uncomfortable peeing from the live. Who cares? I'll be like, you guys have to go pee. But I'm fine because I gotta get off. It's how I'm making myself get off. Off the live stream, excuse me, is by having to pee, and then I'll have to get off to pee, and that'll shut me up. Oh wow, that was 2:30 in the morning, Ryan. Wow. You could post that link too if you want, Ryan. That one with you with the interview. Yeah, mind over matter. But there's only so much mind over pee. Like, eventually it's coming out. It's something we all do. I think it's something that bothers all of us, that we actually have to poo and peep. And pee, because, it's like annoying. Like, none of us, like, you're finally like, like you're into this girl, you might have just got married, and then you get to see her do her first number 2. That's always an exciting thing, in my book. I'm teasing. You know what I mean? So it is a hard thing about us. To be alive, we have to do that. And not too many people get that comfortable with it, which is amazing. How we're so uneasy about not everybody, but a lot of people are very conscious about, like, even if they pee, they don't want anyone to hear it hitting the water, things like that. I don't know. I don't understand. I used to be like that too. We're very weird, aren't we, people? We just don't think about how weird we are. Like, who cares? That's what we have to do. It's okay. I know it is gross, but it's life, and that's why I said it, because I don't like it either. I think I'm all grossed out too by it, but if you process it, you can't be, because, I don't know. It's just something we all have to do, but it'd be cool if we did, right? I'm sure Bill Gates will suggest a pill one day where we won't have to pee or poop again. So just hold on, guys, because that'll be coming. Whatever he suggests, just run the other way, is my opinion. Why would he care? What would be his reasoning for wanting to do anything? At very least, money, and at the second least, control, power. Why is he involved? Who asked him anyway? Seriously. Let's argue about, not politics, but if you're going to argue about who your president is, not Bill Gates. What does Bill Gates have to do with anything? He made computer motherboards. Why is he deciding our fate? Because he's wealthy. Because he's part of it all, guys. That's why. There's like 10 Bill Gateses, you know that? He has all these clones. They all have them. Even Trump's got one now. They all have. There's been assassination attempts they haven't talked about. There's been all kinds of different things. This isn't the fake news either. This is stuff I know that I don't even say. Except I just said it. All of them, Biden, they all have body doubles, you guys. Not clones, body doubles. If anyone had a real clone, it'd be Bill Gates and all of them. Like, it's a real dude. It's like, you ever see that one with what's that guy's name? God, it was so long ago. Come on, Beetlejuice. Who's Beetlejuice? Michael Keaton. You ever see that movie with him, and he clones himself, and there's 3 of them, I think. So 4 altogether, I think it was. Pretty good movie. And one's like a little stupid. They all look exactly like him, and one even has sex with his wife. Is that possible? Just to make like, all of a sudden in like a couple weeks, like, I come out of a box at this age. I don't know. I would be willing to after some of the things I have seen and found out, it wouldn't be hard to believe, to be honest with you. What are some of the things we don't know about, is what I want to know. Yeah. We just write it off as it's not possible, but there's so many things out there that, it doesn't matter. It's just curiosity. That's all. I think this leads us to secrets of the world, but there's also things that are just simply curious. Like, that's no other reason. Just curious. Like, you ask someone a question, they're like, look at you, like, oh, just curious. Like, because that's us. It's not curious as a cat. It's just curious as a human. Because we are nosy people. Just in general, like, we just want to know what's going on. That's all. Like, what are the neighbors doing? Like, we should not worry about what they're doing. But we are. You know what I mean? Like, why are they doing that? I can see, as I've started since 11 a.m., the stream's going like this. As soon as Amy got off, the stream went like this. I have a chart. It's like, it just goes. Mark starts talking about the stupidest things, and he just goes. And I might not even be wrong about it. It's not that anyone's arguing with what I'm saying, but it's it shouldn't even be a conversation at this point. Exactly, Jeff. I don't understand it at all. They put him out there on purpose because he's part of it all. He's part of this Illuminati. Again, these are also words that are a little bit, made to make us not believe it. You want me to believe there's a new world order? It's like, not you. We don't want you to believe anything, to be honest with you. Just go to your job and go home. Don't never look this way again because you're not meant to know anything. Yeah, Dan was on here. He was on at the beginning of the video. You can see me talking to Dan. So I'm always in touch with Dan. I talk to Dan. I mean, we go through gaps because we're close. You know, we don't live that far, but just far enough where we don't get to see each other a lot. And he works and he's got like 57 kids. When I was on the way to Cali's and I was passing through Vale area, I that's when I call. I can't go through there without saying hi to Dan. So I called Dan, had a nice chat with him. And then Dan came on. He must have been at work. He signed on at the beginning, and just said hello. His name is Captain Kindbud. Dan, you want to talk about someone that smokes that knows weed? It's Dan. He doesn't really smoke it either. That's the weird part. Like Dan's got his shit together. He makes a huge paycheck, does really well, but he's a master grower. Like he knows how to grow weed, so he grows for like a certain amount of people. It's legal. It's all legal. But I'm like, you're the only person I've ever seen grow weed that just doesn't smoke it, really. He's like, well, I got a lot of responsibilities. I'm like, yeah, but why? Well, then why even bother, like, doing it? Because he's good at it. That's why he does it. Look, I got no water left either, guys. So thank you for being here. Name of the video link above. Oh, Ryan put the link to the... I'm actually losing my voice here. Dick, I believe, is probably gave up by now. Dick's probably like making new accounts, Damien. He's probably like, oh my god, delete this. Let me make a new account so I can sign on and say one more thing. Okay, new account. You guys suck. It's like banned, then I'll make another account. I mean, what is wrong with people? You know, like people are insane. Like anything he says is going to affect us. I could try to deconvince you. The government came to me. They're like, listen, you got to tell all these people everything you said is a lie. I couldn't even unconvince you that it was. You would never believe me. That's how you all know, you know. And if they ever said that to me, I wouldn't do it anyway. That's where I go out right there with a gun right to that guy's head. That's why I think it's one of the reasons they don't mess with me, because they know that you don't come and threaten me. You don't just come and hang out. Like, I don't care if you're the biggest dick in Men in Black. Just stop by, tell me what I got to do. I get it. I understand. I've told them, like, when they're like bugging my phone, I'm like, listen, what is the problem? Why you got to be so secret? I'm not gonna. If you just tell me what to say and what to do, I will just do it. I get it. Like, I mean, we have no control over that. And if some dudes are here in suits because they know about the alien, I mean, what am I gonna do? You know what I mean? They could just gas me one night and I'm dead. Just tell me what you want to. I think they learn from us, to be honest with you. I don't think they know all the secrets. So when we have these governments, like, they don't know. They didn't know about the system. They don't know about some of it, yes, but not much, I don't think. No one's in that government's ever spent time like I have out there that I believe. I don't think it's allowed. It's there's a detachment there. There's an agreement, if anything. They probably look to me. I would like to exchange information. Get some of their info, and I'll help you out. You know what I mean? Never hear from them. Didn't I just answer that question? Yeah, and I could have sworn you asked me that question like 5 minutes ago. Dan the Bigfoot man. Yeah, Dan has claimed to begin this video, which was 10 hours and 28 minutes ago exactly, that he's going to come out with me in Cali this summer, and he's got the real deal with them, man. They love him because he doesn't speak. Like, he won't tell you anything. I'll tell you. I'll get it out of Dan, and then I'll tell you. Yeah, Slayer's all right. He's just going through a tough time. I haven't talked to him. He thinks I blow him off, but I don't. He doesn't understand. I mean, I don't know how many times I can explain that I don't answer my phone at the trailer. Like, I can't talk there. It's on a delay. There's no way to, like, if it's an emergency, or if I'm talking to someone I really know well, I can get it done real quick, but not in our first conversation saying hello to someone. It doesn't work. That's why I have this place right here. It's the only reason I'm here. I can't afford this. It's $250 a month, which is the cheapest. I'm in a tractor trailer, guys. I can't turn it off right now. Right, Nick. I mean, I know I'm just being hypothetical with that, but like if that is true, if it is thing, like the secret stuff kills me. Like I got more secrets than they do. So why can't you just talk to me? Same goes with these guys. Like just get your hierarchy dudes, have them show up at the trailer and talk to me. I will not tell you guys. I won't. If some spiritual beings appeared in my living room, they're like, Mark, we've been watching you for years. This is what we want to do. You have to do this. Don't say this. Don't say that. Don't say that you talk to us. I will do whatever you tell me. Wouldn't you? That's the best thing I got to go on right there. And I can keep doing this, and you're telling me what to do. I will do and say exactly what I'm supposed to do. I get it. I'm part of the system. I'm not going to be some recluse psychopath. But, I mean, if someone would just give me one of those two would give me some guidance, it would really help me. To hide in the bushes, just tell me what to do. Send me write a note if you have to. I mean, whatever you got to do. That's what I tell them all the time. Or I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing. Believe me, they don't care. They monitor me. They follow me. My buddy has already found the trackers on my phone. Many times we have taken them off where they're literally tracking my phone. And we think that, want to know the truth? I'll tell you now. They think that I haven't been on this lately, but 2 years ago it was happening big time to me. I felt it, knew it. I watched my camera turn on, things like that. And I was like, dude, someone's on my phone. Like they listen to me only because at that point I just knew. Like I was just sitting there. I'm like, I swear someone's watching me at my phone. Like that feeling you get someone seeing you. And I thought it could be in my imagination too. And then I had him look into it. And what was I talking about? That's why I can never lie, because I could just stop and forget what I'm talking about, and then I can remember. I'm like, oh, yeah. Oh, the tracking. So the only thing I came up with is that because they would see, so they would follow me where I went. Thanks, Amy. They would follow me where I went, and thanks, Jeff. Yeah, I was really happy with that. And they saw that they would see the video from that day. This is not our government. This is the hidden branches, the special people people think it's the entire government. There's like 70 billion branches of government. I'm exaggerating by one or two. And none of them know what the other ones do. Okay, you can ask anybody in government, especially ones that are classified, even if you're a classified secretary, they cannot tell you what they do in the building over there. They're not allowed to tell anybody. So there's divisions that handle this kind of thing. That's why other people don't know. Like they think if he was a Navy SEAL, he would. Actually, some Navy SEALs do. But they don't even know, even when they're called in on the missions. I've explained that to you. Until they actually they're engaging. Even on the backups, they won't tell them what they're doing anymore because it gets spread too far these days. And no, I think they were marking. I don't know this. I swear this might not be true. But it's the closest thing I could come up with because I saw the pattern. So no, what they were doing was marking. So they could see the world. You don't have to leave your desk. All he has to do is go like this. He goes, "There's Mark," and then then next day I post a video. He knows exactly where it was by my phone, what tree I walked by, where I went, exactly what I did. Can match it up with the video even. Boom, it's documented. It gets put into a closet, okay? Again, next one. They estimate the size of these worlds. I think they were using me, and like I said, might not be right. This might not be right, okay? For like national security measures. Like when, let's say there was a war, because they do know. Someone knows, right? They know there's divisions of people that know. And I don't know if I think the president probably does, yes. There's certain things they don't tell him on purpose, and I think there's certain things he has to know. But that's my opinion. I don't know. I think we all kind of think that, sort of. They're documenting, like let's say we go to war. Now, thanks to me, They know exactly where every single one of the biggest worlds of these guys exists, at least in Colorado. And believe me, there's worlds of them that we can only isolate, but there's ones in your states that you don't even know is a world. It's covering your street, your neighborhood, your town. It's just that they're not showing you that they are. That's why they're on the other side of the white fence in the garden. Like, it's a crazy thing. And I think that they're documenting these spots so they can nuke them in 2 seconds. Like, look, you don't start this war. We have every Bigfoot world that you've ever built, and we're going to nuke it right now. Something like that. I don't know, I'm making it up. Like, that's what I swore. So that's when I started turning my cell phone off, because I think they know. And I was like, you guys. So now but now apparently they can track you with your cell phone off. Like, they can. Could AT&T maybe not, but like once they have your signal, they can keep tracking something in your phone. I don't know. But it's not as easy as if it's running. So I'm not only am I not in cell reception, 99% of the time I have my phone off. So it should be pretty good that way, I think. And then, next thing you know, there's like Black Hawks flying over me, like more than one time, like so many times they find me, like they're nearby me, or it's an accident, or there's so much I can't explain. I can only make up like an answer, like that kind of like it's that's the funny thing is the answers I make up are all human related answers. This stuff has become easy for me. The answering the human part has become the hard part, because that's where all the secrets and deception lie. There's no secrets and deception over there. They just have to prevent certain people from knowing things. The lies and deception all come from us. No one else. It's always human. Right? Of course not. But it's human. This is hypothetical. They're always going to have the upper hand. We're scumbags. So they're already when this happened, I think this was in the 60s or 50s. I think it was the 50s actually, when they designated them national forests all around the world. All of a sudden there was national forest everywhere because it was for them. They're in every national forest. You want to know where the Bigfoot worlds are? Go to the national forests. And you will find one, I promise you. Just go to the right one. Go to the right place. You have to be willing to put the time and the effort in, not just walk down a trail. You got to go off trail. These guys they're actually on trails too, but if you want to blow your mind apart, you got to go off trail, Go see where their seats are and where they'll talk to you, and you don't always want to go to their seat to have communications. And I sit in their seats usually. I have gotten some things in the seats, but it tends to be around the area I get better stuff where I'm going to bump into them, and then the other dude whistles. I tell people all the time, he's like, Mark, I got these whistles. Or Mark, they were communicating with me. And I'll be like, right away, I already know that they weren't communicating with them. It was most likely. It's usually a distraction when they have to. That's when they're allowed to, because it's like national security. There is times where we're literally going back and forth. I've had some amazing times where my tears are coming out of my eyeballs when we're mimicking each other, copying each other. I was doing things back that I can't even repeat because I don't remember, and they would do it back to me no matter what I did. Craziest, and I would like do stuff with my voice, do the same, then the same thing would come back, do it again. For 45 minutes we did that. I've told you guys, I've mentioned it in certain videos, but I don't talk about it much. I don't want to say too much because I feel like I need that to happen again. And they're like, well, you told everyone. Like, well, Mark, how would they know? You'd be surprised. I don't know. Energy? Where they come from, they really sit in technology just like you. This is something they come up here for something else. Maybe he has TV. I mean, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of possibilities here. Are you saying that Bigfoot has TV? Unsubscribed. Thank God. Do you ever hear me say subscribe? I mean, when have I ever said subscribe? Never happens. Unsubscribe would be happier. Not you guys. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want no one hit the like button. I don't care about that stuff. I'm not a YouTuber. You know what I mean? I just use this platform. So all of a sudden I'm a YouTuber. I just use the YouTube because it's the only platform that works. Google made sure of it, believe me. Google buys and destroys any upcoming video sites because of the amount of money. You know how much money YouTube is worth because of the servers and stuff? What it takes to hold the content that people are uploading? People don't know this kind of stuff. It's an incredible amount of money just to have what they have. To be able to to hold and cloud everybody's videos and their information and all that stuff. What woods? What do you mean, John? Wow. Yeah, there's, I don't know about reading the mind, but it's close to that. Yeah, there's some kind of general knowledge they get out of us, I think. And maybe it is into detail. I don't know. You'd be surprised. I don't want to scare you off. I don't want to say things that even the biggest of believers may have trouble believing. Like, I think Amy would believe whatever I said, like in this, like in a sense, or Nick, but even some of the things I say, it's just very difficult to process because we were taught that, it's impossible, like this can't happen. That doesn't, that's impossible. It's only impossible for us. But chill with that, because you'd be surprised, like, I think being a human might be a very special, it doesn't feel like it, but we're in a special class of race, human beings. I don't know about yet. I think it's coming. I think we're making all our mistakes and doing everything the hard way. And in one day, maybe that's 1,000 years from now, who knows? One day, we'll figure it out. Oh, wow. Oh, you're near Tyson's Corner? Wow. Oh, you're in Richmond. Oh, I'm in Richmond Richmond Highway. Oh, okay. Yeah, that didn't make sense. I was like, hold on, you're in Richmond, but you're by Tyson's. I know exactly where you are. Yeah, I used to live there. I used to live in Fairfax. And of course, my son lives in Virginia, and so does my aunt and uncle. They live in Clifton. And that whole area is out of control. Everywhere I've been in my life, I've been on, just in college, I lived in for some of my college, I lived in Clifton. They have this beautiful house. And I used to take my quad out in the power lines and sit there. I thought I was alone the whole time, and they were always there. Now that I look back at all these things that happened, like weird times, like where trees were bending, like they literally did stuff to get my attention, and I was like, oh my God, that was a bear, things like that. Like and now I look back and I'm like, oh my God, everywhere I went somehow in my life, I was with them, no matter what. Like I was in, remote places and. You know what I'm talking about? You know where that is? That's down by, like, Clifton, if you come out of Fairfax. I forget, is it Lehigh? No, not Lehigh Highway. You pass, like, that driving range and you go into Clifton down there. And you come into, the town of Clifton. No, I'm not. I feel like an idiot. I feel like you guys think I'm crazy right now. Very special place. I feel like Donald Trump. Very special. It's a very, very special place. Very special. It really is, though. Like, that place is really good. Yeah, fair. That whole area, I'm telling you, I say it all the time. These guys will tell you if you're with me, like if you hear me on a daily basis, I'm always talking about Virginia and Maryland. In fact, JT's right. He was here. He's from. If you haven't seen my Maryland video, you should check that out from Christmas. That was my Maryland and PA. I was very happy with those videos. I don't know if it all related to the videos or but for me it was really good. Yeah, it's a major situation there. I don't know if it has something to do with DC or what, but man, oh my God, it's like there's like a, it's like they if I didn't know any better, I would think it was like a nuclear facility that like testing treatment, and they just let all of these freaks out and let them out into the woods. That's what it seems like. But I know it's these guys. I watched the way they move. I literally read their language. It's the same thing as everywhere. But in other words, it's like, like test tube experiment gone wrong or something, like it was people that got like, that's what a lot of people believe, like because only, and they're not wrong to believe that, but they're using their common sense, so they're thinking, oh, it must be people then. They probably people that got experimented on. Now you're using your imagination. Maybe it almost does seem like that in Maryland, because I was around that like military base there. I don't want to give away the location. That location's too special. I won't tell people. First of all, it's not really mine. That's like JT's and John's, I figure, place, and I don't think we should send people there. It's that good, though. Oh my God, Oh, I got to go back there. I got 4 hours there. That's all I got. I don't know. I have food at home, Pam. I'm actually not hungry at all. I ate a whole bagel and I ate like 4 donuts, and I had a sausage, egg, and cheese before I came into what if you call this an office. So when you hear me say, "Oh, I'm going to the office," don't think I'm cool. Like it's just my nickname for it. It's not like I think I have an office really. It's a converted, and it does feel like you wouldn't know you're in the back of a tractor trailer. And then if I go that way, I'll show you guys when it's warmer. There's a couch, a table. It's really nice in there. I've seen Bigfoot 3 times. He's cool. Yeah. Well, you live in the right place, and if you don't believe me, just walk into any forest in Virginia. And it doesn't even have to be that big. You don't need to go somewhere where a house can't see it. You don't have to use anything within your logic. They're right there. Believe me. They know when they have to be invisible. They know the people in that house better than the people know themselves. It's their gift. It's how they navigate us. It's an amazing thing. They won't learn conformity. Yeah. These kids these days, man, you love them, but they seem to have they already have this focus and they don't listen to us. They just. I think our parents. Well, that wasn't the problem. You know what the problem with our parents? And they never complained about that with us. It was the music. So we had this whole new line of music. That was the problem they had. Like, what is this music these kids are listening to these days? I don't understand it. We were all pretty normal. It only changed recently, like with my kids, like my son, like that era, the millennials, they're all on a new kick. I can't figure it out yet. Not all of them, but isn't a millennial someone that was born 2000? I mean, within reason. So if you're born in 98, you're still a millennial, right? Because you're being brought up in this new light of everything is okay. And you could be, oh, not only that. So as disgusting as that conversation was, and I got to go, you guys, as disgusting as that conversation was about the guy that was pregnant. I mean, the girl that became a guy that's pregnant and married to, the story. There's actually, now they're saying, now they have surgeries available for people. This is educational, not to gross you out. That, because it's hard for me even to say. There's surgeries in case you're confused and you feel like you're both. So right, we know the what's it called, hermaphrodites, but that's not that. It is that, but they actually will give you both. So you weren't born that way. You are literally asking for a vagina and a penis. That they're going in to get those surgeries. I mean, I just feel like there's something wrong there. That's what I feel like. I feel like if God gave you what you have, like, not necessarily. God didn't mold your body. You were just given that life. I think it's, free will kicks in then. It comes down to, was your mom drinking? Was she, why would God have a baby born with no leg? Because your mom was smoking crack. That's why. He doesn't mess around with that, I believe. There is miracles, I think, where he waves his hand, but it's we are given free will. He's probably got 10,000 other planets to worry about. You know what I mean? It's not just us. We always thought it was just us. That's why, he could easily watch 6 billion, 7 billion people. Even that would be a task for a god. You would think. I mean, I saw when Bruce Almighty started getting the emails. I mean, that was a lot. He's just like, everyone's like praying. God finally puts it into email form for him because he couldn't deal with it. And then finally he just said yes to all of them. He's like, you know what? Yes. Every prayer he said yes to. And then he found out why that's a mistake. That's why God doesn't, there's reasons, I see it in the forest, even them abiding by God's rules, like free will issues. There's something there with free will, even with them. They can't interfere with us without permission from their superiors. I know this because I've witnessed it firsthand, especially in forest fire situations. They can't even put that fire out unless they get permission to put it out. Things like that. Genevieve, good night. You guys, I got to say good night too. Wow, 80 people. Not really a lot of people when you have 50,000 subs. That's why we're going private, and all these people can go jump in a lake. I'm so done with it. Let's just go private. I'll figure out for certain special people, they can get. There'll still be like regular videos on YouTube, but not the sensitive stuff. We're gonna start showing the real pictures, the real videos from this summer in a private room. Yeah. No outside. They don't deserve it. I don't need them to finally watch and be like, oh, you know what, Mark? Now I do believe it. Now I got it. It's like, I'm not here to prove it to you. I don't want you. I want the guy that already knew it. I want the person that got taken when they were 2 years old for 2 days. Those are the people that I want here because they understand and they trust me. They understand I can say something crazy and they'll be more willing to believe it, you know? Because I don't, you guys know me, I have enough material. I don't have to make up crazy things. It's just that we've interpreted things as, oh my God, that's crazy. Why is it crazy? It's not crazy. It's actually the norm. We're just taught everything's crazy. Millennials, they are. I don't know. When does a millennial start? I always thought it was like these 22-year-old kids or 20-year-old kids. You know, I'm not opposed to disappearing completely, but I think that would affect some people, and I don't want to do that to them. So I will post a video of the day on YouTube for now, and especially as the season starts, and then the members on the join button will decide what we're going to do. Like Mark, show this, don't show this. Or we just want to see this, don't show it to anybody. That's the right they have. They're the ones that are, and of course, Patreon is the huge one. And then they're all going to just figure out what to do. Just like at the beginning, Patreon said, no, we don't want to hide anything. We're just here to support you. Just don't just give us videos for ourselves. I was a little impressed with that they were, because sometimes you get into a little thing like, yeah, just show it to us, don't show it to anyone else, and they didn't do that. Right away, they all said the same thing. Oh no, make sure everybody sees it. So that's what I did, because they're the ones that are letting me go out there, trusting me. That's why I'll never let you down, you guys. I'll never, if I mess up or something, it won't be on purpose. I mean, I'm going to do everything I can to, to go further with this. I got some stuff. It's coming, man. I can already feel it. At least I'm not a chick that became a man and is pregnant. I'm not going to ever agree to that. Keanu, my email. Oh yeah, Keanu. Yeah, get Keanu's email. Hey, we've made some great friendships that simply. I think John Pappas left there, John, earlier, but John Pappas was in here. I'm pretty sure those two guys met over me, like through me somehow, and then now they're, or someone did. Oh no, John, that was your other buddy. What's his name? I forget his name. I don't forget him at all. I just blanking on his name. In fact, I remember him really well. Was it Jeff? What was that guy's name? Jeff? What was that guy's name? Not you, Bright. Another Jeff. Oh, no, it wasn't Jeff. What the heck was it? Anyway, there was another gentleman that came with John. He went out. He was kind of cool. I forget his name. I can't say that out loud, Jeff. Thank you, though. Yeah, I mean, look, to each his own. Who am I to say anything when I'm talking off topic? You know what I mean? I just have a feeling you might be in trouble later. Like, I think I think even God said it. Like, look, I gave you your life. You're allowed to go do anything. You can go tape a penis inside your ear if you want to. God is not stopping you from doing that. You're allowed this. You were given this life. It's up to you whether you believe that's right or not. I don't think anyone should dictate to you what you should do. Amy, good night. Nights. Thank you for being here this long. I know you hung in there a little longer with me today, like on purpose, so thank you. I don't know that, but I feel like you did. You guys are probably rolling your eyeballs like, oh my God, we have to go. Nick, Amy, thank you so much. Have a great night. I'm going to hang up too. I keep getting new people on. That's what happens. You guys, I figured it out. That's what it is. Like, I'll see someone that shows up that I know and they weren't here all day, and then I end up hanging out, I think I may try to pull off a 24-hour stream one night, or we'll do, Yeah, we'll do 24 hours. So none of you have to be here for more than 20 minutes of that, or whatever you feel like being here for. But I may try to, you could check in periodically to see if I'm alive. But I might, and there's no other reason except to show my passion for this. That's all. That's the only reason. I just want to prove to you that I can sit here for 24 hours and do this. Not this. But you know what I mean? Just I'll do Bigfoot for 24 hours. We won't talk about chicks with peepees, as Jeff puts it. We will. We'll go all business. And we don't need the guarantee, Keanu. We have seen it. Even your buddy there gave you his email. My buddy John. We've been on some of the sickest things in that area. It's one of the things I'm gifted at doing is finding where those things that you're seeing come from. That's where I take people. I take you to their world. I don't show you a video of them crossing the street. That doesn't teach us anything. We've all seen them in other countries and four-legged weird things. I take you to where those things live. I don't know what could be more interesting than that. It's people that are just too stupid to understand what I'm really doing. That's the only reason that this isn't the most popular subject in the world. Thank God it's not. It would not be fun, believe me. If this would be destroyed if it was. So John, next time I hook up with you, we got to go back to that. We got to go back to that restaurant. Remember, we got a free dinner coming. She's like, nope. She's like, I'm gonna remember you guys. She's like, I'm gonna remember you. She was cool. Remember, Oh, you weren't here. I was telling the story about how we were in front of I said you made the mistake of asking me a question about this subject, and it was like we were there for like hours, like 2 hours. Out in front of the restaurant, and even the owner got to know us, and she invited us back. She was such a sweetheart. So we'll go there. That was a good burger too, right? What a good cheeseburger. What a good cow sandwich that was. Poor John. He's such a mellow dude, and I'm in there like ADDing his brain to death. John's like, all calm, cool, and collected. I'm just like, listen, man. That's pretty much how it goes with me. It was cool. I enjoyed it myself. I thought for the limited amount of time we were able, by the time Thunder Idiot got over there, I mean that nicely, waiting for him always. We were even in the woods waiting for them for an hour, and we finally got everyone together, and we had literally 2 or 3 hours. I mean, what we managed to accomplish in 3 hours is pretty good. I mean, I was with you probably for 6 or 7 hours, but I mean, the actual video, it's amazing we got it done that quick. I filmed them. I saw them with my own eyes there I saw that white one across the river as you guys were walking away. I'm zooming on them. And I even say, I'm like, no one's going to understand this because, right now he's not going to move because, they're folk. But you can see his arm. It's like, dink, dink, dink. Like the way he was sitting. There's some kind of weird, like chemistry lab experiment. That's what I was seeing over there. It was weird. Thanks, Diesel. Appreciate that. Yeah, I know, Brian. That's one of the problems. It's not that no one's interested, but I see it. It's a lack of, even my posts. I have 12,000 people on Colorado Bigfoot page, and they don't get the notifications. I get no, I know not 12,000 people are going to like every post, but out of 12, it's a guarantee odds. If they were all getting the proper notifications, because I can see the views. I'm not going by likes. On my Colorado Big, I can see how many it reached, and out of 12,000, sometimes it might be 70. They let 70 people see that post. So you better believe we're all censored everywhere, especially on Facebook and YouTube. It's just censorship city, and they only let it get so far. Because no one believes you. You're like, I'm censored, no one believes you. They're like, what are you talking about? You're censored. I don't believe that. I'm like, I guess I'm not then. Forget it. You know what I mean? Amy, good night. You're leaving, remember? Time for night nights. You have 74 kids. Actually, your kids are old, can take care of themselves now. As far as babysitting goes. All right, you guys have a great night. Seriously, I am going to hit the button now. Have a great night. The chat does stay up for like, I don't know, a couple minutes. So if you have to finish, you can talk. But when the chat cuts off, I just want to warn you, that's YouTube, not me. Have a great night. We'll chat soon. I have no plans yet of my next video. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm trying to get other things situated and ready. Like you'd be surprised the amount of hours behind this system I'm using. Things like that. Getting ready. I think I might go back to the petroglyphs. Because it's one of my only options. It got real cold here. We got a lot of snow, and I can go out there. Not to where I was. I'm going to go to a new place. Wow, congrats on that, Ryan. 3,500 subs is amazing. That's amazing. Considering you had to do that through all of this. That was networking. You did all that by, networking with people. It's all word of mouth, basically, is what that is. Because I know for a fact YouTube ain't letting them out. They don't look at my numbers. No one's none even my subs watch my videos. Like I have you guys. There's many times you might just want to check in on a video because there's a lot of times where I come close to just shutting my whole YouTube down, and disappearing into oblivion. Because people aren't taking this seriously. There's not enough views. All those guys feel like that too, and girls, and nobody understands what they're meant. Like they're not paying attention. We get it that you don't want to see someone walking around the woods, but you're not understanding how much more important it is than that. What that camera is showing you is, always watch when a camera is in the right spot. Just like a lot of these guys will watch certain Netflix series or watch certain where that camera was in the woods because they're all over the camera. They're always there. They need us to know. They want us to know. They have to be a part of us at least that way, Yeah, me too. I want to talk about a life change. Everything has changed. One day I found myself alone and everything has changed. You guys, good night. Have a great night. Diesel, thank you. Oh, Ryan, thank you for that. You didn't have to do that. When I was reading your message, that's how tired I am. It didn't even hit me. I just saw this blue message. I didn't see the 222. I know why you did that because Diesel did 333. But I swear I didn't acknowledge it. I just saw, how hard. That's all I saw. Yes, that means I'm tired. Thank you for that. No kings. Stop, you guys. I don't like being put on. But there's no, believe me, I know I'm not. So you could say that. I really appreciate the encouragement because I need it. But a statement like that will never go to my head, I promise. Donald Sutherland's here. I like your acting. No, I'm just saying I have times when, moments of that. You know what I mean? I know I'm not going anywhere. But at that moment, because I'm a stubborn guy, I could almost hit the button. It's how we do things stubborn when you don't want to, but it's almost like you're looking for attention or something. That's how, and even though no one knows it happened, that's what I kind of feel like. Donner, I actually, he did a movie. They did Jaws. It was the worst movie he ever did. Was it Jaws 5? They filmed it right at my grandfather's house in the Bahamas. If you tell me that, I'll believe you. I don't know why you would lie about that. He did Jaws 5. Whatever that terrible Jaws was that no one saw in the Bahamas. I was there, literally while they're making the movie. My grandfather had this crazy house that he used to in the Bahamas called Jungle Lair. They all came over. The crew, everybody came over and had dinner at the house. And then before that happened, I was on our, we have a Boston Whaler. I forget what the motor was. I believe you, a 15, no, it was a 40 horse or something like that. What was that thing? Maybe 90. I think went pretty good. I don't think it was 90. Anyway, I had a Boston Whaler. And for some reason, because they had the Jaws sailboat, they did a whole set on the beach. And then there's a canal. So my grandfather's house was there. It's just a small place where these rich people had boats. And then if you go on the other side of the canal, it was all trees. It's where these guys live. Believe me, they're there too. I can look back at all of these places and I know they're there. And anyway, their sailboat, the Jaws sailboat they were using for that movie was just parked there, and I was driving. I don't know why. I drove around in a circle around it because they weren't really there. There was like a few people maybe in the set, like doing something, and I got caught on the anchor of the Jaws sailboat. And they had to come out. It was all wrapped up and stuff, and like the crew had to come out in the rowboat and like help me. And I never forget that. I never saw him there, but he was in that movie. Like they'd bring him in for like certain shots or whatever. But I don't think he was that proud of that movie. It wasn't his fault. They just wrote that movie terribly. I don't even think most of you guys know that movie exists. It's Jaws 5 or 4 or something like that. It was in the Bahamas. I don't know if that's where they say it is in the movie, but that's where they filmed it. It was in Nassau, Bahamas, in a private community, gated community called Jungle. No, it was called Lifer Key. Is the gated community. My grandfather's place is right next to Bacardi, the guy that owns Bacardi rum, and Sean Connery. These are his neighbors. My grandfather. Where's where they filmed this video? It's crazy. Yeah, I don't think I even saw it. I think I watched it for like a second, and it was so bad. That's how bad that movie is, I swear. And he was known as a very successful, great actor, but I don't think anybody in that movie was happy. Like, they must have been the directors, probably a low budget, something like that. You guys have a great night. I'm getting off. Oh, The Revenge of Jaws? Is that what it's called? Yeah. I was right there, like at the sailboat they used. Because that's all I wanted to see. I wanted to go in the movie and then see. I must have been like 14. Something like that. And I just wanted to see the boat that I got caught. I'm like, I told everyone, like, look, that's the boat. My boat. No one could care less. I was so excited. I'm like, I got a boat stuck on that anchor. I was so proud of myself. Oh, is that what it is? Okay. Yeah, Jaws follows him to the Bahamas. That really, man, let me tell you, we there is sharks right there. Not right that exact like spot where they were, but like if you just go out a mile, they're all there. They're everywhere out there. We've been scuba diving, freaking sharks swim right by me. I was like, Dad, could be a good time to. He's like, yep, I agree. Let's go back to the boat. Because we went up. I'm like, it was a big shark. He seemed uninterested, but he just goes right by, and we were like, I think it's time. You know, no panic. Everything like that. Any predator, I believe, senses fear. Yeah, wolves are. Oh yeah, big time in Colorado. They've reintroduced the wolves. Thank God. People don't understand what wolves actually do. I mean, they balance the entire ecosystem. They have effect on plants. Every single thing they do. I mean, read about wolves being reintroduced to Yellowstone. It'll blow your mind. How Yellowstone got back to normal in every single aspect. Plants, trees, grass, river, stream, every single thing there because of the wolves is the way it's supposed to be. Without them, everything's destroyed. They get overrun with game and animals. They poop, pee, destroy everything. When the wolves are there, it's a perfect balance of nature, and that's why God put them there. You know, you're still there. Holy crap, Soggy. All right, you guys, let me go. Thank you so much. We'll talk soon. Amy, thank you. Nick, you guys did so great. Just talking to you guys and becoming friends with you guys is a pleasure. And I'm sure that we'll, I'm sure we'll just talk at some point, where it's more normal. When I talk to you on the phone, it's like, this doesn't happen. I'd be like, okay. It could be like, hey, what's going on? And then I can hang up then. So don't be scared of that. Bigfoot, Colorado Bigfoot, and a dude bathroom equals shit. Thanks, man. Something like that. Hopefully that was nice. I'm not sure. But I'll pretend like it was, and you guys have a great night. Thanks for being here. Love you too, man. Michael, did I even say hello to you? I've been seeing you this whole time. Michael, don't ever, because Michael, I see you every second, like anytime I want. So if I miss you in here, never take that personally. It's actually the opposite, because I know I can always see you. But you've been registering. I just didn't say hello, so I apologize. I'm such an idiot. It's amazing. Good night, Genevieve. I will. I'm right now. I'm really, even though it's really cold out, it's really warm in here because I think I'm breathing the propane too. Like I can smell the propane. Probably why I have tinnitus. Salute. Oh. Yeah, I mean, Sovereign, you put a lot of work into that post. I was like, it can't be a bad post because I'm not sure. I'm trying to figure out what it meant. I could probably figure that out if it was 11 hours ago. Bye, guys.